Chapter 1. Cast away on a deserted island beneath the giant coconut trees. In a narrow alley, a young child licked his lollipop, captivated by the words of an elderly fortune teller at a makeshift stall. "My dear child, I perceive a tumultuous fate in your lives' palace, foretelling a calamity that shall leave you adrift in foreign lands," the old man proclaimed. Oh, the child scratched his head, gazing innocently at the elder. "Aren't you scared at all?" "Well, yes, a bit." Seeing the old man's somber expression, the child smiled endearingly, his gaze drawn to an ancient tome in the elder's hands. It was this very book that had piqued his interest. The old man chuckled awkwardly. "Ahem, fear not, for I possess an ancient technique should you diligently cultivate it. One day you shall surely." "How much?" 5 coins. I only have 3. "Very well." The old man swiftly snatched the wrinkled 3 coins from the child's hand and pressed the book into his grasp, hastily packing up his stall and departing. The child, still savoring his lollipop, watched the elder retreat before curiously opening the book. The archaic script seemed to come alive, flooding his mind with knowledge. On a desolate beach, a young figure lay unconscious in the sand, his complexion shifting between hues, ensnared in a reverie. In an instant, he gasped. Lin Feng, roused from his slumber, sprang upright with an agile flip. Startled by his own reaction, he quickly scanned his surroundings, only to find his mind blank. The breathtaking sunset, the boundless sea, and the seemingly endless stretch of sand surrounded him. This is absurd. Where am I? Wasn't I on a ship? Where is the Ocean Voyager, that colossal cruise liner? Lin Feng exclaimed, clutching his head in disbelief. He was merely an ordinary student who had just completed his college entrance examinations. To unwind, he had spent his saved pocket money and summer earnings, totaling 30,000, to embark on a grand voyage aboard the Ocean Voyager. Yet, he awoke abandoned on this deserted island. They never mentioned a survival program on the ship. Could I have been intentionally left behind? Anger coursed through Lin Feng, eventually melting into despair. Surveying his unfamiliar surroundings, this ordinary 18-year-old struggled to orient himself, utterly incapable of surviving alone. How could he endure on this desolate isle? Lin Feng slapped his cheeks, striving for composure, his expression turning earnest. "I must remain calm. Since circumstances have unfolded this way, I must devise a means to survive here. Eventually, if the ship's crew realizes my absence, they will surely send a rescue party for me. Now, what I must do is seek out edible sustenance to ensure my survival until rescue arrives." Lin Feng stood upon the seemingly endless beach, gazing at the vast horizon of the sea, feeling insignificantly small. A bitter smile escaped his lips. All alone, can I truly survive? The sun had already dipped halfway beneath the horizon. I must act swiftly. This vast island may harbor dangers unknown. To be prudent, I shall first search for a place to rest and shelter. The sea breeze swept by, bringing a refreshing chill, enveloping him in a subtle sense of foreboding. Lin Feng realized he could not afford to indulge in wild imaginings. After surveying his surroundings, he chose a direction and began to walk toward the far end of the beach. Minutes passed as he continued along the shoreline. As Lin Feng walked, the unchanging scenery ahead made him question whether he was merely treading in place. The coastline of this island was despondently endless. The sound of crashing waves filled his ears. Lin Feng scanned the area intently, not overlooking any detail. He observed the occasional flash of fish beneath the water's surface, indicating a bountiful array of marine life. This was indeed encouraging news. Yet, he pondered whether he could gather the stranded fish after the tide receded. The thought of food made him swallow hard. His stomach was beginning to growl. However, he had made no progress in securing nourishment. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of something familiar. He focused intently, and his expression transformed into one of delight. It was indeed a coconut tree, the island's specialty. "I knew there was a glimmer of hope," he exclaimed, joyously sprinting toward the site of the coconut tree. As he took off, he immediately became aware of something amiss. How swift he was! The wind whistled past his ears, leaving him astonished as he watched the landscape blur by, feeling as if he were soaring with agility. When did I become capable of running so fast? From above the beach, Lin Feng's figure darted forward, stirring a cloud of sand behind him. He was astounded by this newfound velocity. As an ordinary high school graduate, he had previously led a monotonous life, seldom finding time for physical exertion. His physical condition had been abysmal. Yet now, he felt as though he were a superhero, racing with an incredible speed. Lin Feng suspected that something extraordinary had transpired during his unconsciousness. Perhaps it was connected to the dreams of his childhood, or maybe the island itself was the catalyst. He dared not dwell on these thoughts, they filled him with trepidation. His sole focus was survival, to endure until help arrived. 2 minutes later, Lin Feng stood beneath the coconut tree, craning his neck in awe, his mouth agape in shock. Can a coconut tree truly grow this tall? Standing at the base of a tree thick enough for two to embrace, his perspective felt as if he had shrunk to the size of an ant. The scene before him seemed dreamlike, yet the briny sea breeze reminded him of the stark reality. How astonishingly tall the coconut tree stood. No wonder he had run for 2 minutes before reaching it from afar. Let go of all concerns, perhaps this is a local delicacy. I shall ascend and see for myself, Lin Feng thought, shaking off distractions. With a serious demeanor, he stood beneath the towering coconut palm, which soared at least 20 meters high. The initial challenge of scaling its broad, slick trunk seemed insurmountable. Most would likely succumb to defeat merely by standing at the base of the tree. Yet Lin Feng, determined, rubbed his hands together and made a vigorous leap. With a resounding thud, he adhered to the coconut tree like a gecko, his expression one of delight. Indeed, my strength and agility have undergone a remarkable transformation. The delicious coconut water awaits. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with conviction as he fixated on the coconuts at the top, his body writhing upward with fervor. In a moment of distraction, he nearly plummeted from the 10-meter height. Fortunately, Lin Feng managed to grasp an uneven section of the trunk, averting disaster, and continued his ascent undeterred. Chapter 2. A temporary shelter and an unexpected encounter. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Feng was once again astounded. The coconut before him was larger than a winter melon, an extraordinary sight. The base of the coconut was thicker than an infant's arm, incredibly sturdy. Yet, this did not deter Lin Feng. He reached out, grasping a leaf, and with a swift kick from one foot, struck one of the coconuts. With a resounding crack, the resilient base gave way. As he watched the colossal coconut tumble onto the sandy beach, a smile spread across Lin Feng's face, and he immediately released his grip, sliding down the palm tree with the agility of a nimble monkey. Tonight, I have secured both water and sustenance. Lin Feng hoisted the large coconut onto his shoulder, its size dwarfed in comparison to his head. Undoubtedly, this coconut represented a significant boon for him. His anxious heart finally eased. The assurance of sustenance for the night was a relief. Observing several scattered coconut trees nearby, Lin Feng's confidence surged. Even if he struggled to find other food sources, coconuts alone could sustain him, leaving him merely a touch weakened. As long as he could endure until rescue arrived, such matters were trivial. With the coconut secured, Lin Feng turned and ventured deeper into the lush interior of the island. Mere food would not suffice. He needed to address his shelter, at least a place to rest comfortably. Otherwise, the night winds could chill him to the bone, leaving him without security. Before long, Lin Feng's eyes brightened as he discovered a splendid natural shelter. Low shrubs extended outward, their dense branches forming a perfect refuge from wind. He hurried over, carelessly tossing the large coconut aside as he entered the shaded area, surveying his surroundings. The ground beneath his feet was flat and dry, and the interior space was ample enough to accommodate his movements with some extra room. Fortune smiles upon me. I have found such a perfect shelter just as the sun sets. Lin Feng grinned. This refuge surpassed any makeshift shelter he could have constructed. At that moment, the entire island was enveloped in the shadows of night. The moonlight shone brightly, yet as he gazed deeper into the island, he felt an unquenchable curiosity. The entire island loomed like a dark, terrifying abyss, ready to consume anyone who dared to approach, starkly contrasting the beauty of the sunset that had just passed. A sudden, hauntingly elongated roar from an unknown beast pierced the air, sending chills down one's spine. Goodness, there can't be wolves on this island, can there? Lin Feng felt the hair on his arms stand on end as he rubbed them vigorously, his expression darkening. The sense of security that the shelter had afforded him shattered in the face of reality. I must find a way to ignite a fire, otherwise it would be perilous if a beast would ambush me while I sleep at night. Lin Feng glanced around, formulating a plan. Alone on this island, he had to consider every detail for his own safety. Who's there? Before Lin Feng could take action, a shiver coursed through him, his gaze fixed intently on a nearby thicket, not daring to blink. In a moment of distraction, he thought he had glimpsed a shadow flitting past. Time passed, yet the thicket remained silent, as if it were merely a figment of his overactive imagination. However, the recent roar of the beast lingered in his mind. Quietly, Lin Feng grasped the stone in his hand, preparing himself for a confrontation. He swallowed, nervously, recalling the fleeting shadow he had seen. It resembled a human figure. Surely there can't be savages on this island? The thought struck him with dread, tightening his throat and sending his nerves into a frenzy. This was more thrilling than watching a horror film in the dead of night. Savages were no trifling matter. Their primitive and exclusionary mindset posed a real danger. Come out, whether you are a beast or a savage. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall not hold back. Lin Feng's patience waned under the suffocating atmosphere, his voice rising in a fervent shout, hand raised high with the stone. He was ready to hurl the stone at any moment to ensure his safety. Just an 18-year-old, still naive and inexperienced, he had no time for hesitations. Please don't act rashly and merely passing through. If I'm unwelcome, I shall leave at once. Startled by Lin Feng's display of anxiety, the thicket finally responded. To Lin Feng's astonishment, the voice that emerged was unexpectedly melodious, a woman's voice, which caused a flicker of hesitation across his face. The voice felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of something he had heard daily, yet the tension clouded his recollection. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment, he calmed himself, swallowing his excitement as he tentatively called into the darkness, "Qin, Teacher Qin, is that you?" The thicket began to rustle violently. Under the cool moonlight, a graceful figure emerged. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty, her features delicate and fair, with slender eyebrows and captivating, bright eyes. Clad in a form-fitting black gown that accentuated her mature and alluring silhouette, her long, enchanting legs, revealed from mid-thigh, exuded an irresistible charm. As Lin Feng made his entrance, a sudden jolt reverberated through his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. His body trembled with excitement. "Teacher Qin, it truly is you. Who are you?" Qinya, furrowing her brow, gazed at the figure across from her. Her small hands clenched anxiously, as the darkness rendered her unable to discern his identity. Upon hearing her name called, she instinctively stepped forward. After enduring a relentless sense of trepidation and fearing the encroaching darkness, she desperately yearned for help, yet remained apprehensive of encountering ill-intentioned individuals. Now that her presence was unmistakably revealed, regrets flooded her mind, leaving her to pray that the figure was a familiar acquaintance who would not bring her harm. In the next instant, she saw the shadow rushing towards her. In a panic, she stumbled backward, and in an unfortunate mishap, her foot caught on a stone, forcing her to emit a terrified, helpless scream. "Ah, Teacher Qin, be careful." Lin Feng, in a fit of urgency, unconsciously summoned all his strength and leaped several meters to reach Qinya, catching her slender waist securely in his embrace. Instantly, a delightful fragrance wafted from her mature form, captivating Lin Feng's senses. How enchanting! He hadn't anticipated that Teacher Qin would possess such a delightful scent, nor that her figure would feel so soft. "Teacher Qin, are you all right? It's me, Lin Feng, from Class 3 of Senior Year. Have you forgotten? Why did you run upon seeing me?" Suppressing his racing heart, Lin Feng gently lifted Qinya, then quickly released her, maintaining a respectful distance, though a tinge of reluctance washed over him. This was all in an effort to spare her further distress and to leave a favorable impression. "Lin Feng, it's you." Qinya's mouth fell open in surprise. As she drew nearer, she finally recognized his features, realizing he was one of her students. Despite his average academic performance, Lin Feng was handsome and possessed a lively, humble demeanor, earning him considerable popularity in class. As the homeroom teacher, Qinya harbored a fondness for him, though it was often tinged with a sense of disappointment. "Indeed, Teacher Qin, Am I really that frightening? You react to me as if I were a wild beast, I assure you. I won't bite. Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling a hint of dejection at Qinya's reaction, for he had always admired her mature beauty. At his words, Qinya shot him an exasperated look, reproaching him. In the darkness, I can hardly make out your features. You suddenly rush towards me. Should I simply stand there and wait to be preyed upon by a villain? Ah, but I can see quite well. Lin Feng began, only to pause abruptly, realizing that his current physical prowess was formidable enough to frighten even himself. To Qinya, he might appear as nothing more than an indistinguishable shadow. With an awkward chuckle, his spirits lifted considerably. I apologize, Teacher Qin, my impulsiveness got the better of me. I never expected to encounter you here. Did you also find yourself stranded after the incident on the Oceanic? I'm uncertain how I arrived here. I was admiring the scenery on the deck when everything went dark, and when I awoke, I found myself on this island. Qin Yali's brows furrowed in perplexity. She had yet to comprehend the situation. What do you mean, Teacher Qin? Are you implying that the incident occurred while you were fully conscious? Chapter 3. The small yet mighty. Upon hearing Qin Ya's harrowing experience, Lin Feng's expression shifted subtly. Indeed, this incident was exceedingly bizarre. Qin Ya hugged her arms, trembling slightly, revealing a hint of fear. She could not shake the feeling that this matter was not merely a case of maritime misfortune. Teacher Qin, did you sustain any injuries? Lin Feng suspected that Qin had been struck unconscious and discarded from the vessel, and he hurriedly inquired about her condition. After all, during their high school years, Qin had shown considerable concern for his studies and often held private meetings to guide him. Thank you for your concern. I am physically well, Qin replied, her heart warmed by Lin Feng's evident anxiety, dispelling the lingering feelings of fear and loneliness. She smiled radiantly, feeling immensely fortunate to have encountered Lin Feng. Initially startled, she suddenly recalled something, her cheeks flushing slightly as she discreetly smoothed the perfect curve of her dress behind her. When Lin Feng had assisted her earlier, he had inadvertently brushed against her back. Fortunately, as her student, and with an age difference of 10 years, she did not take offense. Under the moonlight, Lin Feng was captivated by Qin Ya's stunning smile. She was truly beautiful. Each expression and gesture could enthrall him, an inexperienced 18-year-old, utterly spellbound. Is something the matter, Lin Feng? Noticing his prolonged silence, Qin Ya gently inquired. Oh, no, it's nothing. Teacher Qin, you need to worry about me. Allow me to guide you to the shelter I recently discovered. You should rest for a while. Fortunately, the night concealed most of Lin Feng's awkwardness, and he quickly composed himself, leading Qin Ya to the refuge. Qin Ya stood there, her figure slender against the cool night air. Lin Feng regarded her with a warm smile. Teacher Qin, please take a seat and rest. Feeling Lin Feng's genuine concern, Qin Ya's heart warmed again. Glancing at the substantial stone on the ground, she looked at him gratefully. Thank you, Lin Feng, for bringing such a heavy stone over. You've worked hard. Not all, Teacher Qin. Until help arrives, as your student, it is my duty to protect you. Lin Feng scratched his head, his expression earnest and cheerful, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qin Ya. Teacher Qin is so beautiful. If I could spend this time joyfully with her, it would be truly magnificent. It would hold far more significance than a ticketed round-the-world cruise. You've grown up. Qin Ya smiled with satisfaction. If she recalled correctly, Lin Feng was only 18 this year, yet he exhibited such maturity and responsibility, surpassing many individuals in their 30s, providing her with a sense of security. The youthful age, juxtaposed with her mature heart, stirred inexplicable emotions within her. This feeling was both surprising and somewhat embarrassing. Lin Feng was still just a child. It felt utterly absurd for her to harbor such thoughts. Teacher Qin, please rest alone for a moment. I will gather some materials to start fire. Observing Qin Ya's graceful motion as she pressed her hand against her dress and slowly sat down, accentuating the alluring contours of her form, Lin Feng felt a rush of heat surge through him and hastily fled from her presence. He was but an inexperienced young man, unable to withstand such temptation. Wait, Lin. Qin Ya hurriedly turned around, but before she could utter a word, Lin Yuan's figure had already vanished into thin air. Suddenly, The pitch-black surroundings were left with only Chinya. Her complexion paled visibly, as if drained of color. Fearful, she wrapped her arms around herself, gazing at the shadows encircling her, sensing countless unknown terrors advancing upon her, the darkness threatening to engulf her like a relentless tide. No, don't leave me. I am scared. Soon, Chinya could no longer bear the oppressive atmosphere of fear. She helplessly sank to the ground, her slender form crumpled. Her beautiful face bore an expression on the verge of tears, resembling a pitiful little girl, evoking deep sympathy. Time passed, though it felt interminable. Lin Feng returned to the shelter, humming a tune, his arms laden with a hefty bundle of branches. With a thud, he cast his haul onto the ground. Lin Feng lifted his head, scratching his head in confusion. Where's Teacher Qin gone? Oh no, she hasn't encountered any danger, has she? His face turned pale with worry as he contemplated rushing out to search for Chinya, but was suddenly alerted by a sound from within the shelter. Teacher Qin, is that you? Lin Feng called out, cautiously moving his steps, though his view was obscured by the branches. At that moment, a figure dashed out from the darkness in a state of panic. A fragrant breeze enveloped him. Teacher Qin, why does your face look so pale? Don't be afraid. Lin Feng, taken aback, embraced Chinya, feeling the softness of her form against him. The sensation was infinitely more delightful than the hurried rescue from earlier. Yet, he had no time to revel in his unexpected fortune. He promptly focused on comforting the terrified beauty in his arms. It's all right, I'm back. I'm sorry for leaving you alone. Lin Feng's voice brimmed with guilt and concern, sensing that Chinya continued to tremble, clearly shaken by some unseen peril. His heart was heavy with remorse. He had promised to protect Teacher Qin, yet within such a brief moment, he had allowed her to face danger alone. Gradually, as she felt Lin Feng's solid chest, Chinya began to recover from her fear. Once her breathing steadied, she shook her head, her tone soft and self-reproaching. It's not your fault. I was afraid of the dark and didn't tell you. I see now. I thought you had encountered some danger. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself. Lin Feng sighed deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, yet his mind soon wandered again. Seizing the moment while Chinya remained in his embrace, he boldly caressed her delicate waist, feeling the smoothness of her skin even through her dress, stirring a delightful sensation in his heart. The remarkable curves and the subtle warmth of her skin left Lin Feng entranced. Is that truly how you feel? Chinya lifted her gaze to Lin Feng. It astonished her that such a young boy could utter words laden with such gravity and responsibility, causing her recently settled heart to tremble ever so slightly. Over the years, only Lin Feng had been able to bestow upon her an indescribable sense of security. Initially, she believed his previous remarks were mere pleasantries. Yet upon hearing the guilt and self-reproach in his tone, she felt a profound stir within the softest recesses of her heart, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Of course, a man's word is his bond. I do not speak lightly. I am wholeheartedly committed to protecting you, Teacher Qin, regardless of the peril, even at the cost of my life. Enough. The more you say, the more absurd it becomes. Observing Lin Feng thump his chest with fervor and enthusiasm, Chinya could not help but lightly punch his chest, interrupting his fervent speech, and she stifled a laugh. The earlier fear had dissipated, her thoughts entirely captivated by this young boy before her. Hee, Teacher Qin, please don't mock me. I'm not a child anymore. What I say is the truth. Lin Feng's cheeks flushed as he realized that it might be a tad excessive for one so young to express such sentiments in front of Chinya. However, witnessing her radiant smile, he felt reassured that she did not regard him with condescension. Rather, their bond seemed to grow even closer. Such a little rascal. Chapter 4. The Art of Friction. Chinya cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Feng, her heart secretly inclined to believe his words were sincere. However, she was aware that excessive discourse could tarnish their relationship, which had already transcended the bounds of a mere teacher-student connection. With a mature mindset, Chinya understood the importance of boundaries and decisively interrupted Lin Feng, even as her heart raced with trepidation. Deep down, she yearned to hear more of Lin Feng's charming attempts to soothe her. After all, no one had ever expressed such sentiments to her over the years. This thought startled Chinya, prompting her to instinctively suppress the burgeoning emotion. Chinya, even in your loneliness, you must not harbor feelings for an 18-year-old. Teacher Chin, you look truly captivating right now. Nothing like the stern figure we see at school. Lin Feng blurted out, utterly enchanted by her playful demeanor. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he had never witnessed such a charming side of Chinya, who had always presented herself as a serious and austere individual. This revelation completely overturned the image she had maintained in Lin Feng's mind. Yet he found himself more drawn to her than ever. The delicate fragrance wafting from her seemed to caress him like countless soft hands, evoking an overwhelming sense of pleasure. Before Lin Feng could indulge in this delightful moment further, he was unexpectedly shoved away by her small hands. "All right, I'm fine now," Chinya exclaimed, as if startled by something, hastily pushing Lin Feng away from her embrace. Her cheeks flushed, and her gaze darted about, avoiding a look at Lin Feng's lower half. Realizing the implications of the moment, Lin Feng's face turned crimson as he bent slightly, his expression a mix of embarrassment and confusion. "I'm sorry, Teacher Chin. It was unintentional. It was merely a reflex. I meant to convey that I had no improper thoughts." As he stumbled over his words, he caught the sound of Chinya's soft laughter. "All right, I'm not angry. I'm not a child anymore." Lin Feng's expression darkened, feeling belittled by her remark. Ultimately, he managed a sheepish smile, relieved that she bore no ill will. This was certainly the best outcome, considering the awkwardness of the situation. "However, remember that you jest with a teacher's image," she warned, a playful glint in her eye as she narrowed her gaze, adopting a semblance of authority. In truth, she rarely resorted to such posturing to assert her dominance. Her seriousness had always emanated from within, capable of intimidating students with just a slight frown. Yet, Lin Feng had managed to evoke an unprecedented shift in her demeanor. Seeing Chinya in this light, Lin Feng felt a pang of regret. Women are often concerned with their image, and all he could do was smile apologetically. "Once I start a fire, I'll bring you coconut water as an apology." "You found coconuts? How did you manage to reach them from such a tall tree?" Chinya inquired, following Lin Feng's pointing finger to discern a large black silhouette on the ground, her mouth agape in astonishment. Today, she also noticed the coconuts hanging high on the towering coconut tree, yet the formidable height of the tree rendered it an insurmountable challenge to reach them without modern tools. To her astonishment, Lin Yuan had somehow procured a coconut. "Did you find it? That's splendid." Chinya beamed at Lin Feng, casting him a look of admiration. Such a large coconut would suffice for their sustenance for an entire day. "What are you talking about? I didn't just find it. I climbed the tree to pluck it." Lin Feng huffed, somewhat displeased by Chinya's underestimation of him. At 18, one is particularly sensitive to matters of pride. "Is that true? That coconut tree must be at least 15 meters tall and so wide. How could anyone possibly climb it?" Chinya exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gestured the tree's girth, her disbelief palpable. Yet, Lin Feng had never struck her as a braggart, leaving her in a state of ambivalence. The impact of the coconut tree was truly overwhelming. "It must be true. Why would I fabricate such a poor lie to amuse Teacher Chin?" Lin Feng thumped his chest, his expression one of earnestness. Chinya was blissfully unaware of just how formidable he had become. If one day she were to witness his prowess, it would surely provoke a remarkable reaction. A smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips as he looked forward to the days ahead. Envisioning the astonishment on Chinya's face when he showcased his abilities, an enticing thought indeed. All right, I believe you're the best." Indyachakil, playfully rolling her eyes at Lin Feng, wondering how he could be so keen to win her favor. Lin Feng's words were always refreshingly original. How had she never noticed this before? Lin Yuan remained silent. Chinya was not entirely convinced, yet he was in no rush to prove himself. He then settled down to prepare a fire, employing the most primitive method of friction. Selecting a straight wooden stick, he secured it firmly against a sturdy tree root, then found a small depression in the root to facilitate the drilling process. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng pressed down with all his might on the stick. Though he had never attempted this before, he now possessed unwavering confidence in his strength. Chinya, too, fell silent, elegantly perched on a rock with her legs crossed, resting her chin on her hand as she observed intently. Starting a fire was a momentous task. If successful, it would greatly impact their future endeavors. Fire symbolizes civilization and the continuity of life. It could also serve as a signal for help. With a hum, Lin Feng exerted force, and the stick began to emit a rapid friction sound against the root. How astonishingly swift! Qin Ye's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, awestruck by Lin Yuan's strength. The demonstrations of fire starting on television using professional tools lacked the efficiency Lin Yuan exhibited, leaving her to wonder if this was truly the speed achievable by human effort. Sensing the shift in Qin Ye's demeanor, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a stoic silence, his expression earnest, hands steady as a rock, exerting consistent downward pressure upon the wooden stick. Soon, a faint scent of wafted from the friction between the stick and the tree roots. Come on, Lin Feng. Just a little faster, it's almost here. With success tantalizingly close, Qin Ye could no longer restrain her excitement. She rose from the stone, her cheeks flushed, and clenched her delicate fists in encouragement for Lin Feng. Emboldened by her support, Lin Feng ceased to hold back, and his arms moved with renewed vigor. In the pitch-black night, sparks erupted from beneath the wooden stick, captivating in their brilliance. Wonderful! Qin Ye exclaimed in exhilaration. Lin Feng acted swiftly, discarding the stick and hurriedly retrieving the prepared flammable fluff from the ground, gingerly pouring the spark-laden with shavings atop it, encasing them with care. With focused intent, Lin Feng blew gently upon the shavings, observing the transformation of the sparks. As they grew brighter, they gradually ignited the surrounding fluff. A delicate flame flickered to life in the palm of Lin Feng's hand, illuminating his youthful visage. After nurturing the flame tenderly for a moment, it swiftly burgeoned into a robust blaze. Recognizing the opportune moment, Lin Feng placed it into the pre-dug hollow in the ground, leaning down to cover it with branches. A roaring inferno surged forth, devouring the branches in the pit with a crackling symphony. The warm orange glow dispelled the surrounding darkness, ushering away the chill of the night. Witnessing the spectacle, Qin Ye's expression softened entirely. As she observed Lin Feng, still diligently attending to the fire, a genuine smile blossomed upon her lips, radiating maturity and charm in the firelight. Drawing nearer to the flames, she squatted down, extending her delicate fingers to warm herself. The fire's heat transforming into a comforting sense of safety that quietly spread within her heart. Teacher Qin, wait a moment. I'll get you some coconut water right away. Chapter 5. An unexpected delight as the campfire stabilized into a robust blaze. Lin Feng beamed, revealing a set of pearly whites, before turning to lift the large coconut from the ground. Is this hard shell something we can actually break? Qin Ye inquired curiously, bending slightly to reveal her graceful figure. With the convenience brought by the flames, she could now discern its clear contours. The outer layer of the green coconut shell appeared remarkably resilient. Her delicate hands grazed its surface, and without any sharp tools, Qin Ye felt a twinge of apprehension that they might not be able to crack open the thick shell, causing her brows to furrow in concern. Lin Feng, however, chose to remain silent, intent on surprising Qin Ye. He circled the fire with the coconut in his arms, his eyes scanning the ground. Soon, he locked onto a sharp-edged rock and grinned. Teacher, step back a bit. I assure you, I will have you sipping coconut water tonight, he declared as he picked up the rock, casting a reassuring glance at Qin Ye. Qin Ye's expression softened, and the reflection of Lin Feng in her eyes made him appear a touch more imposing. Unable to suppress her concern, she cautioned, just be careful. Lin Feng took a deep breath and then forcefully smashed the rock against the coconut shell. Bang! A resounding crack echoed, accompanied by a dull thud. The green exterior of the coconut began to darken and ooze, revealing a dent in the hard shell beneath. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated breaking through so easily. His strength was indeed considerable. Excitedly, he stepped closer, finding a grip and pulling with determination. With a rip, the coconut's green skin tore apart, exposing the fractured shell within. He struck it twice more with his fist. With a crisp pop, a fist-sized opening emerged, releasing a sweet and fragrant coconut aroma into the air. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the scent. After a day of hunger, he was in dire need of energy. Roughly, he lifted the coconut, tilting his head back to drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The refreshing, sweet coconut water flowed into his mouth, splashing onto his clothes. Chinya watched in astonishment, then couldn't help but chuckle. This was indeed the behavior befitting a boy of Lin Feng's age. Slow down. You'll get your clothes wet and waste food. Delicious. Burp. Oh, I apologize, Teacher Chin. You were right. I was just too thirsty and couldn't hold back. After a while, as he savored the drink, Lin Feng became aware of Chin Ya's amused yet reproachful gaze. He immediately donned a sheepish expression, lifting the coconut to indicate the sloshing liquid inside. Noticing that Chin Ya still seemed puzzled, he scratched his head. Teacher Chin, given our modest conditions, why don't you crouch down and I'll pour some for you? This coconut is too heavy for you to lift. Ah, all right, Fine. Chin Ya's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly comprehended, nodding shyly as her delicate fingers unconsciously fidgeted with her skirt. Lin Feng was also considering her feelings. His heart raced with excitement, as he never expected Chin Ya to agree to his request. Teacher Chin, please sit here. Let me feed you. Tilt your head back, yes, a bit higher, and then, Teacher Chin, open your mouth. To make it easier for Chin Ya, Lin Feng had her return to the stone, and the process of guiding her left him inexplicably nervous, causing him to stutter slightly. As for Chin Ya, aside from her somewhat shy movements, she was quite cooperative, elegantly arching her long, fair neck. However, the faint blush on her cheeks betrayed her inner thoughts. The act of tilting her head back and opening her mouth in front of Lin Feng presented a significant psychological hurdle for her, given her relatively conservative views on propriety. Yet she reassured herself. Lin Feng was her student, just newly of age, so she should not overthink it. Slowly, Vinya parted her delicate lips, her soft, pink tongue trembling with nervousness. From his elevated position, Lin Feng gazed at this alluring scene, a rush of intense, nameless desire igniting within him, leaving him parched. However, the ambiguous look in Chin Ya's eyes quickly brought him back to his senses, urging him to suppress his impure thoughts. Just because Teacher Chin outwardly accepted the situation did not mean she was oblivious to its implications. He reminded himself to maintain decorum, lest he leave a poor impression on her. Teacher Chin, I'm starting to pour now. Be careful not to choke, he said calmly. Opened her mouth and made a soft sound, eagerly awaiting the sweet coconut water. With a steady hand, Lin Feng began to tilt the large coconut towards her mouth. Chin Ya followed his rhythm, opening and closing her lips to receive the coconut water. Soon, her eyes widened in astonishment. This sweet coconut water was the best she had ever tasted. The unique chill and sweetness seemed to penetrate her very soul. If this coconut were to be sold on the market, it would undoubtedly eclipse all other products. Eventually, Chin Ya began to relax her usual composure, narrowing her eyes slightly in a look of enjoyment. A trickle of coconut water mixed with saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth, cascading down her chin and along her delicate, fair neck, almost spilling into her pristine cleavage. The tantalizing scene was utterly captivating, and Lin Feng felt a rush of exhilaration. When would he ever have the chance to see his goddess teacher in such a state? It was no wonder Chin Ya was disregarding her image. Since regaining consciousness, she had not had a single drop of water. Before encountering Lin Feng, she had been living in constant fear. The refreshing coconut water was undoubtedly the best solace for her, allowing her to cast aside all external concerns, a true homage to her survival. Well, Teacher Chin, how does it taste? Lin Feng anticipated her reaction and felt that her demeanor was even a bit reserved. It was no exaggeration. The flavor of the coconuts from this island was nothing short of scream-worthy. Otherwise, he would not have behaved so rudely before Chin Ya, disregarding his image. Chin Ya instinctively nodded in agreement, but the next moment, she was suddenly choked by the coconut milk, coughing uncontrollably. The coconut milk continued to pour, splattering onto her chest, leaving a large area soaked, the damp black collar clinging tightly to her ample bosom, accentuating the beautiful, rounded curves. Cough, cough, cough. Teacher Chin, are you all right? My apologies. I should not have spoken to you at this moment. Lin Feng without a moment's hesitation, hastily cast aside the coconut and rushed to Qinya's side to pat her back. Regret washed over him as he panicked, worrying about how to apologize to her later. However, suddenly, Lin Feng froze. His eyes widened as if he had encountered a rare treasure. In the next instant, he found it impossible to control his breath, gasping heavily. She was breathtakingly beautiful. In Lin Feng's view, the damp black collar of Qinya revealed large swathes of pure, white skin, seemingly on the verge of being exposed, yet bound tightly by delicate lace. The deep, alluring valley in between seemed to possess a magical allure, drawing all his attention. At such a youthful age, Lin Feng had never witnessed such a scene. In an instant, all his thoughts were captivated by the intoxicating spectacle before him, leaving him utterly entranced, oblivious to the fact that Qinya was blushing furiously at his gaze. She was incensed not only by his lack of assistance, but also by his apparent attempt to take advantage of her. Furious, Qinya's brows furrowed, and in a fit of anger, her delicate hand swiftly seized Lin Feng's ear, twisting it with palpable irritation. Chapter 6. Crafting the spoon. Ouch. Teacher Qin, I was wrong. Please be gentler. Lin Feng groaned, bending over in a plea for mercy. At that moment, Qinya, despite her irritation, felt a significant portion of her resentment dissipate upon seeing Lin Feng's contrite demeanor. However, she resolved not to let him off easily this time. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly repeat his transgressions, endangering her authority and disregarding societal ethics. As Lin Feng's instructor, she could not allow him to harbor such thoughts towards her. Today, she must correct his misjudgment and guide him back on the righteous path. It was her inescapable duty. Do you dare to sneak a glance again? I am her teacher, and you are my student. Do you understand that if the situation were to spread, you would face societal condemnation and carry a lifelong stain on your reputation? If you dare to peek at your teacher again, I shall inform your guardians. Qinya's gaze was fierce, her expression radiating an unassailable authority. With one hand firmly guarding her ample bosom, which swelled and heaved with her agitation, she awaited Lin Feng's acknowledgement of his fault. Lin Feng, terrified, transformed into a model student the moment Qin yet exhibited her authoritative demeanor. The innate fear of authority ingrained in him compelled him to submit, and he hastily offered a feeble apology. Teacher Qin, I understand my mistake and promise it will not happen again. Though he uttered these words, his mind couldn't help but drift back to the alluring scene he had just witnessed. That visual feast was unforgettable, and even a monk would be tempted to return to the mundane world. The impact on a vigorous young man like him was indeed profound. Yet, Qinya's words rang true. Their relationship was undoubtedly unacceptable by societal standards. If he could not secure her forgiveness, returning to society would mean becoming a target of universal scorn. Lin Feng felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed over him, draining him of all enthusiasm. Very well, teacher will forgive you this time. At last, Qinya released her grip on Lin Feng, observing his despondent expression. Her eyes softened. Perhaps she had been too harsh. Her demeanor eased slightly as she earnestly advised, I hope you genuinely repent and do not merely put on a fade before me. Yes, yes. I assure you, I will harbor no improper thoughts towards you, teacher. Lin Feng nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like garlic being pounded. Teacher Qin remained the stern figure he had always known. As he regained his composure, his thoughts began to wander again. At 18, he was technically an adult. Even if he had feelings for his teacher, the consequences seemingly were not as dire as Qin had claimed. Stealing glances at Qin Ya's exquisite features, Lin Feng swallowed hard, captivated by the goddess who haunted his dreams. In the context of modern society, if he were able to win the affections of a woman as beautiful and accomplished as Qinya, he would be regarded, if not as a hero, at least as a role model in the eyes of other men. However, Lin Feng dared not voice these thoughts, nor could he allow even the slightest hint of them to reflect on his face. Otherwise, he would surely find himself at the mercy of Qinya's reprimands. In light of her current status, he felt compelled to exercise restraint. Very well, let this matter be laid to rest. Observing the earnest apology of the youthful boy before her, Qinya let out a soft sigh, deciding to sever the matter and wishing for no further complications. Ultimately, this incident was merely an accident, and upon reflection, she increasingly believed that her earlier anger had been somewhat excessive. After all, Lin Feng was still quite young. What malice could he possibly harbor? Yet, he was not so young anymore, having just turned 18. Legally, aside from marriage, any interaction he wished to pursue with the opposite sex was entirely lawful. Recalling the way Lin Feng had looked at her moments ago, Qinya felt her cheeks flush slightly. Just as both were lost in their respective thoughts, a strange noise faintly echoed in the air, causing Lin Feng's expression to shift dramatically as he exclaimed in alarm. Oh no! Turning to the direction he remembered, he was not surprised by what he saw. The coconut he had carelessly discarded lay open, its mouth facing downward, pouring out coconut water, creating a small puddle on the ground around it. Lin Feng rushed over to retrieve the coconut, hoping to salvage the situation. How could he have accidentally wasted so much water? Qinya, noticing the situation, quickly rose from her perch on the stone, her expression filled with concern as she watched intently. The significance of the coconut for the two stranded individuals was unmistakable. Yet now, with the coconut opened and so little consumed, they were faced with the loss of so much. She felt a deep sense of regret. Unfortunately, misfortune does not come alone. Although Lin Feng had been quick to pick up the coconut, the weight in his hand revealed the disappointing truth. The coconut water had already run dry. Shaking it gently, he could indeed hear no response from within. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a wry smile as he turned to Qinya. Teacher Qin, the water is gone. It's all my fault. The stern expression that had once graced Qinya's face had vanished, replaced by a look of shame and self-reproach as she lowered her head, believing the blame rested primarily on her shoulders. Her delicate fingers fidgeted nervously, evoking a sense of empathy that made one wish to console her. Teacher Qin, please don't be like this. It's all right. The coconut water may be gone, but we can still enjoy the flesh. Rest assured, I will gather plenty tomorrow, and you will have as much as you desire whenever you wish, Lin Feng said, feeling flustered and eager to comfort her, regretting that he had caused such distress to a woman as beautiful as Qinya. With a sudden motion, he split the coconut in half, revealing the enticing, tender flesh within. Without dwelling on the details, he offered one half to Qinya. Here, Teacher Qin, have some coconut. Trust me, it's fine. If you keep blaming yourself, it could harm your skin. If your face ages too quickly, no matter how beautiful it won't look good, and that would be quite distressing. As he handed over the coconut, he noticed Qinya's indifferent demeanor, prompting him to adopt the comforting phrases he had seen on television in an attempt to uplift her spirits. Finally, Qinya responded, casting a playful yet reproachful glance at Lin Feng. Who said I'm old? Ageless, truly ageless. Teacher Qin, you appear as youthful as the 18-year-old girls in our class, and your beauty remains captivating, even with the passage of time, enchanting many. I share the same sentiment. Haha. Lin Feng quickly chimed in, but was suddenly struck by a chilling gaze directed at him. Unbeknownst to him, Qinya had narrowed her eyes, coldly scrutinizing him, her expression laced with danger. You've begun to lose control over your mischievous thoughts again. Lin Feng recoiled, cold sweat trickling down, his ears throbbing with a faint ache. As he braced himself for impending reprimand, he was taken aback when Qinya surprisingly chose not to express anger. Instead, she calmly extended her hand to receive the coconut before returning to her seat on the stone. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, glaring at Lin Feng. You must not entertain such thoughts any longer. Is that it? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, fearing he was trapped in an illusion. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny on Qinya's mature and enchanting visage, he confirmed the reality, an overwhelming joy swelling within him, though he dared not show it. It seemed that Qinya's attitude was not as immutable as he once believed. The bonfire blazed brightly. Qinya, cradling the coconut, sat on the stone, her eyes occasionally revealing a hint of bewilderment as she stared into the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Feng squatted on the ground, absorbed in his task, the sounds of his efforts consistently drawing Qinya's attention, provoking her curiosity to glance over occasionally. At last, the moment arrived. Lin Feng triumphantly stood up, exhaling deeply and wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Engaging in such meticulous work proved more exhausting than opening 100 coconuts. "What are you up to?" Chinya inquired, observing Lin Feng, whose face radiated with a childlike glee as he approached her. "Heh, Teacher Chin, I crafted a spoon for you to enjoy the coconut flesh without sullying your hands." Lin Feng proudly presented the spoon he had meticulously fashioned from coconut shell, as if offering a treasure. "This is what you've been working on all this time." "Indeed, I shaped it from coconut shell, ruining a few in the process, but finally succeeded with the last piece. This spoon will make things much more convenient." In her bright eyes, Lin Feng's smiling face was vividly reflected, and Chinya found herself momentarily entranced. Lin Feng, feeling bashful under the intensity of her gaze, fidgeted with the spoon, his youthful awkwardness evident, as the beauty's attention rendered him speechless. "Teacher Chin, please take it. Simply consuming coconut will not replenish much of your energy. After we finish eating, we should rest early to be in better shape for tomorrow." "Thank you, Lin Feng." "Haha, you're welcome." With a complex expression, Chinya accepted the spoon, her gaze lingering on Lin Feng as he hurried off to the bonfire to add more wood, stirring something soft within her heart once again. For a long moment, Lin Feng's silhouette remained etched in the depths of Chinya's bright, beautiful eyes. Eventually, she realized she had been lost in thought for too long and quickly lowered her gaze. After all, Lin Feng was still just a student. One must not allow such matters to cloud one's judgment. In perilous circumstances, individuals are prone to irrational thoughts, and it is imperative not to take them to heart. Otherwise, it would not only affect Lin Feng, but also his family. In a contemporary and secure environment, no one has ever stirred a ripple in Qin Yaxin's heart. Yet, in this exceptional situation, she finds herself besieged by unwarranted thoughts, her heart a tumultuous sea. Chapter 7. The Unseemly Man. Chinya's assault. Chinya, savoring the succulent, tender flesh of the fruit with the spoon crafted by Lin Feng, lowered her head and indulged in bite after bite. "Teacher Chin, this space is quite cramped and the outside is unsafe. You should rest inside while I sleep outside. Otherwise, I cannot assure your safety." The low-hanging branches intertwined to form a natural canopy. Both were weary and intended a rest. Lin Feng, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, scratched his head and glanced at Chinya, whose expression seemed somewhat uneasy. It was evident that, for their safety, they would have to share this meager shelter that could only accommodate one person. Lin Feng did not mind. In fact, he looked forward to embracing the enchanting Chinya as they drifted into slumber together, provided that she could overcome the mental barrier within her. However, after observing Chinya's prolonged indecision, Lin Feng began to feel concerned. His gaze inadvertently wandered to her curvaceous figure beneath her dress, and he swallowed hard. Unable to restrain the fantasies her allure ignited within him, he repeatedly reassured himself that such reactions were entirely natural and warranted no shame. With a slight clenching of her delicate fist, Chinya maintained a composed facade, uttering no further words as she bent down and entered the shelter. Lying on the ground with her back turned to Lin Feng, the black dress clung to her exquisite form, accentuating an irresistibly seductive silhouette. Lin Feng, standing behind, was almost rendered speechless by the sight. Teacher Chin's figure was simply mesmerizing. Who could possibly resist such allure? Yet, despite the overwhelming temptation, he steeled himself. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the stirring embers of desire and cautiously lay down beside her. The shelter barely accommodated two, and during this process, Lin Feng's heart raced, fearing that any misstep might inadvertently breach the sanctity of Chinya's personal space. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping Lin Feng's senses and igniting his imagination. He glanced down at himself, a wry smile forming on his lips. How could he possibly sleep under such circumstances? On the opposite side, Chinya was equally unsettled. Though her eyes were tightly shut, she remained acutely aware of the movements behind her. Even with Lin Feng's careful demeanor, the sensitivity of her back reacted with tingling sensations, a blush creeping from her neck to her earlobes. The proximity to a man was an unprecedented experience, stirring feelings of nervousness and shyness within her. "Let us try to sleep," she finally spoke, her voice infused with a blend of maturity and authority that quelled the tumult in Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng replied with a muffled tone. Although he yearned to turn towards Qinya, her words snapped him back to reason. He hunched his body, turned away, and closed his eyes. Upon sensing the tranquility that enveloped her once Lin Feng had settled down, Qinya slowly opened her eyes, then gently closed them again. A contented smile gracing her lips as she surrendered to sleep. As the dawn broke, the first gentle rays of sunlight bathed the vast expanse of the sea, reflecting a resplendent golden shimmer. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, rising from the sandy ground. Contrary to the rejuvenation one might expect after a night's rest, his eyes were bloodshot and weary. With a wry smile, he stood up, acutely aware of the constraints that had beset him. Glancing down, his smile faded into one of resignation, realizing that he had not enjoyed a moment of peace throughout the night. Adjusting himself, he finally felt a slight alleviation of the discomfort. Hastening out of the shelter, Lin Feng gathered a few branches from the ground and placed them atop the flickering flames in the fire pit, ensuring that the fire would not extinguish. The reason the fire had persisted through the night was due to Lin Feng's relentless efforts to stoke it while he lay awake. A rumble echoed from his stomach, signaling his hunger. Squatting beside the campfire, he glanced at the graceful silhouette of his companion in the shelter, swallowing hard at the sight. Seizing the opportunity before Teacher Qin awakened, he resolved to procure a coconut. With determination, he brushed the dust from his hands and turned to depart. Just as he left, Qinya opened her eyes in the shelter, her once enchanting gaze now clouded with fatigue and bloodshot veins, even more pronounced than Lin Feng's, evoking a sense of sympathy. The tranquility of the previous night had proven fleeting. In the latter half of the night, neither had found repose. Lin Feng had periodically risen to add fuel to the fire, while Qinya maintained a pretense of sleep throughout. Despite the layers of clothing and the barrier of air between them, the boy's restless warmth had enveloped her like a furnace for the entire night. With a soft sigh, Qinya turned to sit up, surveying her exquisite figure draped in a dark dress and the elegant, shapely legs emerging from beneath. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she shook her head, acutely aware that Lin Feng was not to blame. The fault lay solely with her. Once, she had taken pride in her beauty and allure, but now it had become a source of torment, inadvertently ensnaring Lin Feng in her troubles. Suddenly, she pressed her legs together, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she peered outside, noting Lin Feng's absence. Biting her lip, she rose and exited the shelter, choosing a thick patch of grass to wander into. After a short while, she glanced back to see the shelter completely obscured by the surrounding foliage. With a sigh of relief, she looked around, her cheeks flushed, and found a secluded spot in the grass to conceal herself. Soon, the sound of water trickling emerged from the thicket, continuing for a considerable time. Just then, by chance, a disheveled, gaunt-faced man emerged from a dense thicket a few meters away, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, after wandering all night, I finally made it out of this accursed forest. Once I find help, I must uncover how I ended up hanging from a tree, nearly meeting my demise. And I will definitely hold that unreliable travel company accountable for all my losses." Alas, the night was shrouded in darkness, and I found myself at a loss for sustenance. I pondered whether I might discover something to replenish my energy along the shoreline. Hunger gnawed at my very being. Rustling sounds emerged from the underbrush, prompting me to halt abruptly, my senses heightened. Just the previous night, I had witnessed wild boars prowling through the woods. A confrontation with one of those beasts could spell doom for me. To my astonishment, from the thicket emerged a stunningly alluring woman, her exquisite form and vibrant visage rendering me momentarily speechless. You, don't come any closer." Initially at ease, Qinya suddenly felt a flicker of recognition out of the corner of her eye. Upon glancing up, she was startled to find stranger, his ravenous gaze fixated upon her, instilling a profound sense of dread. Who could have anticipated such an unexpected encounter? Pale with fear, Qinya clutched herself tightly, instinctively retreating. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this display only served to entice the man further. The contours of her figure, accentuated by her embrace, ignited a primal desire within him. eclipsing any thoughts of foraging for food. He licked his parched lips, his mind consumed by a voracious longing, dismissing any notion of seeking nourishment. A disingenuous grin stretched across his gaunt face. "My dear, do not be afraid. You must be lost here alone, much like myself. This island harbors ferocious wild boars. As a delicate lady, you must be terrified. Why not come closer? Allow me to care for you, and together we can wait for rescue on this deserted isle. Even if help never arrives, we could find joy in our existence here. Please have some dignity. If you dare to overstep your bounds, the authorities will not spare you." Chinya forcibly suppressed her fear, adopting a stern demeanor and delivering a chilling warning with her icy gaze. However, the man's increasingly brazen scrutiny and malevolent expression only deepened her trepidation. Could mere words truly deter this man? He laughed, a derisive sound that echoed with menace. His gaze fixated on her as if he intended to devour her. "I am a collector of debts, and a violent one at that. My connections are vast, and the law cannot touch me. How could you possibly believe the police could intervene on this island, devoid of witnesses or surveillance? Here it is merely you and I. Even should I take your life, there would be no evidence to implicate me. I advise you to surrender willingly, lest I be compelled to resort to force." With a sinister chuckle, he lunged at Chinya like a ravenous wolf, unable to contain his desire to unleash his pent-up aggression upon this exquisite beauty. "You dare!" Chinya cried out, but the man continued his advance, his malicious grin unwavering. Her pupils dilated in terror, as fear gripped her heart in that fleeting moment. Without a moment's hesitation, she abruptly turned, lifted her skirt, and recklessly dashed back the way she had come, weaving through dense thickets of underbrush. To fall into the clutches of such scum would mean a fate more dreadful than death, a living hell. In that instant, the direction of the sanctuary became her sole beacon of hope. Would she manage to escape? Chapter 8. The Beautiful Woman's Humiliation. The young man's rescue. Where has Teacher Qin gone? In the shelter, Lin Feng had just tossed 2 large coconuts onto the ground when he noticed the interior was utterly devoid of life. The once slumbering Qin yet had vanished without a trace. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He sought to reassure himself that Teacher Qin might merely have stepped out to find a restroom. Yet, on this unfamiliar island, fraught with the potential presence of wild beasts, how could Lin Feng quell his unease? After waiting less than half a minute, impatience gnawed at him, prompting him to pace anxiously in place. He dared not wander too far. If he ventured in the wrong direction, it could lead to irreparable disaster. "Lin Feng." It was Teacher Qin's voice. He jolted, his body tensing as his gaze fixed on a specific direction. He was certain he had not misheard, and he detected a hint of fear and trepidation in her tone. There was no time to ponder further. With a resounding crash, Lin Feng propelled himself forward, the force of his sprint leaving a distinct imprint in the sand beneath his feet. He darted into the thicket, his figure slicing through the foliage like an arrow, swiftly disappearing from sight. "Ha, run! You're quite nimble. When I catch you, I shall make you wish for death, and elevate you to the heavens." The man, pursuing the retreating figure of the woman, spat out the grass he had been chewing, a grotesque grin stretching across his face. Although he stumbled momentarily, the thrill of the hunt ignited a fervor within him, heightening his anticipation of the pleasure that awaited him upon capturing his prey. Following Chinya, he arrived at a clearing. The man heard the woman ahead call out a name in desperation. He scoffed. If she truly had companions, she wouldn't be alone. He gazed at Chinya's alluring silhouette, quickening his pace, his patience for this cat-and-mouse game evaporating. "No one will come to your rescue, no matter how loudly you scream. Let us revel together here." Ha ha ha! With all his might, the man closed the distance, and it was evident that Chinya could not outrun him. His eyes widened with excitement as he reached out, almost grasping the hem of her skirt. In that instant, however, he missed his mark. Chinya let out a piercing scream as she stumbled, narrowly evading his grasp. "TSK, TSK, TSK, how enticing. Vigna fidit in a panic." Head stockings, which wrapped around her exquisite legs, were riddled with tears, exposing her flawless, delicate skin, an irresistible allure that stirred primal instincts within those who beheld her. The man followed closely behind, savoring her struggles, his mouth watering, his gaze aflame with lust, nearly ready to explode with desire. In his former station, encountering a woman of Chinya's caliber would have been an unparalleled thrill. Merely touching those long, sleek legs encased in black silk would have felt like a fulfillment of his wildest dreams. Now, the vision of such beauty lay tantalizingly within reach, ripe for the taking. In the depths of his mind, the man had already envisioned a myriad of blissful lives with Chinya. Impatiently, he reached out, his hand targeting her breast, a sinister grin adorning his face. "Bring it on." "Don't." Chinya's expression twisted in pain as she pushed herself back against the ground, desperately trying to evade the man's vile grasp. As she realized there was no escape from his predatory claws, fear surged within her. She shut her eyes tightly, filled with regret at the thought of being sullied by this man, tears streaming down her cheeks. In her final moments, the image that surfaced in Chinya's mind was that of Lin Feng. Farewell. She managed a sorrowful smile, resolved to resist to the bitter end. Just then, a voice filled with unbridled rage erupted from the woods. "Teacher Qin." Lin Feng burst forth from the thicket like a tempest, his presence slicing through the underbrush as he emerged onto the open ground. Upon seeing Chinya in distress, crumpled on the ground, he felt a profound violation of something sacred within him. Uncontrollable fury surged forth, eclipsing his reason. His eyes, nearly crimson, locked onto the despicable figure before Chinya. "Scoundrel, you shall pay." At their first glance, the man was momentarily startled by Lin Feng's frenzied demeanor. Yet in the next moment, he dismissed his fear, spitting derisively. "What a joke. Just a mere boy thinking he can play the hero. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." "Lin Feng, run. Don't get hurt because of me." Chinya gasped in surprise, her eyes wide with alarm as she called out to him. "I won't flee, Teacher Qin. Do you remember what I promised you last night? I will protect you, even if it costs me my life," Lin Feng declared resolutely, shaking his head as he fixed his gaze on the man, his fists clenched tightly. Though he had never fought before, he felt no fear in the face of this adversary, driven by the need to protect those he cherished. "Lin Feng, don't be foolish. It's not worth it for me." Chinya's voice trembled, her eyes glistening with tears. In that moment, Lin Feng's image was etched into her heart, a precious memory. She realized it had been a grave mistake to regard him as just a child. The responsibility and bravery he displayed surpassed that of many adults. Yet, all she wished for at that moment was Lin Feng's safety, to keep him from being dragged down with her. It's too late. He has seen my true nature. I will never let him escape." The man sneered, twisting his neck as he advanced toward Lin Feng step by step, his gaze as cold as that of a predator regarding its prey. "Lin Feng, I'll hold him off. You must run. The farther away, the better." Chinya's complexion changed drastically as she gazed at the man's retreating figure. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, tightly clutching the man's calf, rendering him momentarily immobile. "Teacher Qin." Lin Feng swiftly extended his hand, attempting to dissuade Chinya from her perilous course of action. However, the next moment a sharp slap echoed. "Damn it. You vile woman. How dare you ruin my plans? I'll make you pay. Get away. Are you seeking death? Release me at once." The crisp sound of the slap struck Lin Feng's heart like a heavy blow, leaving him frozen in place, his beloved teacher being humiliated before his eyes. He was speechless, as if a volcano were about to erupt within his chest. The man, seething with rage, repeatedly tried to shake Chinya off, yet she clung to him with unwavering determination, having resolved to sacrifice herself for Lin Feng's safety. Despite his relentless pushing and cursing, she bit down hard and refused to let go. Eventually, the man's patience wore thin, his expression hardened, and without a shred of mercy, he lifted his right foot, aiming a brutal stomp at Chinya's face. He showed no signs of restraint. Should he land the blow, the consequences could be dire: disfigurement, blindness, or even fractures. Even Chinya, who had resigned herself to her fate, instinctively shut her eyes, her eyelashes trembling in fear, as the man's foot descended ominously towards her delicate face. A roar erupted. "You seek death." This furious shout was laden not only with rage, but also with a profound intent to kill, akin to a beast unleashed. The man felt a chill run down his spine and turned his head in terror. But before he could comprehend the situation, a fierce gust of wind swept by. It was too late for him to react. With a resounding thud, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bones cracking, the man let out a piercing scream, his form soaring through the air in a tragic arc-lin. Lin Feng Yu. Qinyu was utterly stunned. Standing before her was Lin Feng, resembling a war god, having decisively repelled the enemy with an overwhelming kick. "Teacher, I'm sorry for the trouble you endured," Lin Feng said. His eyes reddened as he knelt before Qinyu. He regretted his earlier hesitation and inaction, which had led to her suffering. "Do not blame yourself. You saved your teacher." "You are my hero," she replied, her eyes glistening with tears as she shook her head repeatedly. Lin Feng, inexperienced and with only academic knowledge to draw upon, had understandably hesitated in the face of such a malevolent adversary. However, his resolute action in the face of Qinyu's peril had more than compensated for his earlier uncertainty. "Thank you for saving me, Lin Feng," Qinyu said, her voice filled with emotion as she extended her arms to embrace him tightly. In that moment, the overwhelming sense of relief washed over her, rendering her speechless as her myriad feelings for Lin Feng surged forth beyond the capacity of mere words. Lin Feng's mind went blank as he found himself enveloped in Qinyu's embrace. Moreover, it was she who had initiated this intimate gesture. As they held each other closely, the delightful fragrance of her presence wafted into his senses, intoxicating him further. Particularly the pressure and softness against his chest, akin to a deep water bomb, unleashed an exquisite sensation that detonated within Lin Feng's mind. His throat parched and his scalp tingling with an extraordinary intensity. He realized that the reward for a hero rescuing a damsel in distress could be so wondrous. Seizing this opportunity, free from the admonitions of Qinyu, Lin Feng eagerly extended his arms, tightly embracing her from behind, pressing her closer to himself in pursuit of an even more delightful experience. It felt as though he were enveloping a warm, elastic cloud, and Lin Feng was momentarily enraptured, nearly soaring into the heavens. "Ah, you little rascal. I shall have my revenge." Chapter 9. Teacher Qin becomes Sister Qin. The anguished wails of torment shattered the tranquility of the moment. In the distance, a man writhed on the ground, clutching his right arm in excruciating pain, his face contorted and drenched in beads of cold sweat. His venomous gaze was fixed intently on Lin Feng. The kick Lin Feng had unleashed not only shattered his right arm, but also fractured several ribs on one side, leaving him gasping for breath, his lungs heavily impacted, accompanied by an agonizing sensation akin to his chest being torn apart. All of this suffering was the result of Lin Feng's actions. "I will kill you." Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned icy. He had nearly forgotten that this scoundrel, who had nearly sullied Teacher Qin's honor, was still alive. Rage surged once more in Lin Feng's mind, compelling him to rise unsteadily to his feet and slowly approach the man. "What do you want? Do you dare kill me? Do you realize that murder is against the law?" The man immediately faltered, despite the agony threatening to consume him. He struggled to retreat, disregarding the risk of exacerbating his injuries. The expression and tone of Lin Feng conveyed no hint of jest. He understood that young individuals often acted impulsively, driven by fervor, completely disregarding the law when their emotions surged. He had once wielded threats against others with impunity because the consequences fell upon them. Yet, should the situation reverse, and someone truly sought to take his life, he would swiftly regret it. His life was his own, and there was but one. Soon, Lin Feng stood before the man, and as he lifted his foot, the man trembled in fear, a foul odor emanating from his pants. "Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I beg you." Lin Feng paused, a wave of revulsion washing over him, mingled with profound disdain for the man. "You must remain calm," he admonished himself. "He can no longer commit crimes. What remains is for the law to judge him. Do not act impulsively and jeopardize your future." Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Qinyu felt a surge of fear. She quickly endured her pain, stood up, and grasped Lin Feng's youthful hand, shaking her head repeatedly, her tone laced with desperation. Lin Feng's anger was for her sake, and her heart swelled with gratitude. However, if Lin Feng caused the man any lasting harm, given the current technological means and the multitude of traces at the scene, he would surely not escape the watchful eyes of the police. Thus, she had to prevent Lin Feng from acting foolishly. It was imperative that he did not ruin his future. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily. Should I heed the teacheress advice? In her eyes, you are worth 1,000 times more than him. Never trade your future for his worthless life. Qinya planted a gentle kiss on Lin Feng's cheek, her own cheeks flushing with warmth. After this perilous encounter, Lin Feng had become as dear to her as family. The electrifying warmth of her lips momentarily left Lin Feng breathless. Teacher Qin had taken the initiative to kiss him. Her lips were so soft. As a wave of blankness washed over his mind, reason gradually returned, and he silently regarded the man on the ground, realizing that Qinya's words rang undeniably true. Rescue is anticipated to arrive shortly. He must not act foolishly. Lin Feng turned to Qinya, nodding earnestly as he spoke. Yes, I remember his appearance. I shall spare his life. I wish to see Teacher Qin again and do not wish to spend an eternity in prison. Indeed, my life is of little value. I promise you, when help arrives, I shall turn myself in at once. Observing Qinya's fervent persuasion altering Lin Feng's mindset, the man quickly capitulated, forcing a smile. Internally, he berated both Lin Feng and Qinya countless times. How humiliating it was for a man in his 30s to apologize to a mere child. Yet for the sake of survival, he swallowed his pride. Together with me, Qinya's heart raced, though uncertain of Lin Feng's true intentions. The mere thought brought her to a flush, rendering her unable to meet his gaze. Subconsciously, she had already accepted Lin Feng as a man worthy of pursuit and companionship. Lin Feng cast a cold glance at the man, ensuring he had imprinted the man's face in his memory before turning his attention back to Qinya. Noticing the peculiar flush on her face, his expression shifted as he spotted the swelling bruise from a slap upon her delicate cheek, causing him to feel a pang of sympathy. He gently caressed her fair skin with his palm. Teacher Qin, does your face still hurt? No, it's fine now. I believe a day of rest will reduce the swelling, Qinya replied, her cheeks reddening further, feeling as if they might ignite in flame. Yet, knowing Lin Feng was concerned for her, she resolved not to let her thoughts wander. I also have a slight sprain in my ankle. We should return? No, he must apologize to you before we leave. Lin Feng's expression turned resolute, his gaze shifting to the still moaning man. Stand up and kneel, apologize to Teacher Qin, or I will not let you go. Did you not see what you have done to me? My bones may be broken. How can I possibly apologize? The man protested vehemently, resisting fiercely as if he were being tortured to death. Qinya felt that the man had already paid a sufficient price, and that kneeling to apologize was unnecessary. Yet, upon meeting Lin Feng's determined expression, she opened her mouth slightly, but ultimately chose silence. Deep down, she felt a warmth, despite knowing this was not the right path. Very well, I shall apologize. The man shot a venomous glance at Lin Feng, steeling himself as he knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times to Qinya, each motion painful enough to nearly cause him to faint. I will carry you back, Teacher Qin. Having concluded the matter, Lin Feng turned to Qinya with utmost gentleness. No, Lin Feng. Qinya began to refuse, but before she could finish, Lin Feng had already bent down and lifted her onto his back. Teacher Qin, hold on tight. Let us depart. Qinya's delicate visage blossomed with a charming blush, as she gradually leaned against Lin Feng's shoulder, gazing at the scenery that receded at a steady pace. She then looked down at Lin Feng's serious profile, her heart surging with emotions throughout the journey. Lin Feng, too, was affected, aside from the delightful sensations caused by the rhythm of their steps. He felt an exquisite pressure on his back. The entirety of the journey, he had been intimately caressing the black stockings adorning Qinya's thigh. His palm pressed closely against her, the soft and delicate sensation vividly transmitting to his mind, driving him to an ecstatic fervor. This was his first experience with the texture of stockings, especially those belonging to the one he cherished in his heart, Teacher Qin. Before long, they returned to the sanctuary. Qinya suddenly realized why she had been running for so long without reaching their destination. It turned out she had been heading in the wrong direction all along. Teacher Qin, Please rest here while I fetch you a coconut, Lin Yuan said, his smile radiant as he carefully set Qinya down and allowed her to rest on a stone. Take a moment to relax. Look, you're sweating on your forehead. Lean a bit closer to me. Don't be so timid now. Am I going to eat you? Come, let me help you wipe off the sweat. There, all done. With a tender expression, Qinya pulled the dazed Lin Feng closer, extending her delicate hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, filled with concern. Unbeknownst to her, as she leaned down, Lin Feng's nose was on the verge of bleeding. He was dizzy, overwhelmed by the striking contrast of the fair, radiant beauty before him. This unexpected, and one could say, the indulgent benefit thrust upon him by Qinya was a visual feast, nearly revealing her complete allure. Why are you sweating again? Qinya began to question Lin Feng's condition, only to abruptly halt as she realized the cause of his abnormal state. A vivid blush immediately suffused her cheeks, leaving her both embarrassed and indignant. She had not anticipated that what Lin Feng had missed the previous night would now be inadvertently revealed by her. This time, it's truly not my fault. Teacher Qin, seeing Qinya's reaction, Lin Feng's face turned pale with fright. He was utterly innocent in this matter. Remembering Qinya's words from last night about not repeating the same mistake, he felt even more wronged, casting a timid glance at the silent Qinya. Teacher, will there be a next time? The atmosphere grew tense for a moment. Suddenly, with a delightful burst of laughter, Qinya unveiled a stunning smile, reaching out to caress Lin Feng's cheek, soothing the frightened boy. In a voice imbued with tenderness, she said, "Why are you so afraid of me? I'm not one to distinguish right from wrong too harshly. From now on, do not call me Teacher Qi anymore. What should I call you then?" Although the touch on his face was incredibly gentle, Lin Feng still felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing Qinya's words. With a slight shift in her enchanting gaze, she playfully looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "From now on, you can call me Xiao Feng, or sister, or any other title you prefer. Just don't call me Teacher Qin. It sounds too distant." "Really?" Lin Feng's face lit up with joy, surprised that his relationship with Qin yet had made such significant progress. This signified that he had been entirely accepted in her heart. Soon, however, he found himself in a quandary over what to address Qinya in the future. "Sister, that seems a bit awkward. Teacher Qin, that feels too bold. And Qin, that would surely invite criticism. Simply calling you Sister Qin, sounds quite pleasant." Soon, Lin Feng had an idea in his mind. He raised his gaze toward Qinya, who blinked her beautiful eyes, evidently anticipating how he would address her. Teacher Qin, from now on, I shall call you Sister Qinya. What do you think?" A radiant smile blossomed on Qinya's face as she nodded in satisfaction. "All right, from now on, you shall be my little Feng, and we shall be considered family." "Yes, family." Lin Feng's heart stirred slightly as he gazed upon Qinya's blooming visage, his nose tinged with a hint of emotion. He felt that the person he was destined to protect in this lifetime stood right before him. Sister Qinya, rest assured. I shall be your family from now on and will never allow you to suffer harm again. I understand you are now a grown-up, and I believe in you. Little Feng." Qinya was deeply moved, her eyes trembling with moisture as she scrutinized every subtle detail on Lin Feng's face. Since the onset of the recent danger, she had resolutely believed that every word spoken by this young man before her originated from the depths of his heart, unwavering and sincere. "Moi, Sister Qinya, you." Chapter 10. The fishing plan. Lin Feng gazed dazedly at the enchanting Qinya, his face still touched by the lingering warmth and tenderness of her kiss, rendering him momentarily spellbound. Was this truly the second time today that Sister Qinya had kissed him? Qinya, too, seemed to come back to her senses, her delicate hand instinctively covering her slightly parted lips in surprise. Then, with a playful twinkle in her eye, she pinched Lin Feng's cheek. After all, as an elder sister, there was no need for such a dramatic reaction to a simple kiss on her younger brother's cheek. "Look at you, dazed like a fool." Qinya's teasing smile made Lin Feng's face flush a deep crimson. "Sister Qinya, you have no idea. I've never even held a girl's hand." "Really?" Qinya exclaimed in astonishment, her gentle fingers stroking Lin Feng's hair as a smile graced her lips. "How surprising. I always thought you had a girlfriend in class." In her eyes as a former homeroom teacher, It was hard to believe that the vivacious and handsome Lin Feng had not captured anyone's heart during his school years. After all, even she had been captivated by this young man in such a short time. I turned them down. Otherwise, my family would have scolded me mercilessly, Lin Feng admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. Although he had sometimes regretted not having experienced a romance before graduation, he did not feel too remorseful, for his heart had always belonged to Chinya. He believed that none of the girls in class could compare to her allure. Now, with their relationship having taken such a significant leap, he felt that the absence of a romantic experience was of little consequence. What a silly boy. Don't you have someone you like? Now that you've graduated, wouldn't it be a pity? Chinya teased, playfully tapping Lin Feng's nose. Instinctively, Lin Feng looked up at her. I do, but doesn't T seem to have turned into a regret? With that, Lin Feng mustered his courage and looked directly into Chinya's eyes, his heart racing like thunder, yet a sense of trepidation made him want to retreat. Nevertheless, he held his ground. Chinya's captivating eyes flickered with a hint of fluster under Lin Feng's unwavering gaze. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment. Her gentle smile faltered slightly, her heart skipping a beat involuntarily. The unmasked affection in the boy's eyes burned like an intense flame, causing her cheeks to flush. She had intended to continue teasing him in her sisterly role, but the words caught in her throat, unable to be spoken. The person he liked was, in fact, her. This revelation stirred a tempest within Chinya's heart, mingling with an indescribable sweetness. She had thought Lin Feng merely to be a boy with a childish infatuation for beautiful women, often leading to awkward moments. She had never anticipated such a scenario. Suddenly, an untimely sound broke the intimate silence, a soft rumble that seemed to interrupt the delicate moment. Chinya's embarrassment melted into a radiant smile, more brilliant than the sunset, as she hastily covered her stomach with her hand, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and awkwardness. Sister's stomach is growling. Didn't you say you would bring me some coconuts? Subsequently, Chinya shot Lin Feng a playful glare, her tone inadvertently laced with a hint of flirtation. Observing her adorable demeanor, the flicker of disappointment in Lin Feng's heart evaporated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of adoration. He understood that Sister Chinya was merely shy. She had not declined, but had chosen to momentarily evade the matter. This was sufficient to ignite a renewed enthusiasm within him, for it signified that he still held a chance. My fault, Lin Feng exclaimed, quickly descending the steps with a guileless smile adorning his face. He then turned and picked up a large coconut from the ground, smashing it open with a stone. Thank you, Xiaofeng. Chinya expressed her gratitude, accepting the coconut with both hands. Yet, the moment was not over. Lin Feng glanced around before addressing her. Sister Chinya, please wait a moment without further explanation. He dashed toward a nearby thicket, busily attending to something. Chinya watched his retreating figure with eager anticipation, patiently waiting in place. Soon, Lin Feng returned, carrying several elongated leaves. With a smile, he explained, Sister Chinya, I've fashioned you a straw, ensuring that last night's awkwardness will not repeat itself. Upon comprehending Lin Feng's intentions, Chinya felt a subtle warmth creep into her cheeks, yet she feigned nonchalance and nodded in acknowledgement. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of melancholy stirred within her. However, when Lin Feng presented the makeshift straw into her hands, that fleeting sadness dissipated, replaced by a sweet delight. You can do this too? I didn't expect your skills to be so impressive. It seems that having you as my little brother is quite a fortunate arrangement. Chinya remarked, delicately pinching the straw he had crafted, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She then gazed at Lin Feng with a radiant smile. Hey, Sister Chinya, please don't tease me any further. Drink up. Once you're done, I'll help you pry it open to enjoy the coconut meat, Lin Feng replied, embodying the bashfulness of a young boy. Ever since Chinya had acknowledged him as her little brother, her demeanor had transformed entirely, becoming tender and playful, leaving him somewhat disarmed. Well then, I shall drink first. You should also quickly prepare a coconut for yourself to replenish your energy, Chinya said, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Lin Feng. She felt somewhat guilty for having kept him busy all morning, only to indulge herself first. It's fine. Sister Chinya, you drink first. I'm not hungry, Lin Feng reassured her, waving his hand dismissively. He swiftly opened another coconut and took a hearty gulp. In truth, he was ravenous, yet a newfound vigor within him sustained his physical condition, allowing him to feel hunger without a decline in energy. It was quite extraordinary. Witnessing this, Chinya smiled charmingly as she delicately bit down on the straw, sipping the coconut water with an elegance that rendered her breathtaking. After a while, Lin Feng had devoured the entire coconut along with its flesh, yet he still experienced a lingering emptiness in his stomach, an unshakable sensation of void. Clearly, the mere portion of a coconut could not satisfy his current appetite. Just as Lin Feng appeared to be lingering in his desires, Chinya, having discerned his state, spoke up. Xiao Feng, I still have half a coconut left. You should take it and eat. At her feet lay several pieces of coconut shell, remnants of the large coconut Lin Feng had previously helped to split open. Initially, Lin Feng instinctively glanced towards the coconut, only to be captivated by the sight of Chinya's delicate feet, elegantly encased in silky stockings. They were exquisite and smooth, inciting an inadvertent daydream in him. They were simply too beautiful, akin to a masterpiece sculpted by divine hands, evoking a twinge of envy in Lin Feng towards the creator. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry over. Ah, yes, Sister Chinya. Lin Feng was jolted from his reverie by her mildly stern voice. Raising his gaze, he met her reproachful yet enchanting eyes, causing him to feel a sudden pang of guilt. He hurriedly approached her and took the coconut, using a spoon to eat. Lin Feng's actions softened Chinya's heart anew. She extended her spoon towards him, albeit with a playful glare that served as a gentle reprimand. Thank you, Sister Chinya. Gratefully accepting the spoon from her, Lin Feng immediately dug in, savoring the coconut meat. Observing him relishing the treat with her spoon, Chinya felt a faint blush creep onto her cheeks. Yet, regarding Lin Feng's frequent missteps, she found herself increasingly exasperated. After watching him for a while, akin to a teacher monitoring a student, an unexpected thought surfaced in her mind. Lin Feng was, after all, her brother. Family makes mistakes, and perhaps she ought to be more forgiving. He was still young, and what was there to fret about? The notion began to resonate with her. Burp. Having polished off the majority of the coconut, Lin Feng finally felt content and let out a satisfied belch. Suddenly noticing the spoon in his hand, he froze, and an exhilarating thought struck him. This was the spoon used by Sister Chinya. Did that not imply an indirect connection between them? Just as this notion crossed his mind, he quickly shook it off, the excitement ebbing away like a receding tide. Sister Chinya was still watching him. If he continued down this train of thought, he might get caught and provoke her anger. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng glanced at Chinya, only to find her lost in a trance, seemingly deep in thought. Instinctively, he called out, Sister Chinya, what's wrong? Ah, nothing at all. Chinya realized she had unknowingly drifted away in her thoughts. Faced with Lin Feng's concerned gaze, her cheeks betrayed a slight flush of guilt, which was soon followed by a sudden shock as her face turned crimson, prompting her to adopt a serious demeanor. Why are you putting my spoon in your mouth? Ah, I'm sorry, Sister Chinya. I forgot. I wasn't thinking about anything inappropriate. Lin Feng, startled to discover the spoon he had unconsciously bitten while daydreaming, was taken aback, unaware of the thoughts that had emerged in his mind. Quickly flushing with embarrassment, Lin Feng removed the spoon, gazing at the saliva-smeared utensil. He looked awkwardly at Chinya and stammered, Perhaps I should make you another spoon, Sister Chinya. I have the materials today, so crafting a few should pose no issue. I would rather you not. Make one for yourself instead. Do not encroach upon mine. To his surprise, Chinya, her face aflame with shyness, snatched the spoon from Lin Feng's hands. Clutching it tightly, she shot him a warning glance with her beautiful eyes. This spoon held profound significance for her. Even though it was crafted by Lin Feng, it was the second one he had made. All right. Lin Feng scratched his head, touched by Chinya's reverence for the spoon. He then retreated to a corner, beginning to tap away at a coconut shell with a stone. After more than an hour, he finally completed the second spoon. Following that, he spent an additional half-hour fashioning a large basin from half a coconut shell, threading 2 vines through small holes drilled on either side. After adjusting it over the fire, he had successfully created a coconut pot. With a satisfied smile, he glanced towards Chinya. Sister Chinya, I've made a pot. Now you can boil water whenever you wish. Lin Feng, now robust, could readily consume either the chilled coconut juice or any fresh water they might find in the future. However, such a method would be unsuitable for an ordinary person, let alone someone as delicate as Qinya. As her protective younger brother, he felt a strong obligation to ensure Qinya's well-being. A warmth blossomed within Qinya's heart as she regarded Lin Feng tenderly. Yesterday, I noticed an abundance of fish swimming in the sea. I'm thinking of crafting some tools this afternoon to try my hand at fishing. Lin Feng shared his thoughts. Although he had once contemplated surviving solely on coconuts until rescue arrived, his growing awareness of his own capabilities sparked a flurry of ideas. Particularly now that he had Qinya to care for, his desire to enhance their living conditions became pressing. This period might very well be the closest and most intimate time he would ever share with Qinya in their lives. Once rescue arrived, their life here would feel like a mere dream, existing only in their memories. Thus, he yearned to etch this time deeply into Qinya's heart, ensuring she would never forget him. Just be cautious. Do not injure yourself. Qinya watched as Lin Feng appeared to mature suddenly. Her gaze momentarily lost in thought before she continued. I will accompany you to prevent any accidents. That sounds splendid. I can't bear to leave you here alone. Lin Feng exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. He thumped his chest and assured her, tonight, I will prepare fish soup for you, ensuring that by the time rescue arrives, you will show no signs of suffering. Qinya's lips curled into a subtle smile, and then she playfully glared at Lin Feng with her enchanting eyes. You chatterbox. He blushed momentarily, and then sprang into action, swiftly gathering numerous suitable branches from the surroundings, intending to fashion them all into fishing spears. Chapter 11. An awkward misunderstanding without any tools at his disposal. Lin Feng could only rely on his own hands to meticulously carve and shape the fish spear from stone. After more than an hour of labor, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, he had managed to produce only a few rudimentary fish spears. Yet, despite his efforts, he found them unwieldy, either too light or too short, rendering it impossible for him to harness his true strength. With a heavy sigh, he exhaled deeply. This seemingly simple task proved to be quite challenging in finding the right dimensions. However, it was not entirely in vain. Although the spears were less than ideal for fishing, they would suffice for grilling fish. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Feng looked at the scattered wooden shavings at his feet, offering himself a small consolation. Despite his considerable strength, he could not compensate for the lack of experience. Nevertheless, the novel process of crafting the fish spear, despite its demands on his time and energy, brought him a sense of joy. Finally, after another hour had passed and noon approached, he triumphantly lifted a sharp fish spear above his head, drenched in sweat. At last, he had created a spear of satisfactory weight and length, measuring over a meter, close to 1.5 meters, and thick enough to feel comfortable in his hands. Xiao Feng, why don't you take a break? You don't want to exhaust yourself, Qinya said, concern etched on her face as she observed Lin Feng tirelessly transforming rough wood into pointed spears. The labor was undoubtedly arduous, and it was not merely a form of exercise. They were stranded on a desolate island, and pushing his physical limits could lead to dire consequences. It's nothing. Sisterinja. It doesn't require much effort. It just looks troublesome, Lin Feng replied with a naive smile, shaking his head. Having gained some experience, he was eager to forge ahead and produce 5 or 6 more spears. His intention was not to show off in front of Qinya. He genuinely felt an abundance of energy within him. Stop this nonsense. Put down the stone and take a rest. You are not to continue. Qinya's tone shifted, adopting a stern demeanor to halt Lin Feng's activities. She stood up and approached him, her gait slightly affected by the injury sustained earlier that morning, yet still exuding the commanding presence of a former homeroom teacher as she stood before him, looking down with a serious expression. As Lin Feng looked up, he was momentarily taken aback by the shadows cast across his face, the imposing sight stirring something within him. He initially thought Qinya was upset. To his surprise, her expression softened, becoming gentle, though her tone retained a hint of sternness as her cool, delicate hand reached out to touch his face. Look at how much you've sweated. Hurry and put down your tools to rest, she observed, misinterpreting his dazed expression as a sign that he hadn't comprehended her words. She shot him a mock glare, feigning anger. Snapping back to reality, Lin Feng smiled foolishly and said, "Sister Qinya, you are truly beautiful." Taken aback by the unexpected compliment, Qinya felt her head spin, her face flushing a deep crimson as she swiftly withdrew her hand, realizing that her actions might betray her inner turmoil. Qinya quickly steadied her composure and shot a frosty glare at Lin Feng. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am now your sister. How foolish of me to worry about you." "I'm not speaking nonsense," Lin Feng replied, still dazed, gazing up at Qinya's face, which was desperately attempting to hide its growing blush. His eyes sparkled with sincerity. He had indeed been captivated by her beauty. She was too close, and a faint, delightful fragrance wafted into his senses, stirring something within him. "Qinya, you are truly stunning, and you smell so wonderful." "How dare you say that?" Qinya could no longer maintain her composure. A mix of embarrassment and urgency surged within her as she raised her hand to strike at him, but ultimately restrained herself. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, only to wince in pain from her earlier injury, drawing in a sharp breath. At this moment, Lin Feng genuinely dared not to provoke her further. He hastily discarded what he was holding and rushed to support Qinya. "You apologize, Vinya. It was my thoughtlessness. Please sit down and rest. Do not speak so poorly of yourself. Hurry and rest. Otherwise, I will truly ignore you." Seeing Lin Feng's apologetic demeanor as he helped her, Qinya's anger dissipated, and her voice took on a more playful tone. "All right, I will rest. Just do not be upset, Qinya." Lin Feng observed the blush creeping up Qinya's ears, and realization dawned on him. His heart inexplicably raced. It seemed that Qinya harbored certain feelings towards him, though she was yet to fully accept them. He scratched his head, chuckling foolishly, as he assisted her back to her seat. The atmosphere grew subtly charged. With her back to him, Qinya endeavored to calm her racing heart, while Lin Feng stood awkwardly in place, stealing glances at her lovely silhouette. To dispel the silence, Lin Feng took the initiative to speak. "Qinya, it's almost noon. Wait here for just a moment while I fetch a couple of coconuts." "Be careful and return swiftly," Qinya replied softly. A few minutes later, Lin Feng returned, each hand carrying a large coconut, panting slightly. Upon seeing him, Qinya felt a twinge of concern, but recalling their earlier exchange, she quickly adopted a cold demeanor, turning her head away with a huff. "Here, Qinya, have some coconut water." Lin Feng bent down, presenting her with a coconut already fitted with a straw, his demeanor earnest. Qinya turned back to him, her beautiful eyes lightly scrutinizing Lin Feng, making him feel as if she could see right through him. A pang of anxiety struck his heart. Given her intelligence, she must have realized that he had intentionally tested her earlier. Feeling guilty, Lin Feng retreated to his seat, lifting the open coconut and tilting it back to drink. Suddenly, he began to cough violently. Cough, cough. Qinya looked up to see Lin Feng's face reddening from the coconut water he had choked on. After a moment, she remarked, "Next time, drink more slowly." "Why the rush?" I understand now. I will listen to you from now on, Qinya." Lin Feng scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, realizing that Qinya was no longer angry. Observing Lin Feng's dazed expression, a subtle yet enchanting smile graced the corners of Qinya's lips. This fellow truly evokes a sense of helplessness. Lin Feng began sipping coconut juice through a straw, gradually shifting the stone he was seated on closer to Qinya. She merely cast a casual glance at his actions, not uttering a word, and continued to sip her coconut juice with poise. Just a fist distance away sat Qinya, and with each breath, he could detect the faint, alluring fragrance of a mature woman. Lin Feng squinted his eyes, savoring this tranquil moment of life. Before long, he had drained the coconut of its juice, patting his belly in disbelief at how swiftly he had absorbed it. After forcefully cracking the coconut open, Lin Feng began scooping out the flesh with a spoon. Moments later, he heard the sound of a straw ceasing its sucking. Turning his head, he noticed that Qinya, nearly satisfied, was also gazing at him, her eyes drifting from the coconut shell in his arms to the one in hers. An idea suddenly struck him. "Qinya, why don't you have my portion, and I'll take yours?" "All right," she replied without much thought, knowing that Lin Feng would inevitably continue eating from his own share if he remained hungry. They promptly exchanged their coconuts, and as Lin Feng glanced at the half-eaten shell in Qinya's hands, he awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. "Qinya, you don't mind, do you?" "Not at all," she replied with indifference, then picked up the spoon to scoop a piece of coconut flesh into her mouth. However, her expression froze the next moment. She had used the very spoon that Lin Feng had just employed. "Qinya, I meant the spoon. Please don't be upset," Lin Feng hastily explained, initially thinking she was unfazed by his saliva-coated utensil, but it seemed she had misunderstood. Perhaps she was distracted by his earlier comment. A blush swiftly crept from Qinya's cheeks to her earlobes, rendering them translucent and delicate. She turned to shoot Lin Feng an innocent glare. "Do you derive joy from provoking me?" "Not at all. It's truly a misunderstanding. Qinya, how about I get you a different one?" Lin Feng recoiled slightly, blinking innocently at her. "Different one? What do you mean?" Qinya's tone shifted, and with a huff, she chose not to pursue the matter further, resuming her enjoyment of the coconut flesh with Lin Feng's spoon. After all, it had already been used, and she felt no aversion to it. "Hey!" Lin Feng watched as Qinya continued to scoop spoonful after spoonful of coconut into her mouth, momentarily taken aback. Then a wave of excitement surged within him. Realizing something, he quickly grasped the coconut and began to drink from the straw. Once Lin Feng had gulped down the remaining coconut juice in one exhilarating draught, Qinya set her spoon down, letting out a soft burp. She had a small appetite and could hardly eat any more. Yet this time she had consumed more than usual, causing her to involuntarily let out a burp. Noticing Lin Feng gazing at her with eager eyes, Qinya's cheeks flushed momentarily, and she retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Why are you staring at me while I eat?" "Qinya, the spoon. My spoon is still with you." Lin Feng blinked, eyeing the spoon clutched in Qinya's hand. "Here, take it. I'm full," Qinya said, her face tinged with embarrassment as she handed the spoon to Lin Feng. He immediately immersed himself in his meal. Suddenly realizing something, Qinya opened her mouth and then closed it again, pondering that this might lead to an exchange of saliva between them. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent, not wishing to prolong the awkwardness. Soon, having satisfied his hunger, Lin Feng shifted his position and resumed crafting fish spears. With newfound experience, after 2 hours of diligent effort, he successfully fashioned 6 more spears. Looking at the impressive creations, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Turning to see Qinya propped up on her chin. Watching him intently, Lin Feng smiled. "Qinya, let us go spear fishing. Tonight we shall have fish soup." "All right," Qinya replied with a radiant smile. Rising to adjust her skirt, observing Lin Feng carrying a large bundle of fish spears, she hurried over. "Let me carry some." "No need, Qinya, I can manage." "Quickly, give them to me." In the end, Qinya insisted and took half of the spears from Lin Feng's arms. Hiss! Lin Feng inhaled sharply upon seeing the spears in Qinya's embrace. The sight was so enchanting that he dared not gaze too long, fearing an embarrassing situation might arise. After taking a few steps, a sense of discomfort in her legs caused Qinya to falter, instinctively furrowing her brows, yet she pressed on. Lin Feng quickly noticed. "Qinya, is your leg all right? Shall I assist you?" "No need." Ignoring her words, Lin Feng slipped his arm under her armpit to support her. However, during the process, he felt something soft brush against the back of his hand through a thin layer of fabric. His eyes widened in surprise, and he covertly glanced at Qinya. Relieved to see her expression unchanged, he swallowed hard. Once again, his good intentions had led to an awkward situation. As they walked a distance together, Qinya's body gradually relaxed, stimulated by the support. She could feel Lin Feng's arm was firm and strong, exuding an astonishing power that provided her with an unprecedented sense of security. Unconsciously, she leaned her weight slightly against him, her cheeks warming in the next moment. Lin Feng also sensed the increased pressure of her soft touch on his arm, causing him to stiffen momentarily. Yet he felt elated as he continued to escort Qinya towards the seaside. The sunlight bathed the beach in golden hues, while the sea breeze, carrying a hint of saltiness, tousled Qinya's hair, with a few playful strands brushing against Lin Feng's cheek, tickling him gently. He made his way straight to the nearest shoreline, where the sound of crashing waves greeted him. Beneath the crystalline waters, adorned with frothy white crests. Schools of unidentified fish darted joyfully among the rocks. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. It appeared that the ocean's bounty was indeed abundant, thus bolstering his confidence in his ability to spear fish. "Chinya, just wait for me here. I shall dive down and catch some fish. Do not wander too far," he instructed. "Understood," replied Chinya, her expression filled with concern as her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Lin Feng, who had already plunged into the sea. Her palms clenched tightly. A fish swam close to his feet. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, determined not to let this opportunity slip away. With a firm grip, he thrust the spear forcefully into the water. Chapter 12. The treasure in the prosthetic. With a sharp splash, the harpoon pierced the surface of the water, sending droplets cascading. Yet narrowly missed the agile fish gliding by. The disparity between the underwater perspective and the visual vantage point above was now clear to Lin Feng. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated intently. With a series of splashes, he attempted again, each throw bringing him closer to his quarry, until his final attempt saw the harpoon graze the fish with a mere whisper of proximity. Confidence surged within him. Soon, a leisurely fish meandered towards his feet. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng drew upon his prior experiences and thrust the harpoon decisively toward the fish's head. With a satisfying plunge, the harpoon struck true. Yet to Lin Feng's surprise, the fish swiftly twisted away, vanishing in an instant. What just happened? Frustration etched on his face. Lin Feng examined the harpoon, only to be met with a comedic realization. The tip, having struck the bottom several times, had become blunted and frayed. No wonder he had missed. Undeterred, Lin Feng replaced the harpoon with a new one and re-entered the hunt. Before long, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. In an instant, a fish swam past him, and the shadowy harpoon struck with precision, penetrating its body. As he lifted the fish to the surface, it thrashed vigorously upon the harpoon, and at last, Lin Feng's face broke into a triumphant smile. The palm-sized fish, its silvery scales glistening in the sunlight, was firmly impaled. A primal thrill of the hunt coursed through him. Grinning widely, he raised the captured fish high, shaking it towards Chinya on the shore. "Sister Chinya, I've caught a fish." Inya, who had been anxiously watching from the shore, finally relaxed her clenched fists, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. She had worried that Lin Feng would feel disheartened by his previous failures, but now it was evident that her concerns were unfounded. Lin Feng was far more resilient and capable than she had imagined. One fish, however, was hardly sufficient for two. Yet Lin Feng was not one to settle for less. He deftly retrieved a prepared vine from his waist, clumsily threading it through the fish's gills, securing the still struggling creature to his side. He resumed his stance in the water, holding the harpoon aloft, motionless, patiently waiting for his next prey to present itself. The ocean teemed with fish, allowing him to remain still rather than search while moving. Soon, an even larger fish approached. Lin Feng held his breath, muscles taut as he gripped the harpoon, the sinewy lines of his arms evident. In the next moment, like a bowstring released, the harpoon shot forth, swiftly piercing the fish's body. Lin Feng had anticipated this outcome. He realized that in the face of his explosive power, the fish had no chance to evade the harpoon's lethal intent. Thus, whenever he took aim, his chosen target was destined to fall. He lifted the sea fish he had speared, its size comparable to 1.5 palms, still thrashing vigorously despite being impaled, sending sprays of water into the air. This only heightened Lin Feng's excitement. The more it struggled, the more he relished the challenge. Binding it with vines, he continued his pursuit, realizing he was becoming somewhat addicted to the thrill. Over an hour later, Lin Feng had hung 8 fish of varying sizes around his waist, swaying with his movements like a bountiful harvest. On the shore, Chinya watched, her heart racing with exhilaration as Lin Feng, despite his youthful appearance, bore the weight of their shared fortunes. In her eyes, he stood tall and radiant. A smile blossomed on Chinya's face, and she yearned to embrace Lin Feng wholeheartedly. However, she quickly suppressed this whimsical thought, diverting her attention elsewhere. A wave crashed nearby, the sound of the ocean washing away her worries. Suddenly, Chinya's gaze sharpened. Amid the sand stirred by the waves, she seemed to spot something white mingling with it. Curiosity piqued, she approached, her bare, silk-clad feet sinking into the sand, soon encountering several hard objects beneath. With nimble toes, she unearthed a few white shells from the sand, which rested charmingly upon the delicate arch of her foot. Shells! Chinya's eyes sparkled as she eagerly bent down, collecting them one by one. After gathering those in sight, her hands continued to explore the sand, quickly discovering more. Soon, her hands could no longer hold all the shells. Reluctant to cease her search, she lifted her skirt and carefully cradled the shells within, her enthusiasm undeterred. Lin Feng, immersed in the sea, noticed the commotion on the shore. Glancing up to see Chinya collecting shells, he was pleasantly surprised that Sister Chinya had found shells as well. Dinner was sure to be even more sumptuous. Observing the 10 fish tied around his waist, he felt increasingly optimistic about their fortunes. Finally, he glanced at the industrious Chinya. The setting sun cast a golden halo around her silhouette, the sea breeze playfully tousling her skirt and hair. As she bent down, her graceful curves were accentuated, radiating an arresting beauty that captivated Lin Feng. He found himself lost in admiration. Unbeknownst to Chinya, after gathering a hefty handful of shells, she stood up, inadvertently lifting her skirt. Her long, smooth legs, encased in black stockings, were suddenly exposed to the air, the view beneath her skirt tantalizingly revealed. Lin Feng's mind exploded with astonishment at this unexpected scene. His eyes widening in disbelief, nearly losing grip on his spear, desperate not to miss a moment of this stunning spectacle. The impact of the sight was overwhelmingly powerful. Chinya, sensing something, instinctively looked up, locking eyes with Lin Feng, whose gaze was fervent, as if it could ignite flames. Following his line of sight downward, she gasped in surprise. Chinya let out a brief gasp. Her face instantly flushed as if it could bleed, and in a flurry, she turned away, leaving Lin Feng with a flustered silhouette. Alas, the embarrassment! Standing in the water, Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how to navigate the situation. He pretended to examine the sea with his spear, bowing his head. However, the stunning image lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. Thankfully, being submerged in water, his physical embarrassment remained hidden from Chinya's view. With her back turned to Lin Feng, Chinya's cheeks burned fiercely, a delicate pink hue creeping up her fair neck. The unexpected scene had left her feeling utterly mortified. Little Feng, he must have seen everything. The thought made her limbs feel weak, and her fingers clutched her skirt tightly, turning pale from strain. This was too embarrassing. She never anticipated that little Feng would witness such a moment. What would he think? Overwhelmed by her own oversight, Chinya longed to find a crevice in the ground to hide. Meanwhile, Lin Feng pondered whether he should concoct an excuse to return to shore, seeking an opportunity to explain himself to Sister Chinya. Just then, something caught his peripheral vision, a dark shadow bobbing on the distant waves, slowly drifting toward the shore. At first, he paid it no mind, but as the shadow drew closer, illuminated by the setting sun, a vague outline began to take shape. That outline was unmistakably human. Lin Feng's mind buzzed in shock. Could it be a corpse? Was it someone from the same boat? Without further contemplation, he strode purposefully toward the lifeless body. The water rose to his waist as he approached. The corpse lay face down, bobbing atop the waves, a stench of decay mingling with the salty sea air wafting toward him. Lin Feng swallowed his discomfort, held his breath, and stepped closer, exerting force to turn the body over. When the face was fully revealed, despite his mental preparation, a wave of nausea washed over him, threatening to expel his stomach's contents. It was horrifying. The corpse had become waterlogged, its skin an eerie shade of grayish white, reminiscent of over-fermented dough. Most terrifying of all was its face. The features were distorted beyond recognition. The eye sockets were hollow voids, the eyeballs long gone, and the mouth gaped wide, revealing small fish darting within. One side of the cheek was entirely gnawed away, exposing bare, ghastly bone. This grotesque visage was more terrifying than any monster from a horror film. A chill surged from Lin Feng's spine to the nape of his neck. leaving his scalp tingling as he confronted his first encounter with a human corpse. The feeling was indescribable. Yet, he chose to suppress the fear and revulsion within him, grasping the corpse and making his way back to the shore. Respect for the deceased prevailed. Having encountered this unfortunate soul, Lin Feng felt it was necessary to ensure they were laid to rest with dignity. Moreover, he wished to examine the man's corpse, seeking anything of potential utility. Upon hearing the crashing waves, Qinya discerned that Lin Feng had reached the shore. She took a moment to compose herself, striving to appear calm and composed. However, when she turned around, she was immediately startled, letting out a scream, her face blanching in terror as she covered her eyes. "Xiao Feng, what are you doing with the corpse? Quickly dispose of it. Qinya Jia, please turn away and don't look this way. I just want to see if there's anything useful on him," Lin Feng replied, attempting to reassure her as he waved his hand. He then dragged the corpse to a dry spot on the shore, suppressing his urge to vomit as he began to fumble over the body. At that moment, Qinya's voice rang out angrily from behind him. "You're still touching it? What if you contract a virus? Do you value your life so little?" Overcoming her fear, Qinya turned around, only to see Lin Feng bent over the decaying corpse, furiously rummaging through it. Her chest heaved with indignation as she quickly approached him, momentarily forgetting her terror. "Hey, Qinya Jia, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." "Ouch. Qinya Jia, please don't pull my ear, it hurts." "Such bravado. What do you know about restraint? You've already touched everything. If there's a virus on that corpse, how would you even know?" The pain in his ear made Lin Feng tense up, desperately pleading with the irate Qinya. Yet, amidst her scolding, he felt a warmth in his heart. Still smiling, Qinya shot him an exasperated glare, before releasing her grip. "Get off him quickly. You're incredibly bold. This is a corpse, not a plaything." "Thank you for your concern, Qinya Jia. I understand. But now that I've touched him, I might as well bury him. It's improper to leave him like this." Lin Feng inquired with a seemingly innocent expression. "You're just trying to be a hero. Hurry up and bury him." Qinya sighed softly, realizing that even if she forbade him, Lin Feng would not heed her. She resigned herself to agree. "You don't have any tools, so don't let a dead man burden you." Observing Lin Feng diligently digging a pit with his hands, his serious demeanor softened Qinya's tone, advising him to be less formal and simply bury the corpse casually. Lin Feng smiled obediently. The surrounding area was sandy, and he found it quite manageable to dig a hole. Within 10 minutes, he had excavated a 1-meter-deep pit using only his hands, leaving Qinya speechless. However, upon seeing Lin Feng's triumphant expression, she quickly composed herself, huffing as she covered her nose with her hand, wrinkling her brow. "Hurry up and bury him. The stench is unbearable." "Ah, it's a prosthetic limb." As Lin Feng was about to toss the body into the pit, he felt something drop. Turning around, he saw that one of the corpse's legs had fallen to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he noticed it gleaming with a metallic sheen. It appeared to be a prosthetic limb. Lin Feng first placed the corpse into the pit before turning to retrieve the prosthetic limb. Lifting the prosthetic, Lin Feng found it was not as weighty as he had imagined. Otherwise, a man would struggle to maneuver with such an appendage. After contemplating, he resolved to seek the method for reattaching the prosthetic to the man's leg for a proper burial. However, unexpectedly, Lin Feng inadvertently pressed something, and with a click, a sharp dagger sprang forth from the mechanical apparatus at the calf position. Initially startled, Lin Feng's fright quickly transformed into delight upon recognizing the blade. On this island, possessing a weapon would prove exceedingly advantageous. Chapter 13. The search for fresh water with a simple maneuver. Lin Feng retrieved the dagger. This exquisite weapon, adorned with intricate yet elegant patterns, measured approximately 20 centimeters in length. Its design both streamlined and devoid of superfluous embellishments. However, the unique patterns on its surface hinted at its extraordinary material. The sharp blade gleamed with a chilling luster. Vinya, pinching hernose, noticed the dagger as well and displayed a look of surprise. Perhaps this was the reward for good deeds. Lin Feng, with a smile, waved the dagger playfully, eliciting a series of reproachful glances from Qinya. In response, he swiftly jumped into the sandpit, reattaching the prosthetic limb onto the corpse. After brushing off the sand from his hands, he emerged from the pit and diligently began to push the surrounding sand back, constructing a small dune to conceal the remains. Everything appeared to be executed with ease. As Lin Feng steadied himself, Qinyu approached, extending her delicate hand to wipe the sand from his face. Despite her expression of reproach, her actions remained meticulous and attentive. Lin Feng found comfort in her soft touch, mindful not to voice his thoughts. Instead, closing his eyes to relish the moment. "All clean now," she declared. Observing Lin Feng's expression, Qinyu felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. After finishing, she couldn't resist pinching his nose. "Thank you, Qinyu. We've caught enough fish. Let us head back," Lin Feng grinned. "Wait, the shells I picked up earlier were startled away by you. I'll go retrieve them," Qinyu said, feigning ignorance to Lin Feng's apologetic smile. She turned back to where she had been standing, bending down to collect the fallen shells, carefully gathering them in her skirt. As she stood, she hesitated momentarily, then disregarded her reservations and rose. Upon turning, she caught sight of Lin Feng, who was staring wide-eyed. With a blush, she admonished him, "Don't look around so carelessly, or I'll be angry." Okay, I promise not to look," Lin Feng replied, fearful of having his ear twisted by her. He quickly turned away, but not before indulging in a final glance at the 10 fish he had caught, feeling a sense of accomplishment. However, it soon dawned upon him that he needed to clean the fish and procure some fresh water to prepare a fish soup. He glanced over at Qinyu, who was sitting nearby. She lifted her gaze, her striking black and white eyes meeting his in silent communication. "Do you still have the strength? I wish to find some fresh water. I'm not comfortable leaving you alone here," he inquired. Qinyu stood up, her toes poking the sandy surface, then nodded in affirmation. "No problem. That's good to hear. If you grow weary, I shall carry you back. I have plenty of strength," Lin Feng chuckled, scratching his head. "All right." Upon hearing this, Qinyu's enchanting eyes sparkled with a hint of a smile as she glanced at him. "Let us head to the beach once more. I spotted a small cluster of rocks nearby. According to those wilderness survival videos, there might be fresh water there." "Lead the way," Lin Feng replied. Qinyu was not one for many words, following Lin Feng's lead without protest. Along the way, Lin Feng climbed a tree to gather 4 coconuts, leaving 3 on the ground while skillfully carving a circular opening in one of them with his dagger, intending to use it as a vessel for fresh water. "Sister Qinyu, why not have some coconut water? Your lips appear quite parched," he suggested, handing her the generously sized coconut. Qinyu frowned slightly at the prospect of drinking directly from it, finding it rather unrefined and worried it might dampen her skirt. Realizing her discomfort, Lin Feng quickly reclaimed the coconut, offering a sheepish smile. "If it's inconvenient for you to drink, perhaps you could sit on the ground, and I could pour it for you." Given the circumstances, it seemed the only option akin to the previous night. Nodding in agreement, Qinyu took a seat on the ground, tilting her graceful neck upward towards Lin Feng, her lips slightly parted, creating an alluring scene. Lin Feng swallowed hard, steadying his hands as he gently poured the sweet coconut water for her. A minute later, Qinyu turned her head away. Understanding her cue, Lin Feng put away the coconut and helped her to her feet before tipping his head back to drink the remainder. Not wanting to waste the leftover coconut flesh, he scraped off a few pieces, hesitating momentarily as he noticed Qinyu's gaze upon one translucent morsel. "Sister Qinyu, would you care for a piece?" She blushed, casting a subtle glance at the piece in his hand before slowly parting her luscious lips. Lin Feng felt warmth rise to his cheeks as he nervously offered the coconut piece to her. When his fingers inadvertently brushed against the delightful softness upon retracting, he startled, glancing at Qinyu with trepidation. Qinyu, would you like another?" Her lips moved slightly as she swallowed the piece, pretending nothing had occurred, replying casually, "A few more pieces would be nice." "Of course," Lin Feng exclaimed, eagerly retrieving several more pieces to offer her. Throughout the process, he found himself inadvertently brushing against her soft, red lips, which left him both exhilarated and anxious. Thankfully, Qinyu remained silent, allowing him a sigh of relief. The sensation was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife, thrilling and precarious. "I've had enough," she declared, turning her head away from the piece Lin Feng presented. Embarrassment washed over him as he quickly shifted to her side. "Sister Qinyu, Just one more piece. I've prepared them all. No, thank you. Please, just one more. Dear sister. Lin Feng's urgency was palpable. Qinya lifted her eyelids to glance at him. Eating so much will make me gain weight. How could that be? Sister Qinya, you maintain such a splendid figure. You are beautifully curvaceous. Even if you were to gain weight, you would still be stunning. Lin Feng seized the moment to persuade her. Qinya remained silent, a faint smile gracing her lips. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement, recognizing her acquiescence, and promptly brought the coconut morsel to her mouth. Sister Qinya, come, just open your mouth, it's the last piece. Observing Lin Feng's tone, reminiscent of coaxing a child, Qinya shot him an exasperated glance. Given their ages, Lin Feng's behavior was rather presumptuous, yet she slowly parted her lips. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng inserted the coconut flesh into her mouth. As he withdrew his hand, he intentionally pinched a little harder with his fingers, a thrill coursing through him, nearly overwhelming his restraint. Qinya remained silent, merely glaring at Lin Feng with piercing eyes. As if nothing had transpired, Lin Feng chuckled softly and promptly devoured the remaining coconut flesh. To be honest, consuming so much coconut in one day was rather excessive, heightening his anticipation for the delectable fish soup to come. Let us go, Sister Qinya. Let us check over there. At last, they reached the rocky beach, and Lin Feng dashed ahead, kneeling by the crevices of each rock, searching for signs of fresh water. At that moment, Qinya's voice, tinged with exasperation, broke through. What are you looking for? Look up. Lin Feng, puzzled, raised his head and was greeted by the sight of Qinya elegantly perched upon a rock. Following the direction of her finger, his face flushed instantly. Approximately 10 meters away, there lay a small pond, roughly half a meter wide, with a gentle stream flowing from the depths of the island, converging into this little oasis. Though it had been his intention to seek fresh water at the rocky beach, the discovery in such a manner rendered him quite embarrassed. Sister Qinya, you truly have a keen eye. Lin Feng praised her, giving a thumbs up. Witnessing Lin Feng's contradictory expression, Qinya couldn't help but giggle, her enchanting smile eclipsing the surrounding scenery. Lin Feng swallowed hard, utterly captivated. She was nothing short a goddess. Wipe that drool and go fetch the water, Qinya playfully remarked, eyeing Lin Feng, who seemed on the verge of drooling. Though she concealed her alluring smile, she found his demeanor oddly endearing, a hint of sweetness lingering in her heart. All right, Lin Feng replied, his cheeks reddening as he scratched his head, approaching the pond to submerge the coconut. Chapter 14. Mutual Assistance Gurgling. Soon, Lin Feng filled the coconut water container to the brim, estimating it held around 4 to 5 liters. That would surely suffice for preparing fish soup. He then set aside the sea fish he had speared on a nearby rock. Gazing into the crystalline waters, Lin Feng pondered for a moment before relocating to the outlet of the pool. He found a stone to serve as a cutting board and began to meticulously remove the fish's entrails and gills. Whenever the stone became soiled, he fetched water from the pool to rinse it, striving to keep the fresh water untainted. Suddenly, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of 2 alluring silhouettes slowly submerging into the pool. He looked up to see Qinya gently swaying in the water, her long, silken legs gracefully immersed. Upon noticing Lin Feng's gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she remained undistracted, quietly relishing the refreshing coolness of the fresh water. Lin Feng discerned her thoughts and cautiously inquired, Sister Qinya, would you like to bathe? Qinya glanced at him, then turned her head away, biting her lip before responding, not really. It's broad daylight, and the surroundings are quite exposed. I simply cannot bring myself to bathe here. Explaining this reason to Lin Feng felt rather awkward. Oh, if you wish to bathe, I can keep watch for you. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Qinya's elegant legs in the water hesitated for a moment before she shook her head. Let us forget it. She still felt too shy to consider it. Very well then. Lin Feng's spirits plummeted, and he nodded despondently. Perhaps Sister Qinya still does not trust him enough. After all, their relationship had yet to reach a level where they could confide in one another completely. A degree of caution was only natural. Once Lin Feng had thoroughly cleaned the fish, he stood up, skewering them with vines and holding them in one hand while balancing the coconut filled with fresh water in the other. He flashed a smile at Chinya. All right, let us return, Sister Chinya. Are your feet all right? Would you like me to carry you back? Splash. Chinya lifted her exquisite legs from the pool, the damp stockings clinging closely to her shapely calves, glistening with a moist sheen. The fair skin was tantalizingly visible, more alluring than if she were completely bare. Lin Feng's gaze instantly fixated on her legs, his heartbeat skipping a beat, as if magnetically drawn, unable to tear his eyes away. Noticing Lin Feng's entranced expression, Chinya's face flushed, and she declined his offer. No need, I can walk on my own. She did not wish to burden Lin Feng with her belongings and could endure the discomfort in her feet. Witnessing Chinya's decision only deepened Lin Feng's sense of disappointment. He trudged back to the shelter with his head hung low, appearing quite dispirited. It was not until a cheerful voice broke through his reverie that he was startled back to reality. Hey, you two. Are you survivors from the ocean? It's so wonderful to see you. Em Jun Mingao. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Feng and Chinya simultaneously turned their gazes toward the approaching figure, surprise flickering in their eyes. The young man, who introduced himself as Jiang Mingho, approached with a radiant smile, greeting the two. Lin Feng scrutinized him from head to toe, sensing that Jiang Mingho's identity was likely far from ordinary. His demeanor exuded an unruffled composure, and his attire conveyed a sense of understated luxury, revealing an air of sophistication. Even in the simple act of greeting, his subconscious gestures suggested that he was lowering himself, attempting to integrate with Lin Feng and Chinya. Hello, Chinya said, her initial astonishment giving way to a demeanor that suggested a desire for distance, her expression devoid of emotion. This was likely a lingering effect from the earlier attack she had endured. Hello, my name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng managed to muster a smile that he deemed sunny, though he was not particularly welcoming towards Jiang Mingho. He noted that ever since seeing Chinya, Jiang Mingho's eyes had been wandering over her, occasionally revealing an expression of infatuation. This individual was undoubtedly captivated by Chinya's beauty. May I ask what your sister's name is, little brother Lin Feng? Jiang Mingho inquired, a hint of disappointment in his voice due to Chinya's frosty demeanor. He observed the friendly rapport between Lin Feng and Chinya from a distance, but, upon seeing Lin Feng's youthful appearance, assumed he was merely Chinya's younger sibling. Little brother? You're the little brother. Your entire family is little brothers. Lin Feng's expression darkened immediately, feeling unjustly belittled by Jiang Mingho. In his mind, he scolded Jiang Mingho's entire family, for he aspired to be Chinya's partner. That casual reference to him as little brother had effectively dismantled the image he had been trying to cultivate. The most destructive way to ruin a man's image in a woman's eyes is indeed through such casual diminutives. Yet what could he do? His age was evident, and although Jiang Mingho appeared youthful, he was likely around 24, making the term little brother somewhat defensible. Meanwhile, Chinya stifled a chuckle, the corners of her mouth curving into a subtle smile. She was aware that the young and mischievous Lin Feng must be feeling quite vexed at that moment. This is my beloved Chinya. She is not fond of mingling with outsiders. Lin Feng suddenly stepped closer to Chinya, seizing her unsuspecting, delicate hand with his. The moment he made contact, his expression shifted slightly. Her hand was soft and smooth, akin to grasping a piece of warm jade. The sensation was indescribable. Caught off guard by Lin Feng's sudden grasp, Chinya froze, momentarily blushing with embarrassment as she instinctively attempted to pull away, only to discover that Lin Feng's hold was resolute. Any further struggle would only reveal their secret to Jiang Mingho. With a discreet glance at Lin Feng, Chinya sighed inwardly, resigning herself to his grip. Suddenly, she felt Lin Feng's fingers teasingly graze her palm, igniting a sensitive reaction akin to an electric shock. She nearly gasped but swiftly composed herself, though her beautifully radiant face had betrayed her, subtly flushing with color. She directly pinched the large hand that held hers, expressing her protest. Lin Feng, through Chinya's tense movements, discerned her agitation. Although her emotions remained concealed, he was nonetheless startled, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. No more playing with fire. Although Jiang Mingho was oblivious to the subtle exchanges between the two, He could not help but twitch his lips at the sight of Lin Feng possessively shielding Qinya behind him. Was it really necessary for you, as a younger brother, to be so wary of me? However, he quickly composed himself, donning a smile imbued with a hint of amiability as he regarded the aloof yet alluring Qinya. Ah, Miss Qin, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. How delighted he was. If there were no pressing matters, we should take our leave. Noticing Jiang Mingho's persistent demeanor, Lin Feng decisively chose to end the conversation. Qinya's gaze flickered, yet she remained silent, her eyes drifting towards the path home. In his haste, Jiang Mingho realized that had he known this Lin Feng fellow would be so protective of his sister, he would have restrained his thoughts from the outset. Remembering his primary objective, Jiang Mingho stepped forward, eager to retain their company. Wait, may I join you too? In solidarity, we can endure this adversity together while awaiting rescue. Since we have crossed paths as fellow beings, we ought to assist one another through this tribulation. His words stirred something within Qinya. She recognized that in such trying times, she ought not to be so indifferent to Jiang Mingho, who was also a survivor. Particularly as she was slightly older and a teacher, she felt it necessary to express her stance. Indeed, mutual support is essential. Injanadith is speaking softly. Upon hearing her melodious voice, Jiang Mingho let out a long sigh of relief, while his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to her. This woman was undeniably enchanting. Her voice was music to his ears. To encounter her on this deserted island was a stroke of fortune. If he could take her home to show his family, surely their fortune would be his. Lin Feng, however, regarded Jiang Mingho with exasperation. It was easy to speak of mutual assistance, yet looking at him, empty-handed and pale, it was clear he was merely eyeing my coconuts. Just as Lin Feng was about to scoff, he felt Qinya give his hand a gentle squeeze. Startled, he met her serious gaze and quickly shifted his demeanor, replacing it with a smile. Yes, what Sister Qin says is right. Mutual assistance is indeed the way to go. Jiang Mingho found Lin Feng's predicament amusing and chuckled inwardly. Look at you, in this day and age, what younger brother dares to defy his sister? I will win over your sister, and you shall not be a concern. Yet, before he could revel in his amusement, a sudden thud echoed. A large coconut had been unceremoniously dropped at his feet. Startled, Jiang Mingho looked up to see Lin Feng grinning at him, bemusedly stating, with mutual assistance, I think I shall generously offer you this coconut as your lifeline. Chapter 15. Wild boar Jiang Mingho's face darkened, his lips twitching involuntarily. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. To be insulted by a mere boy was unbearable. Who could he turn to for justice? This young lad was exceedingly arrogant. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Jiang Mingho's eyes. Lin Feng's parents were nearby. He quickly lifted his gaze towards Qinya. However, before he could speak, Lin Feng interjected. Sister Qinya, you've already helped enough. A big brother like me should be able to take care of himself. Let us head back. Lin Feng looked innocently at Qinya, while discreetly scratching her palm with his fingers where Jiang Mingho could not see. He certainly did not want this outsider intruding upon their intimate moment. Qinya struggled to maintain her composure, casting a glance at the eagerly expectant Jiang Mingho before turning back to Lin Feng, smiling sweetly. All right, hee, let us go back and make fish soup. Lin Feng's heart soared with joy, though his face remained blissfully innocent. Ah, are you both just leaving like this? Jiang Mingho stood aside, his mouth agape in shock as he watched Lin Feng take Qinya's hand and depart. Just moments ago, they had spoken of mutual support, yet now she was following her younger brother. As an elder sister, did she have no opinions of her own? Unfortunately, neither Lin Feng nor Qinya responded to his bewilderment. Once Jiang Mingho saw their figures vanish completely, he remained rooted in place, on the verge of tears. He then glanced down at the coconut at his feet, swallowing hard in disappointment, finding a modicum of solace in the fact that at least his objective had been achieved. However, that insufferable boy had the audacity to mention fish soup. The mere thought of it plunged Jiang Mingho back into despair. He loathed such children. On their way, Qinya turned her head to cast a fleeting glance at Lin Feng, her hand struggling against his grip, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Lin Feng felt reluctant to let go, but fearing Qinya's displeasure, He loosened his grip slightly, causing her delicate hand to slip away like a slippery fish. Stealing a glance at the serious Chinya, Lin Feng sheepishly smiled. Sister Chinya, I did quite well just now, didn't I? Ingya, having subtly signaled him earlier, had seen his immediate change in demeanor, which bolstered her standing before Jiang Mingho. Though she appeared indifferent, everyone has their pride. Had Chinya not received Lin Feng's support in that moment, she would not have been furious, but certainly perturbed. With an expression devoid of emotion, Chinya replied coolly, "How pretentious." Hearing her tone, Lin Feng chuckled softly, realizing she was pleased, and mischievously suggested, "Then I'll invite him over to live with us 3 from now on. What do you think, Sister Chinya? You dare." The moment Lin Feng finished speaking, Chinya's voice rang out in anger, her brows furrowing and her eyes widening as she reached out to pinch his ear. Terrified, Lin Feng recoiled, hastily clutching the coconut and sprinting a few steps ahead. Upon turning back, Lin Feng discovered that Chinya had not pursued him but remained rooted in place. Her delicate face flushed and her chest rising and falling with agitation. Feeling guilty, Lin Feng hurriedly returned to Chinya's side, deliberately leaning his head closer to her. "Sister Chinya, please don't be angry." I spoke without thinking. "If you still feel upset, just tug my ear." Chinya's eyes sparkled as she regarded Lin Feng's eager expression, and her small hand reached toward his ear. Lin Feng instinctively recoiled, bracing himself for pain. But the anticipated sensation never came. Instead, a soft hand playfully pinched his ear a few times before retreating. Lin Feng blinked in surprise, noticing the warmth in Chinya's expression. "Sister Chinya, you're no longer angry?" "Angry? Why would I be? You do remember I am your sister," she replied, biting her lip and revealing a hint of vulnerability. Lin Feng, feeling anxious, quickly explained, "Sister Chinya, please don't be upset. I didn't mean to provoke you. It was just that at the pond earlier, I feared you might not truly believe in me." He candidly shared his thoughts from the pond, and as he spoke, his own mood began to dampen. Chinya listened intently, her cheeks flushing as she processed his words. After a moment, her gaze toward Lin Feng became more complex, and upon finishing his explanation, she found his sentiments both amusing and infuriating. She lifted her hand to gently caress Lin Feng's cheek, her tone soft yet reproachful. "Silly boy, who would go bathing at the beach in broad daylight? Don't overthink things in the future, understand? You are the person I trust and cherish the most." The sincerity of her words struck Lin Feng like a delightful surprise from the heavens, leaving him dazed. Reflecting on it, he realized that Chinya had allowed him to touch her lips numerous times. How could she possibly indulge him if she did not harbor feelings for him? In an instant, Lin Feng's mood brightened, excitement bubbling within him. Yet the surprise was not over. Chinya suddenly enveloped him in an emotional embrace, her guarded heart cracking open at that moment. A torrent of affection surged forth, compelling her to cradle Lin Feng's head and bestow upon him a kiss filled with genuine emotion. Mwah! Lin Feng felt as if he had been lifted to the heavens, lost in a blissful stupor. Surrounding him were soft, fragrant clouds, and he reveled in the sensation, greedily yearning for more. However, the suffocating reality jolted him back to awareness. Chinya, observing Lin Feng's exuberance, blushed deeply and pinched his nose, pulling him back with a mix of shyness and indignation. "Wake up. We need to head back." "Sister Chinya, you smell delightful." Lin Feng, now fully awake yet reluctant to part from the moment, chuckled sheepishly, understanding the need to temper his enthusiasm. This time, not only had their misunderstanding been resolved, but their relationship had also deepened. The time is ample. Thus the most essential task at hand is to return and prepare a fish soup, savoring the fruits of a day's labor. "You chatterbox." Chinya chuckled as she playfully tapped Lin Feng. He took a few steps forward, suddenly struck by an idea, and swiftly retreated a considerable distance. With a gentle grasp, he seized Chinya's delicate hand, as white as jade. Chinya glanced at Lin Feng, saying nothing. Lin Feng, feeling as if he had consumed honey, settled momentarily. Yet his fingers mischievously danced in her palm. This elicited an immediate glare from Chinya, who promptly tapped his forehead. "Be serious, or I'll stop." Lin Feng grinned, finding Chin yet irresistibly adorable. Upon returning to their modest shelter, Lin Feng observed that the once vibrant campfire had dwindled to mere ash and embers. He stepped forward and knelt down, his cheeks soon warming as he sighed in relief, realizing he would not have to trouble himself with kindling a fire anew. Gently, he cleared away the ash, revealing the charcoal beneath, which quickly ignited upon contact with the air. Lin Feng sprinkled some easily ignitable dry grass and blew gently. The flames roared to life. He hastily arranged the wood, rekindling the fire. He retrieved the coconut pot he had prepared earlier, suspending it over the flames, and poured in fresh water. He added 3 caught sea fish, filling the pot to its limit, and tossed in the shells as well. The coconut pot soon transformed into a delightful cauldron brimming with seafood. The remaining fish were strung together with the previously discarded harpoon, positioned around the fire to be roasted. After a flurry of activity, half an hour had slipped by. Watching the flames dance beneath, Lin Feng returned to sit beside Qinya, exhaling a sigh of relief. Almost instantly, a familiar soft hand reached over to wipe the sweat from his brow. Turning his gaze, he beheld Qinya's gentle and beautiful face, her breath carrying a delightful fragrance. The once stern gaze of hers was now softened with tenderness, captivating him momentarily. It was only when Qinya could no longer bear it that she pinched his nose lightly. When Lin Feng looked at her again, he noticed her charming face was adorned with a delicate blush, rendering her even more exquisite. "What are you staring at? Look at the fire." Unable to resist gazing at her, Lin Feng continued to fixate, prompting Qinya to interject, though a sweet warmth enveloped her heart. Seizing the moment while Qinya was distracted, Lin Feng clasped her small hand in his, remaining still as he gazed into the flames. Qinya shot him a playful glare, feigning seriousness, yet she silently endured the peculiar sensation in her hand, a delightful tickle that seemed to reach her very core. After a while, the water began to bubble. The air was fragrant with the aroma of fish soup, mingling with the sweetness of the shells. Lin Feng's stomach involuntarily rumbled. After expending considerable energy that afternoon, merely eating coconuts would no longer suffice to satisfy his body's demands. Fortunately, he has acquired the ability to hunt marine fish, so he need not fear hunger in the future. Just a little longer, and sustenance will be his. Qinya, feeling a pang of concern, gently grasped Lin Feng's finger. He nodded in warmth, a smile of happiness gracing his face. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a sound, as if something had caught his attention. His expression shifted as he pressed Qinya's small hand down. "Sister Qinya, do not move just yet. I believe I've heard the sound of wild boars." Her face paled in response, for wild boars can be quite aggressive. Lin Feng quickly gestured for silence with a finger pressed to his lips. Qinya covered her mouth and obediently nodded, sealing her lips. "I shall go take a look." With a serious demeanor, Lin Feng stealthily made his way outside, finding a small rise where he could conceal himself. As he peered out, his expression altered at once. Chapter 16. A delectable dinner indeed. It was wild boar. Not just one, but a total of 5 wild boars frolicked joyously along the beach, sending plumes of sand flying. These wild boars were unlike any Lin Feng had encountered on the mainland. Their physiques were more formidable, robust, and well-fattened, adorned with a dense coat of black bristles that resembled a menacing forest, growing wildly along their spines. Their fierce gazes were intimidating, and their grotesquely protruding snouts were flanked by 2 fearsome tusks that exuded aggression. A rough estimate suggested that even the smallest among them weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds. The sight of the larger ones, with their solid, broad backs, was utterly daunting, their muscular limbs resembling stout pillars firmly planted in the ground. They were truly a terrifying sight. These wild boars bore no resemblance to any species Lin Feng had previously encountered. They were likely a unique breed endemic to this island. Occasionally, a few of them erupted into fierce grunts, jostling amongst themselves in a chaotic display reminiscent of an all-out battle, capable of turning the sandy beach into utter disarray in mere moments. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the tide had receded, and the boars were competing for the seafood left behind on the shore. Whether it was fish, shells, or crabs, any living creature they spotted was swiftly devoured, exemplifying their insatiable greed. Witnessing this scene filled Lin Feng with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The presence of such wild boars on the island posed a significant threat to both him and Qinya, akin to a volatile bomb that could explode at any moment. Instinctively, he reached for the dagger at his waist, pondering whether he could stand a chance against these formidable creatures should he unleash all his strength. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. He realized that his only advantage against the wild boars was his raw strength. Yet they were unafraid of injury and inherently adept at combat. However, should the need arise, he would not hesitate for a moment. He would defend his interests with his very life. Xiaofeng, have you discovered something? Qinya's voice suddenly resonated from behind him, startling Lin Feng out of his intense focus. Reacting instinctively, he rolled over, pinning Qinya beneath him. One arm encircled her upper body, while the other firmly covered her mouth to stifle any sound. Simultaneously, he secured her feet with his own, pressing against her from behind. In that fleeting moment, both Lin Feng and Qinya widened their eyes in alarm. Lin Feng was the first to regain his composure, panting as he leaned closer to her ear and whispered soothingly, "Sister Qinya, I will release my grip shortly. Please remain silent. There are wild boars outside." With a flushed face, he gently lifted Qinya to allow her to peek outside, confirming the truth of his words. Upon seeing the fearsome wild boars on the beach, Qinya's expression changed dramatically. She quickly blinked and nodded in response to Lin Feng's reassurance. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief and gradually released his hold over her mouth. Qinya gasped for breath, then shyly turned to Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes glimmering with moisture as she softly murmured, "Little Feng, could you please stop pressing against me? Sure, Sister Qinya, don't speak. The wild boar has keen hearing. We will discuss matters once it departs." Lin Feng hurriedly interrupted Qinya, and to prevent her from moving and making noise, he wrapped his free arm tightly around her from behind. The expressions of both shifted, becoming quite nuanced. Qinya's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, as if it could bleed. Yet, she merely bit her ruby lips and acquiesced to Lin Feng's assertion. The wild boar, having no natural enemies, acted with reckless abandon, rampaging on the beach for some time before it sauntered back to the island, sated. The aftermath was a scene of chaos, with many fish and shells left half-eaten and carelessly abandoned on the shore. Lin Feng gritted his teeth at the sight, lamenting the waste of food. It was evident that these wild boars had no shortage of sustenance, living in a state of abundance. No wonder they grew so large. Their visit to the beach was likely a spontaneous whim for a change of taste. "The wild boar has left. Little Feng, you," came Qinya's soft and shy voice. Lin Feng glanced down. Though he could only see her profile from behind, he was nearly entranced by her enchanting beauty. Qinya, with her eyes shut in bashfulness, fluttered her lovely eyelashes as if engaged in an internal struggle. The rosy hue of her skin extended to her neck, rendering it irresistibly alluring. Lin Feng felt his face grow warm, and after a moment of hesitation, he turned Qinya to face him. Qinya shyly opened her beautiful eyes to meet Lin Feng's gaze, her previously tense body relaxing slightly. "Sister Qinya, you look so beautiful right now." As he spoke, Lin Feng's heart raced as if thunderous, beating wildly, being so close to Qinya's stunning visage. Her porcelain skin with a hint of blush made him yearn to taste her. Qinya remained silent, lowering her head in shyness, yet still exuded an alluring maturity. Lin Feng, trembling, placed his hand on her smooth shoulder, summoning courage to speak again. "May I kiss you?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he felt the beauty in his arms tremble nervously, yet she did not resist vehemently. Lin Feng's confidence surged. Previously, it was always Qinya who had kissed his cheek, igniting his longing. Now, the roles were reversed. As Lin Feng was lost in the exquisite beauty of Qinya's face, he suddenly caught her stealthily peeking at him. The moment was fleeting, and she quickly closed her eyes again like a startled fawn. This charming contrast struck Lin Feng's heart deeply. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leaned in and pressed his lips against her seductive red ones. After a long moment, their lips parted. Lin Feng gasped for breath, licking his lips as if everything that had just transpired was merely a dream, the experience so exquisite. In his embrace, Chinya resembled a flower nourished by rain, her beautiful face radiant, her eyes imbued with a hint of daze, a touch of allure, and a sprinkle of affection. At some point, her delicate hands had gently rested upon Lin Feng's shoulder. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment and the sweet taste of achievement made Lin Feng chuckle softly. He even found himself grateful to the wild boar he had once feared. As his excitement waned slightly, Lin Feng felt an insatiable desire to hold Chinya a bit tighter. However, as his large hand grazed her soft waist, Chinya startled and pushed him away, creating some distance between them, playfully pinching his ear as if to scold him. "Enough of this. Do you intend to lie here with me for a lifetime?" Her feigned resistance stirred a pang of guilt in Lin Feng. He realized he could not indulge solely in his own joy. Adjusting his mindset, Lin Feng carefully helped Chinya rise from the sandy ground. "I apologize, Chinya. Shall we head back? I believe I can smell the aroma of fish soup. It's delightful." Lin Feng inhaled deeply, a look of ecstasy washing over his face. Chinya brushed the sand off her clothes, retorting, "Even a dog's nose can't compare to yours." "Chinya, that sounds rather insulting," Lin Feng replied, a grin forming, "huh? I shall refrain from saying such things in the future." The two walked back to the shelter, engaged in light-hearted banter. Upon arrival, Lin Feng noticed the coconut pot bubbling vigorously, white froth spilling over and dripping onto the fire below, creating a sizzling sound. A rich, savory aroma wafted through the air above the shelter, invigorating both Lin Feng and Chinya, who eagerly returned to the warmth of the fire. Lin Feng approached the coconut pot, and, as the boiling broth settled, it revealed a delectable white fish soup adorned with enticingly open shells. Unable to contain his eagerness, he deftly picked up a piece of fish and several shells with the rudimentary chopsticks he had fashioned, placing them onto a simple coconut shell. "Chinya, please. You eat first. Once we finish, we can savor the soup together. You should eat quickly, too." Receiving the food, Chinya gazed at Lin Feng with tender eyes, yet made no move to eat, feeling a warmth in her heart. Lin Feng sat down and picked up a piece of nearly tender fish. The exquisite taste of the sea burst in his mouth, prompting him to emit a satisfied hum after 2 days without meat. So delicious! He then grabbed a roasted fish from the ground, biting into it and experiencing an explosion of flavors, the smoky aroma mingling with the fragrant fish oil, leaving him yearning for more. "Chinya, you must try this roasted fish. It's absolutely divine." Lin Feng quickly offered the half-eaten fish to Chinya, who was still nibbling on her food. Her delicate nose twitched adorably as the scent of the roasted fish ignited her appetite. Noticing the bite mark Lin Feng had left, she smiled softly and, without a second thought, took a small bite from the same spot. Instantly, her taste buds were met with unparalleled satisfaction. The impact of the grilled fish made Chinya involuntarily close her eyes. Upon opening them again, her beautiful eyes had taken on a slight crimson hue. Chapter 17. The exquisite grilled fish. The sight before Lin Feng tugged at his heartstrings, prompting him to hastily set down his belongings and gently grasp Chinya's delicate face. Concern etched upon his features. "What is the matter, Sister Chinya? Did a fishbone prick you? Open your mouth and let me see." In his anxiousness, Lin Feng scrutinized her face, even using his fingers to part her rosy lips. This elicited a soft giggle from Chinya. "What is wrong, Sister Chinya? What do you feel uncomfortable? Please tell me," Lin Feng implored, raking his fingers through his hair in a flustered manner. "You silly boy," Chinya teased, playfully pinching Lin Feng's nose, her eyes brimming with tender affection. "The grilled fish is simply delectable. It's the best I've ever tasted in my life. You are my favorite little brother, the person closest to me right now." "Thank you, Xiao Feng." Her words left Lin Feng momentarily speechless, his expression deeply moved as they shared a long gaze. Eventually, Chinya slowly half-closed her eyes and leaned closer to Lin Feng. Overcome with excitement, he cradled her head and pressed a heartfelt kiss upon her lips. The atmosphere shifted to one that was rather inappropriate. Lin Feng swore that this sensation was 1,000 times more delightful than the grilled fish. Alas, such bliss was fleeting. A rustling sound emerged from the shelter, gradually drawing nearer. With his acute senses, Lin Feng quickly detected the disturbance. He abruptly opened his eyes, halting his actions, and parted his lips. Chinya's enchanting voice trailed off as well, her lustrous eyes gazing at him, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. "What's wrong, Xiaofeng?" Chinya tugged at his clothing, adopting a bird-like demeanor. "Sister Chinya, it sounds like someone is approaching," Lin Feng replied, dissatisfaction etched on his face. Upon seeing her obedient expression, his heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't resist patting her head affectionately. "Sister Chinya, you should compose yourself." Her cheeks flushed. Chinya nodded and straightened up, directing her gaze in the direction Lin Feng was looking. Moments later, a weary figure emerged slowly from the thicket, exhaling a sigh of relief. "My heavens, I'm utterly exhausted. Finally made it out. Ah, splendid. Miss Chin, Brother Lin, oh, little Brother Lin, I finally found you." Jiang Mingho, anticipating a well-deserved rest after escaping the wretched bushes, was taken aback to find Chinya and Lin Feng, oblivious to their disapproving and resentful glances. He inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma. "This scent is delightful." Jiang Mingho exaggeratedly tilted his head back, momentarily frozen in place, before a look of rare ecstasy graced his face as his eyes gleamed brightly at Lin Feng and Chinya. "This is wonderful. You truly have fish soup and grilled fish. My search was not in vain. Do you have coconut shells? I want to have some, never mind. I'll just use my hands." Seeing Jiang Mingho charge over like a ruffian towards his grilled fish made Lin Feng's heart race. Lin Feng, who was already quite irked by Jiang Mingho's unwarranted intrusion upon his good fortune, swiftly swatted Jiang Mingho's hand away, protectively shielding the grilled fish. "What do you intend to do? This is mine. Are you attempting to steal it?" Wincing from the pain, Jiang Mingho cradled his hand and, coming to his senses, realized that both Chinya and Lin Feng were glaring at him with evident displeasure. He quickly donned a sheepish grin, adopting a pitiful expression. "I apologize, Miss Chin. Brother Lin, I am truly sorry. I was simply famished and lost control." Chinya remained silent, her gaze shifting to Lin Feng, clearly regarding him as the one in charge. Lin Feng nodded, signaling his intent to address the matter, then turned to Jiang Mingho with a pointed inquiry. "Didn't I already provide you with a coconut? It was never my intention to be greedy. The truth is, I endured great difficulty to find you both. Solely for that coconut." Jiang Mingho insisted, repeatedly waving his hands to convey that his earlier actions regarding the grilled fish were a misunderstanding. He hurried to retrieve the coconut water that Lin Feng had previously given him, panting heavily as he pointed at the coconut, nearly in tears. "I meant to solve this on my own, but I simply cannot open this thing. It took all my strength, and I nearly injured my foot in the process, which is why I sought your assistance." Having caught a glimpse of a dagger in Lin Feng's possession earlier, and noting that Lin Feng's coconut vessel had already been prepared, Jiang Mingho had pursued them. "I beg you, Miss Chin, Brother Lin, please assist me once more, for we are all in the same boat." He looked at Chinya with pleading eyes, unable to tolerate the sight of this grown man feigning helplessness before her. Chinya quickly shifted her gaze back to Lin Feng. After scrutinizing Jiang Mingho for a considerable time, Lin Feng finally discerned his sincerity and chose to forgive him. Stepping forward, he unsheathed his dagger and circled it around the coconut. With a decisive motion, the green shell at the top of the coconut was deftly removed. "Impressive, a fine blade, and an even finer individual. Your skills are truly remarkable. I'm immensely grateful," Jiang Mingho exclaimed, astonished by Lin Feng's swift technique. Having a keen interest in fine daggers himself, owing to his family's penchant for commissioning exquisite metallic blades from abroad, he immediately recognized the exceptional quality of the dagger in Lin Feng's hand. Yet, he understood that no matter how sharp the dagger, it was merely a tool. To open a coconut with such ease required formidable strength, which Lin Feng undoubtedly possessed. Lin Feng huffed, feeling a swell of pride. Meanwhile, a subtle smile curved Chinya's lips, her beautiful eyes twinkling as she regarded Lin Feng. "Oh my, such a top-tier beauty, and yet she is a doting sister," Jiang Mingho thought to himself in astonishment. However, as he inadvertently lingered on the scene, he soon felt two menacing gazes fixed upon him. Embarrassed, he quickly forced a chuckle, then picked up the coconut from the ground, tilting his head back to drink. After just a couple of sips, he found himself coughing. Nevertheless, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gazed at the coconut in his arms. My goodness, what an exquisite coconut this is! It is simply delightful. After expressing his astonishment, Jiang Mingho eagerly tilted his head back to drink again. This time, he did not choke and soon found himself quite satisfied. Lin Feng and Qin exchanged glances, both recognizing the exasperation they felt towards Jiang Mingho. This fellow was indeed rather irreverent. Brother Lin Feng, I have an idea I wish to discuss with you. I wonder if you would be so kind as to indulge me. With his belly full, Jiang Mingho wiped the moisture from his face and looked at Lin Feng with an endearing expression. He had come to realize whom he should approach for assistance, even altering his form of address. What is it? Lin Feng frowned slightly, revealing his impatience. He felt that this individual had far too many requests. No need to rush. Let us converse leisurely. Look around you. There is fish soup and grilled fish. The two of you must be unable to consume all this food. How about giving me a grilled fish? I do not intend to take advantage of you. My family is well off. Here is my proposition. Since you work hard to catch fish, I will offer you 10,000 to buy grilled fish from you. What do you think? Jiang Mingho quickly articulated his thoughts, anxious that Lin Feng might dismiss him. He gazed at Lin Feng with eager anticipation. You wish to buy my grilled fish for 10,000? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, incredulous that Jiang Mingho could afford such a sum for his fish. 10,000 was a considerable amount for him. Indeed, 10,000 for one grilled fish. If you are willing to give me another, I would gladly offer 30,000. Seeing Lin Feng wavering, Jiang Mingho excitedly continued. After a moment of contemplation, he raised 4 fingers, pointing towards the seafood coconut pot positioned between Lin Feng and Qinya. If you let me have another sip of fish soup, I would pay 40,000. What do you say, brother Lin Feng? 40,000. You would certainly not lose in this transaction. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Jiang Mingho pressed on, fearing he would not agree. Xiao Feng. Qinya gently nudged the dazed Lin Feng with her foot. She shared Jiang Mingho's sentiments, but had more extensive considerations. Lin Feng typically performed averagely in his studies, and it was unlikely his college entrance exam results would be remarkable. After the summer break, he would probably attend an ordinary university and, upon graduation, earn a modest salary. If they could seize this island crisis to amass some wealth, it would be far better than the conventional path of studying and seeking employment. Moreover, should she and Lin Feng truly become a couple, their small household would also require financial sustenance. Although 10,000 for a grilled fish seemed somewhat unethical, she was willing to set aside her conscience for this one occasion. Are you serious? You intend to spend such a large sum on these items? Lin Feng finally spoke, gazing intently at Jiang Mingho. Jiang Mingho, equally earnest, assured him, Brother Lin Feng, rest assured, I, Jiang Mingho, am a man of my word. Once rescue arrives, I will transfer the money to you immediately. In fact, 40,000 is a trivial sum for my family. I'm not boasting. It has been nearly 2 days since the incident, and my father is so anxious he can hardly sit still. Even if it required $1 million to hire special forces for a direct rescue, he would not bat an eye. Jiang Mingho's extravagant demeanor deeply moved Lin Feng. Is this truly the realm of the affluent? However, his earlier hesitation was not driven by monetary concerns, but rather a simple disdain for Jiang Mingho. Yet now, he has discerned Jiang Mingho's true character. After a brief contemplation, an idea began to form in his mind. Chapter 18. The evening approaches, never mind. I do not desire your money. It is merely some food, easily attainable. If you wish, feel free to take it, Lin Feng declared. At this proclamation, not only was Jiang Mingho taken aback, but even Qinya appeared astonished. Brother Lin Feng, 40,000, you truly do not want it? Jiang Mingho gazed incredulously at the youthful figure before him. Although he himself squandered wealth with abandon, he understood the significance of 40,000 to others. One could scarcely fathom how many souls could be bartered for such an amount. Even at the elite establishments he frequented, spending 40,000 would ensure that, apart from the specially curated top-tier socialites, any other individual would willingly ascend to his bed. Yet here stood Lin Feng, a mere youth, possessing the audacity to refuse. Forget it if you do not wish to eat. Lin Feng frowned, ready to usher him away. Wait, I want it, I truly do. Jiang Mingho quickly plastered on a smile, then, with a serious demeanor, raised his thumb in approval towards Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng, you are indeed a man. I underestimated you before. However, Jiang Mingho, keep my word. Once the rescue arrives, I shall give you 40,000. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I have recognized you as my brother. Observing Jiang Mingho's earnestness, Lin Feng felt a wave of annoyance and disdain, curling his lip in derision. Who desires to be your brother? I merely offered you some surplus grilled fish. Jiang Mingho's expression darkened instantly, veins throbbing at his temples. If circumstances permitted, he would love to flaunt his 30 million yuan sports car before Lin Feng, making him acutely aware of the opportunity he had missed. Yet, as he was currently dependent on others, he could only suppress his frustration silently. I shall take the grilled fish, and I will sip some of the fish soup, Jiang Mingho stated with an ingratiating smile, retrieving 2 grilled fish from the fire and filling a coconut shell with fish soup from Lin Feng's seafood pot. Upon tasting it, the delicious warmth nearly brought him to tears. This was what it meant to truly live. Previously, the most arduous experience he had endured was an iced Americano, and now, he could scarcely bear this way of life. Old Deng, when will you send special forces to rescue your unfortunate son? Time ago. Lin Feng gestured repeatedly to the overly theatrical Jiang Mingho. If I had another 20,000, could I take some fire back? The sun is setting, and I just spotted a few wild boars resembling the legendary Zhu Ganglai. I need fire to feel safe enough to sleep, Jiang Mingho chuckled, rubbing his hands together as he stood by the fire, a new idea forming in his mind. Of course, if possible, I would gladly invest 100,000 to join you, he began. Just take it quickly and leave, Lin Feng interrupted, unwilling to allow this individual to disrupt the blissful existence he shared with Qinya. All right, thank you immensely, Brother Lin Feng. You and Miss Qin are truly benevolent souls. You must be cousins, for your bond is quite rare. In due course, I shall present you with a pair of bracelets to wish you an unending familial connection. As he prepared to depart, Jiang Mingho brandished a torch, cradling a coconut and grilled fish, hurriedly exchanging pleasantries with Lin Feng and Qinya. In his haste, he failed to notice the blush that spread across Qinya's cheeks due to his well wishes. Qinya, how did I perform? Once Jiang Mingho had completely vanished from sight, Lin Feng promptly seated himself beside Qinya, eager to hasten Jiang Mingho's departure without further thought. You foolish Lin Feng. You should have readily accepted his offer. Do you comprehend the significance of 40,000? Qinya cast a reproachful glance at Lin Feng, her irritation evident as she pinched his nose. Although they ultimately received the funds, had Jiang Mingho not been so generous, that money could have slipped away. I am well aware, my family hardly earns 40,000 in a year. However, I do not wish to resort to such means for wealth. Lin Feng was taken aback by Qinya's anger over a mere few thousand, scratching his head awkwardly as he glanced at her. If you desire money, I can earn it for you in the future. Fool, am I that kind of person? Numerous parents at school rush to stuff money into my hands. Yet I have never accepted a single cent. Qinya shot Lin Feng an irritated glare, but her expression softened as she reached out to caress his face. This tender display deepened her affection for him, prompting her to explain gently, with this money, your choices will expand. Even when faced with opposition to your decisions, you will possess the confidence to assert yourself. As Lin Feng absorbed her words, he began to sense the profound meaning behind them. He enveloped Qinya in a heartfelt embrace. I shall never abandon you. Qinya, regardless of the obstacles we encounter, we will always remain united. Qinya's willingness to lower her own standards for his sake deeply moved him. Resting her head on Lin Feng's shoulder, she felt a surge of emotion at his declaration, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Indeed, with my strength, I can earn a substantial income through boxing in the future. Lin Feng inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from Qinya, smiling as he spoke. I am not boasting. I possess enough strength to send someone flying with a single punch. Even if I struggle to find a good job after graduation, boxing will still provide a good life for you. You must not pursue such a perilous profession. Qinya immediately released her hold, fixing Lin Feng with a serious gaze. All right, I shall heed your counsel. Lin Feng nodded vigorously, his face alight with joy as he regarded Chinya. "So, does this mean you agree to be with me?" At this question, Chinya momentarily appeared lost in thought, her lovely eyes blankly studying Lin Feng. A fleeting shadow of concern crossed her gaze before she finally nodded. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, realizing that matters were likely more complicated than he had presumed. Clearly, Chinya harbored some difficult issue she had yet to disclose to him. Just as he was about to inquire, Chinya freed herself from his embrace. "Have a piece of fish. If you don't eat soon, the soup will grow cold." With a gentle smile, Chinya picked up a delicate piece of fish and offered it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face illuminated with joy as he promptly consumed the morsel, a look of bliss gracing his features. It seems that what Sister Chinya personally feeds me is far more delectable than what I could serve myself." Chinya's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she cast a playful glare at Lin Feng. "You silver-tongued charmer, here, indulge in this shellfish." Chinya's enchanting eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she continued to serve him. In that moment, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He resolved silently that, regardless of any unspoken burdens Sister Chinya might bear, he would not relent nor allow any obstacles to impede his way. After a heartwarming seafood dinner, the night sky had draped itself in a dark veil, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. Lin Feng clasped Chinya's delicate hand, their fingers intertwined. As they sat side by side in silence beside the crackling bonfire, Chinya lifted her hand and softly stifled a yawn, her expression imbued with a hint of languor. "Sister Chinya, perhaps we should return to rest." Lin Feng rose, concern etched upon his face as he regarded Chinya. With Lin Feng's gentle assistance, Chinya stood, and they strolled hand in hand back to their shelter, lying down together. Chinya, as she had the previous night, turned her back to Lin Feng as she drifted into slumber. Lin Feng gazed at Chinya's alluring silhouette, feeling a surge of forbidden desire that left him uncomfortable. Forcing him to calm his tumultuous thoughts, he cautiously lay beside her. Yet after some time, the fire of his yearning had not dissipated as it had the night before. Today had marked a significant advancement in his relationship with Chinya, which only fueled his restless imagination. Lin Feng was deeply troubled. Chinya lay on her side, but she had not closed her eyes. Today, her heart was filled with thoughts of one person. For the first time in her 28 years, the tranquil waters of her heart surged with emotion, unlike any day before. Each recollection of her moments with Lin Feng filled her with sweet warmth, causing an involuntary, charming smile to grace her lips. Just as she managed to convince herself to settle and rest, a large hand suddenly found its way to her waist, the heat radiating from it igniting her senses, causing her beautiful eyes to widen in surprise, her body tensing instantly. "Xiaofeng." Chinya's gaze flickered as she instinctively curled up, yet she remained silent, pretending to be asleep. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's hand showed no signs of retreat, gently kneading her waist. A wave of unfamiliar sensations surged through her, akin to an electric jolt. Chinya could not suppress a soft, seductive moan, her eyes widening in shock as she hastily bit down on a finger, desperately trying to contain her response. Her cheeks flushed a deep hue. "Xiaofeng, he must have heard that." The humiliation was overwhelming. "I cannot let him know that I am still awake." Chinya's body quivered as she hurriedly closed her eyes. Chapter 19. Searching for oysters on the reef behind him, Lin Feng was paralyzed with fright upon hearing Chinya's call, unable to move. Who could have anticipated that she would suddenly emit such an ambiguous sound? He merely intended to nudge her, curious if she had succumbed to slumber, harboring no ulterior motives whatsoever. Yet, observing Chinya's indifferent silhouette, Lin Feng's expression shifted, culminating in an increasing sense of discomfort. Her unexpected utterance ignited a fervor within him that he struggled to suppress. Resolutely, he clenched his teeth and pushed against her with greater force. Chinya suddenly felt as though a blazing furnace had drawn near, intensifying the warmth enveloping her waist. She bit down on her fingers, striving to contain herself, and soon, fine beads of perspiration began to surface upon her delicate skin. Lin Feng, equally flustered, expelled hot breaths, drenched in sweat, wondering why he could not rouse Chinya. In desperation, he leaned closer, nearly pressing his body against hers. Chinya's beautiful eyes widened in alarm, trembling uncontrollably. Xiaofeng, surely he cannot be contemplating that. What should I do? Should I continue feigning sleep or interrupt him, urging him to reconsider? Her thoughts whirled in confusion, finding no resolution. Just then, Lin Feng's voice broke the tension. Chinya Jia, are you asleep? Her countenance tightened, fearing that he was about to lay bare his intentions. After a moment's hesitation, she feigned nonchalance, replying languidly, I was almost asleep, but you woke me. Are you unable to sleep? Uh-huh. Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his head, casting a glance at her back before shyly adding, Chinya Jia, could you possibly turn around to sleep? I'm feeling a bit restless. Perhaps I could drift off if I watched you. After uttering those words, he nervously scrutinized her silhouette, aware that his reasoning was rather flimsy, uncertain if Chinya would even entertain his request. Yet, to his astonishment, she indeed complied, slowly turning to face him. In the moonlit night, her beautiful eyes regarded him quietly, embodying a blend of tenderness, mild exasperation, and scrutiny. With a faint smile, she cast a glance, feigning ignorance of Lin Feng's awkwardness. Is this how you can fall asleep? Lin Feng, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. Yes, that should suffice. Then sleep, be good, Chinya said, gently caressing Lin Feng's cheek before retracting her hand and gradually closing her eyes. Lin Feng was engulfed in regret, wishing to speak but swallowing his words instead. His intention had merely been to steal a glance at her. Fixating on her enchanting visage, he found it momentarily calming. Yet the side effect was an intensified struggle against his own desires. With such an entrancing countenance, so tantalizingly near, the warm exhalations brushing against his face rendered it nearly impossible to maintain his composure. Ironically, this only exacerbated his discomfort, leading him to lament his earlier thoughts. At this moment, Chinya suddenly opened her eyes, unable to endure Lin Feng's heavy, bull-like breathing any longer. Lin Feng, feeling uncomfortable, noticed Chinya gazing at him and quickly managed a sheepish smile, though discomfort lingered. Sister Chinya, perhaps you should turn back, he suggested. Chinya shot him an annoyed glance, pinching his cheek as she retorted, why can't you just sleep properly without disturbing me? I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Sister Chinya, Lin Feng stammered, his voice softening mid-sentence as he felt the gentle caress of Chinya's hand, which remained on his face. He looked up to find her gazing at him with profound tenderness. Stunned, he found himself gradually captivated by her charm, swallowing hard. Chinya's face flushed, and after casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Feng, she took him by surprise with a bold move. She leaned in, glanced at his lips, and then kissed him deeply. Lin Feng froze momentarily before wrapping his arms around her. After a while, he suddenly turned his head away, looking at Chinya, who tilted her head and blinked in confusion. With a wry smile, he said, Sister Chinya, this isn't right. You should really go to sleep. I know. Chinya replied, her eyes twinkling. Still pressing against Lin Feng, she was well aware of her actions. After biting her red lip, she resolved to act, shooting Lin Feng a sultry glare before playfully pinching his cheek. The sudden sting made Lin Feng gasp lightly, bringing him back to his senses. Before he could ask why, Chinya's words left him stunned in place. No wandering thoughts, no looking around, understood? Lin Feng's mind was still hazy, but before he could respond, Chinya had already made her move. His body stiffened, and he found himself unable to think amidst the rush of emotions. After some time, as Lin Feng stared at the twinkling stars above, his thoughts seemed to drift freely, utterly at ease. He had never imagined he would experience such a moment. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Chinya's delicate little feet resting beside him. Recalling how she had injured her ankle while being chased by villains that morning, and how she had sustained further harm during breakfast because of him, Lin Feng's heart softened. He reached out and gently grasped her foot. What are you doing? Chinya lifted her head, her cheeks flushed. Lin Feng quickly explained, Sister Chinya, I just want to massage your foot so you'll be able to walk normally tomorrow. Please don't misunderstand. Seeing the flustered Lin Feng with such intentions, Chinya's expression softened, and she remained silent. Lin Feng's face brightened as his fingers expertly pressed against her delicate ankle, wrapped in sheer stockings. Applying pressure on the acupoints he had learned about from medical videos, he noticed that Qinya's ankle was exceedingly stiff, likely due to the lack of timely relaxation and massage after her injury, resulting in obstructed circulation. This realization only deepened his concern for her. After a prolonged moment of gentle kneading, Lin Feng's expression subtly shifted before he finally relaxed and gradually released Qinya's ankle, believing that she would be able to walk by the following day. Qinya swiftly withdrew her foot, saying nothing, and returned to her spot to resume her slumber. Lin Feng opened his mouth to speak, but upon noticing the intense redness of her earlobes, he slowly closed his lips, scratched his head, and resolved not to disturb her rest any further. He then gently shut his eyes, enveloped in a profound tranquility. The next morning, before dawn had fully broken, Lin Feng was roused from his slumber by a sense of suffocation. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Qinya propping her head up with a mischievous smile, one hand pinching his nose. "Sister Qinya, what's the matter?" he inquired, not expressing any reproach but instead pulling her soft form into his embrace. Qinya, feeling a wave of shyness, struggled momentarily, but upon catching sight of Lin Feng's exceedingly tender gaze, she surrendered her resistance. "It's still dark. I'll take this opportunity to wash up," Qinya remarked, feeling a bit sticky after enduring their ordeal on the deserted island without a proper wash. The discomfort was becoming unbearable. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately sat up. "Of course, that sounds wonderful. We might also check the rocky beach for oysters or other seafood, and we can prepare breakfast upon our return." I'm sorry, Xiao Feng, for not allowing you to rest properly," Qinya expressed with a hint of guilt, recognizing that Lin Feng had to rise early after a day of hard work for her sake. "It's perfectly fine. Sister Qinya has already taken such good care of me," Lin Feng reassured her, eagerly grasping her soft, delicate hand and playfully toying with it, unable to suppress the stirrings in his heart. "Don't let your mind wander," Qinya suddenly warned, shooting him a pointed glance, her cheeks flushing a shade of red that Lin Feng found utterly endearing. As they prepared to leave, Lin Feng rekindled the dwindling embers of the fire pit, adding a handful of firewood. "Sister Qinya, you go wash up. I'll keep watch and one tea look at anything I shouldn't." Chapter 20. The seafood paradise. Lin Feng stood with his back to Qinya, his gaze vigilant as he observed the surroundings. If Qinya were to be seen by others, it would be a significant loss for him. A soft response, as delicate as a whisper, emerged from the water, followed by the gentle sound of splashing. Qinya shed her garments, her ivory-like legs gracefully descending into the pool, soon followed by her snow-white figure. She inhaled sharply, a frown briefly crossing her brow before she relaxed. The water was indeed frigid, yet for the sake of cleanliness, she endured it. Stealing a shy glance at Lin Feng's meticulous back, she felt a warm flutter of security within. Slowly, she released her arms, her delicate hands creating ripples as she meticulously washed herself. After 5 or 6 minutes, Qinya's voice rang out once more. "Xiao Feng, would you like to come down and wash off the dust and sweat?" "Sure," Lin Feng replied, turning around to behold the ethereal sight of Qinya, resembling a water lily, her skin pristine and radiant. He found himself momentarily entranced. How beautiful! At that moment, Qinya appeared as a pure, untainted goddess. Her skin as white as snow, droplets of water cascading from her hair, causing Lin Feng's heart to skip a beat. After a brief moment of awe, he regained his composure, clearing his throat as he noticed that Qinya had her hands clasped behind her back, seemingly concealing something. He also couldn't help but notice her beautifully white legs, which were utterly captivating. "Sister Qinya, what happened to your stockings?" Lin Feng inquired with concern. Qinya's cheeks flushed as she shot him a coy glance, slightly exasperated by his directness. "They were torn when I escaped yesterday. I plan to discard them." "Ah, please don't throw them away. They look so lovely. I mean, on this deserted island where wild grass is everywhere. Having a pair of stockings could provide some protection. If you get cut by the thorns, that would be quite distressing." Lin Feng rambled on, desperately trying to dissuade her from parting with the stockings. They were such a visual delight. It would be a shame to discard them. "Sister Qinya, I think you should put them back on," he insisted. Seeing Lin Feng almost plead with her, Qinya found it difficult to refuse, giving him a playful glare. Very well, you make a valid point. Hurry down and wash up. By the way, you should give me your underwear. Oh, si sterindia. What do you need my underwear for? Lin Feng, just having removed his upper garment and revealing his well-defined physique, looked at her in confusion, his face flushing with embarrassment. With an exasperated glare, she replied, of course, I intend to wash it for you. Even if you have none to change into, it still needs a good wash. Wearing something dirty all the time is unsightly. Oh, Lin Feng's face turned crimson upon realizing the misunderstanding. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he looked at Qinya. According to her reasoning, didn't that imply she was currently? Qinya, feeling Lin Feng's penetrating gaze, instinctively took a step back, warning him with a glare. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll get angry. Apologies. Lin Feng chuckled mischievously, a devilish grin spreading across his face. He knew that Qinya would not genuinely be angered. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the water, causing a great splash that sent droplets flying in every direction. Startled, Qinya instinctively raised her hands to shield herself, only to have two black straps fall unexpectedly before her, swaying back and forth. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly withdrew her hands, realizing that Lin Feng was grinning at her from within the pool. Qinya felt her face grow warm with embarrassment. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Apologies, Sister Qinya. It was truly a misunderstanding, Lin Feng hurriedly explained, flashing a toothy grin. He merely sought the joy of a refreshing bath, having forgotten the depth of the pond, nearly twisting his ankle in the process. Are you all right? You really should be more careful, Qinya said, concern etched across her face as she approached the pond to check on him. Lin Feng chuckled again, suddenly producing a piece of clothing and presenting it to Qinya. It's nothing, Sister Qinya. Could you please wash my underwear for me? You rascal, India exclaimed, startled, as she quickly diverted her gaze from the pond and began to walk away, clutching Lin Feng's pants. In the meantime, Lin Feng blissfully scrubbed himself in the water, then remembered the clothes piled nearby and decided to wash them as well. He had perspired profusely these past 2 days, and the salty scent from his swim yesterday lingered on his skin. Finally, he could rid himself of it. Before long, feeling refreshed, Lin Feng looked up in surprise to see Qinya returning, walking with a deliberate pace. Sister Qinya, did you finish washing so soon? He inquired. Qinya's expression turned awkward. I forgot that seawater can't be used for washing clothes. I can only wait for you to finish before I wash mine. Oh. Lin Feng paused, realizing he had not considered that earlier. Yet he couldn't help but smile at the adorably flustered Qinya. Qinya lowered her head in embarrassment, feeling inadequate as a teacher for not thinking of such a simple matter at the start. Sister Qinya, why don't you just hand the clothes to me? I can wash them myself, Lin Feng suggested. Qinya hesitated, her mouth opening slightly. This was, after all, something she wished to do for Lin Feng, and handing it over to him felt like a wasted effort. Moreover, it wasn't just his underwear. There were also her own. No, it's fine. You should continue bathing. I'll wash them later. She quickly shook her head in refusal. However, Lin Feng stood up in the shallow water, which barely reached half a meter. As he walked towards her, taking advantage of her surprised expression, he snatched the garments she had hidden behind her back. He then returned to the pond, resuming his scrubbing. You. Qinya's face turned as red as an apple, the earlier scene etched vividly in her mind. Yet Lin Feng was unfazed. After all, they had already crossed certain boundaries the night before. As he washed Qinya's garments, his thoughts began to wander, leading him down a path of distraction. Oh no! When Lin Feng finally regained his senses, it was already too late. He suddenly looked up at Qinya, his expression filled with realization. Realizing that Qinya had turned her back at some point, perhaps to avoid any misunderstanding, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. However, this led his mind to wander into mischievous thoughts. Hearing the sound of splashing water, Qinya felt her cheeks flush crimson. How could he take my clothes? After completing his refreshing bath, Lin Feng carelessly donned his damp attire, feeling invincible in his robust health, unconcerned about catching a cold. Qinya, please hold on to these clothes. I've run them out. I'll take a look in the tide pools for some seafood shells, and then we can head back together, Lin Feng said earnestly as he handed the freshly washed garments to Qinya. Be careful not to slip, She advised him with genuine concern as she accepted the clothes. Indeed, he replied with a faint smile. Although the rocky terrain was intricate, he had acclimatized to the island's way of life and was confident that with a little caution, no mishaps would occur. He then turned and walked toward the tide pools. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Chinya blushed deeply as she discreetly retrieved her stockings from the pile of clothes, her fingers brushing against the fabric, causing her face to redden even more. "What luck!" "An oyster," Lin Feng exclaimed as he bent down to discover a hidden treasure beneath a rugged rock. He swiftly retrieved his knife and pried it open at the hinge. With a satisfying snap, he unearthed an oyster nearly the size of his palm. Lin Feng's expression lit up with delight. "This is astonishing. To find such a large specimen so easily. It seems this rocky shore is indeed bountiful." His confidence soared with each discovery, and he resumed his search among the tide pools. Before long, he spotted another target. Using his knife, he pried open 4 mussels that were nestled together, triumphantly gathering them all in one go. They were impressively large and plump, undeniably the Siar mi de la Sermi of mussels. It was evident that the seafood quality in this area was exceptional. Lin Feng felt as though he had stumbled upon an untouched treasure trove. In a short span, he had amassed nearly 20 oysters and mussels, each one a culinary dream. Suddenly, he caught sight of a crab scuttling past his feet. Without hesitation, he chased after it, plunging his knife into its back and capturing it. The crab's claws were as large as his thumb, waving menacingly, while its 8 legs displayed a coloration reminiscent of the rocky shore above, with a pink hue below. The crab was as sizable as his palm, looking delectably plump. "That will suffice," he declared, tossing the crab onto the rock. Surveying the small mountain of seafood he had gathered, a satisfied smile spread across his face. "That's enough. Wasting is not a good habit." He carefully collected all his findings and filled his coconut shell with water. Lin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Chinya. "Let us head back, Chinya." "All right," she replied, holding the clean clothes as she followed him. Just as they approached the coconut trees, a figure suddenly darted out. Lin Yuan and Chinya's expressions darkened upon seeing the figure. Chinya quietly took 2 steps back, seeking refuge behind Lin Feng. Chapter 21. The Unexpected Visitor. "Good morning to you both. Miss Chin, having not seen you for an entire night. You appear remarkably refreshed and even more beautiful, a rare sight indeed on this desolate island." Upon his entrance, Jiang Mingho lavished compliments upon Chinya, fully aware that winning her favor would ensure Lin Feng's goodwill towards him. "Mind your gaze. Do not look around indiscriminately." Lin Feng's expression darkened as he noticed Jiang Mingho gazing at Chinya with an air of flattery, immediately stepping in to shield her. "Do not be angry, Brother Lin Feng. I harbor no intentions towards Miss Chin, rest assured." Jiang Mingho felt a pang of frustration. It seemed his well-meaning attempts had gone awry. It was difficult to discern the thoughts of these two, one protective of his brother, the other of his sister, an extraordinary dynamic indeed. Nevertheless, Jiang Mingho's primary concern was not to let this situation derail his plans. Fortunately, Lin Feng merely shot him a glare and refrained from further comment. "Speak plainly if you have something to say," Lin Feng stated directly, harboring no ill will towards Jiang Mingho. He wished to return with Chinya to indulge in the freshly unearthed seafood feast. "Brother Lin Feng, I desire one of those large coconuts from yesterday. I am willing to pay 20,000 for it." Jiang Mingho exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together, unable to forget the delightful taste of the coconut from the previous day. "There's fresh water at the rocky beach. You can quench your thirst there, and there are oysters to dig up." "There's no need for coconuts," Lin Feng replied, frowning. He knew that if he left, Chinya would inevitably be exposed to Jiang Mingho's gaze. "Please, I just want to drink coconut water. Brother Lin Feng, could you fetch one for me?" Jiang Mingho expressed his gratitude for the information about fresh water and oysters, yet his craving for coconut remained paramount. He eagerly gestured towards Lin Feng. "Brother Lin Feng, I implore you, assist me. I am willing to increase my offer to 30,000. No, 40,000. What do you say?" Observing Lin Feng's indifferent countenance, Jiang Mingho desperately raised his bid. "It's not about the money. If you truly desire it, come find me at noon," Lin Feng replied, sensing his heart softening at Jiang Mingho's persistence. Yet, Jiang Mingho remained relentless. Please, it's early in the morning. I simply wish to enjoy some coconut juice. Having been accustomed to a life of comfort, Jiang Mingho would never miss an opportunity for pleasure. Seeing Jiang Mingho blink innocently at him, Lin Feng felt a wave of exasperation. What more could he do? It was unthinkable to chase him away. Considering Qinya, Lin Feng reluctantly turned to Jiang Mingho and said, "You may have a coconut, but you must turn your back." "Oh, why? Fine, I shall turn away." Jiang Mingho quickly acquiesced to this peculiar request upon noticing Lin Feng's change in demeanor. "Xiao Feng," Qinya called, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Lin Feng. "Sister Qin, just a moment," Lin Feng replied, casting a glance at the clothes in her arms while unable to resist admiring her graceful figure. He finally set down the seafood he had been carrying and effortlessly scaled the robust coconut tree, reaching the top in less than 10 seconds. Gazing at the coconuts within arm's reach, Lin Feng, after plucking several, realized that there were not many left on the tree. Thus, he decided to bring them all down at once. With a few swift movements, 3 coconuts plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. The loud impact startled Jiang Mingho, causing him to tremble slightly. After a few seconds, Lin Feng's voice resonated. "All right, the coconuts are ready for you. Do not disturb us unless necessary." With that, he left with Qinya. Thank you. Goodness, how did you manage to climb up there? Even a monkey would struggle." Jiang Mingho exclaimed joyfully, cradling the coconuts in his arms. He turned to glance at the towering coconut tree, over 20 meters high, utterly astonished. "Boss Jean, look over there. There's someone." "Where?" "That's just a thicket. Are you joking with me?" "No, Boss Jean, look up. There's truly a person in that coconut tree." "Goodness, is this person part monkey? They can climb such a high coconut tree." "Wow, Boss Jean, this person is something else, treating that towering coconut tree like a slide." "Enough chatter. Let us hurry over. I've eaten so many wild fruits these past few days that I feel nauseous, and I haven't had much water either. Let us get a coconut to drink." By the fire, Lin Feng hung the freshly washed clothes on a nearby branch. Observing the black, purple, and lengthy garments, Lin Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. However, he had no choice. He needed them to dry quickly for him to wear. Qinya's face also reddened, but her concern for Lin Feng outweighed her embarrassment. Watching him stir the seafood coconut stew over the fire with a stick, she gently said, "Xiao Feng, that coconut tree is too high. In the future, let us refrain from picking so many coconuts. We now have fresh water to drink." "It's all right, Sister Qinya. I know my limits. I won't fall," Lin Feng replied, turning back with a simple smile. He was confident in his grip. If necessary, he could even carve out holes in the surface of the coconut tree, ensuring he wouldn't fall. But what if something goes wrong? Qinya's lips parted, feeling as if she were cursing Lin Feng, and she ultimately chose to remain silent, pouting her red lips in displeasure. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart, both amused and exasperated. He quickly set down the stick and approached Qinya. She immediately turned her head away, huffing, "Now that we've graduated, your teacher's words no longer hold sway." Lin Feng felt awkward and tried to reassure her. "How could that be? If you tell me to go east, I wouldn't dare go west. You are my dear Sister Qinya. How could I not listen to you? I don't want to constrain you, Xiao Feng, but this coconut tree is perilous. Falling from such a height of over 20 meters, no one could survive. Could you please listen to me just this once, Xiao Feng?" Qinya said earnestly, and surprisingly, she winked at Lin Feng at the end of her statement, instantly captivating him. "I will heed your words, Sister Qinya." Lin Feng promptly embraced Qinya, who finally smiled, reaching out to ruffle his hair, knowing that this gesture would always win him over. "Qinya." Lin Feng suddenly gazed at Qinya with an expression brimming with deep emotion. Qinya's cheeks flushed, her delicate frame quivering slightly as she gently grasped Lin Feng's shoulders, as if receiving a silent signal. Lin Feng lowered his head and leaned towards her cherry-red lips. Qinya let out a soft moan, feeling as though all her strength had been drawn away, leaving her unable to resist. Moments later, Lin Feng abruptly released Qinya, wincing in pain. With her face still flushed, Qinya looked at him, bewildered, and said softly, "I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared. I was startled." Lin Feng remained silent, seemingly lost in a daze, his hand hovering aimlessly his expression one of astonishment. So soft. Please don't scare me. Xiao Feng. I can always try again. Seeing Lin Feng in such a state, Qinya anxiously tugged at his clothing, unsure of what was troubling him. Really? Lin Feng suddenly snapped back to reality, his gaze fixated intently on Qinya, or more precisely, on her ample bosom. You. In an instant, Qinya grasped the implication, her face turning crimson, rendering her speechless. It was utterly mortifying. Yet, she chose not to voice her thoughts. Observing Lin Feng's excitement, she felt a surge of warmth as he prepared to embrace her soft figure. However, a sudden rustling caught his attention. With his hands suspended in the air, Lin Feng turned his head. What's wrong, Xiao Feng? Qinya gently clasped Lin Feng's large hand, following his gaze. Faintly, they could hear the sound of carefree chatter approaching. Qinya's beautiful eyes narrowed. Survivors again. She quickly shifted her stance, concealing herself behind Lin Feng. Moments later, a group of 4 figures of varying heights emerged from the thicket. Chapter 22. Lessons. There were 3 men and 1 woman in total. Among them, the one who appeared to be the leader was a short, stout man adorned with a large gold chain, his face wearing an expression of arrogance and self-satisfaction, clearly not a person of noble character. Accompanying him were 2 men, one tall and the other thin, whose sycophantic demeanor, while conversing with the chain-wearing man, revealed their ignoble nature. The final member of the group, a woman, seemed almost to cling to the man with the gold chain. Though she possessed some beauty, her heavy makeup was off-putting. After a long and arduous journey, they finally encountered another group, though it remained uncertain if they were the same individuals who had previously spotted someone climbing a coconut tree. However, the man with the gold chain was immediately captivated by the stunningly beautiful face hidden behind Lin Feng. The other 2 men, oblivious to this, were entirely distracted by the mouth-watering aroma of seafood wafting through the air. A cursory glance allowed them to fixate on a pot filled with oysters and mussels over the fire. They swallowed hard, unable to contain the flood of saliva in their mouths. My heavens, at last, we can have a proper meal. I've been starving for 2 days. Boss Jean, we finally have food. In an instant, the 2 figures dashed toward the seafood pot like arrows, disregarding everything in their path to seize the feast. They underestimated Lin Feng, viewing him merely as a naive youth, and thus felt no hesitation in their approach. What could he possibly do to stop them? Stop! Lin Feng bellowed at the 2 men who were frantically attempting to grab the pot. Ignoring his command, they reached for the seafood, prompting Lin Feng to take decisive action. With no further patience, he kicked a coconut toward the 2 men. The coconut, propelled by Lin Feng's strength, flew through the air and struck one of the men squarely in the chest, eliciting 2 anguished cries. The men, crushed by the impact of the coconut, toppled into the sandy ground. The tall, thin man cried out repeatedly, clutching his chest in agony, likely suffering from broken ribs, though the exact number remained unknown. Boss, your men are in trouble, and you are still watching. A delicate, affected voice chimed in. Boss Jean jolted, turning to see the source of the voice, his expression darkening with fury. What's going on? How could you 2 be so incompetent? Boss, it's not our fault. The coconut is too heavy, they protested. Boss, I can hardly breathe. The 2 fallen men, filled with resentment, struggled to their feet, completely unaware of how they had been knocked down. Are you implying that such a large coconut simply collided with you on its own? Boss Jean lamented that his greatest misstep on this journey was bringing along these useless individuals. Boss, it was that kid who kicked the coconut. I saw it. At that moment, the heavily made-up woman tugged at Boss Jin's sleeve and gestured toward Lin Feng, whose expression was as cold as ice. Damn it. So it was him who threw the coconut. Boss, let us teach him a lesson. The 2 men seethed with anger. Coconut, are you the one who just picked the coconuts? Mr. Jean inquired, his surprise quickly morphing into delight. It seemed fortune had favored him without any effort on his part, and an additional unexpected joy awaited him. Qinya, who stood behind Lin Feng. The woman's beauty was truly striking. Noticing Mr. Jin's captivated gaze, the woman beside him grew irate, pinching the soft flesh at his waist and pressing her modest bosom against him, playfully pouting. Do you even notice me? Be quiet, or I will dismiss you, mister. Jean retorted impatiently, shoving her away. In his eyes, his secretary paled in comparison to even a single strand of Qinya's allure. The secretary's face darkened at his words, casting a venomous glare at Qinya. It was all this vixen's fault for robbing her of the boss's affection. She wished nothing more than for the men present to ravage her, quenching her resentment. What do you intend to do? You are not welcome here. Don't blame me for being rude. Lin Feng, unable to tolerate their insolence any longer, furrowed his brow and prepared to leave. Xiao Feng, don't be impulsive. Qinya cautioned, her expression changing as she gently tugged at his sleeve. There were 4 of them, and a confrontation would surely spell trouble for them. Just as Lin Feng sought to reassure Qinya, she interjected, I apologize, gentlemen. If you wish for coconuts, we can offer you 2. Please refrain from causing a disturbance here. It is prudent for us to await rescue in peace. As Qinya earnestly attempted to negotiate, Mr. Jin's subordinates finally noticed the stunning woman among them. Their eyes widened, followed by raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, offer? What do you mean by offer? Our boss, Mr. Jin, simply takes whatever he desires in E-City without paying a dime. Indeed, beautiful lady, are you insulting our boss? I think the best solution is for you to present yourself willingly. We assure you we won't cause a scene. What do you say? Yes, our boss has formidable connections in E-City. Once you leave, you will learn that doing business outside requires rules. Being his woman guarantees you a life of luxury. The 2 men, aware that their status prevented them from enjoying the company of a woman as exquisite as Qinya, resorted to fawning over Mr. Jin. 2 insufferable fools. The secretary's face darkened to an unprecedented degree upon hearing their remarks. Meanwhile, Mr. Jin gazed at Qinya with an expression of indulgence, completely disregarding the young Lin Feng. What do you say, beauty? How about you come with me? I promise to take good care of you. You shameless scoundrels. Qinya's face flushed crimson with indignation. Qinya, reasoning with them is futile. Lin Feng grasped her delicate hand in a gesture of comfort, then turned his icy gaze towards Mr. Jin and his entourage. Only by making Qinya aware of their blatant disregard for decency could he effectively address the situation. Impudent brat, with barely any hair on your body, do you think you have the right to critique me here? The tall, thin man, one of Boss Jin's subordinates, stepped forward with a grim countenance, his anger palpable. He grimaced as he pressed a hand against his injured chest, harboring a long-standing desire to deal with Lin Feng. Look at you, growing up to become nothing more than a sycophantic lapdog. Aside from flattering others, what wisdom could possibly emerge from your mouth? What gives you the audacity to admonish me? Lin Feng retorted, laced with sarcasm. He was utterly weary of being belittled due to his age. You seek your own demise. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your esteemed family. The tall man's rage surged as he bore the pain and swung his fist towards Lin Feng's face. Oomph. The trio of Boss Jin observed the spectacle from a distance, waiting for this young man to submit, after which this place would belong to them, with fire, sustenance, and a natural shelter for rest. Even without Qinya, Boss Jin would ensure Lin Feng was expelled. However, in the next moment, the sound of a bone snapping echoed across the scene, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Oh, my hand, my bone, it's broken. The tall man's face contorted in agony and fear as he clutched his fist, the sight gruesome. His dislocated bone caused the skin on one side to bulge grotesquely, as if it might burst forth. Humph. Lin Feng merely let out a cold huff and retracted his fist. Internally, he was astonished, realizing that his strength had seemingly increased over the past couple of days. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to strike with such force that it nearly penetrated the man's skin. Gao Ping, what on earth happened? Your bones are so weak. I told you not to indulge in so many massages, yet you insisted on going. Chapter 23, Youthful Passion upon witnessing the scene. The diminutive subordinate couldn't help but furrow his brow in derision. How could an ordinary person so effortlessly fracture bones? The antics of his companion had already resulted in 2 embarrassing incidents, nearly obliterating Boss Jin's reputation. Should they return from this rescue operation, it was likely that Boss Jin would dismiss them. Thus, he promptly chose to sever ties with his companion. Boss Jin, hold your hand. Allow me to handle this young lad, he urged, seeing the grim expression on Boss Jin's face as he donned the golden knuckle duster. It was not merely that this would render him utterly ineffective. Boss Jin's methods were notoriously brutal, and should this escalate, it would pale in comparison to the affairs in East City. Murder is indeed a crime. Enough. You two, come at me together. If you lose, be sure to retreat with your tails tucked between your legs. Lin Feng stepped forward, staring unflinchingly at the duo. He understood that to drive away these individuals, a fierce battle was unavoidable. The provocative words caused both Boss Jin and the short subordinate's faces to flush crimson. Kid, do not be so arrogant. I was once the champion of featherweight combat. The short subordinate immediately assumed a fighting stance, hands shielding his head as he cautiously approached, bouncing on his feet. Boss Jin had no intention of backing down. He had previously discerned Lin Feng's latent strength and refused to be deceived by his youthful appearance. As he tightened the golden knuckle duster, a reminiscent expression crossed his face before he glared menacingly at Lin Feng. Since I have been addressed as Boss Jin, I have not seen blood in quite some time. This time, I shall knock out your teeth one by one. With that, Boss Jin took a formidable step forward. Boss, be valiant. Dispose of that little brat and bring that vixen to serve you. The secretary, with a theatrical flourish, waved his fists in excitement. Be cautious, boss. This fellow has a hard punch. The tall, lean man, having regained his composure, pale-faced, cautioned Boss Jin. His previous failure was certainly not a coincidence. Sister Qin, you need not accompany me. Xiao Feng, give it your all. Just as Qinya intended to join Lin Feng, he raised a hand to stop her, and she took a step back, recognizing the true nature of this band of ruffians. Clenching her fists, she placed all her hopes upon Lin Feng. Prepare to fall asleep. The short subordinate feigned emotion, only to strike with a punch aimed squarely at Lin Feng's temple. With a rush of wind, he was confident in his decisive blow. If he could outpace the boss and take down this young man, perhaps he could salvage some favor in Boss Jin's eyes. However, in the next moment, a force akin to a tempest roared past his ear, and his expression shifted dramatically. Before he could comprehend what was occurring, Lin Feng's unstoppable sweeping kick had already struck him squarely on the head. With a resonating thud, the short subordinate felt a sharp pain in his skull, followed by an overwhelming darkness, completely losing his sense of awareness. As Boss Jin's secretary witnessed his short subordinate being unceremoniously kicked away by Lin Feng, her body went rigid, and she let out a startled scream. Boss Jin, observing the shocking spectacle of his underling soaring past him, felt his pupils constrict in terror. In that fleeting moment, he realized he was no match for the young man before him. Little brother, let us speak amicably. We shall see each other in passing from now on. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss this. Boss Jin hastily altered his demeanor, masking his right hand, which was encased in a brass knuckle, behind his back while extending his left hand towards Lin Feng in a gesture of reconciliation. Lin Feng regarded Boss Jin with a look of disdain. Such individuals were the most loathsome. One moment they threatened to devour you whole, and the next, upon encountering a formidable opponent, they metamorphosed into sycophants. However, the enmity that had already been established between them could not be so easily overlooked. Weren't you just proclaiming your intent to knock out my teeth one by one? If you wish to reconcile, then by all means. You may start by knocking out your own front teeth, and I might let you off the hook, Lin Feng mockingly proposed, noting the golden caps on Boss Jin's front teeth, symbols of his pride. What? Boss Jin questioned his own hearing, incredulous that the young man before him was actually demanding he knock out his own teeth as an apology. For a brief moment, even the usually composed Boss Jin could not mask his astonishment, his face twitching uncontrollably. What? You little brat, do you even know who Boss Jin is? You dare to demand he knock out his teeth as an apology? Do you believe that upon your return, you and your family will have 3 peaceful days? Various accidents will surely befall you. The female secretary reacted with heightened intensity, nearly screaming, her face flushed with indignation. Her words were laced with a chilling truth. Lin Feng might be able to wield his brute strength with audacity now, but once he returned to the world, he would ultimately face 100-fold retribution. Qinya's complexion paled. She had not anticipated the extent of Boss Jin's influence. Xiao Feng, someone has already been injured. Perhaps we should put an end to this, she suggested, concern etched across her features. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, aware that he had family to protect. If Boss Jean truly sought vengeance, there would be little he could do to defend himself in the shadows. No matter how great one's strength in the societal arena, he might not even meet Boss Jean's minions, becoming merely a pawn in their machinations, with no one to heed his cries for justice. At that moment, he clenched his fists tightly, feeling the absurdity of his own physical prowess. Young man, you lack experience in the ways of the world, but I can tell you that some individuals possess the power to manipulate events and rise above the common folk. I do not hold it against you. Come, let us shake hands and consider this matter settled. Seeing Lin Feng's unwillingness to relent, his fists clenched in defiance. Boss Jin's eyes narrowed in triumph as he chuckled softly, waving his outstretched hand before the silent Lin Feng. The atmosphere grew tense. The tall subordinate and the secretary observing Lin Feng's changing expressions with a smirk. After a moment's pause, Lin Feng finally spoke. Very well. Consider it settled, but I ask that you depart from this place. I have no desire to see you again. He turned once more to Boss Jean, extending his hand. At that moment, he felt a significant growth in his maturity. Qinya observed Lin Feng's transformation from behind, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Yet, she found herself powerless. Being part of society, she understood that some individuals could dismiss you with a mere word, leaving you unhireable henceforth. The more powerful ones were even more daunting to contemplate. Adaptability at a young age, you astonish me, boy. Boss Jean regarded Lin Feng's outstretched hand with a semblance of admiration, though this appreciation remained superficial, never reaching the depths of his gaze. A flicker of malevolence flashed in his eyes. The instant their hands connected, the smile on Boss Jin's face abruptly froze, transforming into a menacing snarl. You dare negotiate terms with me? You deserve to perish. With a violent grip, his left hand clamped down on Lin Feng's wrist like a vice, while his right hand, concealed behind him, shot forward with lightning speed. The golden tiger claw slicing through the air towards Lin Feng's eyes. He had no intention of sparing Lin Feng. How dare this Na'vi youth challenge his authority? How could he maintain his reputation if word got out? Xiao Feng. Qinya cried out in desperation upon witnessing the scene, but it was too late to intervene. She could only watch helplessly as tragedy loomed. In that moment, her heart felt as though it had been cruelly wrenched, nearly rendering her breathless. The tall henchman and the female secretary, seemingly anticipating this moment, smirked with a cold amusement. This was the Boss Jean they knew, ruthless and quick to turn on anyone. This young man was ultimately too inexperienced. However, the anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Suddenly, the situation took an unexpected turn, shocking those present. At a critical moment, Lin Feng astonishingly seized Boss Jin's hand, adorned with the tiger claw, with a speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible. At that instant, the sharp spikes of the claw were less than 2 centimeters from his eyes. A precarious situation indeed. A mere half-second delay could result in irreparable disaster. How could this be possible? Boss Jean was equally astonished by this outcome. Victory had seemed within reach. But upon meeting Lin Feng's icy, murderous gaze, he felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of ice. He had seen such lethal stares before, and they were never to be taken lightly. Fear gripped him. Without time to ponder, he quickly reverted to his previous facade of feigned friendliness. My young brother, I was merely jesting. Let us converse amicably. Before Boss Jean could finish his sentence, a scream erupted from him, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as pain contorted his body and expression, rendering him unsteady. Lin Feng's powerful grip crushed his right fist, the horrific force causing the bones in his fingers to crack and break with a series of sickening pops. The excruciating agony made Boss Jin's eyes roll back in despair. Let me go, The tall subordinate and the female secretary anxiously called out, but in the next instant, they appeared to witness something truly horrifying, their faces draining of color as they fell silent. Before their eyes, the brass knuckles on Boss Jin's right fist were being distorted gradually by the furious Lin Feng. The deformed brass knuckles intertwined grotesquely with Boss Jin's contorted fingers. A gruesome tableau of flesh and blood. Throughout this harrowing scene, Lin Feng's expression remained utterly unchanged. What manner of monster is this? Witnessing Lin Feng's superhuman strength, the tall subordinate trembled, his lips quivering, suddenly overwhelmed by the acrid scent of urine. The female secretary, petrified by the bloody spectacle, had soiled herself, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng, brimming with profound terror. You may wield enough power in society to bring about my demise, but for the sake of my family, I can tolerate you this once. However, do not forget, I too possess a heart ablaze with fervor. Chapter 24. An unexpected encounter. Lin Feng gazed at the nearly unconscious Boss Jean, uttering a few words like shards of ice. The youth, filled with fervor, embodied the spirit of righteous indignation, ready to spill blood for his cause. He might not be able to bear the consequences of today's impulsive actions, for Boss Jean would undoubtedly seek retribution against him and his family upon his return. However, at least for today, he could compel Boss Jean to repay, with interest, for his ruthless actions. Boss Jean endured excruciating pain, his eyes opening to meet Lin Feng's gaze, which was brimming with resentment and disbelief. In the next moment, a fist loomed before him. Bang! Boss Jin's head jerked violently backward. The short subordinate and the female secretary looked on in terror, their eyes reflecting a flicker of sympathy. Boss Jean was in a state of utter disarray, his face drenched in blood, his head lolling helplessly to one side, and his mouth, a ghastly sight, continuously coughing up blood. Upon closer inspection, not only had his two gold-capped front teeth vanished, but several of his surrounding teeth were also missing. After executing this act, Lin Feng released his grip, and Boss Jean collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yet, the ordeal was not over. He cast a cold glance at the trembling female secretary. She had previously stoked the flames of hostility, insulting Sister Qin and deriding him as a little bastard. He had not forgotten. No, please don't hit me. I haven't done anything. The secretary was paralyzed with fear, crumpling to the ground. Slap yourself 10 times, Lin Feng commanded with a piercing glare at the woman, then turned his attention to the tall subordinate. And you too, 10 slaps. And I want to hear them. All right, I'll do it. The tall subordinate nodded repeatedly. They were utterly powerless against this young man. Glancing at his fractured right hand, he steeled himself and began to slap his own face with his left hand. Smack! Smack! The resounding slaps echoed throughout the space. Soon, the tall subordinate had completed his 10 slaps, his cheeks already swollen. He cautiously cast a glance at Lin Feng, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. He had never felt such humiliation, being forced to slap himself in front of mere youth. Once the man had finished his self-imposed punishment, Lin Feng noted that the secretary remained motionless. He frowned and looked over at her. The secretary trembled at the sight and stammered, "Can I have a different punishment? I'm a woman, and I can't. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't slap yourself, I'll do it for you." Lin Feng interrupted her sharply, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Her face paled at his words, but recalling Lin Feng's formidable strength, she hastily raised her hand and slapped her own face, revealing a pitiful expression. "Harder. Do you want me to do it for you?" Lin Feng pressed forward a step, his imposing aura causing the secretary's complexion to drain of color. "Wait, don't come any closer. I'll do it hard." Smack! The female secretary immediately delivered a resounding slap to her own face, leaving a distinct imprint and disheveling her hair. Cautiously, she glanced towards Lin Feng. He nodded, but soon added, "This time is acceptable. Maintain that intensity. We shall start anew. 10 times. None must be omitted. Ah, this is impossible. I have already. Will you strike or not? Fine, I shall do it. I hope you do not regret this." The secretary no longer concealed her disdain, glaring at Lin Feng, and then forcefully slapped her own face 10 times. Lin Feng observed in silence, devoid of any sympathy. Moreover, in his eyes, this woman scarcely qualified as a lady. "Remove them. I wish not to see you again." "Very well. We shall depart immediately." Under Lin Feng's impatient gaze, the tall subordinate finally sighed in relief, straining to lift the unconscious Mr. Jean. Yet, the shorter subordinate lay in a similar state of unconsciousness. Noticing the indifferent female secretary, The tall subordinate frowned. What are you still doing? I can only carry Mr. Jean. You need to assist in lifting him as well. As a woman, how can I possibly carry you brutish men? The secretary, already in a foul mood, grew increasingly irritable under the tall subordinate's reprimand. Being Mr. Jin's mistress, she held a deep-seated contempt for these two subordinates. You, the tall subordinate, seething with rage, ultimately sighed upon witnessing the secretary's obstinate demeanor. He hastily set down the unconscious Mr. Jean and approached his companion, gritting his teeth. Slap, slap, slap. The tall subordinate delivered a series of 10 slaps to his comrade's face, eliciting a grimace and a sign of awakening from the unconscious man. With gritted teeth, the tall subordinate continued. Stop. It hurts. I concede. So it's you, Gao Ping, you bastard. Why on earth are you slapping me? The short subordinate had initially thought he was partaking in a competition, only to awaken and find Gao Ping striking him. Instantly, a look of fury crossed his face. But before he could fully express his anger, Gao Ping bellowed, Stop dozing. Mr. Jean is injured and unconscious. Get up and assist in taking him away. Wow, what's happening? The short subordinate winced as he raised his gaze, taking in Mr. Jin's dire condition, and gasped in shock, his mind still lingering on the moments before he fainted. But who could have done this to Mr. Jean? Do they wish for death? Enough dawdling. We must leave at once, or we shall find ourselves unable to escape later. The tall subordinate urged, giving a gentle rap on the short subordinate's head, prompting him to look at Lin Feng. In an instant, the short subordinate recalled everything and met Lin Feng's predatory gaze. He swiftly sprang to his feet. Subsequently, he and the tall subordinate assisted Mr. Jean, retreating alongside the female secretary in a most dejected manner. All fell silent. Xiao Feng. Qinyan nestled against Lin Feng's back, her soft form pressing against him, followed by her delicate arms gently wrapping around his chest. Lin Feng's expression momentarily froze before softening, as he extended his arms to embrace Qinya, who stood behind him. Gazing into her reddened eyes, Lin Feng spoke earnestly, Sister Qinya, do not worry. With me by your side, I shall not allow anyone to disturb our peace. These trials are not burdens you should bear at your tender age. Qinya, overwhelmed with guilt, nestled closer to Lin Feng's chest, feeling responsible for the turmoil. The memory of Boss Jin's threats weighed heavily on her conscience, making her feel unworthy to face Lin Feng. Being with you, Sister Qinya, is a choice I do not regret. You are family to me, and anyone who dares to harm my family shall pay dearly. Lin Feng's tone was resolute. Moved by his words, Qinya felt a surge of emotion within her heart. Fixating on Lin Feng's lips, she leaned in without hesitation, delivering a tender kiss. Moments later, Lin Feng, blushing fiercely, gently pushed her away. Qinya's cheeks flushed, her eyes soft as she looked at him, puzzled by the brevity of their kiss. It seemed Lin Feng struggled to voice something significant, hesitating before finally stammering. Sister Qinya, hold on a moment. May I have the first move? Just please don't bite my tongue later. Upon hearing his request, Qinya gasped slightly, her lips parting in surprise before she shyly lowered her head. Lin Feng's heart soared with delight, his trembling hand reaching out cautiously, his gaze fixed on her adorable demeanor, swallowing hard with excitement. Is this the feeling of clouds? Vinja furuteret herlasis, ehalink varmbidits. Unable to resist, tilting her head closer to Lin Feng. He too felt an irresistible urge to savor her luscious lips further. Just then, an unexpected figure staggered out from the nearby bushes, shattering the perfect moment. Startled, Lin Feng and Qin Ye quickly separated, just as Lin Feng's irritation began to rise. Qin Ye's expression shifted dramatically, and she called out anxiously, Ruolan. Lin Feng, taken aback, turned his gaze to the source of the voice, momentarily lost in thought. To his astonishment, the newcomer was not Jiang Mingho, but a woman of breathtaking beauty adorned in an exquisitely elegant qipao. More accurately, she wore a sophisticated and lavish black evening gown that accentuated her alluring curves. As the woman emerged from the thicket, her attire, a fitted, backless gown, delineated her figure, revealing long, slender legs clad in sheer black stockings, captivating all who beheld her. Yet, this glamorous figure, typically reserved for high-end soirees, now appeared somewhat disheveled. Her hair was tousled, strands clinging to her smooth forehead and cheeks, and her meticulously applied makeup had begun to smudge, particularly around her stunning eyes, which now lacked their former brilliance. Appearing on the verge of tears, nevertheless, the mingling of elegance and fragility only served to amplify the woman's dazzling allure. To Lin Feng's astonishment, he realized that Sister Qinya was acquainted with this extraordinarily beautiful woman. Upon witnessing Qinya hastily support Jiang Rulin, Lin Feng could not help but exclaim that indeed, a beauty is always accompanied by another. Xiao Feng, come quickly and assist me in supporting Rulin. As Jiang Rulin's frail and rigid form leaned heavily against her, Qinya immediately sensed the weight of the burden, her brows furrowing as she turned to Lin Feng for assistance. Chapter 25. Delectable Oysters. Qin and Qinya. What are you two just doing? Jiang Rulin inquired sleepily, resting her head on Qinya's shoulder. Before losing consciousness, she felt not the joy of salvation, but a profound shock. It seemed she had witnessed her dearest friend kissing a boy she had never seen before. Inya, she appears to have fainted. Before Lin Feng could extend his hand, he saw the beautiful Jiang Rulin close her eyes and her head droop helplessly. Observing Qinya's struggle, he opted to cradle Jiang Rulin in his arms. Her delicate form felt weighty, accompanied by a delightful softness. Yet, Lin Feng experienced a strange sensation of inadequacy in holding her. It was not about stability, but rather Jiang Rulin's height made it somewhat awkward. Her elegant legs, clad in sheer black stockings, lay before him, sprawling without a place to rest, and a significant portion dangled down, gently swaying with his movements. The exquisite black hue enveloped her long, shapely legs, leaving Lin Feng slightly dizzy. What are you staring at? Qinya's irate voice suddenly broke the trance, startling Lin Feng back to reality. And nothing. Qinya, is she your friend? Lin Feng hastily redirected the conversation, feigning curiosity. However, he had never heard Qinya mention her before. Qinya shot Lin Feng an annoyed glance, knowing his guilty conscience was evident. She approached and adjusted Jiang Rulin's skirt to shield Lin Feng from his wandering gaze. She understood it wasn't entirely Lin Feng's fault. Jiang Rulin's allure was simply too intoxicating for any man to resist. Yet, anyone could admire her beauty, except for Lin Feng. This made her feel a pang of jealousy and discomfort. She is my dear friend. She came on this trip to accompany me for a respite, and I never expected her to end up on this desolate island. Qinya sighed wistfully, noticing the delicate high heels dangling from Jiang Rulin's hand. She reached out to remove them, recognizing their exquisite design with familiarity. Hastily, she glanced at Jiang Rulin's ankles. Indeed, through the sheer black stockings, Jiang Rulin's delicate ankles had become red and swollen. Even the stockings could not conceal that hint of injury. Qinya's eyes immediately glistened with tears, overwhelmed with concern. She reached out to touch Jiang Rulin, but hesitated, fearing it might aggravate her condition. Qinya, she is very weak in her current state. She probably cannot consume anything. Let us give her some coconut water first. Gently, Lin Feng laid Jiang Rulin on the sandy ground of their shelter. He placed his fingers beneath her nose, feeling her faint breath, her condition dire. Her expression lingered with hints of solitude and helplessness, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. Yes, could you please, Lin Feng, fetch a coconut for Rulin? Qinya stood nearby, her worry palpable, casting a pleading glance at Lin Feng upon hearing his suggestion. Lin Feng rose, grasping Qinya's anxious hand. Qinya, there is no need for such formality between us. Yes, Lin Feng, thank you. A warmth enveloped Qinya's heart as she gazed deeply into Lin Feng's eyes, intoxicated by the sense of reliance he inspired. Regrettably, due to Jiang Rulin's unfortunate condition, she could only suppress the tumultuous emotions within her. Lin Feng retrieved the coconut he had previously kicked away and deftly sliced it open with his dagger, shaping the drainage hole into a V. Sister Qinya, support her while I pour it for her, he suggested. All right. After aiding Jiang Rulin to lean against her, Qinya turned to Lin Feng. It's done. She has drunk it. Lin Feng gently positioned the drainage hole against Jiang Rulin's delicate lips. gradually tilting the coconut to allow the juice to seep onto her mouth. Soon, Jiang Rulin instinctively parted her lips, her throat beginning to move in response. Both Lin Feng and Qin Yu exchanged delighted glances at this sight. However, abruptly, Jiang Rulin coughed violently, expelling the coconut water she had just swallowed. Lin Feng quickly withdrew the coconut. Qin Yu, frowning, patted Jiang Rulin's pale back. Xiao Feng, this isn't working. Rulin drank too quickly. We need to try a different method. Lin Feng furrowed his brow for a moment before his eyes brightened with realization, and he hurried to fetch a spoon. Use the spoon, Sister Qin Yu. Upon seeing the utensil in Lin Feng's hand, a joyful expression graced Qin Yu's face. You are so clever, Xiao Feng. It is only because you are anxious, Sister Qin Yu. Rest assured, since she is your close friend, I will do everything in my power to help her recover. Lin Feng smiled gently, then pried open Jiang Rulin's charming mouth with the spoon, meticulously feeding her the coconut water. One must admit, Jiang Rulin was exquisitely beautiful, her features resembling a painting. Even in her unconscious state, she nearly overwhelmed Lin Feng's composure. Yet, with Qin Yu present, he knew he must maintain an air of nonchalance. At the same time, Lin Feng felt a pang of shame at his own thoughts. How could he entertain such notions about a patient at a time like this? After a considerable while of feeding, Jiang Rulin finally responded with a soft murmur, her previously furrowed brow gradually relaxing into a serene expression. Both Qin Yu and Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. We can lay her down now, Sister Qin Yu. Once she regains consciousness, we can feed her a bit of coconut meat. She must be fully awake to eat normally, Lin Feng suggested. Recalling what he had seen in videos regarding the treatment of individuals who faint from hunger. Yes, obediently, Qin Yu laid Jiang Rulin down on the ground, and then turned her attention to Lin Feng, who was sweating profusely from exertion, offering him a gentle smile. Xiao Feng, you should rest for a moment. I will go fetch the seafood pot. As she gracefully moved towards the fire, carefully bending to retrieve the pot, Lin Feng watched her with admiration. Just as she placed the pot on the sandy ground, she quickly pressed her burnt fingers against her earlobe. Sisterinja, it's all right. You must be quite hungry by now. I'll cool it down for you before you eat, Qin Yu said with a gentle smile, gazing at Lin Feng, who was concerned for her. She crouched down, selected the largest oyster, and brought it closer to her lips, blowing gently on it while occasionally meeting Lin Feng's eyes. Revealing a sweet smile, Lin Feng was utterly mesmerized, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Now, open your mouth, Qin Yu said with a charming smile, expertly detaching the succulent oyster meat from its shell. Holding the shell to support the oyster, she offered the delectable morsel to Lin Feng. Unable to contain his anticipation, he eagerly consumed the delicious bite. The plump oyster was exquisite, steaming, and juicy. One bite unleashed a burst of flavor that filled his mouth, enveloping his taste buds with the essence of the sea. A look of sheer satisfaction spread across Lin Feng's face, soothing the emptiness in his stomach. The flavor of this oyster was simply divine. His eyes sparkled as he turned to the bright-eyed Qin Yu, exclaiming, Sister Qin Yu, the oysters from this island are truly exceptional. You must try some. There's no rush, Xiao Feng. You eat your fill first, Qin Yu replied, her heart swelling with joy upon witnessing Lin Feng's delight, as if she too had savored the delicious oyster. She quickly prepared another piece for him. This time, Lin Feng did not devour it whole. Instead, he nibbled half of the oyster, leaving the other half exposed to the air. He looked at Qin Yu with a playful smile, mumbling, You can't go hungry. I would feel sorry for you, Sister Qin Yu. Since you won't eat, let us share. This is too much. Qin Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling flustered by the intimacy of the moment, especially with Ruanlan nearby. Noticing the hint of vulnerability in Qin Yu's eyes, Lin Feng felt a surge of hope and promptly reassured her, Sister Qin Yu, it's fine. She is unconscious and won't wake up anytime soon. Really, is that true? Qin Yu stammered, her face burning and her fingers nervously intertwining. Truth be told, she longed for more intimate moments with Lin Feng. It was a recent shift in her feelings. Rest assured, if she wakes up, I will surely notice right away. Seeing Lin Feng's confident smile eased Qin Yu's heart. He had always been perceptive about others approaching them. As Qin Yu's expression relaxed, Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with mischief. Sister Qinya, now it's my turn to feed you. With that, he leaned closer to her, his eyes filled with anticipation. Injak gasta fleeting. Guilty glance at Jiang Ruanlan on the ground. I'm sorry, Ruanlan. Gathering her courage, she gazed at the oyster meat before her, parting her lips slightly. Gulp. In the end, both of them swallowed the oyster meat with satisfied expressions. Lin Feng looked at Qinya with a nostalgic smile. So how is it? Sisterinja? Were the oysters delicious? Qinya elegantly covered her mouth, her bright eyes fluttering as she blushed, replying softly. It was not merely the delectable flavor of the oysters that astonished her, but also the novel and exhilarating experience that accompanied it. Now, it is your turn to feed me. Lin Feng chuckled with anticipation, gazing expectantly at Qinya. Is that how it is? Shall I take my turn now? Chapter 26. The intimidating Jiang Rulan Qinya's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she retrieved an oyster, lowering her gaze to take a bite while glancing at Lin Feng. Upon witnessing Qinya's demeanor, Lin Feng swallowed hard, settling into an expectant silence. Recognizing Lin Feng's intentions, Qinya shyly cast him a glance before leaning closer. So sweet. Lin Feng contentedly licked his lips, gazing at Qinya. Indeed, nothing compares to the delicacy she offers. With a flirtatious expression, Qinya had clearly embraced the moment. After receiving Lin Feng's praise, she eagerly bit into another oyster. Before long, the two had finished the seafood pot. Qinya, adorably belching, nestled her face against Lin Feng's chest, her petite nostrils delicately inhaling. Lin Feng squinted his eyes in pleasure until suddenly, he found himself pushed away by Qinya. I'll tidy up, Qinya said, sitting up and casting a lingering glance at Lin Feng. She began to gather the shells scattered on the ground, preparing to discard them. As she contemplated departing, thoughts of Jiang Rulan discovering her and Lin Feng's interaction crossed her mind. After a moment's hesitation, Qinya squatted back beside Lin Feng. What is it, Qinya? Lin Feng inquired, noticing her uncertain expression. Biting her lip, Qinya fixed her gentle gaze upon him, stirring a softening in Lin Feng's heart. If something is troubling you, please share. I cannot bear to see you distressed. Feeling a warmth in her heart, Qinya was further filled with guilt. She glanced at the nearby Jiang Rulan before slowly speaking. Rulan's temperament isn't the most amiable. If she awakens soon, please don't hold it against her. Also, regarding our relationship, let us keep it under wraps for now, shall we? Certainly, Lin Feng replied without hesitation, prompting a moment of surprise from Qinya. Her tone softened as she added, please don't be upset. I'm not upset. I understand that it took great courage for you to take this step with me, so I am willing to wait. Thank you for your understanding, Xiaofeng. Our situation requires a bit more time, but you must believe me when I say I love you. With all her courage, Qinya managed to utter the final phrase, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. In a swift motion, she gathered the shells and dashed away. Lin Feng stood in stunned silence, contemplating her fleeting figure. Did Qinya just confess to me? Moments later, Lin Feng's face flushed with excitement. This was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation he could receive. Just then, a captivating moan echoed, sending a thrill through Lin Feng. Startled, he turned to see Jiang Rulan frowning, her delicate brows furrowing as her body began to stir, a sign of impending awakening. Yet, despite his long gaze, she remained unresponsive. Gradually, Lin Feng's tension eased, and his attention inadvertently wandered to Jiang Rulan's lower half. The hem of her gown had slipped, revealing her exquisitely rounded legs, captivatingly elegant and alluring. As she gazed down her legs, an exquisite pair of alluring black silk-clad legs lay before Lin Feng, completely exposed and unguarded. Sensuous and elongated, they glimmered with a delicate, enchanting sheen, almost enticing him to temptation. Lin Feng's breath quickened, and his gaze seemed ensnared, unable to tear itself away. Just as he became entranced, a pair of strikingly beautiful eyes slowly opened. Jiang Rulan, upon awakening, first beheld the dappled shade formed by the interwoven branches, a clear indication that her previous dreams were not mere fantasies. After wandering alone in the depths of the mountains for 2 days, filled with fear, She had finally emerged from the wilderness and encountered her dear friend, Chinya. It appeared she had found her salvation. However, some memories of her reunion with Chinya were shrouded in confusion, as she had fainted from overwhelming emotion, leaving her with a foggy recollection of events. Nonetheless, being rescued was all that mattered. As Jiang Rulin delved deeply into her thoughts, her peripheral vision caught something unusual, prompting her gaze to drop. A handsome young figure intruded upon her sight. A gentle warmth spread through her heart, as she mused that perhaps this charming young man had been caring for her during her unconsciousness. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, the words "little brother" hung unspoken on her lips. Suddenly, her expression froze. She noticed Lin Feng staring blankly at her thighs, nearly drooling. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of indignation washed over her, causing her face to flush with embarrassment, her eyes wide with fury as she issued a sharp warning. "You little pervert. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I swear I'll gouge out your eyes." "Oh my, you're awake, right?" "No, wait, I wasn't staring indiscriminately. Your skirt fell, and I was just worried you'd catch a chill, so I looked a bit longer." "Don't misunderstand," Lin Feng stammered, flustered and in a complete frenzy. This situation had become exceedingly awkward. He had been caught peering at someone else's legs. If Chinya were to discover this, he would surely have his ears twisted off. Thus, he felt compelled to vehemently defend himself, adamant that he would never admit to his transgression, even when caught red-handed. Jiang Rulin was so furious that she felt she might crush her silver teeth, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng as if she could devour him whole. The thought that someone had taken advantage of her while she was unconscious made her heart race with indignation. At one moment, her eyes widened in realization, followed by an even more intense reaction as she exclaimed in shock, "You little rogue. I remember you now. You're the brat who just kissed Chinya." "What kiss? Don't spout nonsense." "I absolutely did not. How could Chinya ever allow me to kiss her?" Hearing Jiang Rulin's words, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Chinya had just promised to keep their secret, and now, mere moments later, it had been exposed. "You must have taken advantage of her, you little rascal." "I'm not a rogue. And stop calling me little." Lin Feng's face flushed crimson. Why was he always mocked for his age? "Oh." Jiang Rulin observed Lin Feng's reaction, her eyes narrowing with cunning delight, and she proceeded to taunt him even further. The scene unfolded with a fiery exchange between Lin Feng and Jiang Rulin, who were embroiled in a heated argument. Lin Feng, his eyes wide with indignation, accused Jiang of being a mischievous rogue, taking liberties while others were oblivious. Jiang, unperturbed, held his gaze defiantly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with challenge. Just then, Chinya, having returned from discarding some trash and adjusting her attire, interrupted their quarrel. She had overheard their escalating dispute from a distance. "Where have you been, Chinya? If only you had been watching, I wouldn't have been subjected to this little lecher's prying eyes." Lin Feng stammered, his heart racing as he attempted to justify himself. "I merely glanced because she was fidgeting and her skirt slipped. I was concerned she might catch a chill." Lin Feng's explanation faltered under Jiang's fierce glare. "Is a mere glance enough to make your mouth water? Such nonsense. You are nothing but a little scoundrel." Jiang shot back, her voice laced with venom. "Yet you claim I've seen everything. Are you not also spinning tales, you deceitful woman?" Lin Feng retorted. "Who are you calling a deceitful woman?" Jiang seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. At that moment, Chinya, overwhelmed by their bickering, interjected, "Enough, both of you." She cast a disapproving look at Lin Feng, suspecting he had indeed been sneaking glances at Jiang's legs. However, she understood Lin Feng's nature. His curiosity was innocent, devoid of any lewd intent. Thus, she reserved her ire for Jiang instead. "How old are you? Still squabbling with a child?" Chinya admonished Jiang. "What child? He is clearly a lecher, and I have yet to ask you, how could you be caught kissing this little rogue?" Jiang, without regard for Chinya's feelings, blurted out her thoughts. I did not kiss Lin Feng. You must have misunderstood." Chinya stuttered, her cheeks flushing as the reality of Jiang's observation dawned on her. She found herself at a loss for words, realizing that her closest friend had indeed witnessed that intimate moment. Panic washed over her. She feared that if Jiang learned of her relationship with Lin Feng, she would vehemently oppose it and expose all her secrets. "Hian, Noticing ingesa en distress. Felt a wave of concern wash over her, her expression shifting from triumph to anxiety. Chinya, do you truly have feelings for this little lecher? Chapter 27. Contradiction. Hey, do not so readily tarnish Sister Chinya's reputation. The previous incident occurred because I had just driven away the wrongdoers, and Sister Chinya momentarily lost control of her emotions. I merely wiped away her tears, Lin Feng hastily explained upon seeing Chinya's bewildered expression. Wrongdoers, really? Jiang Rulin's countenance softened slightly at these words, though she soon cast a dubious glance at Chinya. Chinya quickly nodded and insisted, yes, that is indeed the case. Ruolan, for villains attempted to invade our shelter and even threatened me. It was Xiao Feng who fought them off, sustaining much bloodshed in the process. That is why I lost my composure. Please do not harbor any misconceptions. Xiao Feng has saved me twice already. He has been taking care of me these past few days, managing all my meals and drinks without ever bullying me. I have already acknowledged him as my sworn younger brother. He saved you twice? You weren't injured, were you? Jiang Rulin scrutinized Chinya closely, her malice towards Lin Feng diminishing. Only twisted my ankle slightly yesterday, but after resting for a day, I am nearly recovered now, Chinya replied with a faint smile, then turned her gentle gaze towards Lin Feng. When you were unconscious, it was also Xiao Feng who cared for you, especially feeding you coconut water. The coconut trees here are at least 20 meters tall, and he risked danger to pick them. It is quite precious. The previous villains initially came here to seize our coconuts, so please do not misunderstand Xiao Feng. He is a good lad. Is that so? Jiang Rulin's perspective of Lin Feng shifted significantly upon hearing Chinya's words, and she could not help but glance at him again. This little rogue's role exceeded her expectations. Could it be that she had indeed misjudged Lin Feng? Sensing Jiang Rulin's gaze, Lin Feng turned his head and snorted, attempting to express his dissatisfaction. Jiang Rulin's expression darkened, and she immediately altered her demeanor, huffing, not a villain, but still a little lecher. You. Lin Feng spun around, feeling an urge to extract all the coconut water he had just given Jiang Rulin, hoping to diminish her energy for their verbal sparring. Enough. Let us cease this bickering. Observing the renewed standoff between the two, Chinya felt a headache coming on. Her friend's temperament was unyielding, and she felt powerless. Both Lin Feng and Jiang Rulin huffed simultaneously, choosing to ignore each other. However, it seemed that from now on, they would remain in a state of mutual disdain. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from Jiang Rulin's stomach. Lin Feng cast a teasing glance her way. Jiang Rulin blushed, shot a glare at Lin Feng, and then turned to Chinya with a pleading look. Do you have anything to eat? I am hungry. Let's start with some coconut meat to fill our stomachs. We can have Xiao Feng prepare a seafood feast for lunch, Chinya said as she retrieved the coconut and sat beside Jiang Rulin, using a spoon to feed her small bites of coconut meat. I do not need him to take care of me. There is plenty of seafood along the shore, and I can gather it myself. Jiang Rulin pouted in discontent. Stop it. Your foot can barely carry you now, can it? India, exasperative. Stuffed a piece of coconut meat into Jiang Rulin's mouth, silencing her. Simultaneously, she cast a soft glance at Lin Feng beside them. Lin Feng discerned Chinya's intent, and, with a sullen demeanor, walked aside to enjoy a coconut of his own. Once Lin Feng had distanced himself, Jiang Rulin returned her gaze, instinctively taking a bite of the coconut meat. The next moment, her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she looked at the coconut in Chinya's arms. India, how can this coconut be so delicious? This must be a local delicacy from the island. If it tastes this good, you should eat more. You're quite weak right now. Don't get agitated, take good care of yourself. Chinya smiled, thoroughly pleased with Jiang Rulin's reaction. All right. Upon remembering that such delightful coconut was picked by Lin Feng, Jiang Rulin, for once, lowered her pride and urged Chinya, quick, feed me a few more bites. I am starving. Of course, Chinya replied cheerfully, then proceeded to scoop several large spoonfuls of coconut meat for Jiang Rulin, who devoured them with abandon, her face reflecting sheer satisfaction. Observing this, Chinya felt a pang of sympathy and remarked, You must have gone through a lot these past few days. At her words, Jiang Rulin's expression soured, and recalling her recent experiences, her delicate frame began to tremble slightly as she quietly recounted the grievances she had faced. Inga, I thought I would perish in the forest. When I regained consciousness, I was surrounded by towering trees and lost all sense of direction. I wandered for ages, unable to find my companions, convinced that I was the last person left in the world. I was terrified. Colorful spiders would drop from the trees to frighten me, and venomous snakes would suddenly dart out, causing me to stumble in fear. At night, it was pitch black, with all sorts of bizarre sounds echoing, more terrifying than a haunted house. I could only hide in the grass, too afraid to make a sound. Unable to sleep for 2 days. I had nothing to eat, and sometimes when I rested, I would hallucinate, much like the little match girl. All I had were high heels, and after 2 days of walking, each step felt like a knife cutting into my feet. Had I not reached the beach today, where the ground turned to sand, allowing me to walk barefoot, I surely would not have endured, resigning myself to being bitten by poisonous creatures and spiders. Seeing Jiang Rulin in such distress, Qinya's heart ached. Though sheltered under Lin Feng's protection, she could not fully empathize. Yet witnessing the once proud and unyielding Jiang Rulin reduced to such a state spoke volumes of her ordeal. It's all right now. Everything is behind you. Come, eat more coconut meat. Once you recover, there will be seafood to enjoy, and you will never have to endure such hardships again. With tears in her eyes, Jiang Rulin took a few more bites of coconut meat and suddenly remembered something, turning to Qinya with urgency. Inga, how do we end up here from the ship? Will it find us? Well, I don't know either, Qinya replied, her expression momentarily stunned, before she too fell into a state of confusion. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, a sweet smile blossomed upon her face, filled with hope for the future. What is the matter, Qinya? Your expression is rather peculiar, Jiang Rulin remarked, observing Qinya's untimely demeanor with great curiosity. Abruptly roused from a reverie, Qinya felt a faint blush creep onto her cheeks and quickly shook her head, insisting that nothing was amiss, before steering the conversation back. Regardless of whether rescue arrives or not, you must trust Xiaofeng. He will safeguard us. That lecherous boy. If rescue doesn't come, the longer we remain with him, the more he will scrutinize us from head to toe. Ruolan. Qinya shot a disapproving glare at Jiang Rulin, her cheeks flushed. It seemed that whenever the opportunity arose, she would disparage Xiaofeng. All right, I shall refrain from referring to that lecherous boy. After all, someone seems to have forgotten her good friend of over a decade since acquiring a younger brother. Jiang Rulin concluded this topic with a hint of dissatisfaction. Understanding Jiang Rulin's temperament, Qinya sighed softly, recognizing that once a disagreement was established, it would not be easily resolved. We're like sisters, and this journey was initiated by you to help me unwind. How could I ever forget your kindness? However, Rulin, regardless of the misunderstandings between you and Xiaofeng, you must make an effort to coexist with him during this time. Everything he does is for our survival. All right, I shall try not to berate him, Jiang Rulin replied, her demeanor gradually softening under Qinya's heartfelt persuasion. Yet, the mere thought of Lin Feng peering at her while she was unconscious, alongside the earlier incident that left her questioning the truth of their misunderstanding, filled her with distaste. Enough, I'm full, Qinya. Jiang Rulin expressed her gratitude with a glance towards Qinya, stretching languidly. Her figure, enveloped in a delicate dress, appeared irresistibly alluring. Suddenly, her gaze darted cautiously towards Lin Feng, only to find he was not watching her. Lin Feng had just finished eating a coconut, rinsing his spoon with clean water before placing it back in its position. Jiang Rulin, having previously set aside her animosity, widened her eyes at the sight. You little rascal, why did you place the spoons together? They were meant to be together, Lin Feng instinctively replied, only to realize his error the next moment. Together? Then whose spoon did I just use? Jiang Rulin's expression soured significantly at the thought of having possibly used Lin Feng's spoon, sending a wave of revulsion through her. She immediately turned to the innocent-looking Qinya. Qinya, how could you have placed the spoons together with his? Lin Feng, witnessing this interaction, felt a sense of vindication. Finally, Jiang Rulin was experiencing a dose of humility. Ruolan, fret not. They were merely placed together. I checked before I took mine. It was my own. Qinya's face flushed with embarrassment. and she quickly endeavored to soothe the situation. Her gaze fell upon the spoon that Lin Feng had just returned, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, as a wave of guilt washed over her, rendering her unable to look at Jiang Rulin. The two spoons bore a striking resemblance, yet she could distinguish them with certainty, for it was Lin Feng who had crafted the very first spoon for her. Henceforth, the spoons must never be placed together, lest they become tainted by something undesirable. Jiang Rulin exhaled a sigh of relief, then shot a glare infused with sarcasm at Lin Feng, who stood by, reveling in the mischief. The smile that had graced Lin Feng's face instantly faltered, and just as he was about to retort, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside. "What do you want again?" Chapter 28. The embarrassment of Jiang Mingho before anyone had the chance to speak. Lin Feng, with a dark expression, took the initiative. "Hey there, brother Lin Feng," Jiang Mingho said, stepping out unexpectedly into Lin Feng's line of sight, his attempt at a greeting faltering into an awkward smile. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn, as if by an extraordinary treasure, abruptly turning towards the shade of the tree. There, Jiang Rulin languidly stifled a yawn. Adorned in an exquisite gown that radiated an aura of undeniable charm with every subtle movement. Upon noticing the newcomer, Jiang Rulin, still simmering with irritation, offered no more than a fleeting glance at Jiang Mingho before gracefully averting her gaze, exuding an air of sacred untouchability. This demeanor struck a chord deep within Jiang Mingho. As a wealthy heir, he was seldom met with disinterest from women. Encountering someone as distinct as Jiang Rulin, a woman of frosty demeanor, proud spirit, and breathtaking beauty, intensified his desire for conquest. However, before proceeding, he cautiously stole a glance at Lin Feng. He was acutely aware of Lin Feng's protective instincts towards his sister. Should this woman turn out to be Lin Feng's sister, his future would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Lin Feng, having discerned Jiang Mingho's intentions towards Jiang Rulin, secretly found amusement in the situation. He thought it might be entertaining to let Jiang Mingho stumble, while simultaneously vexing Jiang Rulin. With an air of indifference, Lin Feng adopted a nonchalant expression. Jiang Mingho instantly grasped the unspoken approval, his heart swelling with excitement at the prospect of an unexpected romantic encounter on the island. He quickly adjusted his demeanor, transforming into the quintessential gentleman. Approaching Jiang Rulin, he declared, "Hello, beautiful. My name is Jiang Mingho, and it is a pleasure to meet you." "Go away, you scoundrel. I have no interest in you," Jiang Rulin replied, her brows furrowing at his approach, offering him no semblance of kindness. What? Jiang Mingho stammered, momentarily taken aback by her response. In the next instant, he was met with a piercing glare from Jiang Rulin, who quipped with scorn, "Are you really so foolish as to require me to repeat myself? Leave. Should your eyes wander uncontrollably again, do not blame me for my lack of civility." Jiang Rulin glared at Jiang Mingho without a shred of courtesy. "Why, yes, I apologize. I merely caught a glimpse by accident. I meant no offense." Jiang Mingho's face flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over him as he bowed repeatedly in contrition. Indeed, he had succumbed to the temptation of admiring Jiang Rulin's alluring legs, particularly as she wore stockings but no shoes. To his dismay, he had not concealed his gaze as discreetly as he believed. Scoundrel is a scoundrel, pretending to be earnest. Not a single decent man among them. Jiang Rulin's expression hardened as she turned away, extinguishing any hope Jiang Mingho had harbored. Jiang Mingho gazed at Jiang Rulin's breathtaking profile, his words caught in his throat. In the end, he lowered his head and dejectedly returned to Lin Feng's side, his heart heavy with frustration. He hadn't even begun to engage properly, yet he had already suffered a crushing humiliation. This woman was a veritable porcupine, fiercely unyielding in her stance. It was best to steer clear of such a woman. Even if there were a glimmer of hope, he would resolutely refrain from pursuing her. Otherwise, in the event of marriage, he would find himself utterly subjugated, stripped of all masculine dignity. "What's the matter? Do you not intend to continue the conversation?" Lin Feng observed the despondent expression on Jiang Mingho's face, barely suppressing a laugh. He was curious to see how long Jiang Mingho could endure the humiliation in conversation with Jiang Rulin. To his surprise, however, Jiang Mingho was not entirely innocent. He was sneaking glances at other people's legs as they walked. This was precisely the opportunity Jiang Ruolin needed to exploit. Brother, you have utterly embarrassed me. You were well aware that woman's tongue is as venomous as poison, weren't you? Jiang Mingho cast a resentful glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter, but out of respect for their brotherhood forged through adversity, he refrained from further mocking him. I didn't instruct you to ogle others' thighs. You've approached me twice this early morning, and I've yet to accuse you of harassment. Jiang Mingho's lips twitched, but Lin Feng's words sparked an epiphany in him, prompting him to swallow his complaints and adopt a serious tone. I came to remind you that while I was meandering along the beach earlier, I noticed an unusual number of figures gathered there, including a particularly menacing quartet. None bore a single unblemished mark on their bodies. Their faces were dark and intimidating, their gazes as terrifying as if they were ready to devour someone, especially one who was bloodied and adorned with a large gold chain. His eyes were akin to those of a venomous snake. You must be extremely cautious, particularly since you have two stunning beauties with you. Do not let your guard down, lest they ambush you. Lin Feng smiled faintly upon hearing this. Thank you for the warning. However, I've already encountered those four today. They had intentions of wrongdoing towards me, but I gave them a proper lesson. I doubt they will dare to trouble me again. Brother, you're incredible. Jiang Mingho was momentarily taken aback, then sincerely praised Lin Feng with a thumbs up. Taking on four at once, one must admire that. I'm fortunate I didn't act rashly because of your youthful appearance. Otherwise, I might have found myself in dire straits today. Lin Feng continued to ponder the implications of Jiang Mingho's information. On this deserted island, an increase in the number of people did not necessarily herald good fortune. Rather, it underscored the gravity of the current calamity. Suddenly, Jiang Mingho rubbed his hands together in excitement, looking at Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng, are you going fishing later? Could you take me along? I can assist you. And as long as you sell me a couple of the fish you catch, I would be satisfied. Of course, the price will remain the same as yesterday. I assure you it 1 decrease. Jiang Mingho chuckled. Lin Feng shot him a glance, realizing that this fellow had come with a specific intention in mind. After several encounters, Lin Feng had grown to feel no aversion towards Jiang Mingho. After contemplating, he nodded in agreement, recognizing that having Jiang Mingho along would be beneficial, especially since it offered the prospect of earning some money. I'll prepare a bit. It may take me some time, he said. All right, I will wait for you by the seaside. Just don't forget about me. Jiang Mingho eagerly replied, delighted at the thought of enjoying grilled fish. Without delay, he turned and left. Though the presence of two beautiful women was enticing, he knew he couldn't linger here. Qinya was beyond reproach, and Jiang Ruolin exuded an icy demeanor that discouraged any ill-fated advances. Once Jiang Mingho departed, Lin Feng remained industrious. He gathered a pile of firewood to stoke the flames. While seated on a stone, he began to whittle a wooden stick with his dagger. Although he could easily bind the dagger to the stick to fashion a formidable spear, he was mindful that seawater would corrode the metal, and such a valuable tool was not to be squandered. Meanwhile, Qinya engaged Jiang Ruolin in conversation about recent events, hoping to mitigate some of Jiang Ruolin's unfavorable impressions of Lin Feng. However, observing Jiang Ruolin's expression, it was evident that her words had little effect. Prejudices within a person's heart are like an immovable mountain. Significant upheaval is often required to alter such entrenched views. Fortunately, Qinya was not overly fixated on this matter. Feeling her strength returning somewhat, Jiang Ruolin sat on the ground, shifting her position and testing whether she could stand. Yet, upon exerting herself slightly, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her brow to furrow tightly in discomfort. She winced, the pain surging like a tide, compelling her to cease movement. Ruolin, what are you doing? Your foot has sustained serious injuries these past couple of days. You must rest and avoid exacerbating your condition. Qinya admonished sternly upon noticing the commotion. I understand, my teacher, Jiang Ruolin replied, her tone lingering defiantly, lacking any genuine contrition. I was merely trying to see if I could stand. It's rather stifling sitting here. You really are something, Qinya retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Jiang Ruolin. Yet, She soon found Jiang Rulin tugging insistently at her arm. "Why don't you carry me over to the fire? I'm feeling a bit chilly." After saying this, Jiang Rulin shivered slightly, leaving Qinya uncertain whether her chill was genuine or feigned. Glancing at Jiang Rulin's backless evening gown, Qinya was somewhat convinced. But upon appraising Jiang Rulin's tall figure, she frowned and remarked, "You're quite heavy. I doubt I can carry you. Perhaps I should call Lin Feng instead. I'm not heavy at all." "No, please don't let that little lecher come. He will surely take advantage of the situation," Jiang Rulin exclaimed, her demeanor shifting dramatically from irritation to resolute determination, firmly resisting any contact with Lin Feng. Qinya rubbed her forehead in exasperation, ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. "Very well, I shall give it a try, but do not blame me if I end up hurt." "I would never blame you. Besides, I am not heavy at all." Jiang Rulin's face brightened with joy as she struck a pose and extended her hands towards Qinya. With a gentle sigh, Qinya maneuvered one arm between Jiang Rulin's legs while the other encircled her slender waist. "Moments latte. Oof. Qinya, you've made me fall and it hurts," Jiang Rulin exclaimed. "What can I do?" "It's clearly because you are too heavy," Qinya retorted. "How could that be? I'm 170 centimeters tall and weigh 110 jin. Is that really heavy?" Jiang Rulin protested. 110 jin is not light. Furthermore, you must have reported your weight inaccurately. Who weighs as much as you do? That is just because I have a good figure, and you dare to criticize me? You're 3 centimeters shorter than I am, so you must weigh 110 jin as well. You're heavy too. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was intently sharpening a harpoon when he overheard the lively bickering. Curiosity piqued. He glanced over and saw Jiang Rulin wincing in pain while passionately arguing with Qinya about their weights. Even the typically composed Qinya had flushed cheeks as she engaged in the dispute. Lin Feng found the scene both amusing and entertaining. Who would have imagined that two stunningly beautiful women would become so flushed over a matter as trivial as weight? This only served to highlight Jiang Rulin's proud and unyielding nature. "Then I shan't carry you anymore. You're on your own," Qinya declared, choosing to ignore Jiang Rulin in her frustration. Chapter 29. Conflict. "Oh, please, Qinya, my dear sister, Teacher Qin, don't abandon me. I promise to behave. Just hold me once more. Even if you were to drop me and break me in two, I would never hold it against you," Jiang Rulin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then instantly adopted a pitiable, pleading expression. Her heartfelt entreaty softened Qinya's heart, yet she maintained her composure, casting a stern look at Jiang Rulin. Nevertheless, this still elicited a joyful smile from Jiang Rulin. Their bond was such that neither could truly hold sway over the other. After years of companionship, their connection surpassed that of mere sisters in every aspect, aside from blood ties. "I really can't lift you anymore." Qinya attempted once more to embrace Jiang Rulin, managing only to lift her slightly before succumbing to fatigue, shaking her head in defeat. The exertion caused her cheeks to flush a rosy hue. "Very well," Jiang Rulin pouted in disappointment. This time, she refrained from further protest, as a thought crossed her mind. Stealing a glance outside, she was surprised to find Lin Feng observing them from a distance. Jiang Rulin assumed he was mocking her. With a huff, she turned her head away, unwilling to let him witness her disheveled state. What a proud and stubborn woman. Lin Feng, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle as he resumed carving a harpoon. Though his focus seemed distracted, his mind wandered back to the moment when Qinya had her back to him, bending down to lift Jiang Rulin. The sight of her well-rounded figure stirred an uncontrollable impulse within him. Yet, upon reflection, he felt a twinge of regret. Why hadn't he thought of such things while they were kissing? He had no idea what that sensation might have felt like. Initially, he could have pursued the thought, but with Jiang Rulin now in the picture and Qinya wishing to keep their relationship hidden, he buried the notion deep within his heart. However, it felt as if a cat's claw was scratching at his insides, leaving him restless. He could only vent his frustration on the unformed harpoon in his hands, splinters flying everywhere. On the other side, Qinya noticed this detail, her eyes flickering with realization. Perhaps this was an opportunity to adjust their dynamics. "How about, I'll let Xiao Feng carry you outside?" "No way. I want to let him touch me. He will surely have lewd thoughts." Jiang Rulin recoiled at this suggestion, her skin crawling at the mere idea. Qinya's expression darkened in response to Jiang Rulin's reaction. Then you shall remain here until your leg heals. I will no longer concern myself with you. Both Lin Feng and Jiang Rulin held a significant place in her heart, and she could not bear to see Jiang Rulin continuously disparage Lin Feng. Please, Qinya, I was wrong. Jiang Rulin had never witnessed Qinya so furious, instinctively retreating, aware that she had crossed a line. Qinya was momentarily taken aback as she realized that she had unconsciously felt a spark of anger towards Jiang Rulin. A wave of guilt washed over her. However, when she noticed Jiang Rulin's expression had shifted from haughty to something more subdued, she felt an unexpected surge of joy. I'll call Xiao Feng over. You must not argue with him again. Fine. Although Jiang Rulin was somewhat reluctant, she nodded in agreement, hastily covering her legs with the hem of her gown. Yet, the design of the evening dress was intended to accentuate the beauty of a woman's legs, making it inherently impractical for full coverage of her thighs. As the fabric failed to conceal the dark hue beneath, Jiang Rulin's cheeks flushed, and she let out a small huff. Never mind. That little scoundrel Wu Ti dare do anything inappropriate. Let him look if he wishes. Xiao Feng, come here for a moment. Rulin needs your assistance. Qinya, why are you saying it's me? It was your idea. Jiang Rulin's face turned crimson upon hearing this, and she shot a reproachful glance at Qinya. Despite her typically proud demeanor, when she found herself in a vulnerable position, she appeared transformed. I see you don't want to go out. Qinya shot an exasperated glare at Jiang Rulin, who, feeling chastised, lowered her head in silent acquiescence. What is wrong, Sister Qinya? Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having heard the call, immediately set aside his task and stood up, instinctively glancing toward the shelter, where he observed Jiang Rulin sitting uncomfortably on the ground. He quickly deduced the reason for Qinya summoning him. Rulin feels stifled in here and wishes for you to carry her out. Qinya subtly gestured to Lin Feng, hoping he would behave well and agree without holding any grudges. Of course, no problem at all. Lin Feng promptly replied. Jiang Rulin's eyes widened momentarily, and she turned her head away, unwilling to meet Lin Feng's gaze, surprised by his unexpected generosity. She had anticipated some teasing from him. Biting her red lip, she felt a wave of discontent wash over her. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. Lin Feng had approached Jiang Rulin, looking down at the exquisite woman seated on the ground. His gaze assessed her flawless figure with a hint of flickering interest, careful not to display too much emotion. Otherwise, Jiang Rulin would certainly make a scene. He then squatted down, without hesitation, slipping his arms beneath her knees and encircling her slender waist. Given the backless design of Jiang Rulin's gown, his hand inadvertently pressed against her smooth skin, evoking a delightful sensation that sent a subtle thrill through him. Yet, he quickly quelled any inappropriate thoughts, striving to maintain focus. Unexpectedly, Jiang Rulin's face flushed as if struck by lightning, and she emitted a sound that could easily be misconstrued. She then began to struggle with heightened agitation. What are you doing? I warn you, don't think you can take advantage of this situation to touch me inappropriately, or you'll be in for it. Jiang Rulin's eyes resembled those of a fierce little tiger, glaring menacingly at Lin Feng. Infuriated, Lin Feng retaliated with an equally fierce glare, his tone laced with anger. Your evening gown is inherently backless. No matter how I embrace you, I will inevitably touch your back. If you continue to slander me, I shall cast you out. This is a deserted island, a place belonging to me and Sister Qinya, not your home, where you can act recklessly. Jiang Rulin, for the first time, faced a scolding from a man younger than herself, and it felt as though her fragile heart had been shattered in an instant. Her emotions spiraled out of control, and her eyes reddened with unshed tears. Yet, she quickly turned her head defiantly, determined to conceal her vulnerability from Lin Feng. She had always been seen as a paragon of excellence, showcasing extraordinary piano talent from a young age, winning various prestigious awards since elementary school. Her family harbored high hopes for her, wishing for her to achieve even greater success. Consequently, her memories were devoid of anything beyond relentless practice. Even when ill, she insisted on perfecting the day's repertoire before resting. The lack of attention and guidance from her family gradually skewed her character, particularly as her efforts translated into accolades. The gaze of those around her shifted to one of reverence and humility, making them reluctant to oppose her opinions. Over time, she developed an arrogant demeanor, magnifying every discomfort into a target for her emotional outbursts. This behavior led to a dwindling circle of friends, leaving only Qinya by her side. Only Qinya understood that beneath Jiang Ruolin's haughty exterior lay a heart devoid of malice. Often, her true thoughts were not as venomous as they seemed. Having received little emotional support throughout her life, she learned to amplify her feelings, striving to capture the attention she so desperately craved. At 18, Lin Feng was not one to indulge anyone. He instinctively countered her words. Unintentionally, he shattered Jiang Ruolin's facade, touching upon her sensitive and proud heart. In essence, when faced with someone who disregarded her status and achievements, she found herself at a disadvantage. Ruolin, do not take it to heart. Lin Feng is merely speaking without malice. Qinya interjected, concerned as she witnessed Jiang Ruolin's fragility. With her health still precarious, any emotional upheaval could jeopardize her well-being, and there would be no recourse on this deserted island. I apologize. I acted impulsively, Lin Feng admitted, surprised at Jiang Ruolin's vulnerability, his heart softening at the sight of her nearly shattered expression. I need to step outside, Jiang Ruolin choked out defiantly, two crystalline tears tracing down her fair cheeks, as she endeavored to stifle the flood of emotions threatening to escape. Chapter 30. Is your family quite wealthy? Lin Feng said little, merely exerting a gentle yet firm grip to lift Jiang Ruolin off the ground. Caught unprepared, her body pressed against Lin Feng's chest, and as she felt the strength and warmth radiating from him, her eyes widened in astonishment, her mind momentarily blank. She had presumed that it would require considerable effort for him to lift her, as he did not appear particularly robust. However, to her surprise, he hoisted her as effortlessly as one might draw breath. Nestled against Lin Feng's chest, inhaling the unfamiliar scent of this man, she found herself momentarily entranced. No one had ever embraced her with such vigor. Not even her father had offered her a single hug throughout her life. This peculiar sensation seemed to possess a unique enchantment, gradually dissolving the myriad of prejudices she had harbored against Lin Feng. Yet, just as swiftly, Jiang Ruolin regained her composure, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks as a wave of embarrassment washed over her for her own thoughts. After all, this scoundrel had just insulted her. She could not forgive him so readily. Perhaps her current state was precisely what Lin Feng had orchestrated. With this in mind, Jiang Ruolin discreetly pinched the soft flesh at Lin Feng's waist with her delicate hand, not applying any force, merely warning him against any inappropriate thoughts. Lin Feng sensed the subtle movement at his waist and feigned indifference, casting a glance at Jiang Ruolin. Upon witnessing her alert expression, reminiscent of a wary kitten, he could not help but chuckle inwardly, finding her utterly adorable. In that instant, his fondness for Jiang Ruolin grew. Eventually, Lin Feng gently set Jiang Ruolin down on a stone, standing upright and releasing a sigh of relief. Although the distance traveled was not far, the journey had been fraught with temptations and pressures that were anything but trivial. You've worked hard, little Feng, Qinya said tenderly as she approached, reaching out to wipe the sweat from Lin Feng's forehead. Overcome with emotion, Lin Feng nearly succumbed to the urge to embrace Qinya intimately. However, upon meeting Lin Feng's fervent gaze, Qinya instinctively withdrew her hand, fearful that he might disregard Jiang Ruolin's presence and expose their relationship. I'm sorry, little Feng. Seeing the slight disappointment on Lin Feng's face, a wave of guilt surged within Qinya. Clenching her small fist unconsciously, she pondered ways to compensate for Lin Feng's patience and efforts. Observing the close interaction between the two, Jiang Ruolin felt a twinge of jealousy and possessiveness. Yet she chose not to dwell on it this time. All right, I've nearly finished preparing my spear. I'll go catch some fish now. If anything happens, Sister Qinya, just call out to me. I'll hear you. Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he turned to Qinya, reminding her that survival was the utmost priority. Yes, I will. You must also ensure your safety, Qinya replied with a gentle smile, her tone reminiscent of a devoted wife bidding farewell to her husband. With that, Lin Feng picked up the spear and vines from the ground, secured his dagger at his waist, and cast one last glance at the two before departing. As Jiang Rulin locked eyes with Lin Feng, her lips quivered slightly, as if she were on the verge of expressing her gratitude. Yet ultimately, she could not muster the courage to voice her thanks. She could only watch as Lin Feng's figure receded into the distance. Suddenly, a realization washed over Qinya, who noticed Lin Feng's underwear still drying by the fire. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily reached for it, turning to Jiang Rulin, who appeared lost in thought. Ruolan, wait for me a moment. I shall deliver something to Xiao Feng and return shortly. With that, Qinya swayed her hips and hurried after Lin Feng, following in his footsteps. Ingya. Jiang Rulin could only helplessly observe the scene, biting her lip as a wave of melancholy washed over her, feeling the weight of solitude pressing down as she gazed at her immobile feet. Xiao Feng, wait a moment. What is it, Sister Qinya? Your underwear is dry. You haven't put it back on yet. Upon hearing the call, Lin Feng turned around, only to find Qinya approaching with a look of concern. As she reached him, her face was flushed, her ample bosom rising and falling like the waves, leaving Lin Feng momentarily entranced. What are you staring at? Quickly take your things. I shall return shortly, or Ruolin will begin to worry. Qinya shot him a reproachful glance, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of reproach. As she playfully tossed the underwear into Lin Feng's arms, her cheeks tinged with a deeper shade of crimson. With a sudden clatter, Lin Feng dropped the spear he had been holding and stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Qinya's soft figure. Sister Qinya, you are so beautiful. What nonsense are you spouting? Let go of me. Caught off guard by his unexpected compliment, Qinya's face turned as red as an apple, her lips biting down in a feeble attempt to push Lin Feng away from her chest. Lin Feng sensed the affection emanating from Qinya. His hands, still resting on her waist, instinctively glided to a place he had previously desired, applying a gentle pressure. Xiao Feng. Qinya's body stiffened as if struck by lightning. Unable to contain herself, she bit her lip harder, her face transforming into a vision of irresistible allure. Lin Feng, captivated by her enchanting beauty, found himself lost in the moment, his hands reacting with a mix of surprise and delight. I truly must return to look after Ruin. Xiao Feng, you should hurry back to fishing. Qinya leaned weakly against Lin Feng's shoulder, breathing softly, her eyes pleading. All right, but could I steal a kiss before you go? Lin Feng's longing made him feel a twinge of guilt over his own selfishness, but he suppressed it, merely swallowing as he gazed at Qinya's tender lips. Xiao Feng during this time. I apologize for the inconvenience, Qinya said, sensing Lin Feng's guilt. She obediently closed her eyes, inviting him. With a deep breath, Lin Feng could no longer resist. Xiao Feng, do pay attention to your image. I must return now. Qinya, having seen Lin Feng change his underwear right in front of her, shyly covered her eyes with her fingers, peeking through the gaps. Her face flushed to the tips of her ears. All right, Sister Qinya, do call for me if you need anything. Lin Feng hastily picked up his pants, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, devoid of any guilt. After casting an exasperated glance at him, Qinya turned on her heel and walked away. Halfway through, she recalled something and swiftly smoothed out the creases on her back. At last, Lin Feng, my friend, you have been awaited. No sooner had Qinya departed than Jiang Mingho's figure emerged from the opposite side. He greeted Lin Feng with a wave, then glanced around with a bemused expression. Oddly enough, he had distinctly heard the sounds of others nearby just moments ago. Could it be that he was imagining things? Stop dawdling. You should take some of these harpoons, Lin Feng said, noticing that Jiang Mingho seemed rather leisurely. He handed over a few harpoons for him to hold. Excellent, Jiang Mingho exclaimed, eagerly accepting the harpoons. The thought of going fishing was exhilarating, an experience he had never encountered before. He cautiously inquired, Lin Feng, may I purchase one of your harpoons to join you in fishing? Lin Feng turned to regard the excited and expectant Jiang Mingho, bemused by his approach to matters. There is no need to buy anything. Just say the word, and it's yours after all. He had made more harpoons than necessary this time, and with his newfound expertise, he was confident that even with just 2 or 3 harpoons, he could catch plenty of fish. He had no worries about Jiang Mingho's consumption. That is splendid. Lin Feng, you truly embody the essence of genuine human connection. My family has always taught me that others approach me solely for my wealth, advising me to resolve matters with outsiders through monetary means, never through emotions. Yet here you are, my brother, and I have chosen you. Jiang Mingho looked at Lin Feng with unbridled enthusiasm, completely oblivious to the fact that Lin Feng was younger than he. Is your family quite wealthy? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel curious about Jiang Mingho's background. Prompted by his words. Chapter 31. The newcomer on the reef beach. I am not entirely certain of exact wealth, but my family's enterprise, managed by the venerable Mr. Deng, has achieved remarkable success. In the realm of real estate and eco-friendly household products, we command a significant share of the market, raking in billions annually. It seems our family's finances are inexhaustible. Jiang Mingho scratched his head, feigning earnestness. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Had he known, he would have refrained from asking. Yet, he harbored little envy, merely curiosity about why, given Jiang Mingho's affluence. They had not chartered a yacht and invited a bevy of bikini-clad beauties for a day at sea, but had instead opted for the crowded ocean cruiser. Actually, my family possesses not only yachts, but also cruise ships. I simply have never experienced this large-scale world cruise. I thought it would be an interesting experience. Moreover, I did not come alone. I invited several close female classmates from university to join me. They are rather reluctant to share the cruise with just one man. Jiang Mingho's face suddenly flushed. Oh, so there is someone you fancy among them? Lin Feng concluded, surprised to learn that even a wealthy heir like Jiang Mingho faced challenges in romantic pursuits. She is merely an ordinary woman, quiet and fond of solitude. I lack experience in matters of the heart and have hesitated to express my feelings. Then why do I see you repeatedly pursuing other women? Lin Feng asked, skepticism etched across his face. Jiang Mingho leapt up in excitement. That's different. Who doesn't he admire beautiful women? I never claimed to be indifferent to them. Before this, the only woman who captured my heart was her alone. Yet your affections seem to be accelerating lately, Lin Feng remarked, nodding seriously. Jiang Mingho was so animated that he nearly sprayed saliva onto Lin Feng's face. My brother, you are truly oblivious to your own fortune. Do you not comprehend the caliber of those two beauties? One is ethereal and aloof, the other enchanting and captivating. Each could bring a nation to ruin with their allure. The fact that you know both is astounding. If I could experience even a fleeting moment of their affection, I would pay any price. Let's not dwell on that. You are still quite young and likely do not grasp such matters, Jiang Mingho said, dismissing Lin Feng's astonishment with a wave of his hand, choosing not to argue further. Lin Feng, secretly pleased yet momentarily disheartened by Jiang Mingho's words, decided to remain silent. They had arrived at the seaside, where the briny wind greeted them. Lin Feng unsheathed the dagger from his waist, secured several fishing spears to his body, and held one in hand as he waded slowly into the sea. Soon, he spotted shadows of fish swimming beneath the surface, preparing to wait patiently for them to approach. Suddenly, he heard the raucous splashing of water behind him. Lin Feng, I'm here, Jiang Mingho called out exuberantly. The fish that had almost entered his hunting range darted away at the commotion created by the overzealous Jiang Mingho. Lin Feng turned around, annoyance evident in his glare. You scared away my fish. Don't come near me. How can we fish together? Apologies, I shall take my leave. Jiang Mingho observed Lin Feng abandon his initial intention to spear fish, realizing he had inadvertently disrupted Lin Feng's plan. A look of guilt washed over his face as he hurriedly stepped aside, anxious that his presence might once again hinder Lin Feng. However, before Jiang Mingho could select a suitable fishing spot, he was startled by the sound of a spear piercing the sea behind him. Splashing water echoed through the air. Turning in astonishment, he beheld Lin Feng, calm and composed, raising his spear, a vibrant red fish, no larger than a palm, thrashing helplessly impaled upon it. Impressive. Brother Lin Feng, Jiang Mingho exclaimed, his blood surging with excitement as he gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Such efficiency was astonishing. Reflecting on how he had previously interrupted Lin Feng's hunt, a tinge of regret crossed his features. Had he not interfered, Lin Feng would undoubtedly have caught a fish. With this thought, Jiang Mingho felt invigorated, eager to attempt fishing himself. He quickly identified a prime location and settled down to emulate Lin Feng's patient demeanor. No sooner had he positioned himself than he heard Lin Feng's triumphant call once more, signaling another catch. The high success rate filled him with exhilaration. Were the fish here truly oblivious, allowing for such easy captures? If that were the case, he could fish whenever he pleased. Dreaming blissfully, a blackfish lazily swam near his feet. Jiang Mingho's eyes lit up. After a moment's contemplation, he plunged his spear downward with determination. Yet the next instant, he was met not with joy but with profound disbelief. How could it be so different? I was clearly aiming. Jiang Mingho scratched his head, attributing the failure to an error, and resumed his vigil with renewed focus. Thankfully, the coastal waters were teeming with fish, and soon enough, he spotted another, a larger red fish, roughly the size of 2 palms. Excitement coursed through him. If he could catch this sizable fish and prepare it as grilled delicacy, it would surely be delectable. Drawing upon his previous experience, he took several careful aim before forcefully hurling the spear. Splash! Alas, the spear veered off course once more. What? I refuse to be defeated, Jiang Mingho declared, fueled by determination. It appeared effortless when he observed Lin Feng, and he was resolute in believing he could achieve the same. Yet, despite repeated attempts, he faced continual failure. In stark contrast, Lin Feng had already caught 6 fish, his success overwhelming. At that moment, Jiang Mingho felt utterly disheartened, realizing that apart from his wealth, he was woefully lacking in other skills. Suddenly, a spark of insight ignited in his mind, and he clapped his hands in frustration. Of course, the perspective above the water differs from that below. This is basic knowledge. How could I have forgotten? This must be the reason for my failures. Understanding the source of his repeated mistakes, Jiang Mingho regained his confidence. He grasped the spear once more, ready to await the arrival of his next prey. Soon, a fish from the sea began to approach slowly. Jiang Mingho recalled the erroneous angle from earlier and adjusted his fishing angle slightly downward before thrusting the spear with great force. Splash! This time, the angle was indeed correct, yet the fish still managed to slip away. How could that fish react so swiftly? Jiang Mingho was astonished, staring in despair at the direction in which the fish swam away. It turned out that aiming was merely the most fundamental skill in fishing. The decisive factor in capturing the fish lay in the speed of the thrust. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. However, Jiang Mingho found himself devoid of the will to waste any more time. His arms ached painfully from the exertion. Sustained combat capability was equally vital, given his current state. Achieving a quicker thrust was evidently beyond his reach. Hey, are you going to continue? I've caught enough fish and am ready to leave, came Lin Feng's voice from behind. Jiang Mingho turned around, only to be struck by the sight before him. Lin Feng was adorned with a full belt of fish, likely numbering over 15. This stark contrast made Jiang Mingho feel as if he wished to bury himself in a hole. This fishing endeavor had failed, revealing his own incompetence. Wait for me. However, Jiang Mingho quickly regained his composure. After all, he did not rely on this for sustenance. If he didn't catch any, so be it. As Jiang Mingho strode ashore empty-handed, Lin Feng did not mock him. Instead, he offered words of consolation. It's all right, practice a few more times, and an ordinary person can catch fish too. All right, fine. Jiang Mingho's previously buoyant mood felt as if pierced by a sharp arrow, suffering a 1,000-fold blow. He was several years older than Lin Feng, yet the reality was undeniable, forcing him to bow his head in humility. Here, these 3 fish are for you, Lin Feng said, tossing 3 fish he had taken from his waist to Jiang Mingho. Among them was a smaller fish, one he had caught before he even had a plan. The rest were all nearly the size of 2 palms. Lin Feng had encountered many small fish, but had refrained from striking. Thus, the 3 fish he gifted to Jiang Mingho were enough to sustain him for a day. Wow, these are huge. Thank you so much, my friend. Upon seeing the fish Lin Feng had given him, Jiang Mingho's gloom dissipated, replaced by profound delight. He had never anticipated catching such substantial fish when he chose to accompany Lin Feng. It was primarily due to Lin Feng's extraordinary fishing skills. Beaming with joy, Jiang Mingho cradled the 3 fish in his arms, clearly eager to return. I still need to dig for some oysters. Lin Feng tidied up his gear, reinserted his dagger back onto his waist, and bid farewell to Jiang Mingho as he departed. After walking for a while, Lin Feng gradually slowed his pace, a frown creasing his brow. Not far ahead lay the rocky beach. However, today the rocky beach is far from desolate. Instead, it is bustling with the presence of several unfamiliar figures who are diligently searching the shores, bending down to inspect the nooks and crannies. Occasionally, someone excitedly raises a freshly discovered oyster high above their head in a display of triumph. Others, with a more direct approach, pry open the oysters they have unearthed and, grasping the succulent flesh, tilt their heads back to swallow it whole. Chapter 32. The wicked first reports, the oysters are simply exquisite. This rocky shore is truly a treasure trove, and the oysters here will sustain us for quite some time. Indeed, it is you, Brother Hao, who possesses such knowledge, guiding us to this bountiful location. Otherwise, with so many of us, we would be at a loss on how to survive until rescue arrives. A man with sun-kissed skin, clad in a green short-sleeved shirt that gently clings to his physique and wearing combat boots, basked in the admiration of the crowd. His name was Li Hao, a fitness enthusiast with a penchant for outdoor survival. The maritime disaster felt like a grand stage crafted for him to showcase his skills. The surrounding urban dwellers, accustomed to lives of comfort and privilege, now relied on him for their survival, igniting a sense of pride within him. With an air of arrogance, he declared, "Oh, you flatter me. These are mere trivialities, just some common knowledge. I noticed an abundance of fish in the sea earlier. In a while, I can lead everyone to catch some, and when we return ashore, I shall kindle a fire and prepare a warm meal. Consider this a vacation, everyone. With me here, your lives will surely improve." Applause erupted in response to Li Hao's words. At that moment, Lin Feng approached, drawing the attention of the crowd. "Hey, look, someone is coming," exclaimed one. "You startled me. I thought it was a wild man. It's just a child. Look, he has tied numerous fish to his waist. My goodness, did he catch all those himself? It seems so, as he carries several harpoons on his back. Quite impressive for one so young, perhaps even surpassing Li Hao." Li Hao, upon seeing Lin Feng, was taken aback, yet his surprise was eclipsed by dissatisfaction. The crowd's focus had shifted from him to Lin Feng, and the ensuing comparisons concluded that he was outshone by a mere boy. This left Li Hao feeling exceedingly frustrated. If only he had arrived at the beach a day earlier, he too could have matched Lin Feng's feats. It was hardly a daunting task. Lin Feng, however, paid little heed to the whispers. He surveyed the chaotic state of the rocky shore, a heavy feeling settling within him. His earlier concerns about the disadvantages of attracting too many people had indeed come to fruition. The communal resources, once his alone, were now rapidly depleting due to the influx of others, and the environment had been left in disarray. The once crystal-clear pool now hosted 2 or 3 individuals bathing, merrily indulging in the nearby pile of oysters. Though the rocky shore had deteriorated significantly, Lin Feng bore no grievances. After all, this was not anyone's territory, and he did not rely on these oysters for his survival. Politely greeting the others, Lin Feng unloaded his belongings, arranging the remaining 10 or so fish on a rock. He then filled a coconut shell with fresh water from the pool and began to clean the fish, removing scales and entrails. The 3 individuals soaking in the pool observed this scene with increasing curiosity, drawing closer to him. "Young man, have you been alone on the island these past few days? You truly are remarkable to have caught so many fish. Indeed, it seems that heroes emerge from youth. While the rest of us have been surviving on wild fruits in the forest, barely satiating our hunger, we have almost forgotten the taste of meat. By the way, young brother, what is your name? You can't possibly eat all this fish by yourself. Why not share a couple of them with us?" As the 3 of them exchanged words, their conversation invariably circled around the sea fish in Lin Feng's possession, their eyes glistening with anticipation. Clearly, the oysters were insufficient to satisfy their appetites. "Apologies, but I specifically caught these fish, and they're just enough for my needs. If you wish to eat, I have a spear. You may go and catch some fish yourselves." Lin Feng replied absently while diligently scaling the fish. Instantly, The expressions of the group soured. With so many fish, what harm would it be to share just two? How stingy. You are alone. How could you possibly consume all this fish? Others nearby had also gathered around, siding with their friends. Young man, your words seem rather callous. With so much fish, just share a couple for us to taste. The uncles and aunts here will surely remember your kindness. Indeed, although we may not have met before, since we have crossed paths now, we must support one another in the days to come. If you contribute a little today, should you face difficulties in the future, we will not turn a blind eye. Besides, since you can catch so many fish, it shows your exceptional skills. Surely you can spare too. Why not, young brother? Dive down again and help us catch a few more while we keep watch here. Their fervent pleas were met with Lin Feng's growing irritation, prompting him to interject sharply, "Enough. You are all adults. Do not expect to receive without effort. If you want fish, go catch them yourselves. Who among us is not facing hardships? I have no obligation to care for a group of strangers. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him one." He contemplated giving the spear to these individuals, hoping to encourage them to be self-sufficient, lest they return to him once the fish were depleted. Yet he was taken aback by how these able-bodied individuals, driven by pride and selfishness, chose to criticize him instead of taking action themselves. The group's faces darkened, feeling belittled by a mere youth. Such a lack of upbringing. All those years of study have made them foolish. No matter how capable one is, they cannot go far alone. Less finally how. He is much more resourceful, capable, and responsible, unlike this young lad. With a few disparaging remarks, some turn away, while the three by the water's edge, with a splash, gathered the oysters and departed. Lin Feng observed this scene with a cold smile. It was a welcome silence. He worked swiftly, processing the fish, and soon had finished with over a dozen, just as he splashed water to cleanse the debris from the stones. The elderly woman, who had been lingering nearby, suddenly stealthily reached out towards one of the sea fish. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened instantly, and with a swift motion, he drew his dagger and plunged it into the fish. The blade was less than 3 centimeters from the woman's fingers. The woman stumbled back in shock, nearly losing her balance, but in the next moment, she feigned distress, clutching her hand, and exclaimed to Lin Feng, "You little rascal, you've stabbed my hand. Do you realize? Today, you either compensate me with money or replace it with 3 fish. Otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest." Her cries drew the attention of the previously dispersed crowd. "What happened, Aunt Kai? Did that brat hurt you?" "Yes. I merely wanted to observe the fish, and he indiscriminately cut my hand with a dagger, bullying an elderly person. How malicious. Indeed, he should apologize. There are no medicines on this island. What if I get tetanus? That could be fatal. What a selfish and violent individual." Immediately, a group of people began to denounce Lin Feng. Those few who knew the truth, witnessing the tide of public opinion, chose to remain silent. Lin Feng was infuriated. This shameless woman was indeed a blight. It was one thing to attempt to steal his fish, but to play the victim was utterly shameless. Faced with her venomous glare, he returned her gaze with equal intensity, provoking ire from those around him. Yet, Lin Feng suddenly chuckled coldly, glancing at Aunt Kai's hand. "If you truly are injured, show everyone your hand. You old hag, this time I've already shown you mercy. Should there be a next time, you shall see whether I strike the fish or your hand." His words caused the crowd, who had initially been outraged, to shift their gazes towards Aunt Kai's hand. My hand is unhurt, so what? You suddenly drew your dagger and stabbed me. I was merely startled and misspoke. It is still your fault. You uncultured wretch." Aunt Kai, her lies exposed, jumped up, pointing at Lin Feng and cursing vehemently. Lin Feng's expression turned cold, and then he moved his foot. In an instant, before anyone could comprehend. Slap. He hit me. Someone stop this madman. This little brat is out of control. Aunt Kai cried out in agony, rolling on the ground while clutching her reddened cheek. The surrounding crowd was taken aback, casting wary glances at Lin Feng. They hadn't even seen how he had struck. Now, they certainly would not side with Aunt Kai against him. One by one, they distanced themselves from her. What astonishing speed! Even Li Hao, who had been preparing to intervene, was left astonished, silently retracting his steps. "Be quiet. If you provoke me further, do you believe I want to bestow another slap upon your other cheek? Lin Feng, unburdened by any sense of respect for the elderly, shot a cold glare at Aunt Kai. Under the terrifying gaze, Aunt Kai immediately resembled a duck grasped by the throat, instinctively shrinking back in fear, refraining from any further outcries. The onlookers around her displayed a cold indifference, making her acutely aware that her previous methods were no longer effective. Umph! Lin Feng let out a disdainful snort, subsequently readying the sea fish to his body. He then ventured into the rocky beach, beginning his search for oysters. Chapter 33. The secret of China. The rocky shore had been thoroughly searched by these individuals, leaving only the more concealed oysters behind. Lin Feng, not wishing to be treated like a spectacle, decided to stroll away. As he distanced himself, the group gradually began to converse. Today's youth is certainly not to be trifled with. It will be prudent for everyone to watch their words in the future. What is so remarkable about that? If one retains such a disposition upon entering society, they shall inevitably find themselves returning home. All right, everyone, it is better to rely on oneself than to depend on others. After all, it is merely fish. If we desire to eat, we can catch our own. At this moment, Li Hao stepped forward, addressing the crowd. Yet, someone interjected, "Li Hao, why did you not speak up earlier when that young man was so arrogant?" "Indeed, Li Hao. Are you afraid you cannot match that young man in a fight?" "Impossible. I, Li Hao, am a principled individual." Everyone witnessed that it was Aunt Kai who acted improperly first. I could not possibly bully a younger person. Li Hao's expression changed as he endeavored to maintain his image. Li Hao is right. The matter has passed, and we should not dwell on it any longer. Besides, let us not covet another's fish. Aren't you the captain of the Wilderness Survival Club, Li Hao? With you here, can we truly fear not having fish to eat? Yes, Li Hao. Go help everyone catch some fish. When rescue arrives, we shall all invest a sum into your club as a token of our gratitude. I will contribute 2,000. I will contribute 5,000. I not only wish to invest 10,000, but also wish to join your club. Hee. That young man will surely regret it if he hears this. In just a few exchanges, Li Hao again became the pillar of support for the crowd. Observing this scene, a broad smile spread across his face. Thank you all for your support. In truth, even if you do not contribute much, I shall assist everyone regardless. Applause erupted from the crowd in response. There are ready-made harpoons here. We can dive into the sea to fish. One exclaimed, picking up a harpoon that Lin Feng had left on the ground, beaming with joy. However, some nearby felt apprehensive about Lin Feng's prowess. Is this wise? What if that young man returns and becomes angry? Not to worry, they are merely a few wooden sticks. He possesses a dagger, so crafting a few more should pose no challenge. Besides, did he not say he would allow us to use the harpoons? We might as well take them. After all, they were discarded by him. With so many of us, let a few take one each. Does he dare to confront us? And we have Li Hao here. Even if he were to become upset, he surely wouldn't dare to resort to violence. Li Hao, you should take one as well. As they spoke, some began to distribute the harpoons, selecting the stronger individuals present. Li Hao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to accept the harpoon, then turned to the crowd with assurance. Do not worry. Even if he seeks trouble, I will negotiate with him. That's the spirit, Li Hao. His words garnered appreciative glances from the crowd. It suffices for now. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng emerged from the rocky shore, his pockets laden with a dozen large oysters. Those around him discreetly distanced themselves, their hearts heavy with unease. Lin Feng noticed someone in the crowd holding the spear he had left on the ground, and with a slight contemplation, he discerned the situation. At that moment, Li Hao hesitated but approached nonetheless. Little brother, we borrowed your spear. If you have any objections, we can compensate you with some of the fish we catch. No need, Lin Feng replied curtly, dismissing Li Hao's presence as he strode away. The division of spoils had already been made. He saw no reason to reclaim anything. It was a nuisance. Li Hao's expression stiffened. He anticipated being snubbed by a mere child. How arrogant. It's just a few spears. Li Hao, don't stoop to the level of child. Others chimed in. Indeed, today's youth lack any manners. Despite their attempts to counsel him, Li Hao harbored lingering resentment towards Lin Feng. On his way back, Lin Feng remained vigilant, observing the dynamics of the island as a plan began to take shape in his mind. The rocky shore was his sole source of fresh water. Yet with Li Hao and his crew present, it was inconvenient to bathe there. Fresh water flowed from deeper within the island. Lin Feng resolved to explore the interior of the island that afternoon. At the shelter, Jiang Rulin stretched her lovely legs by the fire, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Qinya. She noticed that since Lin Feng's departure, Qinya would often smile inexplicably and gaze longingly into the distance, her behavior decidedly peculiar. This prompted Jiang Rulin to reassess the nature of the relationship between Qinya and Lin Feng. Qinya, are you and that little scoundrel? No, I mean, are you truly just step-siblings? Ah, Rulin, what nonsense are you talking about? Little Feng is merely my recognized brother. There's nothing beyond that. Qinya, caught off guard, quickly composed herself, her countenance growing stern. Then why did you take so long when you went out just now? You returned with a flushed face and have been absent-minded ever since. Jiang Rulin narrowed her beautiful eyes, instinctively sensing that there was an undisclosed secret at play. It was merely that little Feng left too quickly. When I chased after him, I happened to lose my direction, which caused the delay. Isn't it normal to feel a bit flushed after running? The flush on Chinya's cheeks faded momentarily as she nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Is that so? Then why have you been so distracted? You're behaving like a love-struck woman, Qinya. You must tell me the truth. Have you been deceived by that little rogue? Jiang Rulin's piercing gaze bore into Qinya, as though she sought to unveil her secrets. Ruolan, if you keep this up, I will truly be angry. You must not joke about my relationship with little Feng. Chinya's face bore an added chill, her voice turning icy. All right, I was wrong. Jiang Rulin dared not continue speaking, yet her concern for Chinya's state remained palpable. Aware of the reason behind Jiang Rulin's anxiety, Qinya felt compelled to offer an explanation. I am merely worried that my mother might become too agitated upon learning of this matter and suffer a mishap. At these words, Jiang Rulin's gaze softened. Rest assured, Auntie is currently hospitalized. Even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, timely intervention can be administered. Qinya sighed, her thoughts drifting to her mother in the hospital, which rendered her unable to feel any joy. Observing Qinya, Jiang Rulin felt compelled to speak further. I previously misjudged you. Qinya, I apologize. I too am concerned for Annie. Her heart condition is quite severe, and she is such a rigid and conservative person. If she were to find out about this, it would surely trigger her heart condition. Even if she were saved once, there would inevitably be a second and third occurrence. At Jiang Rulin's words, Qinya's expression darkened further, a tinge of pain causing her to instinctively clutch her chest. Jiang Rulin, witnessing this scene, felt her complexion shift slightly. I am sorry, Qinya. I did not intend to upset you. There is another matter you are aware of. Your fiancé is on the same boat as us. If he were to find you, it would be difficult for you to explain. You must contemplate this carefully. I understand. My relationship with Xiaofeng is not at all as you imagine. Qinya's eyes reddened immediately, her voice trembling as she spoke. Are you all right? Jiang Rulin, worried, clenched her fists, aware that her words might have touched upon the most painful subject for Qinya. Qinya's mother was an individual with an overwhelming desire for control and a very traditional mindset. She had always meddled in Qinya's life, having predetermined from a young age that her daughter would become a teacher. As Qinya grew up, she successfully became a high school teacher, and due to her exceptional capabilities, she consistently met her teaching targets each year, earning accolades and paving a promising path ahead. Yet, this only reinforced her mother's belief that her approach was correct. Her mother's interference in Qinya's life became increasingly excessive, demanding that she refrain from associating with civil servants or any men outside of established positions. However, this was bearable for Qinya, as she had not developed feelings for any other man throughout the years. Until recently, as her mother aged, she grew increasingly eager for a grandchild. Yet, despite the passing years, Qinya had not found a suitable boyfriend. Her mother, growing impatient, somehow learned that the son of a deputy director at the local education bureau was still unmarried. Without consulting Qinya, she took it upon herself to send the deputy director her daughter's photo and particulars. The deputy director, upon viewing the information, was quite pleased. Thus, unbeknownst to Chinya, she was unwittingly engaged to the deputy director's son by her mother's machinations. It was not until her mother claimed to be taking her to a relative's banquet that she discovered, to her shock, that the event was, in fact, her own engagement party. On the scene, an exceedingly reluctant and enraged Chinya found herself embroiled in a fierce argument with her mother. In an astonishing turn of events, her once healthy mother, unable to withstand the confrontation, suffered a heart attack and was rushed to the hospital. Lying in the hospital bed, her mother, humiliated, disregarded the peril of her condition and unleashed her fury, coercing Chinya into attending the engagement banquet under the threat of her own life. Ultimately, with tears streaming down her cheeks, Chinya participated in the engagement banquet alongside the son of the deputy director. Although the circumstances were absurd and melodramatic, they constituted a genuine tragedy that befell Chinya. Now, nearly 6 months have elapsed since the engagement banquet. Yet the relationship between Chinya and the deputy director's son remains as distant as that of strangers. The son, smitten by the beauty of Chinya, secretly reported her to her mother, leading to a resurgence of her mother's heart condition, necessitating another hospital stay. In a bid to expedite the union between Chinya and the deputy director's son, her mother has been pressuring her to transform swiftly. With plans for a wedding by the year's end, under the physician's counsel, Chinya could only feign compliance. However, that very night, she succumbed to a high fever. Unable to bear her plight, Jiang Rulin canceled her piano concert and accompanied Chinya to purchase tickets for a world cruise to lift her spirits. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the deputy director's son had somehow discovered their plans and clandestinely acquired tickets for the same voyage. It was not until they were already at sea, unable to disembark, that he unexpectedly confronted them. Tragically, the very next day, a maritime disaster occurred. Chapter 34. The Aggrieved Jiang Rulin Chinya. Do not dwell on those sorrowful matters any longer. I have contemplated it deeply. That Shin fellow is certainly not of good character. When we first met, he kept staring at me. Next time we encounter each other, I shall deliberately entice him, then report him to the authorities, compelling him to annul his engagement with you. If he and his father, the deputy director, wish to avoid disgrace, they will have no choice but to acquiesce, Jiang Rulin declared, her fists clenched, her teeth gritted in indignation. Please do not act this way, Rulin. Such behavior will adversely affect you. Do not let my misfortunes influence your life. As for marriage, I have already devised my own plans. Chinya shook her head slightly, forcing a sorrowful smile. Chinya, Jiang Rulin gazed at her with a heart full of compassion, convinced that Chinya had resolved to accept her fate. After all, if Chinya truly dared to refuse, her mother might very well succumb to rage that same day, a consequence Chinya could never bear to face. At that moment, the sound of footsteps crunching on gravel reached their ears. Upon hearing it, Chinya hastily adjusted her expression and implored Jiang Rulin, Rulin, I have my own arrangements for this matter. Please do not disclose it to anyone. Of course, I will keep it to myself. Jiang Rulin nodded earnestly, fully aware that this scandal would forever be a source of pain for Chinya. Apart from her family, only she was privy to this secret. She would never divulge it to outsiders. Otherwise, Chinya's carefully maintained image would shatter completely. Chinya, I'm back. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Are you hungry? I prepared fish soup for you. Lin Feng entered with a radiant smile, a multitude of freshly processed fish hanging from his waist, pockets brimming with oysters. And in one hand, he carried 3 large coconuts. His presence radiated a comforting sense of security, and his warm words stirred emotions within the already melancholic Chinya, causing her eyes to redden once more. Noticing this, Lin Feng's expression shifted, and he quickly set down his burdens, rushing to Chinya's side to wipe away her tears. What is the matter, Chinya? Why are you crying? And no, it's nothing. Chinya averted her gaze, yet Lin Feng's concern only intensified her emotional turmoil. Chinya, what has happened? Speak to me. Who has wronged you? I shall teach them a lesson. I truly am fine, Xiaofeng. No, something is amiss, and you are certainly concealing it from me. Lin Feng discerned her distress, gripping her delicate shoulder, his eyes brimming with concern. Panic surged through Chinya as she feared that the fiercely protective Lin Feng would unearth the truth. She cast a furtive glance at Jiang Rulin, her eyes pleading for understanding. Jiang Rulin discreetly covered her mouth and nodded in agreement. But in the next moment, Lin Feng's fierce gaze turned toward Jiang Rulin, locking eyes with her. In an instant, Jiang Rulin was taken aback, her hands flailing nervously, revealing her own uncertainty. Lin Feng abruptly stood, his eyes aflame with anger as he directed his fury at Jiang Rulin. Did you say something to make Qinya upset? I. Jiang Rulin opened her mouth, increasingly anxious and unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Although the source of Qinya's sorrow was not her, she still felt a sense of responsibility. Xiao Feng, please don't act impulsively. This matter has nothing to do with Rulin. It is my own issue. Qinya sensed that Lin Feng was becoming uncontrollably agitated and quickly grasped his large hand with urgency. To her surprise, Lin Feng showed no concern, his eyes like daggers piercing Jiang Rulin. I do not care who you are or how long you have known Sister Qinya, he declared, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable sense of authority, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. I warn you, if you have something to say, direct it at me. If you dare to make Sister Qinya cry, I will not let you off easily. This is an island. I could toss you into the sea for the fish, and no one would know. Lin Feng assumed that Jiang Rulin had uncovered his secret with Qinya, which led to Qinya feeling pressured and distressed. I didn't tea. Under Lin Feng's vehement warning, Jiang Rulin's beautiful eyes flickered, biting her red lip, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. No one had ever threatened her with death since childhood. Xiao Feng, calm down. Ouch, Sister Qinya, be gentle. Don't pull so hard. Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically as he felt Qinya's grip tighten with a stern countenance, the pain causing him to quickly plead for mercy. Qinya immediately released her hold, her eyes filled with concern and her face tinged with guilt. She had truly been at a loss for how to handle the situation, prompting her impulsive reaction. I'm sorry, Xiao Feng. Let me rub it for you, Sister Qinya. Don't feel guilty. It doesn't hurt, he gasped, only to inhale sharply again. Indepanicht, hesitant to continue her soothing gestures, her eyes growing misty. I'm sorry, it's fine. Sister Qinya, what is wrong with you? Lin Feng quickly changed the topic, looking at her with concern. He realized that her method of stopping him must mean he had done something wrong. I'm really okay. I was just talking to Rulin about family matters, and then seeing you return made me miss my family, so I lost control of my emotions for a moment. Qinya had completely regained her composure. Her half-truths, coupled with her expressions, left Lin Feng unable to discern any discrepancies. Thus, Lin Feng sighed in relief, not realizing that all of this stemmed from himself, but in the next moment, his expression froze, revealing an exceedingly awkward demeanor. Then I just misunderstood your friend. Qinya suddenly recalled this issue, turning to look at Lin Feng. They both beheld Jiang Rulin, her delicate face red from crying, desperately tilting her head to control the tears, threatening to spill. Her expression was 100 times more pitiable than before. Oh no, I've caused trouble. Lin Feng's heart sank, his mind going blank. After all, he had just uttered such harsh words, only to discover it was all a misunderstanding. Jiang Rulin had endured so much pressure and grievance. Rulin, please, don't cry. Qinya was encountering Jiang Rulin in such a manner for the first time, and with her very first words, she shattered the fragile pride Jiang Rulin desperately sought to uphold. In an instant, Jiang Rulin burst into tears, her clear tears cascading down her cheeks like kites severed from their strings. Having dedicated herself to practicing the piano since childhood, she had earned the respect of many as a distinguished concert pianist, receiving invitations to numerous performances each year. Never before had she been subjected to such scorn, particularly from Lin Feng, who, by virtue of age and status, usually lacked the qualification to even meet her gaze. The injustices she felt due to Lin Feng's words overwhelmed her, and all her emotions surged forth uncontrollably. Qinya could only embrace Jiang Rulin, offering her comfort. Witnessing this, Lin Feng felt utterly bewildered. It was the first time in his life he had caused a woman to weep. I'm truly sorry. I misunderstood you. I owe you an apology, he said, bowing deeply in contrition. Jiang Rulin, seeking solace, retreated into Qinya's embrace, her sobs intensifying, which only exacerbated Lin Feng's embarrassment. After standing there for a moment, he turned away to fetch a coconut, recalling that Jiang Rulin had once expressed her fondness for it. "Let us have a coconut. I promise I won't disturb you again," he said earnestly, offering another apology. Gradually, Jiang Rulin's cries subsided, her eyes swollen and her expression weary. Having just emerged from the forest, she lacked even the strength to continue weeping. Observing this, Qinya gently stroked Jiang Rulin's back and suggested, "All right, let us eat something first." Jiang Rulin nodded in agreement, but upon meeting Lin Feng's apologetic gaze, she shot him a fierce glare, her eyes still reddened. "I'll go prepare fish soup," she stated curtly. Lin Feng, feeling awkward, scratched his head and turned to fill a pot with water, adding 3 sea fish until the pot was nearly full, then topping it off with several oysters, placing it over the fire to cook. The remaining fish were skewered and arranged around the fire to grill. During this time, Jiang Rulin sipped coconut water and nibbled on the flesh, gradually regaining some strength. Although her demeanor remained icy, seated like a snow lotus, aloof and frigid. Each time Lin Feng stole a glance at her, he was met with a warning huff and a fierce glare, as if he bore an irreparable grudge against him. Chapter 35. The transformation of Jiang Rulinqin. You observed the irreconcilable conflict between the two and rubbed her forehead, feeling a profound sense of guilt towards both parties. After a prolonged silence, she noticed the fish soup had begun to boil. Lin Feng, disregarding the scalding heat, removed the coconut pot and placed the largest fish onto the shell, then poured the fresh, white fish soup over it. "Here, the fish and soup are ready. You should eat a little to nourish your body." The fragrant aroma of the fish soup lingered at Jiang Rulin's nostrils. She cast a fleeting glance before resolutely turning her head away, refusing to acknowledge the attentive Lin Feng before her. "I'll take care of it, Xiao Feng. You've worked hard too. Don't overexert yourself." Qinya gently accepted the offering, her eyes expressing concern as they flickered towards Lin Feng. "It's all right, Sister Qinya. Please focus on Rulin. The recovery of the patient is paramount." "Who is Rulin? How dare you call me Rulin, you little rascal? You're the one who is sick. Your entire family is sick. Not a single good man among them." Jiang Rulin suddenly spun around, her eyes blazing with emotion, fixating fiercely on Lin Feng. "All right, sreit, iopoludise, imispuka. Please, don't be agitated. Just drink the soup." Lin Feng, this time, refrained from arguing, repeatedly offering apologetic smiles, his tone unusually gentle. Now, everything revolved around Jiang Rulin. Observing this exchange, Jiang Rulin's gaze softened slightly, and after a few deep breaths, she surprisingly no longer felt angry. "Come, Rulin, have a sip of the fish soup. It's truly delicious and nourishing. Once you drink it, you'll be able to walk soon." Qinya seized the moment, gently bringing the fish soup to Jiang Rulin's lips. Jiang Rulin's expression shifted, but she ultimately succumbed to temptation, parting her lips to take a sip of the soup. Instantly, she found herself momentarily speechless, her gaze becoming lost in thought. The savory warmth of the fish soup enveloped her, dispelling all the negativity that had accumulated within her body over the past few days. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she unceremoniously drank the soup. "Don't forget to eat the fish as well. It's boneless, so rest assured, Rulin." Upon witnessing this, Qinya finally revealed a smile, exchanging a knowing glance with Lin Feng, followed by a radiant smile. "There are also oysters. Do try them and see how they taste." Noticing Jiang Rulin's hearty appetite, Lin Feng promptly presented 2 oysters, placing them carefully before her. Jiang Rulin glanced up at Lin Feng, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her features. Lin Feng chuckled, indicating his understanding as he stepped back, allowing her space. Jiang Rulin's eyes flickered momentarily before she picked up an oyster and began to eat. Lin Feng had selected the largest and finest for her. The tender meat burst with flavor with each bite, and finishing one left Jiang Rulin feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Sister Qinya, you should eat as well. Otherwise, it will get cold." Lin Feng also served Qinya a portion of fish accompanied by the soup and oysters. "Thank you, Xiao Feng." With tears of emotion glistening in her eyes, Qinya gazed at Lin Feng, her heart brimming with an enduring affection that swelled within her. She savored her meal with a sense of happiness. Jiang Rulin discreetly stole a glance at Lin Feng's face, quickly diverting her gaze back to the last remaining oyster. She reached for it, tilting her head slightly to indulge in the delicacy. A soft burp escaped her lips, her cheeks flushing as she rubbed her belly, her beautiful eyes momentarily lost in a daze. This was a lifestyle she had scarcely dared to imagine over the past few days. The grilled fish is ready. I've placed it here, Lin Feng announced, presenting a perfectly golden grilled fish close to Jiang Rulin. Faced with the enticing sight of the fish, she bit her lip in contemplation, feeling quite full. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, her heart softened, and she chose to take the fish in hand, parting her cherry-red lips to take delicate bites. With a crisp crunch, Qingya also took a grilled fish, savoring the delectable flavor that immediately brought a look of satisfaction to her eyes. However, her appetite was limited, and she had consumed only a little over half of her fish. She glanced hesitantly at Lin Feng, her gaze darting back and forth, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially considering Jiang Rulin's presence. Lin Feng, who had already devoured 6 fish, sensed Qingya's dilemma and turned to her. Understanding her thoughts, he graciously offered, "Sister Qingya, if you cannot finish, feel free to give it to me. I haven't had my fill yet. Let us not waste it." "Oh, in that case, little Feng, you can have the remainder of mine," Qingya replied, handing her fish to Lin Feng. Watching him indulge heartily, she felt her cheeks warm, as if they were conspiring in secret with an unspoken transaction that Jiang Rulin ought not to know. In the end, Lin Feng consumed 7.5 grilled fish, letting out a satisfied burp. Jiang Rulin, meanwhile, looked at the half fish in her hand, realizing she could not eat another bite. Noticing her situation, Qingya suggested, "Rulin, have you had enough? If you can't finish, it's perfectly fine to toss it into the fire." Rather than waste it, Qingya thought, considering that Jiang Rulin, harboring disdain for Lin Feng, would likely refuse to let him have her leftover fish. She wanted to prevent any unnecessary thoughts from arising in Jiang Rulin's mind. Additionally, having already consumed 8.5 fish, Qingya was concerned about Lin Feng overindulging. Upon hearing this, Jiang Rulin instinctively glanced toward Lin Feng's direction. Strangely, she did not directly throw the fish into the fire, but instead inverted the stick, planting its end into the sandy ground. Qingya observed this without much thought, offering a gentle smile. "You seem tired. Let me have little Feng carry you inside to rest. I will tidy up here afterward." Jiang Rulin acknowledged, feeling her eyelids grow heavier, her entire being drifting toward sleep. Yet, her gaze often wandered back to the half-eaten grilled fish on the ground. "Allow me to carry you inside for a rest. A full stomach is conducive to recovery." Lin Feng swiftly approached Jiang Rulin, but hesitated to act, fearing her potential strong reaction. Observing her silence, he gradually knelt down and extended his arms to embrace her. At that moment, Qingya also rose and reached for the roasted fish that was stuck in the ground. "Wait!" Jiang Rulin instinctively dodged Lin Feng's hands and quickly grasped the fish. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, wondering what Jiang Rulin was up to. Qingya, witnessing Jiang Rulin's preemptive move, displayed a look of confusion. "I think I should finish the fish first. Otherwise, it would go to waste." Feeling the gaze of both individuals upon her, Jiang Rulin, feeling guilty, clutched the fish and explained, but as she gazed at the enticing, golden-brown fish, she was overwhelmed with nausea. Struggling against her discomfort, she attempted to take a bite, but an unexpected burp escaped her. That brief delay extinguished her appetite for the fish altogether. "Rulin, perhaps you should refrain from eating. A little waste is inconsequential. Your health is of utmost importance," Qingya advised, believing that Jiang Rulin's recent experiences had led her to develop an obsession with food. "Let us heed Sister Qingya's words. I can catch fish easily, and it's no matter if some is wasted." Lin Feng discerned that Jiang Rulin was merely putting on a brave front, his worry evident in his furrowed brow. "No, I want to eat." Jiang Rulin's stubbornness flared up, as if her pride had been ignited, and she opened her mouth wide, ready to take a hefty bite of the roasted fish. "Stop! I'll eat it to prevent waste." Lin Feng suddenly intervened, seizing the fish before she could take a bite. Ignoring their astonished expressions, he voraciously devoured a substantial portion of the fish from the very spot where Jiang Rulin had previously bitten. "Is this satisfactory?" After finishing, Lin Feng tossed aside the stick and looked at the dazed Jiang Rulin, feeling a twinge of guilt. He feared he might have angered her, perhaps making her think he was peculiar. Surprisingly, Jiang Rulin remained silent, obediently lowering her head and uttering a soft Lin Feng shot a puzzled glance at her. And even Qinya scrutinized Jiang Rulin with a curious gaze. Both sensed something unusual about her, yet neither delved deeper into it. "Let me carry you back," Lin Feng offered, squatting down and carefully wrapping his arms around Jiang Rulin's delicate form, lifting her securely without any tremors. However, she continued to nestle against his chest. Lin Feng paused, looking down to find Jiang Rulin had unknowingly closed her eyes, her expression serene and beautiful, her lovely lashes fluttering slightly, as if she were indulging in a brief slumber. This tranquil scene momentarily captivated Lin Feng, etching the image deeply into his heart. Regrettably, it seemed that this woman was only approachable in such moments. Coming back to his senses, Lin Feng subtly shook his head and gently set Jiang Rulin down beneath the shade of a tree. Draped in a gown of exquisite elegance, her tall and graceful figure lay upon the sands like a slumbering beauty. Lin Feng, casting but a fleeting glance, turned to depart, just as Jiang Rulin, whom he presumed to be in slumber, opened her serene eyes to quietly observe his retreating silhouette. After a brief moment, she gently closed her eyes once more, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Yet, even as her eyelids descended, Lin Feng's image lingered vividly in her mind, replaying like a cinematic reel. Jiang Rulin found herself bewildered by this sudden transformation within her. Lin Feng appeared as a boisterous intruder, rudely shattering the barriers of her heart, leaving an indelible mark in its depths. "Sister Qinya, this afternoon I plan to venture into the island for exploration." Chapter 36. A life of contrasts returning to the warmth of the fire. Lin Feng recounted the situation at the rocky beach to Qinya before unveiling his plans for the afternoon. Upon hearing Lin Feng's intention to venture deep into the island's dense forest, Qinya recalled the tales shared by Jiang Rulin and the sight of the wild boar from the previous day, her heart immediately tightening with concern. "Is there truly no other option? The forest is far too perilous. I cannot bear the thought of you risking it alone. There is no alternative. Where there are people, there will be strife. The rocky beach offers both sustenance and fresh water. If rescue is delayed, it will undoubtedly descend into chaos," Lin Feng replied, casting a glance at Jiang Rulin, who was peacefully asleep, her breaths long and steady. He took Qinya's small hand in his, gently playing with it while soothing her apprehensions. "Rest assured, Sister Qinya, I possess great strength and keen senses, with a nose as acute as a dog's. Nothing will go awry," he assured her, as Qinya processed his words, realizing that 2 of his 3 sentences echoed her past jests. Her cheeks flushed with a soft blush. She playfully chided him with a glance, pressing her other hand against the back of his. "Remember, do not venture too far and do not be careless." She was not one to underestimate the gravity of the situation and could only support Lin Feng's decision, even as she felt a pang of helplessness for not being able to assist him. "I will, Sister Qinya, you need not worry," Lin Feng nodded earnestly. However, when he turned to face her, he was momentarily taken aback by the affectionate gaze she bestowed upon him, as if she were wholly invested in his well-being. This tender moment stirred the softest part of Lin Feng's heart. Unable to resist, he gently pulled her into his embrace. "I'm not here, let us move aside." Qinya quivered, a delicate tremor escaping her lips as Lin Feng's roaming hand ignited a flutter within her. Yet, she retained her composure, playfully biting her red lips and nudging Lin Feng's chest with her dainty hand. After all, her dear friend Jiang Rulin was merely a few paces away, and she could not afford to be so openly affectionate with Lin Feng, lest any noise awaken Jiang Rulin and complicate matters further. "Very well," Lin Feng huffed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, for he had longed for this intimacy with Qinya. He yearned for her luscious lips, her soft tongue, and her curvaceous form. Embracing Qinya, he led her into the thicket, stopping after delving a good 10 meters, careful not to stray too far from their shelter. As the distance grew, Qinya gradually relinquished her restrained emotions. Just as Lin Feng prepared to sit, she had already traced her tongue over his lips twice. Once seated, Their kisses became more familiar and fervent. "Sister Chinya, you are truly beautiful," Lin Feng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he beheld her flushed, alluring cheeks, before playfully nibbling on her face. "I am sorry for any distress I have caused you, little Feng," Chinya said, tenderly caressing Lin Feng's cheek before planting a kiss on him with an ease that felt entirely natural. Lin Feng relished this intimate exchange, responding with a light-hearted chuckle. "With Sister Chinya caring for me, there is no distress at all." Chinya smiled gently, her laughter ringing like silver bells, her beautiful eyes gazing tenderly at Lin Feng. "Little Feng, how should I repay you for being so considerate?" "What repayment? I'm not a child anymore." Lin Feng feigned reluctance, brushing aside Chinya's small hand that was playfully tousling his hair. His gaze, however, burned with intensity as he fixated on the sleek black dress that adorned Chinya. He found himself increasingly unsatisfied with mere embraces. Chinya felt her heart flutter under Lin Feng's passionate stare, as if every secret of hers laid bare before him. She nervously clutched the hem of her skirt. Lin Feng glanced up at Chinya's radiant face, swallowing hard, then trembling with anticipation. He reached out and grasped her hand that held the skirt, pulling it upwards. In an instant, a pair of exquisitely long, lustrous legs and black stockings appeared before him. A true masterpiece of creation. Lin Feng's breath grew heavy, the texture beneath his fingers so delicate. "Sister Chinya, your legs are so long and beautiful." He realized that Chinya's legs were almost as striking as Jiang Ruolin's, though Zhang's evening gown was more revealing, accentuating her already lengthy legs to an even more statuesque height. Chinya's beautiful legs, always concealed beneath her skirt, revealed only a hint of her charming calves, creating a delightful contrast. Moreover, the allure of what one can touch surpasses that of what one can merely see. Regardless of anyone, they would favor what they can physically grasp. Chinya trembled slightly, her cheeks flushing as she met Lin Feng's mesmerized gaze. Gradually, she relaxed, reveling in his adoration, which made her heart bloom with joy. Seizing the moment when Chinya was distracted, Lin Feng boldly ventured further. "Little Feng," their skin brushed against each other, and Chinya gasped, her face adorned with an expression of profound shyness. In that moment, Lin Feng gazed longingly at Chinya, refraining from any excessive actions. While her demeanor softened, she had never truly resisted. Soon, she tilted her beautiful face back, resting in Lin Feng's embrace, her eyes glimmering with affection for him. They nestled together, sharing sweet whispers and reminiscing about Lin Feng's past infatuations with Chinya, which had culminated in part today, eliciting a cascade of laughter and playful reproaches from her. Throughout their time together, Lin Feng's gaze frequently wandered downward, appreciating the beauty he seldom beheld. "Little Feng, we must return. We cannot indulge ourselves," Chinya said, having lost track of time, which had slipped away for nearly half an hour. She playfully swatted at Lin Feng's hands, her tone teasing. Lin Feng harbored no discontent, readily acquiescing, even though he yearned for this enchanting moment to last longer. He would never allow his desires to spiral endlessly. Chinya, feeling reassured, planted a kiss on Lin Feng's cheek. "After I escort you home, I must be on my way," he said, noticing that Chinya's legs seemed a bit unsteady. Blushing, he offered his arm for support, and she nestled against him like a delicate bird. "Be safe. I will wait for your return." "Wait for me, Sister Chinya. I shall return with good news." The softness of the arm stirred Lin Feng's heart, and he was resolute in his return to the sanctuary. Without disturbing Jiang Ruolin, he took the dagger and bid farewell to Chinya, setting off towards the rocky beach. He intended to explore the forest along the source of the water pool at the rocky shore. Along the way, he climbed a new coconut tree and plucked a coconut, sipping it leisurely as he walked, relishing the moment. After a few minutes, he arrived near the rocky beach. As he appeared, he drew the attention of the survivors he had encountered in the morning, who turned their gazes toward him. Witnessing the plight of this group while sipping coconut water, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't they agreed to fish and start a fire? Why were they now huddled together eating raw fish? The sight of a dozen individuals sitting in a circle around two pitifully dismembered sea fish was undeniably tragic. gulping down a generous mouthful of coconut water. Lin Feng closed his eyes in delight. His demeanor immediately incited discontent among the crowd. Damn it, is this kid deliberately trying to provoke us? How is it possible for him to find coconuts? What luck! It's utterly frustrating to be mocked by a student. Conversations emerged in clusters within the group, and occasionally, accusatory glances were cast towards Li Hao. Initially, the crowd had eagerly awaited Li Hao to catch fish and start a fire, dreaming of sharing a delicious fish soup for lunch, relishing the warmth of a hot meal. But little did they know, Li Hao's identity as a wilderness survival enthusiast held no substantial value. He was merely a theorist. Armed with a spear, he had ventured into the sea for an extended period, yet he had only succeeded in spearing a small fish, while the larger sea fish had fallen to someone else's fortune. Upon returning to shore, Li Hao attempted to comfort the group, promising to create fire by friction, his theoretical knowledge seemingly impeccable. However, after struggling for an extended period, he failed to produce even a spark. Eventually, Li Hao could no longer maintain his facade. When questioned by the group, he reluctantly confessed that he was indeed a wilderness survival enthusiast, possessing significantly more knowledge than the average person, spending months at a time in the wild. However, this did not convey much, as Li Hao was an equipment player. Each time he embarked on a survival venture, he brought along a plethora of gear. Knives, entrenching tools, and lighters were merely basic necessities. At times, he even managed to carry solar refrigerators and tents. Occasionally, feeling bored, he would engage in wilderness survival while shopping and collecting parcels. Chapter 37. The wounded beauty. Upon hearing those words, disappointment washed over the crowd regarding Li Hao. He was merely a half-baked individual, yet he had the audacity to inflate his capabilities. This led them to endure the unpalatable reality of raw fish. Gradually, they began to assert that Li Hao was inferior even to Lin Feng's student, which left Li Hao feeling utterly humiliated. Had Lin Feng not appeared, the expectations placed upon him would not have been so lofty, nor would his standing have plummeted so drastically. As Lin Feng approached, the expressions of the crowd began to shift. Li Hao had outlived his usefulness, and the oysters along the rocky shore had become their sole source of sustenance. Naturally, they were reluctant to allow Lin Feng to harvest the oysters they needed to survive. After all, if Lin Feng could catch fish on his own, why should he encroach upon their oyster supply? How intriguing. Do they wish to keep me at bay? Lin Feng observed as they rose from the ground. Their gazes cast upon him with hostility, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What a selfish group they were. However, noting their numbers, although he felt no fear, he preferred to avoid a confrontation that would leave them bloodied and bruised. He prudently retreated into the forest. The young man has left? It seems he is afraid of us. Henceforth, we shall guard this place and permit no one to approach. Indeed, Li Hao, relinquish your dagger to Lin Xian. His stature and strength surpass yours, and he shall take on the role of captain from now on. Why should I? This is my possession. Li Hao, you cannot be so selfish. You are no longer capable of leading us. The weapon must be given to Lin Xian, who can protect our resources. Exactly, Li Hao. If you refuse, we shall take a vote. If you remain obstinate, you may leave. You. Very well, take the dagger. In the end, upon hearing that this group intended to expel him, Li Hao was enveloped by a profound sense of desolation. It was he who had taught them to identify edible wild fruits and mushrooms in the forest, ensuring their safe passage out. Yet now, due to a single misstep, they sought to cast him out. If expelled, he would be unable to procure food on his own, compelling him to acquiesce. Yet, resentment towards this group, and Lin Feng in particular, festered within him. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, his influence had precipitated such a drastic transformation among the group. Meanwhile, he had rediscovered a stream meandering toward a waterhole within the forest. Parting a dense thicket, he uncovered a brook of hand-sized proportions, continuously flowing fresh water toward the coast. Lin Feng's countenance brightened as he traced the direction of the water, hoping to uncover a new waterhole. Rising to his feet, he scanned the surroundings and spotted a small tree. With his dagger, he fashioned it into a sturdy walking stick to ward off potential bites from snakes and spiders along the path. He then ventured deeper along the stream, marking the trees as he went with his dagger to prevent losing his way. Time slipped away, and he was unaware of how long he had been walking. As Lin Feng beheld the stream he had been pursuing, he observed that it diverged from a larger watercourse. Gazing at the three directions of the stream, he hesitated, ultimately opting not to delve deeper. Instead, he chose to follow another tributary that veered slightly outward. If the source of water, he discovered, lay too deeply within the forest, it would serve no purpose. Along the way, Lin Feng occasionally glimpsed various small creatures, indicating that this island was not only rich in marine resources, but equally abundant in forest treasures. However, this also implied a considerable presence of predators. He spotted several trails left by wild boars and other mid to large-sized beasts. The forest was fraught with peril, and Lin Feng remained on high alert. As he followed the newly chosen stream outward, he gradually noticed that the surrounding vegetation had thinned, offering a much clearer view. Simultaneously, he discovered that other tributaries were merging into the stream beneath his feet. This revelation filled Lin Feng with delight. He could see the stream's transformation, its flow increasing significantly. This also suggested that a pond might lie ahead. Lin Feng quickened his pace, feeling that the passage of time within the forest had grown increasingly nebulous. He yearned to locate the pond swiftly and make his exit. As his exploration accelerated, perhaps as a reward for his efforts, he suddenly heard the sound of cascading water growing clearer. His face lit up with joy. Hope seemed just within reach. Yet, just as he was about to dash through the woods, a piercing scream from a nearby thicket halted him in his tracks. A woman's scream echoed from the nearby grove, tinged with fear and trepidation. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then resolutely changed direction, hastening towards the source of the sound. To abandon an innocent person in peril would betray the education and values he had received. He swiftly maneuvered through the trees, his gaze darting among the underbrush. Before long, his keen eyes spotted a flash of modern attire amidst a lush green thicket. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the figure of a mature, voluptuous woman, trembling as she sat on the ground. There, Lin Feng had identified his target and dashed towards her. "Am I to perish? Xiaoyao, mother may never see you again." Zhuang Wan, in a state of utter disarray, sat on the ground, her doe-like eyes glistening with tears, tinged with a hint of red. As she helplessly bit her lip, the expression on her alluring face, marked by maturity, was one of profound anguish. She had just been bitten by a venomous snake, isolated in this wilderness. Her fate seemed destined for a tragic end, yet her heart was laden with boundless regret and reluctance. After eagerly awaiting her daughter's summer break from university, she had set aside her demanding job at the hospital to accompany her on a journey. Little did she anticipate that an unforeseen maritime disaster would separate her from her daughter. Alone in the dense forest for 2 days, she had searched in vain. Now, bitten by a snake on her calf, she could only watch helplessly as the serpent slithered away, left to await her demise. What is happening? Just as Zhuang Wan was engulfed in despair, about to succumb to darkness, a voice, somewhat youthful, pierced through the gloom, akin to sunlight breaking through the clouds. Reaching her heart, Zhuang Wan trembled slightly, her captivating, doe-like eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at the newcomer, astonished to encounter someone in such dire circumstances. Regrettably, she felt that salvation was beyond her reach. Lin Feng was taken aback as he beheld the unfortunate yet exquisite woman seated on the ground, graceful, stunning, regal, alluring, and embodying an extraordinary presence. Her beauty was almost surreal. As he swallowed hard, standing amidst the desolate wilderness, the sight of Zhuang Wan's exceptional attributes rendered him momentarily dazed, causing him to forget the purpose of his arrival. Noticing Lin Feng's intense gaze, Zhuang Wan's cheeks flushed slightly. She merely acknowledged his stare without resentment, fully aware that her allure could indeed captivate others. With tears welling in her eyes, she spoke with deep sorrow. "Little brother, I've been bitten by a venomous snake. Please, I have a daughter named Lin Yao, with a high ponytail and long legs. She is exceedingly beautiful. If you encounter her in the future, please tell her that her mother will never see her again, but that she will always be loved. Remind her to live happily, even if she is alone. for her mother is incapable of accompanying her any longer. Witnessing Zhuang Wan's tearful lament, Lin Feng was jolted back to reality. He then noticed that she had been pressing firmly on the vein of her calf, realizing that she had indeed been bitten by the snake. His expression shifted to one of alarm as he crouched down to gently grasp her soft, delicate leg, examining it closely while offering words of comfort. "Auntie, please do not panic. You are so beautiful. Heaven would never allow you to perish. You must not lose hope. Your love for your daughter is profound. And what would happen if she were to learn of your misfortune? But I am beyond saving." Zhuang Wan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her demeanor sinking into despair. "Do not speak such disheartening words. I am here to save you. If you dare to give up, I will not let you off easily." Lin Feng raised his voice, casting an angry glare at Zhuang Wan. Chapter 38. Poisoned and unconscious Zhuang Wan was startled. Her already pitiable state rendered her utterly helpless. At that moment, Lin Feng's shout caused tears to cascade down her cheeks like a kite severed from its string. "I do not wish to die, Saab. I am so sorry. Please do not cry. You must remain calm." Lin Feng observed the mature and alluring woman before him dissolve into tears, leaving him at a loss for words. However, he quickly regained his composure, gritting his teeth, realizing that saving her was of utmost importance. Forgetting to explain himself, he forcefully pulled Zhuang Wan's delicate leg closer, bringing it within mere centimeters of his own. On her fair and supple calf lay 2 bloodied puncture wounds from a snake bite, and the surrounding skin had already begun to bruise ominously. "What are you doing? Do not act recklessly, or I will fight you," Zhuang Wan screamed, her body unsteady as she stumbled backward, colliding with a tree trunk. She looked up in a flurry, her face a mixture of humiliation and indignation as she regarded Lin Feng. She attempted to resist, but Lin Feng's grip on her leg was as unyielding as a vice, and his gaze, fixed upon her foot, felt disturbingly invasive. She was not one to be trifled with. She had practiced self-defense and possessed formidable taekwondo skills. Just the day before, she had encountered a man in the forest who had intended to harm her. After a fierce struggle, she had incapacitated him with a well-aimed kick, leaving his fate uncertain. If Lin Feng dared to take advantage of her weakened state, she would certainly fight to the bitter end. "Release me at once. If you do not blame me for kicking you." Unable to bear the sight of Lin Feng swallowing hard while holding her leg, Zhuang Wan decided to strike back. She swiftly aimed a kick at his head. Smack! Zhuang Wan was momentarily stunned, her face turning crimson. To her astonishment, Lin Feng did not even glance up. He instinctively caught her attack. Now, both of her legs were firmly in his grasp, and should he merely lift his gaze, he would behold the view beneath her fitted skirt. Had she not practically invited this upon herself? Overwhelmed with shame and fury, Zhuang Wan was suddenly met with Lin Feng's gaze as he looked up, and he froze in place. No, wait, what am I doing? Lin Feng felt blood rush to his face, nearly causing him to lose control, while the delicate foot in his hand thrashed wildly. Terrified, he quickly reassured her. "Annie, please do not move. I am merely examining your wounds. I have a solution." His expression turned serious, prompting Zhuang Wan to momentarily cease her struggles, though her face remained flushed, an enticing sight. "What solution could you possibly have? Unless you possess a specialized serum, I am doomed." A sigh escaped her throat, and she gazed at Lin Feng with a look of forlorn resignation. She could feel her body growing weaker, and any thought of resistance was slipping away. To her dismay, it seemed that before her demise, she would be at the mercy of this young man. "Please do not misunderstand. I truly harbor no ulterior motives." Lin Feng's face reddened. It was evident he understood Zhuang Wan's thoughts all too well. With a huff, Zhuang Wan coldly snorted, her skepticism evident as she turned her head away. Even in the face of death, she resolved not to allow Lin Feng a glimpse of any unusual expression upon her countenance. In the next moment, however, she was jolted as if struck by lightning. Letting out a sultry gasp, her cheeks instantly flushed. Was this boy truly intent on humiliating her, starting with her feet? How perverse! Yet the very next second, sensing something awry, Zhuang Wan abruptly glanced down, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Lin Feng had no sinister intentions. Instead, He disregarded the peril and began to draw the toxic blood from her injured calf. "No, don't," she cried. "The blood is poisonous. Even if you expel it, you will be poisoned as well." Lin Feng raised his head and forcefully spat out a mouthful of foul, toxic blood onto the ground, his lips stained with dark, purplish residue. A wave of dizziness overcame him. The toxin seemed excessively potent. Zhuang Wan's anxious cries echoed in his ears, accompanied by her soft hands frantically tugging at his head, attempting to halt his actions. But it was of no avail. The moment he made his decision, he was resolute. His earlier hesitation stemmed from thoughts of his family and Xinya. What would become of them if he were to perish? Yet in the end, he chose to risk everything to save Zhuang Wan. He could never stand idly by while another suffered. At that moment, though he appeared exceedingly irresponsible, his conscience remained clear. Thus, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to each mouthful of toxic blood, striving to extract as much as possible. For every second, the poison lingered within Zhuang Wan. Her chances of survival diminished exponentially. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, as he succumbed to the toxin, a deeply buried energy within him began to operate autonomously, forming an invisible vortex. Through his actions of suction, the dispersed poison within Zhuang Wan was entirely drawn out. "Stop this at once, you fool. You shouldn't be doing this for me." Tears streamed down Zhuang Wan's face. Initially, she pushed him away, then resorted to striking his head with her fists, even using her other foot to shove him aside. All to no avail. In the end, her frantic attempts were futile. Watching Lin Feng's complexion gradually turn purple filled her heart with guilt and sorrow. If Lin Feng were to perish while saving her, she would be haunted by regret for the rest of her life. Simultaneously, his figure became indelibly etched into her heart. In this lifetime, Lin Feng was the only man willing to sacrifice his life for her. Cough, cough. "I think I've drawn it all out," Lin Feng suddenly coughed, his face turning a deep hue of purple, indicative of severe poisoning. However, upon seeing the bright red blood flowing from Zhuang Wan's calf, a smile broke upon his lips. "Rest assured, Auntie, you will not perish. Soon, you shall be reunited with your daughter." "You little rascal, why did you save me? What will you do now that you've saved me?" Zhuang Wan could not muster any joy, her tears flowing freely. As Lin Feng spoke, his gaze was not directed at her, but rather turned away, murmuring in another direction. "Oh, it appears you are over here. I apologize, I seem to be unable to see clearly." A forced smile struggled to emerge on Lin Feng's face, and soon he heard Zhuang Wan's voice gradually diminish, culminating in a deafening silence that enveloped him, causing his consciousness to fade. "No, do not succumb. Awaken, please. I cannot bear the thought of losing you." Upon witnessing Lin Feng's sudden silence and his body tilting backward, Zhuang Wan rushed forward, catching him in her arms just in time, her heart sinking at the sight of Lin Feng's unconscious, pallid visage. It felt as if a dagger had pierced her heart, leaving her breathless with guilt and sorrow. Tears, like large pearls, cascaded down, falling upon Lin Feng's face, eyes, and lips. With trembling hands, she wiped away the tears. Just when she feared Lin Feng had departed this world, her fingers detected the faint warmth of breath escaping from his nostrils. "He is not dead, not yet. I will wait for your awakening." Zhuang Wan's tears transformed into a radiant smile, a breathtaking expression that dimmed the brilliance of the heavens. Her determination unwavering as she rested Lin Feng's head upon her soft, ample thighs. Her gaze then fell to his parched, pale lips, assessing the items he had brought with him. Her eyes sparkled with recognition as she noticed a coconut hanging from Lin Feng's waist. She quickly reached for it, opening it to find only a scant amount of coconut water remaining. Zhuang Wan attempted to pour it gently toward the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, but it proved futile. Panic surged through her as she felt a rush of desperation. Then, suddenly inspired, she took a sip directly from the coconut, lowering her gaze to the unconscious Lin Feng, her eyes filled with tenderness. The next moment, she bent down, pressing her luscious red lips firmly against his, exerting a gentle pressure to extract the sweet coconut water. Yet, it soon became apparent that this method too was ineffective in quenching Lin Feng's thirst. Resolutely, her cheeks flushed slightly, her lips moving, she extended her delicate tongue. Like a nimble serpent, to probe between Lin Feng's tightly clenched jaws. In an instant, her tongue slipped into his mouth, delivering the sweet coconut water. Chapter 39. You may call me Aunt. The method proved effective, and a joyful flush graced Zhuangwan's face. She took another sip and continued to feed Lin Feng water using the same technique. As she neared the last drop, Lin Feng's lips displayed a hint of color, and his breath grew steadily stronger, filling Zhuangwan with delight. With her gentle hands, she tenderly caressed Lin Feng's cheek. "My brave little fool, you must awaken. I shall feed you this final sip," she uttered affectionately, tilting her head back to savor the last mouthful of coconut juice before deftly leaning down to press her lips against his. In his state of unconsciousness, Lin Feng drifted into a dream, resembling a forlorn soul plummeting into an abyss, stripped of his senses, engulfed in darkness and the unknown. Yet a beam of light, warm and comforting, enveloped him, accompanied by sweet rain that nourished his wilting spirit. Instinctively, in his struggle for survival, Lin Feng began to sip the delicious rainwater. In the waking world, Zhuangwan, who was feeding Lin Feng coconut juice, suddenly shivered, releasing 2 soft breaths. Startled and slightly reproachful, she opened her beautiful eyes to gaze at Lin Feng's face, which was so close. With half the coconut juice still unattended, she reluctantly closed her eyes again. Her luscious legs, resting on either side of Lin Feng's head, began to gently rub against him. At a certain moment, Zhuangwan, breathless and flushed, pressed her hand against her heaving bosom, straining to catch a glimpse of Lin Feng's form on her thigh. She extended a slender, delicate finger and playfully nudged Lin Feng's head, only to suddenly realize that behaving thus while he lay unconscious seemed disrespectful. She then opted for a different means of expression. "You little rascal, even in unconsciousness, you take advantage of me," she scolded, her tone shifting as a smile graced her lips. With her enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed on Lin Feng, she teasingly continued, "The fact that you're moving indicates you're at least on the mend. Awaken soon, you silly boy. If you don't come back to us, I shall bear the guilt for a lifetime and remember you with resentment. Hurry and wake up so that I may properly express my gratitude. Judging by your appearance, you must have just begun university. If you wake, I shall entrust my hospital to you. My daughter, who is nearly your age, I can introduce to you. She is as beautiful as I was in my youth and will surely captivate you. You little lecher, count your blessings. You saved me and may have the chance to marry my precious daughter. Why aren't you waking up? You little scoundrel, are you deliberately deceiving me? Hoping to enjoy a day lounging on my thigh? If that is your intention, I shall not let you off easily, and I shall add to your punishment for calling me Aunt before." As time passed, the light in the forest began to dim. Zhuangwan, who had been whispering to Lin Feng, felt her heart grow increasingly anxious and restless. She could no longer maintain her composure, for Lin Feng's breath and complexion had evidently improved. Yet her expression remained unchanged throughout, akin to that of a comatose individual. As the poison one, she exhibited no adverse effects at this moment, a reality that left Zhuangwan utterly unable to accept. She recalled that some snake venoms indeed affect the nervous system, rendering their victims in a perpetual state of unconsciousness even if revived. Each time this possibility surfaced in her mind, her heart felt as though it were suffocated by cotton, an unbearable discomfort. She caressed Lin Feng's face, having memorized every detail to the extent that even with her eyes closed, she could conjure the image flawlessly. Such a young man, destined for a promising future, now deprived of his prospects due to her status as a divorced woman. Tears welled in her eyes, and a deep sense of guilt and self-reproach etched itself upon her countenance, prompting her to impulsively jab her finger into Lin Feng's chest. "You rascal, why don't you wake up? Hurry and come back to us. If you truly cherish your sister's embrace, then upon awakening, I shall allow you to rest for as long as you desire." Observing Lin Feng's continued silence, Zhuangwan despairingly closed her beautiful eyes. In her heart, she resolved that if Lin Feng were indeed to become a vegetable, no matter how arduous the path ahead, as long as she had the strength to move, she would carry him forward. When rescue arrived, she would devote her life to nurturing him. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. As consciousness returned, He felt as though he had traversed an endless expanse of darkness for what seemed like an eternity. Yet, throughout this time, he could hear a resonant, mature voice accompanying him, engaging him in conversation on a myriad of topics and promises. Although he could not see the light in that dark space, he perceived those words as an invisible illumination. His awakening was largely attributed to that voice, which guided him and allowed his consciousness to endure until now. As his thoughts began to coalesce, he processed the sight before him, a stunning lady with closed eyes and a sorrowful expression. Indeed, the enchanting woman he had saved. Throughout this ordeal, she had never abandoned him, remaining steadfast by his side. The guiding voice in the darkness belonged to this beautiful woman. A faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips, affirming that he had not erred in his choice. He wished to move, yet found himself unable to fully command his body. It seemed the serpent's venom was exceptionally potent. However, upon awakening, he sensed his strength rapidly returning, a wondrous sensation beyond description. As he awaited his physical recovery, Lin Feng suddenly became aware of an astonishing softness and warmth beneath his head, accompanied by a subtle, lingering fragrance that tantalized his senses, drawing him into fanciful reverie. To his surprise, this enchanting lady had been using her thigh as a pillow while caring for him in his unconscious state. Observing Zhuangwan, still lost in her sorrow, Lin Feng attempted to speak, but when he opened his mouth, only two hoarse sounds emerged. Though faint, they reverberated like thunder in Zhuangwan's ears. Her body stiffened abruptly, her breath caught in her throat. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes, tinged with a hint of red, in disbelief, her gaze locking onto Lin Feng's eyes, which sparkled with a trace of mirth. He awakened. Lin Feng had actually awakened. You are awake? A wave of immense joy flooded Zhuangwan's heart, causing her to momentarily forget all sorrow and despair. Her voice trembled slightly, and tears finally streamed down her cheeks, but this time they were tears of joy. You rascal, you have finally awakened. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you, you foolish boy? Why would you risk your life to save me? Zhuangwan playfully scolded, her heart a whirlwind of emotions she could scarcely articulate. Happiness, relief, and lingering melancholy all intertwined for many years. Only Lin Feng could evoke such profound fluctuations in her emotions and such deep concern. Lin Feng could sense Zhuangwan's heartfelt elation, and as someone who had just survived a catastrophe, he too smiled broadly. Observing Lin Feng's silly grin and his silence, Zhuangwan gently touched his head and inquired tenderly, "How are you feeling? Are you any better? Is there anywhere that still discomforts you?" With only a slight itch remaining in his throat, Lin Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I should be fine now. Auntie, are you all right? Auntie, do I really look that old?" Zhuangwan retorted, as if a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Indignant yet unable to exert her frustration, she pinched Lin Feng's cheek playfully while shooting him a reproachful glance. That glance, imbued with countless emotions, showcased the allure of a mature woman exquisitely. Lin Feng was instantly entranced, unable to contain himself as he exclaimed, "So beautiful! How annoying!" Zhuangwan blushed at his words, her expression blooming like a flower kissed by nectar. Although she feigned annoyance, the melancholy stirred by Lin Feng calling her auntie dissipated instantly, and her fondness for him deepened, altering the way she viewed him. I was mistaken. You truly do look quite youthful, sister. Despite your mature allure of a woman in her 30s, your face and skin exude the freshness of a woman in her 20s. Lin Feng scratched his head and chuckled. Smooth talker, little rascal. I didn't realize you were such a charmer with women. Zhuangwan teased, her laughter ringing like a melody as she covered her lips, revealing enchanting eyes that curved into a crescent shape, shimmering with light. Then, with a light laugh, she continued, "My daughter is the same age as you. It's indeed too flattering to have you call me sister. My name is Zhuangwan. Little fool, you may call me Annie." Chapter 40. The closest person, you already have a daughter, and she has the same age as me. Lin Feng stared in disbelief at Zhuangwan. Although he could not discern her true age, anyone would find it impossible to tell. Such a stunningly graceful and charming woman. And her child is as old as he is. How annoying. Are you deliberately trying to tease me? Annie, Zhuang playfully pushed Lin Feng's forehead with her finger, her laughter causing her to tremble with joy. She had almost forgotten how long it had been since she felt such happiness. Not all, Annie Wan. You look very youthful. I never would have guessed you had a daughter my age. But why do you call me little fool? Could you refrain from that? Lin Feng's cheeks flushed. Being teased with such a term by a mature beauty felt rather peculiar. Of course, you are a little fool. Otherwise, why would you so foolishly use your mouth to let Annie indulge? Lin Feng, Xiao Feng. However, since you don't want me to call you little fool, I shall henceforth refer to you as Xiao Feng. How does that sound? Zhuang beamed at Lin Feng, giving him a playful wink. Oh, that is not acceptable either. That is far too embarrassing. I'm already an adult. Lin Feng's face turned crimson, desperately shaking his head. He detested when others brought up his age. Zhuang suddenly let out an enticing sound, her cheeks flushing as she held Lin Feng's restless head, playfully asserting, once Annie has made a decision, it cannot be altered. Especially since you are but a child in my eyes. No, absolutely not. Lin Feng shook his head even more fervently. Zhuang expression shifted as she struggled to hold down the wildly squirming Lin Feng, her face glowing like the evening sky. All right, since you are unwilling, I shall take a step back. For now on, I will only call you Xiao Feng in private. How's that sound? Well, fine. Lin Feng thought for a moment before answering in a soft, sheepish tone. As long as Zhuang did not call him by that embarrassing nickname in front of others, he could accept it. After all, Zhuang, with her mature allure akin to a ripe peach, calling him Xiao Feng in private would indeed be thrilling. Now then, Xiao Feng, you seem to have recovered enough. Quickly, let us get you up. Zhuang suddenly urged Lin Feng repeatedly. Anyone? I still feel a bit dizzy. Lin Feng blinked, feigning weakness. In truth, he longed to linger a while longer on Zhuang soft, ample thighs. Is that so? Are Annie's thighs soft? Would you like me to massage them a bit more to make you more comfortable? Zhuang gazed meaningfully at Lin Feng, a subtle smile gracing her delicate lips, causing Lin Feng's face to redden. She chose not to address his earlier attempt to nuzzle against her thigh, let alone his current thoughts, which were transparent before her. Startled, Lin Feng quickly sat up, offering Zhuang an awkward smile. No need, anyone. I suddenly feel much better. Zhuang proudly tilted her head back and shot him a playful glare. What a mischievous little rascal, daring to take advantage of Annie. In truth, she bore no resentment towards Lin Feng's actions. Instead, she felt an inexplicable fondness for him. Don't say that, Annie Wan. Even if you gave me 1,000 chances, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Under the playful provocation of Zhuang, Lin Feng found himself retreating under pressure, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Had he known, he would have never entangled himself with this beautiful woman. Tisich, you have the intentions of a thief, but lack the courage. Well, I shall not tease you any further, silly little Feng. You saved my life this time, almost putting yourself in peril, and I am at a loss as to how I might express my gratitude. Despite her feelings of guilt, Zhuang gazed at Lin Feng with a look of poignant yearning. Lin Feng felt a surge of pressure and quickly waved his hands. No, there is no need for thanks. It was entirely my choice. Anyone witnessing that scene would not wish to see such a beautiful and captivating woman as you perish. I merely made what I felt was the right choice. The notion of the right choice lingered in Zhuang's mind, and she responded with an incredibly enchanting smile, as if a deep-sea bomb had detonated within her, disrupting the tranquility of her heart. She cast a wistful glance at Lin Feng. If only your age were closer to mine. Lin Feng nearly lost himself, only abruptly awakening to the realization that Zhuang was not angry at all, but rather looking at him with a patient smile. He scratched his head, realizing that her previous words, while he was unconscious, were filled with sincerity. However, he had no intention of voicing this revelation. He noticed that the light in the dense forest had become significantly darker since his arrival. He still needed to find a water source and was concerned about the time, fearing he might get lost in the deep woods once night fell. Lin Feng turned to Zhuang. Anyone, I need to search for water. It would be best if you accompanied me. Wandering alone in the forest can lead to unforeseen accidents indeed, but Annie may need to trouble you. Zhuang began to rise, only to freeze as if struck by lightning. Her face flushed crimson as she looked at Lin Feng. What is wrong, anyone? Lin Feng crouched down, concern etched on his face. My legs have gone numb. I can only ask you to carry me. Little Feng, Zhuangwan said, on the verge of tears. Her legs had been resting against Lin Feng for so long that circulation was impeded, rendering her temporarily immobile. However, waiting for her legs to regain their strength would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. After expressing her request, Zhuangwan immediately regretted it, realizing it was inconsiderate. Perhaps I should rest a while. How can I ask you to carry me after you've just awoken? Auntie, please don't be modest. I can manage. My body has already recovered. Carrying a few 100 pounds is no trouble at all. Do not boast too much. A few 100 pounds won't crush your slender frame. Although I may not weigh that much, this is a desolate mountain range with treacherous paths. Xiaofeng, if you carry me, your strength won't last long. What if you twist your ankle again? What shall I do then? I cannot agree. Zhuangwan shook her head, grateful for Lin Feng's kindness, yet unable to acquiesce both emotionally and rationally. Do not worry, Wan. Trust me. Lin Feng, feeling a bit anxious, was acutely aware of his own physical condition. Though his speed was somewhat alarming, he knew he had fully recovered. Seeing Zhuangwan sitting helplessly on the ground, he decided not to explain further. He grasped her delicate wrists, turned, and pulled. Aya, Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Put me down. I cannot be a burden to you. Be obedient and do not act recklessly. Please put me down. Zhuangwan leaned forward, her ample form pressing against Lin Feng's back. And then she felt herself lifted effortlessly. Despite her resistance, it was futile. It was akin to the moment Lin Feng had drawn out her poison earlier, an eerily similar situation. However, soon her emotions shifted from anger to astonishment. As Lin Feng carried her, he moved as if on level ground, without any sign of strain. She could hardly hear his breath. Sensing her quietude, Lin Feng securely held her exquisite, curvaceous legs and gently adjusted her position, making her more snugly rest against his back. Lin Feng's intentions were noble, but an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly enveloped him from behind, freezing him in place, his pupils dilating in shock. The scale was terrifying. Although he had seen Zhuangwan's impressive stature, he had never anticipated such a breathtaking presence. Little rascal, why are you still dazed? If you're going to carry me, do it properly and don't waste your strength. Startled, Zhuangwan, her cheeks flushed, playfully punched Lin Feng's back. Had she not known he meant no harm, she would have pinched his waist in reprisal. Oh, I will move right away. Lin Feng felt his face flush crimson, and his ears turned red as he hurried in the direction they had been tracking. Zhuangwan, observing his adorable reaction, couldn't help but chuckle softly, appreciating that Lin Feng was acting out of concern for her. Her demeanor softened. She relaxed against Lin Feng's back, inhaling his comforting scent, her cheeks slightly warm. Xiaofeng, thank you for helping me so much. Wan, please do not say such things. In truth, when I was unconscious, if I hadn't heard your voice, I might never have awakened, Lin Feng replied, momentarily stiffening before suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, feeling genuine gratitude. What? Xiaofeng, you heard everything? Zhuangwan straightened abruptly, her beautiful eyes wide with shock as she gazed at Lin Feng's profile, recalling the words she had spoken earlier, feeling both embarrassed and flustered. How could Lin Feng possibly have heard her? Ah, I can only occasionally hear your voice, Wan, though it is often unclear. Yet to me, it remains a radiant beam of light, warming my spirit. Lin Feng hastily explained, striving to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. Really? My voice has been a source of encouragement for you? Upon hearing Lin Feng's account, Zhuangwan looked at him with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Indeed, it is truly comforting. Thank you, Wan, Lin Feng replied with certainty, causing a delicate blush to bloom on Zhuangwan's enchanting visage. She then gently leaned back against Lin Feng's back, feeling that whatever he might hear was of little consequence. I should be the one thanking you, my dear fool. All of this is because you saved me, Xiaofeng. The moment I saw you unconscious, I had never felt such profound emotion or worry for another. I do not wish for you to perish. From now on, you should be the closest person to me. Chapter 41. The new pool, really? Lin Feng shuddered. his disbelief palpable after hearing Zhuang Wan's words. How could such a beautiful woman utter such a statement without eliciting excitement? It must be true. Could an aunt deceive her own nephew? Foolish boy. Lin Feng's skepticism made Zhuang Wan spring up, tugging at his ear, her face flushed with indignation. She had poured her heartfelt sentiments into those words. Yet Lin Feng remained unconvinced. Ah, Aunt Wan, I believe you. I truly do. Please be gentle. If you keep pulling, I fear something unfortunate may occur. Although Lin Feng had no objection to Zhuang Wan's playful tugging, the overwhelming sensations coursing through his back rendered him unable to concentrate. You little rascal. Zhuang Wan noted Lin Feng's unusual reaction, her cheeks coloring as she abruptly ceased her antics. Yet, with a playful determination, she flopped back onto Lin Feng's back, evidently still wanting to impose a light punishment on him. Lin Feng stiffened momentarily, a wry smile spreading across his face, unable to dispel the delightful misfortune he found himself in. As Zhuang Wan settled down, Lin Feng gradually quickened his pace. Before long, the gentle murmur of the stream became increasingly distinct. In a moment of clarity, Lin Feng's surroundings opened up before him. All efforts were rewarded at last. The meandering stream cascaded downwards, forming a serene, crystal-clear pool. The environment was tranquil, with sparse trees dotting the landscape, and the terrain was level. Lin Feng, sensing something, lifted his gaze. In the distance, through the forest, he spotted the familiar crowns of a few coconut trees, partially obscured in the treetops. This revelation brought him immense joy, for it meant that his venture into the dense forest to seek a new pool had led him to a location near the coastline. Lin Feng realized that he had successfully accomplished his goal and could now exit. He joyfully called back to Zhuang Wan, who was quietly resting on his back. Aunt Wan, may I descend to fetch some water? Would it be all right to leave you here for a moment? No, I want to go down too. I wish to bathe. It's been 3 days, and I feel unclean, Zhuang Wan pouted, insisting with a delightful sway of her body. She was enamored with the pool's environment and genuinely needed a wash. Very well, Lin Feng replied. A mix of discomfort and enjoyment etched on his face as he reluctantly agreed, carrying Zhuang Wan to the edge of the pool. Aunt Wan, your legs aren't numb anymore, are they? Not anymore, Xiao Feng Feng. I'm going to bathe now. Please turn around and keep watch. You mustn't peek. Zhuang Wan sat gracefully on a large rock by the pool, a light laugh escaping her lips as she gazed at Lin Feng with an enchanting smile. Rest assured, Aunt Wan, I promise not to sneak a glance. Lin Feng's heart raced as he witnessed Zhuang Wan extending her delicate foot into the water to test its temperature, an enticing scene that made him swallow hard. However, after uttering his promise, he felt rather dejected. Did Aunt Wan truly view him as someone who needed to be warned against peeking? All right, I appreciate your efforts, my dear Xiao Feng Feng. Now, please turn around. Zhuang Wan was unaware of Lin Feng's heightened sensitivity and playfully winked at him. Just this ordinary gesture made Lin Feng feel a rush of warmth, prompting him to quickly turn away, wiping the sweat from his brow. The allure of Aunt Wan was simply too intoxicating, perpetually tempting one to transgress. In truth, Zhuang Wan did not possess the bold composure she projected. Upon seeing Lin Feng turn his back, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she swiftly yet gracefully shed her garments. Akin to peeling a soft-boiled egg, the sight of her fair skin was enviable and elicited jealousy. Her physique and skin were remarkable. Her waist was delicately slender, while other areas were abundantly generous, embodying the very essence of a siren-esque figure. With a splash, Zhuang Wan immersed herself in the pool, her expression relaxing as she acclimatized to the chill of the water, revealing a look of indulgent pleasure. Submerging her hands beneath the surface, she gazed at Lin Feng's restless silhouette, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, exuding a sly charm reminiscent of a vixen, her voice resonating with a magnetic allure. Little Feng Feng, if you truly cannot resist the urge to peek, Aunt can show you my thighs, giggle. What do you think? Would you like to see? In this remote wilderness. Even if you were to pin Aunt down, no one would ever know. Auntie, please stop. Lin Feng shivered, barely able to withstand the temptation. Just as he felt the flames of desire rising within him, he bolted away from the scene, escaping as if pursued by demons. Zhuang Wan laughed heartily behind him. the shimmering water dazzling to the eyes, until Lin Feng's figure disappeared from view. Her smile abruptly transformed into one of admiration and satisfaction. She then rested her chin on her arms, gazing dreamily in the direction Lin Feng had departed. What a cheeky boy! How can he behave so well? How can I find fault with you? I wish to dislike you, to rid myself of these unwelcome thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having distanced himself, did not wander far. He gathered some dry twigs and returned to the vicinity of the pool, finding a flat area just behind a large rock that shielded them from each other's sight. Taking a deep breath, he sharpened a stick with his dagger to use for friction fire, pressing it against the wood below, and began to generate warmth through sheer effort. Practice makes perfect, and this time Lin Feng ignited the flame with greater speed. Once the fire took shape and stabilized, he placed larger branches atop it. The crackling sound of the flames filled the air. On the other side, Zhuangwan heard the commotion and called out playfully from behind the rock, "Little Feng, what are you up to?" "Antwan, I've started a fire so you can warm yourself after your bath and dry your hair. Otherwise, you might catch a cold," Lin Feng responded. Upon hearing that he had kindled a fire, Zhuangwan's face registered surprise, her lips parting in astonishment. A wave of warmth enveloped her heart, and her beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled joyfully. "My dear little Feng is truly considerate. My heart is nearly melting." Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment. "You may wash first, but do not linger too long, for that could lead to catching a cold." "Indeed, I shall heed your advice, dear Feng. However, I plan to wash some clothes. Would you like to take off your garments? I can assist you with the laundry." From behind the stone wall, Zhuangwan's voice resonated, and upon hearing the offer, Lin Feng hastily declined. "No, thank you, Antwan. If I wash them, I shall be left without anything to wear. It would be quite awkward for us to sit back to back like that." Zhuangwan's feigned reproach echoed from the other side of the stone. "I am quite serious. Dear Feng, if you feel shy, you may simply toss your underwear to me, and I shall wash it for you. Just be careful not to throw it at my head." Lin Feng nearly choked, feeling a rush of heat flood his body. "Really, there is no need, Antwan. Please, just take care of your own laundry." "Very well," Zhuangwan sighed, rolling her eyes, and proceeded to wash her clothes with earnestness. Finally, a moment of calm settled in. Lin Feng wiped his forehead, realizing his hands were slick with sweat, and he could not help but smile at his own resolve. Zhuangwan was already married with a daughter. He could not, under any circumstances, disrupt her family. Suddenly, Zhuangwan's voice floated over from the other side of the stone. "Feng, I will toss over the washed clothes. Please help me dry them a bit while I wait for them to dry. Then I shall step outside." "Oh, very well." Just as Lin Feng agreed, a bundle of clothes was thrown over from the stone's edge. Quick as a flash, he caught it with ease. It was Zhuangwan's apricot-colored top and fitted skirt, heavy and damp. The top was made of soft, stretchy knit fabric, highly absorbent, while the skirt was smooth and exquisite, crafted from high-quality material. Lin Feng found a few long sticks and ingeniously combined them with vines to create a makeshift clothesline. With considerable strength, he wrung out the garments once more before hanging Zhuangwan's clothes up to dry, steam rising from them almost immediately. However, it was unlikely they would dry any time soon. Sitting atop the stone, he gazed at the clothes as they warmed, recalling Zhuangwan's words while he was unconscious. He then sought to initiate a conversation. "Antwan, what is your profession?" Chapter 42. Inquiring about traditional Chinese medicine on the other side of the stone, Zhuangwan, unable to see Lin Feng, leaned against the edge of the pond in a state of boredom. Upon hearing the question, her interest piqued, and she smiled slightly. "I used to study nursing and worked as a doctor for several years. Eventually, I felt it wasn't the right fit for me, so I ventured into entrepreneurship. To my surprise, I succeeded in my endeavors and now run a relatively sizable beauty and healthcare clinic in partnership with shareholders. I serve as the chairwoman and the owner." "How impressive." Lin Feng couldn't help but express genuine admiration as he listened to Zhuangwan's detailed experiences. "Auntie, you are so remarkable and beautiful. Your family must be very happy. Your husband must be overjoyed." A pang of jealousy flickered within him, but he quickly dismissed the thought, feeling a twinge of shame for his base emotions. Yet, this was human nature, and Lin Feng's ability to rectify his thoughts promptly was commendable. Zhuang Wan smirked playfully. Flattery. Little Feng Feng. You're so young. What do you really understand? By the way, I still don't know how old you are. You're so naive to be saving people. You should know that society is filled with predatory individuals. I've had my share of experiences and nearly fell prey myself. Oshimnaste. My birthday was almost 6 months ago, and I'm starting college this year. So I'm not that young anymore, Lin Feng replied, though he had always resisted others using his age against him. Yet, upon stating his age, he couldn't shake the feeling of being somewhat inferior. At 18, he felt he lacked presence. 18, huh? I'm already 36. Zhuang Wan's tone shifted, filled with a sense of wistfulness and melancholy, as if reminiscing about times past. This made her reluctant to take action. You wouldn't be able to accept it, would you? Ah, Annie, you're 36? You certainly don't look it, Lin Feng exclaimed, somewhat astonished. However, considering that Zhuang Wan had a daughter nearly his age, 36 seemed relatively young. After all, that was 18 years ago, almost 2 decades past. In her time, the norms surrounding education and marriage differed greatly from today. Marrying and having children at 19 was not uncommon. Zhuang Wan pursed her lips, seemingly reluctant to delve deeper into the topic. Feeling a chill, she swiftly moved from the pond to sit on a nearby stone, wrapping her arms around her voluptuous figure. Her delicate, fair form contrasted sharply with the dark stone beneath her, rendering the picturesque scenery of the pond somewhat overshadowed. Lin Feng, wishing to avoid the current subject, felt a pang of jealousy at the thought of Auntie being claimed by another man 2 decades ago. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he called out to Zhuang Wan on the other side of the stone. Auntie, since you were once a doctor, do you happen to know about herbs that invigorate blood flow and treat bruises or injuries? I remember some. Why do you ask? Did you get hurt? Zhuang Wan, startled, turned to look at the large stone, unable to resist the urge to approach and check on Lin Feng's injury. No, Auntie, don't worry. It's a friend of mine. She has been walking too much in the forest these past few days, and her shoes have caused her ankle to swell. Shoes? Your friend is a girl. Upon learning of Lin Feng's injury, Zhuang Wan's immediate concern was not for his well-being, but rather for the friend he mentioned. Oh, yes, it's a woman. When she found herself stranded here, she had only high heels to wear. After traversing 2 days of mountainous terrain, her feet are now swollen, rendering her unable to stand. Thus, I wish to inquire, Aunt Wan, is there any particular difference in the medication for women? Lin Feng, scratching his head and filled with curiosity, posed the question after explaining. Oh no, not at all. I was merely asking out of idle curiosity. Zhuang Wan's cheeks flushed, wishing fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. Her earlier display of protectiveness felt excessive. Thankfully, it wasn't in front of little Feng Feng, or he would have certainly noticed her anxious demeanor. How could she possibly explain that? After giving her hot cheeks a gentle pat, Zhuang Wan composed herself and reflected before speaking. The herbs such as rami leaves, chicken bloodvine, corydalus, safflower, and ginger are all capable of invigorating the blood and dispelling stasis. This island is rich in resources. I have encountered several varieties over the past few days, so finding them should not pose a challenge. That's wonderful. Could I trouble you, Aunt Wan, to accompany me in searching for these herbs later? Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement, immediately seeking Zhuang Wan's assistance. Of course, it is no trouble at all. How could I stand idly by concerning little Feng Feng? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuang Wan assented, only to subsequently realize that she was assisting Lin Feng's girlfriend, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Achoo! Suddenly, Zhuang Wan tightly wrapped her arms around herself, sneezing. It seemed she had caught a chill from lingering too long on the shore. Aunt Wan, why don't you come over to warm yourself? I can go to the other side. I'm worried you might catch a cold, came Lin Feng's concerned voice from the other side of the stone. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Wan couldn't help but smile, her lips curving into a beautiful arc, warmth blossoming in her heart. She then bent down, adjusted her attire, and donned her undergarments. Observing her current appearance, she felt an unusual shyness akin to that of a young girl and called out to the other side. Well then, Anna's coming out now. Lin Feng quickly closed his eyes. He heard the soft sound of footsteps approach, then suddenly halt, followed by Zhuang Wan's melodious laughter. Little Feng, what are you doing? Aunt Juan, I'm closing my eyes. It would be impolite otherwise. Once you arrive, I will come over. Lin Feng turned to change direction, stumbling along the path etched in his memory toward the water pool. Yet in the next moment, a series of gentle footsteps rushed to his side. A familiar, playful voice chimed, and suddenly, the hand that had been shielding his eyes was pulled away by a soft, slightly cool, and smooth little hand. Where are you rushing off to? Do you fear that Aunt will devour you? Come back and sit. Aunt is not afraid of you seeing. Why are you so concerned? Truly a little fool. Caught off guard, Lin Feng opened his eyes to find Zhuang Wan's face flushed with indignation, her features enchanting and alluring. His gaze inadvertently wandered downwards, and he instantly felt a rush of warmth to his nose, as if a torrent of blood were about to spill forth. Zhuang Wan's figure was utterly irresistible. Just one glance, and the depths of her allure nearly ensnared his very soul. Her snow-white skin, fresh from a bath, radiated an immaculate brilliance. Silly boy. Observing Lin Feng's entranced expression, Zhuang Wan smirked and playfully tapped his forehead with her finger. Lin Feng was startled back to reality, feeling increasingly reluctant to remain in such a tantalizing situation. The temptation was overwhelming, and he feared he might embarrass himself if Aunt Wan were to disapprove. The consequences would certainly outweigh the benefits. Aunt Wan, I think I should leave. How can I? What is the issue? Women sunbathing by the sea often dress like this. If you can't even bear to look, how could you dare to buy a ticket for this journey? Zhuang Wan shot Lin Feng an exasperated glance. Although her attire was indeed revealing before him, it was, in essence, merely typical beachwear. With a confident flourish, she showcased her figure to Lin Feng. Her skin glimmered like milk, almost reflecting light. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, nearly drooling at the sight. Zhuang Wan laughed heartily, feeling both amused and bashful at Lin Feng's reaction, before teasingly asking, "Are you still planning to leave?" "And no, I want to leave." Lin Feng's cheeks flushed, despite his shyness. Zhuang Wan's playful remarks bolstered his resolve to stay. Zhuang Wan, amused by Lin Feng's innocence, laughed like a blooming flower. She took his hand, leading the dazed Lin Feng to sit by the fire. Soon, as the flames flickered, steam began to rise from her clothes, creating a mesmerizing backdrop against the towering snow-capped peaks that seemed to belong to a fairy tale, evoking a sense of wonder and curiosity. Lin Feng inadvertently caught sight of this scene and found himself lost in a daze, utterly captivated. Such unreservedness. Zhuang Wan, feeling a touch embarrassed by Lin Feng's foolish expression, noticed the steam rising from her attire, which caused her cheeks to flush with warmth. Yet, she did not interrupt Lin Feng's gaze of admiration. Instead, she took a moment to gather her cascading waves of hair to the front, drying them by the fire, her demeanor exuding an enchanting elegance. Time passed, and the clothes Zhuang Wan had initially hung by the fire were now dry. She nudged Lin Feng, who was still lost in a silly grin. Startled, he scratched his head in confusion, his gaze still fixated on Zhuang Wan. With a playful glare, she admonished him, "Little Feng, my clothes are dry now. If you keep staring, I might have to accuse you of being a rogue." "Oh, I understand. I'll get your clothes right away." Chapter 43. Herb, gathering Lin Feng, felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment as he hurriedly retrieved the clothes that had been drying by the fire, handing them to Zhuang Wan. His eyes shyly averted from her gaze. His heart brimmed with disbelief. How could Zhuang Wan remain so unperturbed, allowing him to gaze upon her for so long without a hint of anger? Turning away, Zhuang Wan cradled the garments in her arms, obscuring her alluring figure, and cast a teasing glance at Lin Feng. "So, what are you planning to do, Aunt Wan?" Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. "It's uncomfortable to wear damp undergarments. I need to change. Please don't look," she responded, her tone light yet firm. "I certainly won't," Lin Feng exclaimed hastily, knowing that should he dare to turn around, Zhuang Wan would likely sever all ties with him. "Who knows? You were staring for quite some time earlier," Zhuang Wan remarked with a playful smirk. "Did you not mention that was a normal beach outfit? That is why I was looking." As Lin Feng faced away, Zhuang Wan chuckled softly, then proceeded to change her attire with nonchalance, showing no awareness of his presence. Yet, Lin Feng remained perfectly still, adhering to his promise of discretion. When she donned her top and form-fitting skirt, her demeanor transformed into one of poised elegance, her enchanting, almond-shaped eyes gazing tenderly at Lin Feng's back. Unable to resist, she bit her lip and raised her hand as if to embrace him, but ultimately refrained at the last moment. Instead, she gently brushed away the dust that had settled on his clothes without him noticing. "Antoine, are you done changing?" Lin Feng turned to glance, only to be rendered speechless at the sight before him. The unadorned contours of Zhuang Wan's figure were captivating, the fabric clinging to her form more enticing than if she were unadorned. "You little rascal." Zhuang Wan's face reddened, realizing her current attire was rather suggestive. "Please don't be upset, Antoine. I promise not to look again," Lin Feng mumbled, his gaze fixed downward, aware that had he known the situation would unfold this way, he would have never dared to glance in the first place. "There's no need for such alarm, dear. I'm not angry with you. The environment on this island is simply like this." Noticing Lin Feng's reluctance to move, Zhuang Wan pouted slightly, realizing this was not the reaction she had anticipated. She intended to tease him, yet he had unexpectedly become so obedient. Lin Feng wished to admire the scenery further, yet the thought of Zhuang Wan's family compelled him to restrain himself. "Xiao Feng, didn't you mention wanting to gather herbs? How about I accompany you to explore the surroundings?" Zhuang Wan suggested, hanging her undergarments by the fire, then turning to Lin Feng. The daylight was waning, and they could not linger idly, waiting for one task to resolve before starting another. "All right, but Antoine, please be careful as you walk. I would want you to twist your ankle," Lin Feng advised, glancing down at Zhuang Wan's delicate feet adorned in flat, heeled shoes. "Are you suggesting that I walk alongside you?" "Xiao Feng?" Zhuang Wan, displeased, crossed her arms and stood her ground. "Oh, what else could it be?" Lin Feng scratched his head, perplexed by the reason behind Zhuang Wan's irritation. My feet are tired. I can't walk any further." Seeing Lin Feng's oblivious expression, Zhuang Wan's frustration flared, and she haughtily turned her head away. After all, she was on a quest to gather medicinal herbs for Lin Feng's girlfriend, not for Lin Feng himself. "Well, I could carry you, Antoine." Lin Feng raised his head and stole a glance at Zhuang Wan, swallowing hard as he cautiously inquired. "Of course, my feet have been walking for 2 days, and you don't even care, only thinking of your girlfriend." Zhuang Wan finally turned back to him, her brow furrowed as she fiddled with her legs, revealing a hint of pain. "Then hop on. I shall carry you." Lin Feng, understanding her intention, stepped forward and then squatted down before her, subtly revealing a look of anticipation from a position where Zhuang Wan couldn't see. Upon seeing Lin Feng's back, Zhuang Wan's face lit up with joy. "My little Feng is the most considerate. Having you to care for me is truly wonderful." She willingly draped herself onto Lin Feng's back, gripping his sturdy shoulders with her hands, resting her chin comfortably against him. The warm, humid breath gently brushed against Lin Feng's ear. Before they even began walking, Lin Feng's expression shifted like a slideshow, reflecting the thrilling experience. After weighing Zhuang Wan's ample thighs through her sheer stockings to ensure stability, Lin Feng chose a direction and set off. Zhuang Wan nestled against him like a caring elder sister, engaging in light-hearted conversation, her stunning face forever adorned with a smile. This was the happiest time she had experienced in over a decade. Yet, Lin Feng bore the brunt of it all. He was no monk, but a fiery young lad. Nevertheless, he chose to continue bearing Zhuang Wan, discomfort aside, for there was a certain comfort in it. This little Feng. This is the rami leaf you need. Pick its leaves, crush them, and apply them to the swollen area. Suddenly, Zhuang Wan's beautiful eyes darted toward a patch of weeds. Her gaze ignited with excitement as she shook Lin Feng's body. "Oh, is it this? I see." Lin Feng pointed to 2 different weeds before finally locating the rami leaf Zhuang Wan had mentioned. It had broad, round leaves, green in color, adorned with soft green fuzz. Were it not for Zhuang Wan, it would have been merely an ordinary weed by the roadside. Once Zhuang Wan identified the rami leaves, several plants emerged in view. Lin Feng promptly plucked the leaves and stuffed them into a coconut shell. He then turned to Zhuang Wan with a smile. "All right, Antoine, let us continue searching for others. Is one not enough?" Or do you doubt Anna's abilities, little Feng Feng? Zhuang Wan teased, pinching Lin Feng's cheek and leaning closer, her gentle tone laced with a hint of annoyance. Lin Feng quickly straightened up, clarifying that he harbored no such thoughts. No, no, Aunt Wan. I merely wish to gather a variety of useful herbs. Some will undoubtedly yield quick results, while others may take longer. I plan to try them all, or perhaps utilize them simultaneously. As you are aware, traversing this island presents its own challenges. I did not expect you, Xiao Feng Feng, to be such a steady man. Nevertheless, do take care not to exhaust yourself. I cannot carry you back. Zhuang Wan huffed in dissatisfaction. Her concern lay with Lin Feng's well-being. While herbs may be common, they are not entirely ubiquitous. Furthermore, having not engaged with this knowledge for some time, she often required Lin Feng to venture into thickets or climb upon stones. It was not only exhausting, but left him in a state of disarray. Her heart ached for him, yet Lin Feng remained unfazed. She couldn't fathom how that woman could have such fortune to inspire Lin Feng's unwavering willingness. Hey, I'm perfectly fine, Aunt Wan, please do not worry, Lin Feng reassured her, feeling warmth in his heart from her concern. Who is worrying about you? Hurry along, you ox, Zhuang Wan urged, squeezing her legs together to hasten his pace. In that instant, Lin Feng felt as if his 10 fingers were deeply embedded in an incredibly soft surface, enveloped in layers of comfort. His waist felt similarly cushioned. He promptly gathered his strength and quickened his steps. Slow down, I was joking. Oh dear, don't be angry with Aunt Wan. Xiao Feng Feng, take it easy. If you fall, I would blame myself terribly. Zhuang Wan's face turned pale with fright. Realizing her distress, Lin Feng slowed his pace, turning to see her overly alarmed expression. He halted and apologized. I'm sorry, Aunt Wan. I was too headstrong. You silly child. There is no need to apologize for such trivial matters. I am not angry, Zhuang Wan replied, her expression softening as she playfully pinched Lin Feng's cheek, bringing a smile to his face. Thank you, Aunt Wan, I understand. Lin Feng said, his eyes widening in surprise, quickly tilting his head back, retreating slightly. Let us go, Zhuang Wan said, her cheeks slightly flushed, urging Lin Feng on in a teasing tone. All right, Lin Feng said, regaining his composure and continuing forward. Suddenly, Zhuang Wan wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck, resting her head against his, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings for potential herbs. Lin Feng felt a rush of warmth, nearly losing his train of thought. How? Xiao Feng Feng, you can also identify herbs now? Zhuang Wan teased, tightening her embrace and gazing down at him with a playful smile as he stood still. No, I merely thought I saw Rami leaves, so I stopped to take a look, Lin Feng replied, his face flushed as he shook his head. Well then, let us continue, Zhuang Wan said, unable to suppress a light hum of delight, tightening her hold on Lin Feng, her eyes reflecting a hint of affection. Consider this your reward for carrying Aunt Wan. Let it be our little secret, Lin Feng mused, feeling a sense of contentment as he chose to relish the moment. This is chicken dung vine, that is snow clover, this should be closed sheath ginger. Once I gather these, it will suffice. Aunt Wan is not an encyclopedia and cannot remember so many herbs. Zhuang Wan spoke with an air that brooked no refusal. Chapter 40. For the familiar woods, regardless of the circumstances, she was reluctant to let Lin Feng continue to suffer. All right, very well. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before nodding. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his head. It was Zhuang Wan gently brushing away the fallen leaves and grass from his clothing. Some particularly stubborn plant seeds, equipped with barbs, clung tenaciously to Lin Feng's attire. Additionally, there were tiny black weed seeds, akin to the size of ants, which proved even more challenging to remove. These had latched onto him as he traversed through the underbrush. Yet, with meticulous care, Zhuang Wan removed each one delicately. Andy, he called out, what is it? On their way back, Lin Feng suddenly shouted, causing Zhuang Wan to pause her actions and glance at him. Perhaps we should return and deal with these things on your clothes. It's quite high up where you're seated. I find it difficult to gauge the right amount of pressure. What if a branch were to strike your eye? Come back down. Upon hearing Lin Feng's final remark, a smile graced Zhuang Wan's lips as she discerned his cautious intentions. Lin Feng, feeling a little sheepish, awaited her response. To his surprise, she said, Oh, I didn't realize little Feng Feng was so concerned about me. Thinking of this too. Zhuang Wan wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's head once more, whispering near his ear as if to blow gentle breaths of reassurance. And he mustn't let little Feng Feng worry. Lin Feng's face flushed instantaneously, yet his steps became noticeably lighter. After about 10 minutes, Lin Feng finally carried Zhuang Wan back to the water pool, and upon setting her down, he was drenched in sweat. When he glanced at Zhuang Wan, an embarrassed expression overtook his face, his gaze avoiding the dampened fabric at her chest. Now, soaked from his perspiration. Look at how tired you are. Go wash your face. Andy, what about you? It's just a bit of sweat. It will dry quickly. Do you really think I need to wash my clothes? Go wash your face. It's filthy. I can hardly bear to look at you. If you don't wash it soon, Annie will do it for you. Zhuang Wan feigned indifference as she patted the darkened patch on her chest, her beautiful eyes narrowing at Lin Feng. Very well. Though Lin Feng secretly wished for Zhuang Wan to assist him in washing his face, he rationally suppressed those impure thoughts. Let us leave it at this kind of relationship. The sense of guilt weighed heavily on his heart. With someone as wonderful as Annie, he absolutely could not be the one to jeopardize her marriage. With that, Lin Feng turned to leave. Zhuang Wan, observing the undergarments hanging by the extinguished fire, called out to Lin Feng, who was hurrying towards the water pool. Little Feng Feng, Annie needs to change clothes. Remember to wash your face thoroughly. Understood. Upon hearing her voice from behind the large rock, Zhuang Wan felt assured enough to remove her garments and don her underclothes without a hint of concern about Lin Feng peeking. When she finally put on her outer garment, she caught sight of the dark patch and felt her cheeks flush. Then almost instinctively, she lifted the clothing. Andy, are you not done changing yet? I'm sorry, I thought you. It's fine. No need to turn away. I'll be ready shortly. Zhuang Wan's flustered demeanor resembled that of a caught kitten. Her face flushed as she hurriedly slipped into her top. Quickly calming oneself, Aunt Wan, I shall escort you back. Lin Feng gazed at the graceful and enchanting Zhuang Wan, his hand gently brushing the coconut flask filled with herbs at his waist. His eyes filled with gratitude. All right, Zhuang Wan said, kicking her flat high heels and checking her mobility. She then raised her head, patted her hands behind her back, prepared herself, and finally flashed a subtle smile at Lin Feng. Aunt Wan, do you intend to walk back with me? Lin Feng inquired, his expression slightly astonished. Otherwise, little Feng Feng, you are not truly a bull. Do you expect me to cling to you and tire you out? Zhuang Wan retorted, casting Lin Feng a playful glare before stepping closer to help him brush off the grass seeds clinging to his clothes. But you mentioned your feet hurt. Walking back would surely be unbearable, Lin Feng remarked, forcibly diverting his gaze from Zhuang Wan's alluring silhouette. What can be done? We have gathered many herbs. A little application later will suffice. Zhuang Wan concluded, brushing away the last of the grass seeds with satisfaction. A smile illuminating her face as she looked up at Lin Feng, blinking playfully. What's this? You were just drenched in sweat. Yet now you wish to put on a brave front? And cannot bear to see you suffer so. That is not it. I truly am not tired. The sweat earlier was due to. Lin Feng's face flushed as he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Wan covered her mouth, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she observed the bashful Lin Feng, laughter bubbling forth. Finally, she blinked again. Really not tired? You're not deceiving, Aunt, are you? How could that be? Lin Feng immediately retorted, realizing that without proof, Zhuang Wan's concern for him would surely lead her to disbelief. Thus, he turned around, and under Zhuang Wan's astonished gaze, he effortlessly moved a boulder towering above him. Enough, little Feng Feng. Aunt believes you. Just don't injure yourself, Zhuang Wan urged, rushing to Lin Feng's side, her hands gently tugging at his clothing. Fearful of any mishap. Fear not, Aunt Wan. I have yet to reach my limit. It's merely that the stone is too high and cumbersome to exert force effectively. Lin Feng released the boulder, turning around, merely gasping lightly before regaining composure. Little Feng Feng, you truly astonish me, Zhuang Wan remarked, touching the massive stone, wondering if she had just experienced an illusion. Well then, allow me to carry you back, Lin Feng chuckled, relishing the thought that a bit of effort could earn Zhuang Wan's admiration. All right, since little Feng Feng is so strong, I shall not walk. You will carry me back. Zhuang Wan turned, suddenly leaping toward Lin Feng. Little Feng, I truly adore you. In that moment, Lin Feng felt darkness envelop him, followed by an overwhelming softness washing over his face like a tidal wave. At that instant, he stood motionless, feeling that his life had reached its zenith. Only when he sensed he could hardly breathe did he frantically raise his hands and surrender. Aunt Wan, I made a mistake. I should have hugged from behind. Zhuang Wan released Lin Feng, her gaze taking in his flushed face, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. With a playful scold, she shot him a glance, chiding him for saving such a clumsy excuse until the very last moment. Quick, crouch down. All right, Lin Feng replied, immediately sinking to the ground. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his back as Zhuang Wan joyfully leaped onto him, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck without a trace of hesitation. Lin Feng silently resolved that this would indeed be the last time. He would never allow himself to be in such a situation again. He then turned his gaze towards the coconut trees above and began to stride forward. Oh, isn't this the forest from that day? Following the direction of the coconut trees, Lin Feng soon found himself in an expansive clearing. His expression was one of astonishment, for this was precisely the spot where Sister Qin had been pursued and attacked by assailants that day. He was steadfast in the belief that his memory was accurate. If this was indeed the same clearing, then his refuge was merely a 3-minute walk away. Lin Feng pivoted in the direction of his sanctuary. At that moment, he was facing the very path leading to his haven. What's wrong, Xiao Feng? Didn't you say we were going to the beach? Zhuang Wan whispered intimately into Lin Feng's ear. Noticing that he had been lost in thought for so long in this forest, she began to curiously survey her surroundings. She discovered that the ground was covered in grass and the terrain was flat, making it quite an ideal spot. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhuang Wan, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. As she glanced again at the smooth expanse of grass, her gaze shifted, becoming slightly mischievous, glimmering with a hint of mischief. Could it be that Xiao Feng was unable to resist the temptation of wanting to be with her here? The more she pondered, the warmer she felt. She had never imagined that things would escalate so quickly, but what if Xiao Feng became impatient later on? Chapter 45. The Art of Wooing Women. Perhaps it would be best to proceed with a gentle push and pull. Zhuang Wan reflected on the friction experienced during their journey. Realizing that Lin Feng's outburst was inextricably linked to her actions, and that she bore some responsibility. What am I thinking? A sudden jolt of awareness struck Zhuang Wan as her legs brushed lightly against Lin Feng's waist. Considering Lin Feng's consistently restrained demeanor, she quickly dismissed those absurd thoughts. Such a well-behaved young man would certainly not dare to take initiative unless she prompted him. At that moment of her complicated emotions, Lin Feng exclaimed, Aunt Wan, you should come down. I see a wild chicken. His intended course to return to the shelter was abruptly brightened by the sight of a vividly colored wild chicken lurking near the grass. Without waiting for Zhuang Wan's consent, he set her down and drew out a dagger, slowly approaching the fowl. The distance between them gradually diminished, while the wild chicken pecked leisurely at the ground, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. In a heartbeat, Lin Feng found himself within 10 meters of the wild chicken, and in the next moment, he sprang forth with great vigor. The dagger flew from his hand, a swift shadow piercing through the air towards the unsuspecting bird. Cluck, cluck, cluck! The wild chicken was startled into flight, darting in all directions, leaving behind the dagger embedded in the earth. What a pity! Watching this unfold, Lin Feng smacked his thigh in frustration. He realized he needed to dedicate time to honing his accuracy with the throwing knife. Without a second thought, he pursued the fleeing chicken. However, the wild chicken, accustomed to the forest, maneuvered effortlessly through the thickets, evading Lin Feng, whose speed was no match for its agility. Just as he was about to seize it, the chicken would twist away, swiftly changing direction and escaping his grasp. Lin Feng had to halt abruptly to avoid crashing into a tree. Yet this only ignited his competitive spirit. Gritting his teeth, he charged into the underbrush after the wild chicken, determined to follow wherever it fled. Never mind the branches or the wild grass ahead. He plunged recklessly forward. Little Feng, be careful. Watch your safety. Zhuang Wan called out anxiously, her heart racing as she witnessed his reckless pursuit. If he couldn't catch it, At least he shouldn't ruin his clothes. As Lin Feng vanished into a thicket of danger, Zhuang Wan's beautiful eyes filled with worry, and she frantically searched for him. "Aunt Wan, I got it." Lin Feng's delighted voice suddenly broke through the tension, and he emerged triumphantly from another patch of grass, his face aglow with joy, holding aloft the colorful wild chicken he had just captured. Upon seeing this, Zhuang Wan's tightly clasped hands relaxed slightly, and a smile graced her lovely features. "You are truly reckless. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Before Lin Feng could get closer, Zhuang Wan stepped forward impulsively, playfully pinching his cheek. Upon noticing the torn fabric of his clothes up close, she felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "Hee, Aunt Wan, please do not be upset. This chicken soup is immensely nourishing. Thus this chicken is of great importance to me." Lin Feng squinted his eyes, unable to suppress the pleasure of Zhuang Wan's delicate hand brushing off the dust and dirt from him. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Wan's movements abruptly halted. She let out a huff and withdrew her hand, a hint of jealousy creeping in. "So all this effort was for your girlfriend. It seems Aunt was overly concerned." "Do not say that, Aunt Wan. This soup, once prepared, will also aid in your recovery from your foot injury." Lin Feng hastily clarified, then thought of something and quickly added, "Aunt Wan, you misunderstand. That injured friend of mine is not my girlfriend." "Oh, is that so?" Zhuang Wan raised an eyebrow, her expression softening slightly as her beautiful eyes earnestly regarded Lin Feng. A flutter of nervousness surged within her heart, driven by a rather selfish and undisclosed motive. Yet, as she gazed at Lin Feng, her true sentiment was that if she could not have him, neither should anyone else. Indeed, she was merely a friend of my elder sister, and I had merely upset her. She was already injured, and I thought to seize the opportunity to apologize. The thought of Jiang Rulin brought Lin Feng a pang of headache. He had caused such a significant mess and was still at a loss for how to make amends. At that moment, a melodious laughter rang out like silver bells. Suddenly, Lin Feng found himself enveloped in Zhuang Wan's embrace, receiving her affection. "So that is how it is. I never expected my little Feng Feng to be such a responsible man, and certainly did not misjudge you." Zhuang Wan paused her actions, but did not release her arms, gazing at the blushing Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes blinking playfully. Women are easiest to appease when they are angry. As a woman herself, Aunt is well acquainted with the psychology of various female clients in a hospital. "Tell me about her. I shall devise a strategy for you." "Really?" Lin Feng's face lit up with delight. If Zhuang Wan said so, there must be a way. Could Aunt possibly wish harm upon my little Feng Feng? Zhuang Wan raised her brows, feigning anger as she shot Lin Feng an admonishing glance, playfully squeezing his head. "Please, do not be angry, Aunt Wan. I merely lack experience with women, hence my inquiry." Lin Feng felt he was nearing his breaking point and could only hastily call for a pause. "That explanation suffices. Now, tell Aunt about the woman's character traits. I will assist you with a plan." Zhuang Wan's irritation subsided, and she looked at Lin Feng with confidence. As Lin Feng recalled Jiang Rulin, he found himself lost in memories, her disdainful and loathsome visage etched in his mind, along with her infuriatingly venomous words and unyielding nature. What struck Lin Feng most was the image of Jiang Rulin, her eyes reddened, struggling to maintain her dignity. After much contemplation, Lin Feng finally spoke. "She is a woman who presents herself as proud both in appearance and spirit. Her words are like barbs, always inciting conflict, and she is exceedingly stubborn. Yet at times, she reveals a fragility that leaves one at a loss. Previously, I inadvertently caused her to cry due to a misunderstanding. Despite my efforts, she is yet to forgive me. What should I do, Aunt Wan?" Lin Feng slightly turned his head, raising his eyes to gaze at Zhuang Wan. Zhuang Wan's captivating eyes shifted momentarily before she fixed her penetrating gaze upon Lin Feng. To Lin Feng's surprise, it seemed that he had been observed with considerable attention. "How long have you known each other?" Anticipating this question, Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he scratched his head, muttering, "Aunt Wan, now isn't the time for that topic." As he spoke, he became acutely aware that his hand was too close to Zhuang Wan, an act he deemed somewhat impolite. He hastily lowered his hand, feeling uncomfortable about where to place it, and, almost instinctively, He rested it on Zhuang Wan's waist. In that fleeting moment, both of them froze. Zhuang Wan narrowed her enchanting eyes, as if scrutinizing a thief caught in the act. Lin Feng swallowed hard, feeling exceedingly guilty and awkward under Zhuang Wan's gaze. Yet, emboldened by an unknown courage, he did not retract his hand from her ample waist. Even as his palm began to sweat, the delicate atmosphere lingered for but a brief moment. Zhuang Wan's beautiful eyes shifted, as if nothing had transpired, and she broke into a charming smile. Raising one hand, she lightly touched her luscious red lips in a playful yet alluring manner. Based on what you said, little Feng, and drawing from my years of experience, this woman possesses an exceedingly proud temperament. Such women are deeply concerned about their dignity. Even trivial matters can lead them to extreme reactions. Regardless of right or wrong, they may choose to sever all ties. Is it truly that serious? Lin Feng felt as if the sky had fallen, recalling Jiang Ruolin's delicate face, marked by tears from his earlier reprimand. If he could not obtain her forgiveness, he would undoubtedly bear a heavy sense of guilt for a long time, a persistent thorn in his heart. Do not worry, little Feng. I understand your nature, and if this misunderstanding is not resolved, it will weigh heavily on your conscience. Rest assured, I have a plan. Zhuang Wan gently ruffled Lin Feng's hair, her expression taking on a more serious tone. Lin Feng had been tirelessly collecting herbs and chasing after wild chickens today, all to alleviate the guilt he felt within. What plan? Lin Feng's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster as he looked at Zhuang Wan with eager anticipation. Chapter 46. Disparity. Zhuang Wan flashed a gentle smile, then parted her crimson lips. The disposition of such women often stems from a prolonged absence of affection during their formative years, leading to an intense yearning for their emotions to be acknowledged by others. This longing gradually transforms them into individuals with a contrasting, proud demeanor. Gaining her favor is both a challenge and a pursuit requiring extraordinary observational skills, enabling one to discern the subtle needs expressed in her every fleeting glance. These desires remain unspoken, yet she is deeply affected by even the tiniest gestures. If one can perceive these nuances, it could greatly influence the outcome. It seems rather daunting. Lin Feng mused, feeling a wave of discouragement wash over him. If he possessed such observational acuity, he wouldn't have found himself in such a tangled predicament. Do not lose heart, dear Lin Feng. In simpler terms, when you return, treat her as the person you cherish most. Observe her every gaze intently. Wherever her eyes wander, endeavor to decipher her needs and fulfill them. If all else fails, your aunt is here to assist you. Noticing Lin Feng's despondent demeanor as he buried his face in his hands, Zhuang Wan smiled gently and ruffled his hair. Thank you, Aunt Wan. I understand what I must do now. With Zhuang Wan's encouragement, Lin Feng felt a surge of confidence. He resolved to make every effort, no matter the outcome, for at least he could hold his head high. This spirit, this is the Lin Feng I know within my heart. Feeling Lin Feng's arm encircle her waist, Zhuang Wan's cheeks flushed slightly, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. So soft, she thought. It was only when Lin Feng became somewhat more composed that he realized his actions. The sensation of her softness sent a thrill through him. His hand, resting against Zhuang Wan's delicate waist, involuntarily began to move gently, savoring the warmth and delicacy beneath her clothing. All right, enough of this. I've just caught a wild chicken. My hands are filthy. Zhuang Wan, suddenly blushing, extended a slender finger to push Lin Feng's head away, adopting a look of mild disdain. Ahem, I apologize, Aunt Wan. It was my fault for soiling your freshly washed clothes. Lin Feng quickly bent down to gather the unconscious wild chicken from the ground. His face flushed with embarrassment as he apologized to Zhuang Wan. Despite their prior agreement to refrain from such behavior, each opportunity to draw closer to Zhuang Wan proved irresistible, as if an enchanting spell captivated him. Little Feng, you must have visited this grove before. It can't be far from the shore, Zhuang Wan remarked, turning her gaze elsewhere. Choosing not to dwell on earlier events, her shapely legs, encased in a fitted skirt, moved gracefully. Yes, if we head toward the setting sun. We should arrive in 3 minutes, Lin Feng replied, standing tall beside Zhuang Wan. At that moment, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a resplendent crimson glow across the sky, where it mingled with wispy clouds, creating a dreamlike tapestry of golden hues, reminiscent of a grand epic painting, utterly breathtaking. Zhuang Wan's captivating eyes reflected the scene before her, her delicate face adorned with an enchanting golden hue. Her petite, exquisite nose complemented her alluring crimson lips, exuding an irresistible mature charm. Lin Feng secretly observed, gulping down his emotions, and was somewhat curious to see what kind of woman could make her dear Xiao Feng endure such hardship, wondering if she possessed beauty that could rival her own. Suddenly, Zhuang Wan turned her head to gaze at Lin Feng, a charming smile gracing her lips, her mesmerizing peach blossom eyes sparkling with myriad emotions. Of course, Aunt was more beautiful, but, Lin Feng instinctively exclaimed, only to find himself at a loss for words, standing awkwardly in place, his face flushed. When compared to Zhuang Wan, Jiang Ruolin exuded an air of noble elegance, while Zhuang Wan embodied a mature grace. Each possessed their unique traits. Yet both were undeniably exquisite beauties. However, even Lin Feng, in his simplicity, understood that comparing the two women was futile, regardless of the outcome. Such comparisons would inevitably offend both parties. Well, Aunt knows she is the more beautiful one. Zhuang Wan, sensing Lin Feng's discomfort, turned away, pouting slightly. No, Aunt. Though both are equally lovely, the significance you hold in my heart is unmatched. Lin Feng hurriedly interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Wan's delicate form shivered gently, an indescribable sensation blossoming from within, rendering her cheeks a deeper shade of crimson, her enchanting visage outshining even the golden hues of the setting sun. All right, let us not speak of it. Aunt is getting older and does not concern herself with such matters. Zhuang Wan smiled faintly, yet her joy was palpable. Her graceful and mature figure standing elegantly amidst the trees, her stunning beauty dimming the surroundings. To be able to be with a woman so mature, charming, and dignified would be a profound blessing. Lin Feng gazed in awe, nearly drooling, before wiping his mouth and moving ahead. Aunt Wan, I will walk ahead. You take your time to follow. Xiao Feng held Aunt's hand, concerned she might stumble. Turning back at the call, Lin Feng saw Zhuang Wan reaching out her delicate, snow-white hand, suspended in the air, her slender fingers resembling exquisite ivory sculptures. Why are you still dawdling? Zhuang Wan, having waited patiently, playfully winked at Lin Feng. Apologies. Aunt Wan, I'm on my way. Lin Feng felt a thrill, unable to contain his excitement as he stepped forward, grasping her hand. An indescribable softness and silkiness coursed through his palm, as if he were immersed in a refreshing spring, comfort radiating from head to toe. Is this Aunt Wan's hand? It's as soft as tofu, so delightful to hold. Lin Feng held Zhuang Wan's hand cautiously, yet thoroughly enjoyed it, wishing time would slow down so that this brief 3-minute journey could stretch into an eternity. Zhuang Wan remained silent throughout, feeling a tingling sensation from their contact, as Lin Feng's curious and daring little gestures did not cease, eliciting soft giggles from her as she covered her mouth. A pair of exquisite peach blossom eyes, unseen by Lin Feng, gazed longingly at him from behind. As he vaguely discerned the shelter ahead, Lin Feng was jolted awake as if struck by a current, releasing Zhuang Wan's hand. Simultaneously, a profound sense of reluctance enveloped his heart. Nevertheless, irrespective of his wavering resolve, the bond between him and Zhuang Wan had to be severed decisively at this juncture. What's wrong, Xiao Feng? Zhuang Wan inquired, concern etched upon her face as she observed Lin Feng's unusual pallor. Instinctively, Lin Feng took a step back, gesturing with his hand as he painfully replied, "Ie mi fine, Antievan. Please remember not to call me Xiao Feng anymore, and it would be best if we maintained a certain distance in our relationship. I fear it may lead to misunderstandings, and it wouldn't reflect well on your reputation." Zhuang Wan's expression momentarily froze, and a wave of heart-wrenching sorrow surged within her. Even a fool could perceive that this was no mere matter of misunderstanding. Lin Feng nearly uttered the words, "Let us part ways from this moment forward." With a constricting sensation in her nose, Zhuang Wan felt utterly helpless. Sensing that Lin Feng had suddenly distanced himself from her. Was it due to her age or merely an attempt to avoid suspicion? Yet, avoiding suspicion could not manifest in this manner. She could feel Lin Feng's feelings for her plummeting like a cliff, irretrievable. And he understands. Do we not agree that you would only call me Xiao Feng Feng in private? And what intimacy could there be in our relationship? I am your aunt. Surely you do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards your aunt, do you? Zhuang Wan forced a strained smile and shot Lin Feng an exasperated glare. Lin Feng, taken aback by her gaze, instinctively shrank back and scratched his head, responding, I wouldn't dare. Then, anyone, shall we head inside? With that, Lin Feng turned to lead the way, parting the thicket, revealing a clear vista. Not far ahead lay the place he had occupied for 2 days. A sense of familiarity brought a smile to his face. Behind him, Zhuang Wan awkwardly pushed through the closing branches, as if momentarily blinded by the wind. She gently brushed her fingers at the corner of her eye, concealing a glistening tear. Observing Lin Feng's exuberant silhouette, Zhuang Wan's expression grew complex. Xiao Feng, you've returned, she whispered softly. Qinya, dozing on a rock, was startled awake by the commotion, and upon raising her eyes, she beheld Lin Feng's jubilant figure. Chapter 47. The first gathering of 3 women. Qinya stood up in surprise, her heart aching as she noticed the tattered clothing on Lin Feng after his outing. With a gentle touch, she caressed his face and reached out to inspect the state of his damaged attire. What have you been up to? You're not hurt, are you? Look at your clothes. They're in tatters. It's nothing, Sister Qinya, Lin Feng replied with a smile. I accidentally got caught in some mishaps. However, I did manage to catch a wild chicken on the way back, which I can cook into a soup to help your friend heal faster. Also, I gathered a variety of herbs that could be applied to Jiang Rulin. Lin Feng grinned as he showcased his findings to Qinya, though he stumbled over Jiang Rulin's name, feeling it cumbersome and unfamiliar. He feared that if Jiang Rulin heard him, she might be displeased. Herbs? When did you learn about these? Qinya began to inquire about the herbs, but her peripheral vision caught sight of a voluptuous figure emerging slowly from behind Lin Feng. Startled by the presence of another, she quickly withdrew her hand from Lin Feng. Her previous focus had been entirely on him, and it wasn't until their exchange that she noticed Zhuang Wan's presence, causing her cheeks to blush slightly. She wondered if Zhuang Wan had seen their earlier interaction. Yet, even if she had, it was merely a gesture of concern. Regaining her composure, Qinya scrutinized Zhuang Wan anew. What a beautiful woman! When their eyes met for the first time, both women's pupils slightly contracted, recognizing admiration and awe mirrored in each other's gaze. They then exchanged lingering looks, each sensing that the other was concealing something beneath the surface. By the way, Sister Qinya, I almost forgot to introduce you, Lin Feng interjected, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him. This is Aunt Wan, whom I encountered in the forest. She was bitten by a venomous snake, but fortunately, it wasn't serious. The herbs for treating injuries were introduced to me by Aunt Wan. As Lin Feng made the introductions, Qinya and Zhuang Wan's eyes sparkled with curiosity, leading them to share warm smiles. Zhuang Wan discreetly glanced at Lin Feng before turning to Qinya, offering a gentle smile and extending her delicate hand. Hello, I am Zhuang Wan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, I am Qinya. It's a delight to make your acquaintance. It seems fateful that you and Xiao Feng cross paths in the forest. Until help arrives, let us support each other, Qinya said, gracefully shaking Zhuang Wan's hand before they parted. Thank you, and I apologize for being a burden, Zhuang Wan replied with a sincere smile. Qinya cast a tender glance at Lin Feng before turning back to Zhuang Wan, offering a polite smile. During this period, it has been little Feng who has tirelessly shouldered the burden alone. I dare not call it trouble. Today marks the day when little Feng rescued me from the brink of despair. He is an exceptionally talented and endearing young lad, and it seems we shall continue to rely on him in the future. Zhuang Wan could not help but cover her mouth with a light laugh, seamlessly following Qinya and affectionately referring to Lin Feng as little Feng. The two of them simultaneously cast their sparkling eyes upon him. It's no trouble at all. It is but a duty. Observing the ease with which the two interacted during their first meeting, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle with delight. At that moment, within the sanctuary, Jiang Rulin slowly opened her eyes after a long afternoon slumber. Hearing the commotion, she tilted her head to glance outside. She saw Lin Feng, Qinya, and another unfamiliar yet beautiful woman, all joyfully standing together, engaged in laughter and conversation. This sight made her mood slightly melancholic as she pouted involuntarily. Hearing little Feng mention that you had injured your foot while wearing high heels, he diligently traversed the rugged mountains to gather medicinal herbs, even risking danger to chase after a wild chicken, clearly demonstrating his deep concern and respect for you as his homeroom teacher. Zhuang Wan's discerning gaze appraised Qinya, taking in her exquisite features and curvaceous figure. Finding no faults at all, she was indeed a rare beauty. Moreover, as Lin Feng's homeroom teacher, even in casual conversation, the subtle air of authority she exuded was palpable, rendering Qinya's demeanor akin to a solitary winter plum, striking and captivating. It was no wonder that little Feng was so devoted to her. However, she did not appear to be in conflict with little Feng at all. "Ah, you have misunderstood. It is not I who is injured, but my dear friend, who is still resting inside." Through Zhuang Wan's conversation, Qinya gleaned more about the unfolding events, though the misunderstanding prompted a chuckle from her. She quickly gestured towards the shade of a tree, only to suddenly realize that Jiang Rulin had awakened at some point. "Rulin, you're awake. Have some water. How are you feeling?" Qinya hurriedly approached and knelt beside her, offering water from a coconut vessel once Jiang Rulin had risen. Zhuang Wan's eyes flicked toward Qinya, and upon noticing Jiang Rulin in the shade, her expression shifted in surprise. With her elegant and aloof demeanor, Jiang Rulin possessed a pair of icy, proud eyes and an aristocratic bearing, resembling a goddess descended to the mortal realm. Yet another stunning beauty. She then cast a wistful glance at Lin Feng, pondering how fortunate this young lad was to be surrounded by such enchanting women. However, considering Lin Feng's current attitude towards her, she felt a tightening in her chest. Her usual self-assuredness regarding her allure dimmed in the presence of Qinya and Jiang Rulin. After all, their charm was on par with her own, and more critically, they were both younger than she. Did she still have a chance to win back Little Feng's affection? There is no need to trouble yourself. I am quite capable of managing on my own. As Jiang Rulin felt the gaze of Zhuang Wan and Lin Feng upon her, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She hastily lifted the coconut shell to drink, aware that her recent slumber had merely sapped her energy, rendering her somewhat weakened. Between sips, her beautiful eyes discreetly darted towards Lin Feng, noting that his attire appeared disheveled compared to when he had departed. Compounded by her earlier awareness of the efforts he had made on her behalf, an inexplicable emotion surged within her. "Ah, you are awake," Lin Feng remarked, noticing Jiang Rulin's gaze upon him. Recalling Zhuang Wan's earlier suggestion, he scratched his head and greeted her with a sheepish smile. However, the moment was shattered as Jiang Rulin's expression swiftly transformed. She shot him a pointed look before turning away. Was it inappropriate? Did I misread the situation?" Lin Feng's expression froze momentarily. Nearby, Zhuang Wan observed the scene with concern for Lin Feng's emotional intelligence. "Xiao Feng, if someone is watching you, why would you call them out?" she thought. "You may have just lost any budding affection they felt for you." Yet, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain for Jiang Rulin's temperament, considering how kind Lin Feng had been to her. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Jiang Rulin glanced back only to find the unfamiliar, strikingly beautiful woman casting a hostile gaze in her direction. Yet, that sentiment was fleeting upon her next glance. Zhuang Wan wore a beaming smile directed at her. Furrowing her brows in confusion, Jiang Rulin wondered if she had misjudged the situation after her prolonged slumber. "By the way, Rulin, you should also get acquainted with Zhuang Wan. She is someone Xiao Feng brought out from the forest, and she will be living with us from now on." Qinya interjected with a smile, facilitating their introduction. Chapter 48. An unexpected turn. I see. Jiang Rulin, unable to rise on her own, could not greet Zhuang Wan and merely nodded in acknowledgement. When Lin Feng was mentioned, her beautiful eyes instinctively glanced outside. There, she beheld Lin Feng extracting various herbs from the coconut pouch around his waist placing them on a coconut shell and beginning to crush them with a wooden stick. Sensing something, Lin Feng looked up and noticed a pair of extraordinarily beautiful eyes watching him from the shade of the tree. This time, he had learned to be wise. Instead of greeting Jiang Ruolin, he merely offered a faint smile before returning his attention to the herbs. Jiang Ruolin quickly averted her gaze, feeling inexplicably flustered and flushed. What was wrong with her? Why did she keep wanting to look at that little rascal? Soon, Lin Feng approached the edge of the shade with the crushed herbs. Sister Qinya, please hold on to these herbs for now. I will carry her out shortly, and you can apply the medicine. All right. Qinya rose and stepped forward, taking the coconut shell filled with a mound of green herbs. The scent was quite pungent and chaotic. Unprepared for the strong aroma, Qinya pinched her nose and scrunched her face in distaste. Sorry, Sister Qinya. The smell is a bit overwhelming. I forgot to mention it, Lin Feng said, scratching his head as he observed her grimace. It's fine. Just bring Ruolin out, Qinya replied with an understanding smile. Are you ready? Lin Feng asked, standing before Jiang Ruolin with a hint of hesitation. Jiang Ruolin, maintaining her poised demeanor, did not respond verbally but obediently adopted a kneeling position. Lin Feng immediately squatted down, his hands sliding beneath her knees and around her waist. Once again feeling the smoothness of her skin and the delicate texture of her stockings, his heart raced with excitement. Throughout the process, Jiang Ruolin remained silent, but her gaze was fixated on the torn fabric of Lin Feng's clothing. She bit her red lip, turning her head away, her heart a tumult of emotions. Sister Qinya, I leave the rest to you, Lin Feng said as he gently placed Jiang Ruolin on a stone. Her expression remained unchanged, but he had grown accustomed to it and turned to Qinya. All right, Ruolin, I will apply the medicine now, Qinya said as she approached Jiang Ruolin. Upon seeing the herbs in Qinya's hands, Jiang Ruolin nodded slightly and extended her delicate feet, wrapped in black stockings. Qinya first set the herbs aside, then delicately slipped her hand beneath Jiang Ruolin's skirt. Her fingers traced around Jiang Ruolin's thigh, moving in a gentle circle before rubbing her palms together. The stockings on her beautiful legs obediently rolled down, revealing her calves and then her ankles. As her exquisite, elongated legs were exposed to the air, their luminous, fair skin captivated the eye. However, the beauty that had been revealed was marred at the ankles, which appeared swollen and alarming. The sole consolation was the absence of bruising or signs of necrosis. As Qinya's actions reached this point, she became exceedingly cautious, her beautiful eyes shimmering with compassion and reluctance. Just hold on a little longer. With gentle hands, she slid the stockings down to a position just below Jiang Ruolin's ankle, casting a glance upward at her. Jiang Ruolin bit her crimson lip, steeling herself for what was to come. Yet in the next moment, her brow furrowed tightly, and she inhaled sharply, feeling the chill. Just endure a bit longer. It will soon be over. Once we finish applying the medicine, you will feel much better by tomorrow. Qinya continuously reassured Jiang Ruolin as she carefully applied the icy herbal remedy around her ankle. After treating one leg, she pulled the stockings back on to serve as a makeshift bandage, ensuring the herbs would remain in contact with the swollen area. Throughout this, Lin Feng observed intently. Upon witnessing the wounds on Jiang Ruolin's foot, a flicker of sympathy crossed his features, his gaze lingering on the inflamed spots. Such beautiful legs, marred by these two swollen marks, truly detracted from their allure, evoking a sense of empathy within him. All done. A smile soon graced Qinya's face. Jiang Ruolin's long, elegant legs were once again clad in stockings, appearing utterly enchanting. The only discordant element was the pronounced swelling at her ankle due to the herbal application. After the treatment, whether it was merely a psychological effect or not, Jiang Ruolin sensed a cool, soothing sensation alleviating her injury. With her legs elegantly suspended, she glanced around, unable to suppress a subtle smile, clearly pleased with the result. However, when she looked up, she found Lin Feng staring intently at her legs, his expression reminiscent of the time he had surreptitiously gazed at her while she was unconscious. Just as she contemplated withdrawing her leg in annoyance, she suddenly realized that Lin Feng's focus was not solely on her legs, but rather on the injury at her ankle, his unwavering gaze revealing genuine concern. This gesture caused Jiang Ruolin's expression to shift slightly. Blushing, She lowered her head and bit her lip, enveloped by an inexplicable emotion that quickened her heartbeat. The sensation of being cared for was foreign to her. Apart from Chinya, she had not experienced it from anyone else in years. Previously, during a severe fever before competition, her family had surrounded her hospital bed, bustling about to care for her, pleading with doctors to try alternative remedies to bring down her fever. But their ultimate goal was for her to recover in time to compete. That scene remained vividly etched in her memory. Her family had shown no concern for her emotions, even in sickness. They never inquired about her discomfort or whether the medication provided any relief. Their sole focus was on administering potent drugs to secure a trophy, adding yet another accolade to the wall of trophies they could boast about. Suddenly, Lin Feng was jolted back to reality, sheepishly lifting his gaze to Jiang Rulin, only to find her silently focused on her injury, seemingly more concerned about her condition than aware of his presence. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng relaxed. Observing Jiang Rulin in her current state, Lin Feng's perspective underwent a profound transformation. He perceived her merely as a fragile patient in need of care, realizing that perhaps he ought not to be overly critical of her. Enlightened by this revelation, Lin Feng's mindset became refreshingly clear. Rather than obsessing over how to earn Jiang Rulin's forgiveness, his sole desire shifted to offering assistance to this woman to the best of his ability. With newfound clarity, he understood his next course of action. Approaching the fire, Lin Feng began to boil water in preparation for slaughtering a chicken. After filling the coconut pot with water and setting it to heat, he sat nearby, gazing at the now-awakened wild chicken, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed, merely exchanging bewildered stares with the creature. "What's wrong, Xiao Feng?" Zhuangwan approached and crouched beside him, finally seizing a moment to spend with Lin Feng. "Antwan, do you know what precautions to take when killing a chicken?" Lin Feng felt Zhuangwan almost pressing against him, prompting him to create a slight distance between them. Upon noticing his subtle movement, a wave of disappointment washed over Zhuangwan's features, though she quickly composed herself, her delicate finger gesturing to her rosy lips. "I'm afraid I don't know, as I usually just buy pre-cut chicken from the supermarket. If it's too much, why not just discard the entrails, Xiao Feng? We only need the meat," she suggested, resigned to the situation. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A sudden loud bang erupted beside him, followed by the hissing sound of flames, as sparks erupted and scattered onto Lin Feng. Startled, he felt a searing pain on his arm and could not help but cry out. Glancing towards the fire, he realized that the coconut pot, after multiple uses, had finally reached its limit and had burned through the bottom. The shell crashed onto the fire, sending glowing embers flying onto him, while the water within extinguished much of the flames, leaving only a pile of smoldering coals. "Xiao Feng, are you all right?" Two concerned voices exclaimed in unison. Chinya and Zhuangwan, upon witnessing the commotion, rushed to Lin Feng's side, their expressions shifting dramatically. Without waiting for him to speak, their gentle hands instinctively grasped his arms in a frantic examination, their hands inevitably brushing against one another. Startled, Chinya and Zhuangwan exchanged surprised glances, their eyes locking for a brief moment before both averted their gazes, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. As they lowered their heads, their foreheads inadvertently collided, resulting in a shared gasp of pain. Lifting their heads, they found themselves blushing as they stared at each other, their grips on Lin Feng's arms remaining steadfast. "I am a doctor. Let me check how serious Xiao Feng's injury is," Zhuangwan remarked, her gaze briefly assessing Chinya's hand, her tone carrying an unmistakable authority. Chapter 49. Your aunt has thoughts about you as a sister. I possess medical knowledge and can address any issues regarding Xiao Feng. Chinya, blushing, argued defiantly. Lin Feng observed the sparks seemingly igniting between the two, as if they had uncovered something within each other, their focus shifting away from his injury. This was a troubling sign. Alarmed, Lin Feng hastily pushed away their hands, interrupting their exchange, and said nervously, "Please do not worry. I am fine. I merely suffered a minor burn from a spark. Not even a hair was singed." "Why do you insist on speaking?" Chinya retorted, suddenly turning to glare at Lin Feng. Her stern gaze made him feel as if he were a schoolboy caught in mischief, silencing him instantly. In that moment, He was reminded of the formidable and austere disciplinary head who instilled fear in students. I see no apparent injury. Why are you speaking so harshly to Xiao Feng? Zhuang Wan, wishing to diffuse the tension, released Lin Feng's hand and stepped back. However, Qinya's demeanor compelled her to furrow her brow in discontent. Qinya shot Zhuang Wan a look akin to that reserved for a thief, her grip on Lin Feng's hand unwavering. Aunt Wan, do not take it to heart. Qinya is very kind to me. She is likely just overly anxious. I'm perfectly fine. Sensing the discord, Lin Feng quickly interjected, patting the hand that clutched his arm. Qinya turned to him, her eyes slightly reddening. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a lump in his throat, overwhelmed with guilt and self-reproach. He gently placed his palm over Qinya's hand, offering solace, while avoiding Zhuang Wan's gaze. Zhuang Wan observed the scene, her heart aching, and her own eyes began to glisten. You two should rest. Everyone is hungry. I must rekindle the fire, Lin Feng announced, to which both Qinya and Zhuang Wan nodded. Zhuang Wan returned to a nearby stone, pouting, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at Lin Feng's retreating figure, exuding a sense of grievance and melancholy. Meanwhile, Qinya resumed her vigil beside Jiang Rulin, her gaze steadfastly on Lin Feng. Qinya, what is amiss? Jiang Rulin asked upon seeing Qinya return. Although she had witnessed the minor altercation between Qinya and Zhuang Wan, her focus was elsewhere. Nothing significant. Merely a moment of emotion after a bump on the head, Qinya replied, withholding further details. Oh, Jiang Rulin responded softly, then hesitantly inquired, Is Lin Feng all right? I saw a large ember strike his arm just now. He is fine. There is no need for concern, Qinya assured, her expression revealing surprise as she glanced at Jiang Rulin, blinking in disbelief. Rulin, you're no longer upset with Xiao Feng? Upset? I merely find him unappealing. That little rogue. Jiang Rulin feigned indignation, yet inwardly sighed in relief. She could not comprehend why Lin Feng's every action seemed to affect her so deeply since he had raised his voice at her once. Qinya, however, beamed with delight, fully aware of her dear friend's character. Regardless of the circumstances, it is indeed a fortuitous event. At long last, it has been accomplished. By the fire, Lin Feng appeared disheveled and covered in ash, yet his face radiated with joy. Rekindling the damp fire was no simple task. He had fashioned a new coconut pot, but he couldn't help but wish for a genuine iron pot. He quickly shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic notion. After all, where could he possibly find an iron pot on this deserted island? With no water left to pour into the coconut pot, Lin Feng contemplated venturing to the rocky shore to fetch some. Simultaneously, he planned to gather additional coconuts to hold the water, ideally arranging them in a line. Resolute in his thoughts, he stood up, grasped his dagger, and surveyed his surroundings before addressing the trio. I will go fetch some water. If you need anything, just call for me. I shall accompany you. Zhuang Wan suddenly stood, gazing at Lin Feng. Perhaps, Aunt Wan, it would be best if you remained here. Lin Feng covertly glanced at Qinya, whose expression was enigmatic. It was evident that both Qinya and Zhuang Wan had previously engaged in a subtle exchange of probing glances, and Zhuang Wan likely harbored suspicions. If he were to take Zhuang Wan with him, it would only further expose his intentions. Lin Feng recalled Qinya's reddened eyes and hesitated, fearing to hurt her feelings and jeopardize Zhuang Wan's family and reputation. Aunt, I can manage on my own. It's rather dull here, and I thought I might stroll along the beach. Zhuang Wan's suggestion, though not forceful, was compelling enough for Lin Feng to find it difficult to refuse. He could only nod awkwardly in agreement. Zhuang Wan flashed a radiant smile, her eyes subtly drifting towards Qinya. Vinya furuit herburoth. Yet she was obliged to accompany Jiang Rulin and could not follow Lin Feng. After a moment as contemplation, she stood, approached Lin Feng, and gently wiped the ash from his face. You've worked hard, Xiao Feng. I shall await your return. Indeed. Sensing the faint warning laced in Qinya's tone, Lin Feng immediately adopted a serious expression. This scene, witnessed by Zhuang Wan, was particularly jarring. Ultimately, Qinya remained stationary, watching as Lin Feng and Zhuang Wan departed one after the other. Xiao Feng, why are you hurrying? Do you wish to leave your aunt behind? Not far from the shelter, Lin Feng who had intended to hasten away to avoid developing any closer ties with Zhuang Wan, was soon enveloped by her arms. Her soft form clung to him, eliciting a delightful sensation. Lin Feng stiffened, afraid to move. Qin had just issued a subtle warning, and now this unfolded. He wore a troubled expression, attempting to gently extricate himself from Zhuang Wan's embrace. Yet she held on tightly, seemingly oblivious to the distinction between genders. With no other choice, Lin Feng spoke up. "Aunt Wan, could you possibly loosen your hold a bit? This feels somewhat inappropriate." "What's inappropriate?" "When you carried me through the forest. You weren't so formal with me, were you?" Zhuang Wan pouted, her lips forming a delicate frown, surprised that Lin Feng would speak to her in such a manner. Her eyes gleamed with unshed tears, gazing at Lin Feng as though he were a heartless traitor. Lin Feng felt a pang of discomfort. Yet he feared that if this continued, the bond between him and Zhuang Wan would become even more complicated. He could only muster the courage to say, "There's a reason for what happened in the forest. It would be better if we refrained from comparing ourselves now. I don't care. I am exhausted, unable to walk any further. Unless you carry me, I won't let go," Zhuang Wan insisted, her hands tightly gripping Lin Feng's arm, shaking and clinging to him. Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine and forced a wry smile in an attempt to stop her. If he were to carry her, it would only complicate matters further. With no other option, he reluctantly acquiesced. During this time, Lin Feng attempted to push Zhuang Wan away, but each effort only brought her closer to him. Eventually, she rested her chin on his shoulder, engaging him in conversation while gently blowing warm breaths against his ear. "Little Feng Feng, do you think I am more beautiful than your homeroom teacher?" Zhuang Wan inquired, her enchanting eyes narrowing as she gazed intently at Lin Feng, who was mere inches away. "Of course, you and Sister Qin are both stunning beauties of equal allure," Lin Feng replied, a light sheen of sweat forming on his forehead, sensing that a perilous question loomed ahead. "If you had to choose between me and your teacher, who would it be?" I don't understand what you're asking," Lin Feng stammered, his mind buzzing as he faced Zhuang Wan's unabashed question, too intimidated to respond. Zhuang Wan's beautiful eyes scrutinized every subtle shift in his expression, but Lin Feng's lack of a direct answer left her unable to discern the response she sought. She pressed further. "Little Feng Feng, don't think you can lie to me. I can see it. There is certainly a story between you and me, but I know you have feelings for me as well." Zhuang Wan leaned closer, her gaze locked onto Lin Feng's ear, and unexpectedly licked it before softly whispering, "Don't be nervous. I have feelings for you too. So who will you choose?" Lin Feng felt as if struck by lightning, his face flushed crimson. Zhuang Wan's bold and passionate actions left him utterly defenseless, his heart in disarray. He never anticipated that she would openly express such intimate thoughts. While elated, he was simultaneously tormented by the weight of moral constraints. Chapter 50 Inappropriateness. It was entirely due to his reckless behavior and inability to control his wicked thoughts that led to such a splendid woman as Zhuang Wan choosing to betray her family. Even if everything was laid bare now, he could not accept this emotional entanglement. To prevent Zhuang Wan from feeling further disheartened, Lin Feng reluctantly spoke. "Aunt Wan, I suspect you might be overthinking this. I harbor no such intentions toward either of you. Sister Qin is my godsister. She was my high school homeroom teacher. My feelings for her are merely platonic, at most akin to familial affection. How could I entertain such an audacious thought? Not only would her family never consent, but Sister Qin herself would also refuse. Therefore, there is no possibility of a romantic outcome between us. I am not foolish. What about me? Am I not an option?" Zhuang Wan initially did not believe him, but upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, she began to accept it, though she still clung to hope in the face of this reality. "Aunt, that is even less likely. Let's not forget that you're already married, and your daughter is of an age similar to mine. Considering your age." Lin Feng hesitated to speak further, for the truths he articulated were painfully poignant, and he feared that if he continued, Zhuang Wan would be unable to bear it. "Are you then repulsed by my age and family?" she queried. With a firm resolve, Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He would never engage in actions that would disrupt another's household. Zhuang Wan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, although she had anticipated this moment. The pain was still overwhelming when Lin Feng voiced it. Having been divorced and raising a daughter, these were deep-seated sensitivities for her. To be scorned for such reasons was both agonizing and defenseless, as she too recognized these as blemishes upon her character. With a sense of defiance, Zhuang Wan gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes lingering on his earlobe before her soft, warm lips pressed against it. The sudden, moist sensation enveloped Lin Feng, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. "Aunt Wan, what are you doing?" he stammered. "Little Feng, tell me the truth. If I were merely a single woman, would you choose me?" Zhuang Wan's gaze was hazy, glimmering with tears as she pressed on with her advances. Lin Feng's heart jolted. He feared Zhuang Wan might contemplate divorce for his sake, forsaking her daughter. Such an act would amplify his guilt. He quickly shook his head, gritting his teeth. "Aunt Wan, please do not make foolish decisions. I'm still young. I would choose no one." Zhuang Wan's delicate form trembled as she slowly opened her enchanting eyes to examine Lin Feng's profile, her demeanor earnest, unwilling to overlook even the slightest detail. However, upon witnessing the unwavering resolve on Lin Feng's face, her heart plunged into despair. Subsequently, she bit down hard with her teeth. Lin Feng inhaled sharply, feeling as though his ear might tear from the pain, only to hear Zhuang Wan's voice, filled with heartbreak, resonate. "So, in the forest, you merely wished to flirt with me. I misjudged you." Lin Feng felt an overwhelming wave of guilt, but he believed that enduring a brief pain was preferable to a prolonged suffering. Yet, he was taken aback. "Dear Aunt Wan, might you release me?" "Absolutely not. Xiao Feng, do not think that this will persuade me to let go. You must take responsibility." Zhuang Wan clung tightly to Lin Feng's arm, her eyes reddened. Although Lin Feng despised her age and family situation, what did that matter? She possessed wealth and owned a hospital. Her daughter required no obligation from Lin Feng. In contrast, Qinya was merely an ordinary high school teacher, albeit somewhat attractive. Thus, Zhuang Wan felt her advantages were even more pronounced. She believed that perhaps she could indeed win Lin Feng's acceptance. Lin Feng's expression stiffened, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Had his previous words been in vain? Nevertheless, he had painstakingly distanced himself from Zhuang Wan. There was no way he would soften his resolve now. So he continued walking, allowing Zhuang Wan to cling desperately to his arm, his face betraying no sign of emotion. Throughout the journey, Zhuang Wan's demeanor reflected her frustration due to Lin Feng's attitude. However, paradoxically, it only deepened her affection for him. The rocky beach came into view. Suddenly, Lin Feng frowned as he spotted a familiar figure stumbling towards him. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the person approached with joy, as if encountering a savior. "Lin Feng, my brother, you finally arrived. What happened to you?" Lin Feng gazed at the disheveled Jiang Mingho, perplexed. Zhuang Wan had already released Lin Feng's arm, understanding the boundaries well. "My brother Lin Feng, you have no idea. I was furious. I intended to go to the rocky beach for some oysters tonight and not trouble you. But those selfish dogs took over the area, using their numbers to prevent me from digging for oysters. I thought to push through, but they caught me and gave me a beating." Jiang Mingho grew increasingly agitated as he recounted his plight, feeling utterly humiliated as a wealthy heir worth billions, being pinned to the ground by others. How outrageous! Lin Feng's brow furrowed. He had expected the situation to worsen in just one day. Brother Lin Feng, who is this beautiful lady?" Jiang Mingho suddenly exclaimed, his voice rising in astonishment. He stared at the exquisite woman beside Lin Feng, his eyes nearly popping out. Previously, he had assumed it was Qinya by Lin Feng's side and had not given it much thought after witnessing Lin Feng's protective nature. However, he had just noticed something peculiar about her figure. At first glance, he was utterly taken aback. This was neither Qinya nor the sharp-tongued Jiang Rulin, but a completely unfamiliar woman. Notably, this woman possessed an alluring grace, her voluptuous figure a true marvel. The mature charm combined with skin so supple it seemed to glisten with moisture was a rare harmony embodied in one individual. Truly a femme fatale. This beautiful sister, I am Jiang Mingho, a brother of Lin Feng. May I inquire your name?" Jiang Mingho gazed at the enchanting Zhuang Wan with a heart brimming with joy. Lin Feng, upon witnessing the adoration etched across Jiang Mingho's visage, discerned that he was once again smitten, which darkened his countenance. Zhuang Wan's lips curled into a seductive smile. Her captivating peach blossom eyes first glancing at Lin Feng beside her before settling on Jiang Mingho, her voice resonating with the allure of maturity. If you wish to make my acquaintance, you must first seek his consent. What? Jiang Mingho exclaimed, astonished as he turned towards Lin Feng, his mind racing to unravel the implications of Zhuang Wan's words, pondering the nature of Lin Feng's relationship with this alluring woman. Aunt Wan, please refrain from jesting. It may lead to misunderstandings. Whether someone wishes to know you hinges on your own approval, and I dare not interfere with your decisions, Lin Feng stammered, a sheen of sweat adorning his brow as he hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. Jiang Mingho was unpredictable, and should any misconceptions arise, it might lead to chaos if he were to suddenly confront the sanctuary with tales of today's events, which could be overheard by Qinya. Ah, so you're the little aunt of Lin Feng's brother. How delightful. We are indeed closely connected now. Jiang Mingho breathed a sigh of relief, his face breaking into an exuberant smile. Here, on this island, he had encountered his third captivating woman, and he felt emboldened to pursue her. Lin Feng's expression darkened further. Connected closely? He muttered, but before he could articulate his thoughts, he felt delicate hands grasping his cheeks, kneading them relentlessly, contorting his expression into a comical visage. Almost immediately, a warm, sultry breath brushed against his ear, sending shivers down his spine. Zhuang Wan's playful laughter rang in Lin Feng's ears as she leaned against his shoulder, her bright eyes fluttering as she regarded Jiang Mingho. Indeed, I am Lin Feng's little aunt. Young brother, it would be unwise to harbor intentions towards your elder sister. Chapter 51. Private area, how could it possibly be unsuitable? Witnessing Zhuang Wan's playful and adorable gestures nearly made Jiang Mingho drool. He felt as though her enchanting, peach blossom eyes spoke to him, blinking enticingly and luring his very soul away. To his astonishment, the mature and delectable Zhuang Wan possessed such a whimsical side. This contrast struck Jiang Mingho like Cupid's arrow, causing his heart to race uncontrollably as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. He resolutely decided that he must pursue Zhuang Wan. However, Lin Feng's subsequent words fell upon him like a bucket of ice water, plunging his heart into despair. Aunt Wan is married. You two are not suitable. Do not entertain such thoughts. Lin Feng glared at Jiang Mingho in anger, but in the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. A pair of exquisitely soft forms pressed against his back, boldly rubbing against him. The delightful sensation rendered Lin Feng momentarily speechless. Zhuang Wan, while playfully pinching his face, had deliberately pressed her body against him, subtly twisting her alluring figure in a way that concealed any signs from the front. Her face retained a captivating smile, elegant and beautiful, devoid of any flaws. Married? How could this be? Jiang Mingho's anguished cry jolted Lin Feng back to reality, also leaving him startled as he felt the warmth of Zhuang Wan's boldness against his back. It was both thrilling and terrifying, yet reason compelled him to suppress any improper thoughts. Should they be discovered, such a misunderstanding would be impossible to clarify. Seeing Jiang Mingho in disarray, Lin Feng stepped forward and patted his shoulder, offering words of encouragement. There are plenty of fish in the sea. You will encounter someone even better. Jiang Mingho shook his head, his soul seemingly departed as he stared blankly at Zhuang Wan. Sister, if you ever divorce, please do consider me. Ouch. Lin Feng, don't get too excited. Take it easy. Jiang Mingho almost knelt before Lin Feng, feeling as though his shoulder might shatter. He realized his obsession with Zhuang Wan had led him to speak out of turn and quickly offered a sincere apology. Xiao Feng, don't take it too seriously. Just let go. You wouldn't want to hurt her. Zhuang Wan hurriedly approached to tug at Lin Feng's clothing. She had witnessed firsthand the terrifying strength he possessed, and amidst her concern, she felt a wave of gratitude. Lin Feng, finally calming down, relaxed his grip. He understood that Jiang Mingho's words were mostly in jest, yet lacking experience, he had unwittingly exerted too much force. Thank you, sister. Lin Feng, I truly apologize for my careless words. Jiang Mingho wiped the sweat from his brow. Relieved, it was his first encounter with Lin Feng's formidable strength, The light pinch felt more intimidating than being pinned down and beaten by 3 or 4 individuals. Apologies, but Aunt Juan and I are heading to the rocky beach. Would you like to join us? Lin Feng inquired, glancing toward the rocky shore in the distance. He was profoundly displeased with the actions of those individuals who had unlawfully occupied the rocky beach. Although he had discovered a new waterhole, its location was not conveniently near the shelter. Thus, he still needed to frequent the rocky beach. However, if it were to be illegally claimed, it would severely disrupt his way of life. He wished to venture there, yet the sheer number of people in that group was intimidating. If they decided to confront them, they would likely be driven away, and in a worst-case scenario, they might even be physically assaulted. Jiang Mingho instinctively recoiled. Fear not. With me, I will not allow them to act recklessly. Lin Feng clenched his fists, asserting that if reason failed, he would resort to force. He was determined to discover whose strength would prevail and would not shy away from the confrontation. In that case, I shall accompany you for support, he offered. Although Jiang Mingho felt trepidation, the resolute expression on Lin Feng's face prompted him to reconsider. He could not abandon Lin Feng. All right, let us go, he agreed, and Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. Before long, the trio of Lin Feng, along with 2 others, drew the attention of the large group stationed by the rocky beach. Look, more people are coming, someone exclaimed. So what if they come? We still cannot allow them near the rocky beach. Another retorted. Yes, we discover it first. We cannot permit outsiders to take advantage. Suddenly, one of them remarked, Wait, those 2 look familiar. Isn't that the kid from this morning? Shock rippled through the crowd. What? He asked back. Damn it. He was so arrogant this morning. We won't let him pass this time. Let us see how he maintains his bravado. In an instant, a dozen individuals rose from their seated positions, fixating their gaze upon Lin Feng and his companions. At the forefront stood a man even more robust than Li Hao. With a square face and a slightly pointed head, he was Lin Xian, the newly appointed leader of this group. Upon sighting Lin Feng, Lin Xian raised his voice to quell the unrest. Fear not, everyone. With me here, no one will be allowed to take even a single oyster from the rocky beach. A confident smile graced Lin Xian's lips as he brandished a dagger, striking a pose that showcased his exaggerated muscles, which elicited admiration and support from the crowd. Lin Xian swelled with pride, for this physique was the result of years of arduous training. Behind him, a pair of envious and resentful eyes bore into Lin Xian's back, those of Li Hao. Observing Lin Xian's ostentatious display, he scoffed in disdain. What a pretentious show-off. A mere glutton. If I hadn't led you out of the forest, you would be fortunate to find the strength to stand today. His gaze narrowed, filled with deep-seated animosity as he focused on the approaching Lin Feng. He recognized that Lin Feng was not the type to easily submit. Ideally, he wished for a confrontation between Lin Feng and Lin Xian, the 2 individuals he despised the most, to alleviate his frustrations. As Lin Feng and his companions drew nearer, the atmosphere among the crowd shifted awkwardly. A chorus of gasps and swallowed breaths echoed through the air. My heavens, what a stunning woman! One exclaimed. Such a figure, such a face, utterly captivating. Another added, this enchantress is simply too alluring. Until she clearly recognized Zhuang Wan following Lin Feng, the men in the crowd were uncontrollably stirred. This damned shipwreck had left them feeling suffocated and devoid of any outlet for their frustrations over the past few days. Upon catching sight of the stunningly beautiful Zhuang Wan, they were utterly captivated, their minds entranced. Lin Feng noticed the collective gaze of the crowd shifting from himself to Zhuang Wan. His brow furrowed deeply, filled with indignation yet helplessness. After all, one cannot control where others direct their attention. Zhuang Wan also felt the urge to frown, unwilling to be scrutinized by these ravenous men. However, when she saw Lin Feng subtly positioning himself in front of her, a smile of delight blossomed on her lips. Little rascal, now you know to protect your aunt, she mused inwardly. Hey, you 3 can stop right there. Beyond this point lies our territory, and outsiders are not permitted to enter. Lin Xian, snapping out his days, stepped forward first, his tone unfriendly, but his eyes fixated on Zhuang Wan. Witnessing the brazen display of territoriality from this group, Lin Feng's brow knit in disapproval as he promptly questioned, This is a public area. On what grounds do you claim it for yourselves? On what grounds, you ask? It's simply a matter of first come, first served. We discovered the rocky beach first, thus we have the right to manage it. Let me warn you, the rocky beach is now ours. If you dare intrude, well, you might want to have a word with this gentleman beside you and understand the consequences before making any decisions. Lin Xian responded defiantly, arms crossed as he looked down upon Lin Feng and his companions. This display elicited a sense of satisfaction from the onlookers, reveling in Lin Feng's discomfort. Lin Xian's demeanor was far more formidable than Li Hao's. In the face of disaster, shouldn't Tiwi unite and support one another? Jiang Mingho's face flushed red. Though he had just been beaten, he still felt compelled to reason with the group, for he was aware of his own limitations in combat. Unite and support each other. He scoffed inwardly. That sounds noble, but when calamity strikes, ensuring one's own survival is paramount. Who would want to live a little longer while awaiting rescue? Resources are finite. If we share them with you, we all bear the cost. If we falter just a few days before help arrives, we would be fools. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to seek another rocky beach. We will not interfere. But if you cannot find one, do not come here to stir trouble. Lin Xian sneered, his words devoid of compassion. The priority was self-preservation, a sentiment that resonated with those behind him. Those who could afford to travel on luxury cruise ships were not naive. They had seen through the nature of humanity. The adage that misfortune is a blessing was clearly meant for the gullible. Only the weak clamored for fairness. In contrast, the truly wealthy and powerful acted out of self-interest, thriving at the expense of the foolish, ensuring their own better existence. Those who failed to secure resources deserve to endure the most menial and miserable lives. You truly are heartless, Zhuang Wan retorted, her beautiful eyes narrowing, her delicate frame trembling with anger. Chapter 52. An overwhelming display of power selfishness is the hallmark of beasts. Humanity's superiority lies in its ability to control the expansion of desires and to embrace a sense of justice. It is not to don the guise of animalistic laws, proclaiming them as natural, for the essence is contrary. Humans possess the capacity to alter rules and create new paradigms. Lin Xian let out a cold snort, unwilling to elaborate further. However, his demeanor transformed entirely upon addressing Zhuang Wan, his expression now one of warmth and flattery. Madam, I believe you have yet to truly engage with them. Perhaps you might consider joining us. We offer fresh water and delectable oysters. Remaining with them, you risk vulnerability and hunger. Should they harbor any ill intentions towards you, the consequences could be dire. What say you? Surely, you understand that choice outweighs mere effort. As Lin Xian spoke, an unusual silence enveloped the crowd, every man holding his breath while gazing expectantly at the enchanting beauty before them. It could be said that Lin Xian voiced the collective sentiment of all present. If Zhuang Wan were to join them, it would be nothing short of magnificent. Even if the situation did not lead to more, simply sharing their days together would transform life into something extraordinary, a stark contrast to their current existence. Who will want to join you? Lin Feng stepped forward, anger flaring in his eyes, glaring at the group. To him, Zhuang Wan was a sacred and gentle being, and he would not allow anyone to tarnish her with vile intentions. Seeing Lin Feng's wrath brought Lin Xian a sense of satisfaction, and he smugly declared, "Those who recognize the times are the true talents. I speak the truth. We have an abundance of food. Why follow a mere child and a useless person through life?" Just then, a furious voice retorted, "Shameless. A bunch of bullies who only dare to take advantage of their power. Though Xiaofeng may be young, he is 1,000 times more reliable than you. I would rather starve than sink to your level." Zhuang Wan stepped out from behind Lin Feng, positioning herself protectively in front of him, her figure standing tall and proud. Her fierce gaze locked onto Lin Xian and his companions, radiating an intensity that captured everyone's attention. It was not merely her choice as a woman to defend Lin Feng. Her righteous fury resembled that of a mother tiger fiercely guarding her cub, refusing to allow anyone to slander or violate him. Not only did Lin Feng feel moved, but the onlookers were also taken aback by Zhuang Wan's formidable presence. They could hardly fathom the source of her strength. Unaware of your own folly, Lin Xian, now furious and humiliated, glared at Zhuang Wan. "Since you have chosen to follow this young boy, then be gone. We do not welcome outsiders here. However, should you reconsider one day, know that we would still welcome you, though not the two by your side. Lin Xian drew a dagger, standing defiantly before them, a cold smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Zhuang Wan. Both Zhuang Wan and Jiang Mingho were taken aback by Lin Xian's madness, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Had this man lost his senses? Jiang Mingho's complexion turned pale as Lin Xian unexpectedly drew his weapon against them. Oof! You shall not live to see that day. At that moment, Lin Feng let out a cold snort and stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhuang Wan. He yearned to teach these so-called adults a lesson. Xiao Feng, do not act impulsively. Perhaps we should retreat for now, Zhuang Wan said, her face stricken with fear as she grasped Lin Feng's hand, aware of the lethal weapon before them. Brother Lin Feng, let us leave. There is no need to engage in conflict. A wise man avoids immediate danger. Jiang Mingho, unwilling to witness an escalation of tensions, accompanied Lin Feng with the intent of diffusing the situation. After all, Lin Feng was young and prone to impulsiveness. Should a scuffle ensue, the consequences could be dire. Brat, you would do well to scurry back home. Do not presume we will continue to tolerate your antics, as we did this morning, Lin Xian remarked, a bemused glint in his eyes. I have made up my mind to dig for oysters here today. Let's see what you can do. Lin Feng pushed Zhuang Wan's hand aside, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared directly before Lin Xian. The sudden emergence of Lin Feng startled Lin Xian. In a fit of rage and embarrassment, was about to retaliate. In a swift motion, Lin Feng seized the dagger from Lin Xian's hand. How is this possible? Lin Xian's back was drenched in cold sweat as he stared, dumbfounded, at Lin Feng, who toyed with his dagger. The crowd was left speechless by the rapid exchange of actions. How astonishing! The onlookers were shocked, having barely comprehended Lin Feng's swift maneuver. Zhuang Wan and Jiang Mingho stood with their mouths agape, utterly surprised that Lin Feng had charged forward, resulting in such an unexpected outcome. Well done, brother Lin Feng. Jiang Mingho cheered with excitement. To disarm his opponent right off the bat was immensely satisfying. You are asking for trouble. Lin Xian's face flushed with rage. This muscular man was being provoked and ambushed by a mere youth who had yet to enter society. He immediately swung a punch at Lin Feng. Without his dagger, he felt emboldened and confident, believing that even if he landed a blow on Lin Feng, it would not result in fatality. However, Lin Xian's punch missed entirely as Lin Feng effortlessly dodged by tilting his head aside. To Lin Feng, Lin Xian's speed resembled that of a snail. Then, Lin Feng crouched slightly and threw a measured punch towards Lin Xian's side, maintaining his composure even in this tense moment. With a resounding thud, Lin Xian's eyes rolled back as his imposing figure collapsed to the ground. With Lin Xian unconscious, Lin Feng stood tall, leaving the crowd wide-eyed in astonishment at the spectacle. The man they had chosen as their leader, with such formidable muscles, had failed to reclaim his dignity from Lin Feng and was instead felled by a single punch. What a joke! Damn it! I knew this big guy was a useless brute, Li Hao exclaimed, his face transforming into one of pure elation after witnessing the scene. Regardless of whether Lin Feng or Lin Xian was at a disadvantage, he found joy in the outcome. Yet, in the next moment, his joy dissipated. Lin Feng had picked up the dagger from Lin Xian's hand, intending to claim it as his own. Li Hao immediately grew anxious. That was his dagger. Although it had changed hands, at least he could still see it. If Lin Feng took it, it would truly be a loss. Wait, give me back my dagger, bang! Before Li Hao could finish his sentence, he charged forward, only to find the scene before him spinning wildly, followed by a cascade of golden sand engulfing his vision. At that moment, the crowd fell into silence. No one anticipated Li Hao's rash charge, yet nobody expected him to be so inept, collapsing before he could even complete his words. He had even fainted. The crowd felt an even greater sense of embarrassment. Yet at this moment, no one dared to speak, merely casting furious glances at Lin Feng. Xiao Feng, are you all right? I'm fine, und van. Lin Feng smiled faintly, holding the dagger and casting a casual glance at the unconscious Li Hao. He had never held a favorable opinion of this crowd, and when Li Hao suddenly rushed at him, his instinct was to take him down. As for Lin Xian, he had only intended a gentle punch. Not expecting such a fragile opponent to faint with a single blow, Zhuang Wan hurried forward, her beautiful eyes scanning Lin Feng from head to toe. The anxiety in her heart finally eased, transforming into admiration. You truly scared me, but Xiao Feng, you were absolutely amazing. I adore you, Zhuang Wan exclaimed joyfully, embracing Lin Feng with a radiant smile, her heart brimming with the image of his formidable presence. Brother Lin Feng, you must have trained, right? Jiang Mingho approached, gazing at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. The survival skills he lacked compared to Lin Feng were one thing, but being outclassed in a fight was an entirely different matter. When Lin Feng had suddenly acted, he had braced himself for a beating, never anticipating such an unexpected turn of events. Aunt, please let go. There's so many people watching. Lin Feng had no time to address Jiang Mingho's inquiry. He felt as though he were a powder keg on the verge of exploding. The tumult within his chest surged, threatening to elevate him to the heavens. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he could not reveal such emotions, his face flushed with suppressed feelings. What are you afraid of? I am your aunt. Chapter 53. Jealousy upon witnessing Lin Feng's discomfort, Zhuang Wan reluctantly released her embrace. However, when confronted with Lin Feng's sorrowful gaze, she merely covered her mouth and chuckled softly, perceiving no significant implications in the encounter. To outsiders, she appeared to be nothing more than Lin Feng's affectionate aunt, and a brief hug held no weight. The envy evident in Jiang Mingho's eyes confirmed this. He admired the close bond between Lin Feng and Zhuang Wan, without entertaining any other thoughts. At most, he fancied how splendid it would be if he were in Lin Feng's place. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Lin Feng shifted his attention to the others present. Is there anyone else who wishes to impede my progress? The crowd, visibly discontented, averted their gazes and lowered their heads in reluctant submission. Aunt Wan, please fetch some water while I gather some oysters, Lin Feng instructed, handing his coconut flask to Zhuang Wan before venturing deeper into the rocky shore in search of oysters. My dear brother Lin Feng, your presence has made all the difference. Just look at their expressions. It's as though they've tasted something utterly vile, Jiang Mingho exclaimed, trailing behind Lin Feng, occasionally brandishing freshly found oysters in triumph, relishing the moment. Perhaps we should maintain a lower profile, Lin Feng mused, feeling that a mere altercation would suffice, without the need for ostentation. Indeed, after this lesson, they will likely think twice before attempting to obstruct me again. Jiang Mingho, having gathered a bounty of oysters, dismissed any lingering grievances against the group. Lin Feng, too, collected a generous assortment of oysters, deliberately selecting the larger specimens for a more gratifying feast. Upon returning to the shore, Zhuang Wan had filled 2 coconut flasks with fresh water. Standing by with a radiant smile, waiting for Lin Feng's return, her beauty was utterly captivating. Lin Feng's heart raced at the sight, and he eventually lowered his gaze, too shy to linger. As he secured the heavy coconut flask to his waist, a pair of delicate hands suddenly seized the other flask from him. Aunt Wan, please do not snatch it. I can manage, he protested. Allow me to carry one. You shouldn't have to do all the work. Seeing Lin Feng refuse to relinquish the flask, Zhuang Wan embraced it, prompting Lin Feng to release his hold hastily. However, his hand inadvertently brushed against a soft, delightful contour, causing his face to flush with a mix of embarrassment and guilt. Zhuang Wan giggled softly, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, her enchanting eyes sparkling with playful allure. Let us return, Lin Feng suggested, hastily taking the lead. Observing this exchange, Zhuang Wan's smile gradually faded, her heart feeling constricted. She pouted slightly, trailing behind in contemplative silence. En route, Jiang Mingho bid farewell to the duo with a satisfied grin. Zhuang Wan initially viewed this as an opportunity to draw closer to Lin Feng. Yet the coconut flask she cradled became an unwelcome hindrance. Coupled with Lin Feng's evident desire to maintain distance, she found it increasingly difficult to gain any advantage in their flirtation. Regret washed over her for having contested with Lin Feng, as it had disrupted their budding intimacy. Minutes later, Lin Feng and Zhuang Wan returned to the shelter. Qinya was crouched by the fire, adding firewood to boil water, her peach-like figure accentuated eliciting a mouth-watering response from onlookers. Sister Qinya, I have returned. Upon hearing the commotion, Qinya joyfully stood and turned around. She was greeted by the sight of Lin Feng, his clothes pocketing fresh oysters, a coconut flask filled with water dangling from his waist, his gait swaying gently, exuding an overwhelming sense of security. Noticing Zhuang Wan trailing behind him, Qinya discreetly scrutinized her a few more times. Little did she realize that Zhuang Wan had keenly sensed this subtle gaze. As their eyes met, the atmosphere became charged with an unspoken tension. Zhuang Wan seemed to perceive Qinya's wariness toward her, instead of concealing it. She wore a smirk of triumph. Although Lin Feng forbade her from revealing their connection, clandestine encounters seemed harmless. After all, she had resolved to vie for Qinya's place. Ultimately, the truth would come to light. Sister Qinya, is something the matter? Lin Feng, noticing Qinya's peculiar expression, set his belongings down and could not resist inquiring. It's nothing. Qinya's demeanor appeared somewhat discontented. Her seriousness intensified as she instinctively clenched her fist, her beautiful eyes surveying Lin Feng, her red lips parting gently. Nothing happened on the way, did it? The tone of her voice carried an undertone of subtle interrogation. Lin Feng's heart sank. He faintly sensed an irritation emanating from Qinya. His mind raced as he recalled the intimate moments shared with Zhuang Wan during their journey. Yet he had remained steadfast in his boundaries. Surely Qinya couldn't have noticed that. He hurriedly clarified. Nothing happened, just a scuffle with some others. There are more people on the beach now, and they intended to monopolize the resources. We had no choice but to confront them. But it's fine, I even took their dagger. With a smile, Lin Feng produced the spoils of victory. Li Hao's dagger. Upon seeing the dagger, any jealousy and doubt that had brewed within Qinya vanished instantly. Her eyes widened in surprise as she stepped closer to Lin Feng, her body nearly brushing against him, the familiar scent of femininity enveloping him, delightful and intoxicating. Qinya reached out her delicate hand to caress Lin Feng's cheek, her gaze filled with concern, tinged with reprimand. What are you thinking? Why engage in a fight? It's not worth it. We can always forego the oysters. They even drew a dagger. Your safety is paramount. I understand, Sister Qinya, but if we don't stand up to them now, they will only become more brazen. This time it's the rocky beach. Next, they might claim the coconut trees. I need to make them submit, or who knows when they might bully you. Lin Feng, typically respectful, found himself uncharacteristically rebutting Qinya, a hint of maturity manifesting on his face. Qinya's cheeks flushed slightly as her heart raced. Had it not been for the onlookers, she would have longed to kiss him earnestly. In the next moment, Qinya withdrew her hand, stepping back, her gaze nervously flitting to gauge Zhuang Wan and Jiang Ruolin's reactions. You have grown up. I will no longer interfere with your decisions, Qinya said with a radiant smile, her heart swelling with pride as she looked at Lin Feng. Xiao Feng has just showcased remarkable prowess. Henceforth, he shall be the hero of his aunt. Come, Xiao Feng, take a seat. Let me massage your shoulders. At that moment, a pair of delicate hands suddenly ascended to Lin Feng's shoulders. He was pulled by Zhuang Wan onto a stone, poised for her to press down. Observing Qinya's flushed face, Lin Feng dared not indulge in the moment. What if Zhuang Wan, like before in front of Jiang Mingho, engaged in some subtle mischief? Only for Qinya to discover it? He would be doomed. No, Wan, I truly don't need it. That will not do. I insist on rewarding you with a proper massage to help you relax. Zhuang Wan shot Lin Feng an exasperated glance, unyieldingly forcing the stiff Lin Feng to sit. Let go, Zhuang Wan. Xiao Feng has already declined. As Qinya noticed Zhuang Wan's ambiguous tone as she leaned close to Lin Feng, she clenched her small fists, her heart simmering with indignation, yet she dared not express it. She feared revealing her unusual feelings for Lin Feng. I see he is merely being stubborn for some reason. Who wouldn't he tire? If a woman were to massage him, he would surely welcome it. Zhuang Wan huffed, her words sharply countering Qinya's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, for Zhuang Wan spoke the truth. After all, what man would refuse the opportunity to be massaged by such a beautiful woman? However, witnessing Qinya's resentful gaze, he could not allow himself to enjoy it. Wan, You are too kind. I truly do not wish for a massage. Lin Feng was on the verge of tears, perplexed as to why Zhuang Wan and Qingya were at odds. Caught in the middle, he felt utterly uncomfortable with both sides to appease. If anyone is to give a massage, it should be me. What right does an outsider have? Qingya immediately strode forward, her face cold, resolutely attempting to displace Zhuang Wan's hands from Lin Feng's shoulders, reclaiming her hold over him. Slap! Zhuang Wan's hand was seized, firmly gripped, her brow furrowed, losing some of her elegance and gaining a touch of ire. She clung tightly to Lin Feng's shoulders, her eyes flashing with anger as they met Qingya's defiant gaze. You are merely Xiao Feng's godsister. I am still his aunt, so what is there to prevent me from massaging him? What being a godsister? And who are you, an aunt? Merely older in age. Xiao Feng is polite enough to call you that. I am his closest confidant, so it is only right that I give the massage. Qingya, like an enraged wildcat, stood her ground, unwavering. You. The remark regarding age caused Zhuang Wan's eyes to redden, her emotions on the brink of collapse. Even if I were 5 years younger, Xiao Feng would never glance her way. Gazing at Zhuang Wan's breathtakingly beautiful visage, Qingya momentarily lost her focus, but the next instant, her eyes gleamed with fierce confidence as she retorted. Even if I were 5 years younger, Xiao Feng's presence beside me is not something you could covet, and besides, time cannot be reversed. Both women were unparalleled beauties, each refusing to concede in terms of allure. All right, both of you should calm down. Let us refrain from pressing further. I still have a chicken to slaughter. As the argument threatened to escalate and expose our situation, Lin Feng decided to take decisive action. He brushed aside their hands and swiftly slipped between them. Then, he quickly seized the chicken from the ground and the boiling pot from the fire, making a hasty escape from the shelter. Chapter 54. Transformation. Lin Feng believed that as long as he was absent, the two women would eventually regain their composure. Simultaneously, he despised his own emotional weakness, wishing he could slap himself for his indiscretions. With Qingya by his side, why could he not resist the allure of flirting with Aunt Wan? It was evidently a fruitless endeavor, and this was not an era where one could simultaneously possess two women. His actions had nearly led to both women feeling heartbroken. However, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. Ultimately, the charm of Zhuang Wan was too potent. His life experiences were not those of an emperor with a harem of 3,000 concubines. What could he possibly use to defend against such enchantment? With heavy thoughts weighing on his mind, Lin Feng carried hot water to the rocky beach, where he slaughtered a wild chicken, letting its blood drain before immersing it in the boiling water of a coconut pot for cleansing. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers gazed at this scene, their expressions a complex tapestry of shock, envy, jealousy, and resentment. They could not fathom how Lin Feng managed to procure such an abundance of food: fresh fish in the morning, coconuts at noon, and wild chicken by night. Despite being fellow survivors, Lin Feng appeared to live in an entirely different world from theirs. In the corner, Li Hao's gaze towards Lin Feng grew increasingly venomous. Lin Xian, on the other hand, felt a sense of trepidation, no longer daring to underestimate this young man. He understood all too well that Lin Feng's earlier punch had a potency he could not challenge. After Lin Feng departed, the atmosphere in the shelter did not ease, but rather intensified. Qingya and Zhuang Wan stood in a standoff, their eyes interwoven in an invisible battle, neither willing to concede. Can you two settle down? Lin Feng has already left. Jiang Ruolin could no longer watch, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. As her beautiful eyes observed the two women competing for attention, an absurd and shocking thought crossed her mind. Yet, she quickly dismissed it. How could this be possible? Although she had spent more time with that little rascal, and her perception of Lin Feng had gradually shifted, there was no way he could captivate the hearts of both Qingya and Zhuang Wan simultaneously. Both women possessed beauty and allure, and the number of suitors vying for their affection could easily fill several streets. It was implausible that they would risk societal judgment for a mere boy. Nevertheless, Jiang Ruolin was startled by her own musings. She would absolutely not alter her opinion of that little lecher. Such a transformation was inconceivable. After Jiang Ruolin spoke, Qingya and Zhuang Wan gradually calmed down, their faces slightly flushed, realizing their behavior had become a source of amusement. They returned to their respective places. Yet the warmth of their initial encounter had vanished, replaced by a palpable hostility that simmered beneath the surface. Zhuangwan's expression dimmed slightly as she raised her hand to examine her smooth, pristine skin, recalling the words Lin Feng and Qin had spoken to her. She could not help but succumb to a deep spiral of self-doubt. Do I truly appear so aged? I have not felt it over the years, especially since I began my skincare regimen at a young age. Upon seeing Qin return, Jiang Ruolin could not help but express her concern. Qin's gaze flickered momentarily towards Zhuangwan opposite her before she swiftly regained her composure and replied, "It is nothing, merely a feeling that she is presumptuous, which makes me somewhat uncomfortable. After all, Xiao Feng belongs to all of us. No one should force him into actions he does not wish to pursue." At these words, Jiang Ruolin nodded in agreement. This indeed aligned with Qin's usual teaching style, seemingly strict with her students, yet quite open-minded in other respects, never overstepping her boundaries. Keeping that little lecher away from her is certainly prudent. That rascal has no resistance to beautiful women. If he cannot find an advantage with us, he might very well be swayed by her charm. Jiang Ruolin squinted at Zhuangwan. Zhuangwan sat gracefully on the stone, exuding a mature and alluring charm with every gesture. Her presence was imbued with an irresistible magnetism. Even as a woman, Jiang Ruolin found herself momentarily entranced. Let alone Lin Feng. Do not speak so of Xiao Feng. He strives alone to secure resources for our protection. It is not easy for him, especially after just having fought with others outside. As more people gather, the pressure will only mount. Xiao Feng is already under immense strain. We ought not to add to his burdens, Qin said, furrowing her brow. She then seemed to come to a realization, rising gracefully to approach Zhuangwan. "What are you doing?" Zhuangwan glanced up at Qin, then turned her head away, still harboring her resentment. Qin bit her lip, then lowered her stance. Speaking softly, "I believe we should have a proper conversation. At the very least, we ought to exercise restraint in front of Xiao Feng. I do not wish for him to bear excessive pressure." Upon hearing this, Zhuangwan turned her gaze back to Qin, somewhat surprised, then shifted her head again, responding with a slight hm. After some contemplation, she realized that her earlier reaction had indeed been too impulsive. There was no need to rush. They could approach the matter gradually. "Then let us shake hands and reconcile." Qin offered her fair hand, smiling gently. "Very well. After all, we share no deep-seated grievances," Zhuangwan replied, her demeanor softening as she extended her delicate hand to shake with Qin. Qin smiled slightly, pleasantly surprised by Zhuangwan's willingness to cooperate. Yet, before Zhuangwan finished her thought, a smirk appeared on her lips as she continued, "Ultimately, you are Xiao Feng's teacher and an older sister figure to him. I, on the other hand, am married, older, and have a daughter. Neither of us can influence his affections, let alone discuss marriage, correct?" "Indeed," Qin's smile faltered, her tone becoming strained. Zhuangwan, with a cheerful demeanor, understood that the animosities between women are not so easily dissolved. In this moment, she felt she had avenged her earlier grievances regarding Qin's comment about her age, and her irritation dissipated. However, as she turned away, Qin's initially unpleasant expression swiftly transformed from gloom to sunshine. As long as harmony can be maintained, what do these grievances matter? "What did you say to her?" Jiang Ruolin gazed at the smiling Zhuangwan, casting a curious glance at Qin. "Some words that promote unity," Qin replied with a light chuckle, withholding the truth from Jiang Ruolin. "Oh," Jiang Ruolin responded absently, observing Qin as she returned to her seat. She leaned slightly closer to Qin and whispered, "I believe what you said earlier is true. Perhaps I have been too harsh on Lin Feng." Reflecting on how Lin Feng had gathered herbs and caught wild chickens, returning with genuine concern for her injuries, Jiang Ruolin's proud heart began to waver upon hearing Qin's words. Lin Feng had indeed made considerable sacrifices for her, even in the harsh conditions of this desolate island. All his efforts were made on account of Qin. She had no right to impose such stringent expectations on Lin Feng. "Are you serious?" Qin's expression shifted, her eyes wide in astonishment, as if she were meeting her friend for the first time. "Well, I don't know how to change the current situation. I can't help but feel this way whenever I see him." Jiang Rulin's expression reflected a hint of self-reproach. In truth, she had never harbored such reflective thoughts before. Yet, it was through the repeated conflicts with Lin Feng that she gradually began to change. Qinya's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. For Jiang Rulin to undergo such transformation was indeed a significant blessing for herself. Qinya had previously attempted numerous times to correct Jiang Rulin's haughty and hurtful demeanor, but to no avail. Unexpectedly, this ordeal on the island had allowed her proud and obstinate friend to finally grasp the perspective of others. Rulin, you need not worry. Xiao Feng is not a petty person. He understands your character. As long as you temper your harshness, he will sense your change. After a moment's contemplation, Qinya devised the most suitable approach for Jiang Rulin's personality. Since Jiang Rulin had just begun to change, she needed time to adjust gradually. Expecting her to fully comprehend others and relinquish her grievances all at once would be unrealistic. It would certainly be inappropriate to urge her to admit her mistakes to Lin Feng outright. As long as Jiang Rulin could lower her guard in Lin Feng's presence, that would suffice. I understand. When he returns, I will try my best not to glare at him. Jiang Rulin nervously fidgeted with her skirt, appearing somewhat tense and awkward. Attempting to change was a wholly unfamiliar endeavor for her. I'm back. As dusk deepened and the horizon embraced the night, Lin Feng's voice resounded from outside the shelter. The three women looked up in unison. Lin Feng returned, bearing several new items. 4 large coconuts, 2 hanging from his waist, and 2 tied with vines trailing behind him. In his hands, he carried a coconut pot filled with chopped wild chicken. Chapter 55. Exclusive markings. As Lin Feng stepped inside, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Discreetly casting a glance around the room, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. While it was entirely normal for Sister Qinya and Aunt Wan to maintain a calm and harmonious coexistence, he found it perplexing that Jiang Rulin also directed her attention towards him. After a brief moment of eye contact, where he was not met with a glare, Jiang Rulin was the first to avert her gaze. What on earth was happening? Lin Feng was utterly baffled. Previously, Jiang Rulin's gaze had seemed as if she wished to pierce him with her eyes, yet after his brief absence, it appeared she harbored no malice towards him. He decided to dismiss his confusion, considering it a fortuitous development. At least this meant their future interactions would not be fraught with awkwardness. Once Qinya and Zhuang Wan rose from their seats, they exchanged glances as if silently agreeing on a cue. In each other's eyes, they discerned a hint of restraint before donning smiles to turn their attention to Lin Feng. You've worked hard. Please set everything down, Qinya encouraged. Instinctively, both she and Zhuang Wan reached out to take the coconut pot from Lin Feng's hands, their fingers nearly colliding before they both halted. They exchanged awkward glances, but in that moment, neither was inclined to compete. Lin Feng, sensing the tension, chuckled lightly and handed the coconut pot to Qinya. Sister Qinya, I leave the soup to you. Be careful when you hang it. Don't get burnt. Oldait, injeri plaiv. Her face beaming with joy as she turned to place the coconut pot over the fire. Seeing this scene, Zhuang Wan felt a pang of disappointment. Then her gaze fell upon the item at Lin Feng's waist, prompting her to instinctively reach out. No need, Aunt Wan, I can manage. Lin Feng quickly stepped back, deftly untying the vines that bound him. If Zhuang Wan were to assist, there would inevitably be some physical contact, which he now sought to avoid at all costs. He had come to realize that he only needed Sister Qinya. Being too greedy might lead to losing both. Observing Lin Feng's avoidance, Zhuang Wan felt a bittersweet ache in her heart, a sense of helplessness washing over her. With a pout, she retreated to her stone seat, her gaze lingering on Lin Feng, lost in thought. Lin Feng swiftly opened 3 coconuts, handing one to Qinya, who accepted it with a radiant smile. Her heart sweetened by the refreshing coconut water. After a glance at Jiang Rulin, he hesitated for a moment before approaching her, offering the coconut with the straw inserted. Here, your coconut water. Although Jiang Rulin had mentally rehearsed for this moment, she felt exceedingly awkward when faced with Lin Feng. Her head dipped, and her eyes fell, exuding an air of coldness. She felt disappointed with her own demeanor. Remarkably, she had never felt nervous while performing in front of hundreds at a concert, yet now, in Lin Feng's presence. She was so flustered that she forgot what she intended to say. Lin Feng regarded Jiang Ruolin with a peculiar glance, sensing a change in her demeanor that brought him a glimmer of joy. Not wanting to disturb her further, he turned and walked away. Then he picked up a coconut and handed it to Zhuang Wan. "Aunt Wan, do enjoy this coconut. It is a specialty of the island and truly delightful. Please, give a taste." Lin Feng smiled as he offered the coconut to Zhuang Wan. However, this time he failed to catch the familiar smile on her face. Zhuang Wan gazed at the coconut, her interest seemingly waning. She accepted it casually, parted her alluring red lips to take a sip, and her expression subtly shifted. Yet, she soon resumed, drinking with her demeanor unchanged. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng felt a heaviness in his heart, and the hopeful smile on his face gradually faded. Ultimately, he compelled himself to turn away. After all the effort he had put into transforming Zhuang Wan, if he were to show concern now, all his thoughts and difficult choices would be rendered futile. As Zhuang Wan watched Lin Feng coldly turn his back, her beautiful eyes stung with pain. The once bright and captivating sparkle in her peach blossom eyes dimmed significantly, and her fingers crushed the straw with a tight grip. She sensed the resolve in Lin Feng, which caused her immense heartache, as if she had been cast into an abyss of endless darkness. The sky had darkened, and the chicken soup had been simmering for quite some time. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, making one's mouth water uncontrollably. The flickering yellow glow of the flames illuminated the faces of the four, casting them in alternating light and shadow. Lin Feng watched the bubbling chicken soup with anticipation. Qinya and Jiang Ruolin blinked their lovely eyes, swallowing hard at the enticing sight. To be able to savor chicken soup on the island was beyond their wildest dreams. All thanks to the man before them. Affection welled up in Qinya's eyes as she fixated on Lin Feng. Jiang Ruolin rested her delicate hand on her beautiful leg, propping her chin with the other, occasionally glancing at Lin Feng. Ever since she had contemplated a change in their relationship, she found herself increasingly drawn to him. Zhuang Wan looked at the chicken soup, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within her. The wild chicken had been caught by Lin Feng specifically to apologize to Jiang Ruolin. With everyone focused on the pot of chicken soup, Zhuang Wan felt increasingly out of place. Biting her red lips, a tumult of emotions flickered in her eyes. After a while, Lin Feng stepped forward and tasted a spoonful of the chicken soup. Due to the absence of salt, the flavor was somewhat lacking. However, the addition of oysters compensated for part of the lost taste, rendering the chicken soup still delicious. Lin Feng was hesitant to let it simmer too long, fearing the coconut pot might be ruined. He quickly removed the chicken soup and, using bowls crafted from coconut shells, filled 3 large bowls for the 3 women. After a moment's thought, he placed 2 chicken legs into Jiang Ruolin and Zhuang Wan's bowls, while adding 2 chicken wings into Qinya's. After serving, plenty remained. Lin Feng figured that consuming a modest portion for himself would be quite adequate. The coconut bowls were slightly larger than typical household bowls, and he had smoothed the outer shells against the sandy ground, rendering them quite sleek. "Be careful, Sister Qin, it's hot. Here's yours. I placed it here. Aunt Wan, you must be hungry as well." Lin Feng busied himself serving the 3 women before finally indulging heartily from the coconut pot. At this moment, the sky had darkened significantly, and he was utterly famished. One must admit, the flavor of this wild chicken was distinctly exceptional. The meat possessed a subtle sweetness, firm yet remarkably delicious. The chicken soup was adorned with a delicate layer of grease, and upon taking a sip, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping him. It was simply divine. Lin Feng found himself savoring every drop, his mouth glistening with the savory essence. "Zuo Lan, how about I feed you?" Qinya suggested, observing Lin Feng's indulgent demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle. It then occurred to her that Jiang Ruolin lacked the necessary utensils for her meal, prompting her to turn around and set down her bowl of chicken. With the intention of procuring a piece of chicken for Jiang Ruolin, she soon found the irregular shape of the meat and their awkward coordination to be a challenge. Despite her efforts, Qinya struggled for what felt like an eternity, failing to deliver the morsel to Jiang Ruolin's eager mouth. Jiang Ruolin, with her small mouth agape, gazed expectantly, only to be met with this unforeseen predicament. I'm sorry, Ruolan, Qinya said, her face flushing as she met Jiang Ruolan's reproachful gaze, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. It's all right, you go ahead and eat, Jiang Ruolan replied, retracting her lips and casting a fleeting glance at the spoon in Qinya's hand, before recalling Lin Feng and dismissing the thought. Resolutely, she cradled her bowl and took a few simple sips of the chicken soup. Zhuang Wan, too, held her bowl, finding herself at a loss beyond sipping the broth. Eyeing the plump, luscious oysters, she bit her lip hesitantly, attempting to grasp one between her fingers. However, the instant she did, the heat caused her fingers to recoil, and the oyster slipped back into the bowl. Zhuang Wan pouted in mild frustration. Oh, my memory can be so poor. I actually prepared a spoon earlier, but I completely forgot. Lin Feng, busy savoring a chicken foot, caught sight of this scene from the corner of his eye. He immediately set down the chicken foot and stood up, a look of embarrassment washing over his face. Under the gaze of the three women, he hurried to a dark corner, rummaging for a moment before exclaiming in delight, "Found it! I just made a spoon and some chopsticks." With a beaming smile, Lin Feng returned, first approaching Jiang Ruolan to present her with the spoon and chopsticks. "From now on, these shall be your utensils. I've marked them, so even if they get mixed up, you won't confuse them." He handed her a spoon intricately carved at the end with a simple illustration of a stream. Jiang Ruolan stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the spoon as if something had gently nudged the softest part of her heart. A feeling of being cared for and cherished that was indescribable. "Take it. I washed it beforehand, so please don't be put off," Lin Feng encouraged. Noticing Jiang Ruolan's hesitation, he waved the spoon in front of her, prompting her to awaken from her reverie. With quick reflexes, she grasped the spoon from Lin Feng's hand, her lips parting slightly. "Thank you," she murmured. Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback, thought he might have misheard her, still processing her response. When he looked back at Jiang Ruolan, he found her tightly gripping the spoon, her gaze averted, her cheeks faintly flushed. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy within and, with a knowing smile, discreetly stepped away. Chapter 56. Four people cannot share the idea of marking Jiang Ruolan's spoon with a special insignia suddenly occurred to Lin Feng, prompted by Zhuang Wan's earlier analysis, which made him realize that Jiang Ruolan was likely someone who lacked attention from others. Thus, while preparing the spoon for her, this inspiration struck him. To his surprise, the outcome was remarkably gratifying. He heard the proud Jiang Ruolan express her gratitude. Lin Feng felt an immediate lightness in his heart, believing that the misunderstandings between him and Jiang Ruolan had finally been resolved. Approaching Zhuang Wan, Lin Feng also produced a pair of chopsticks and a spoon. "Aunt Wan, this is for you. Please eat more. I've saved a chicken leg just for you. This way, your foot will heal quickly by tomorrow." Zhuang Wan received the chopsticks, momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's words. With a hint of suspicion, she prodded the chicken in her bowl, revealing a perfectly shaped chicken leg. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, and a surge of emotion and affection welled up within her. However, when she glanced up at Lin Feng, he had already slipped away. In an instant, Zhuang Wan's spirits plummeted, her smile turning bittersweet. Lin Feng's care for her stemmed purely from concern, devoid of any other feelings, which left her feeling desolate. The chicken tasted bland as she quietly finished the chicken leg. Jiang Ruolan, eating slowly, experienced a complex mix of emotions upon discovering the hidden chicken leg in her bowl, her nose slightly stinging with unshed tears. Despite her previous harshness towards Lin Feng, he still showed her such care. The fortress around her heart, frozen for years, began to creak open, allowing Lin Feng's presence to seep in. "Xiao Feng, have a chicken wing." Qinya's heart warmed when she found 2 chicken wings in her bowl. Seeing Lin Feng quietly gnawing on a chicken foot made her eyes slightly misty. She immediately approached and sat beside him on the same rock, their bodies brushing together. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the delightful softness beside him, and then noticed Qinya offering him one of her chicken wings. "Sister Qinya, you should eat it. Let's not speak. We'll share one each." Qinya's gaze silenced Lin Feng's protests, her eyes brimming with affection for him. With nightfall cloaking their surroundings, no one could discern her expressions clearly. Only Lin Feng, In close proximity, beheld the tenderness in Qin Ya's gaze directed at him, causing his heart to race wildly. This sensation was ineffable, yet it felt extraordinarily delightful. Akin to drinking honey. With a grin, Lin Feng bit into the chicken wing, the bones crunching audibly, and whispered softly, "All right, one for me and one for Sister Qinya. We shall be a pair from now on." At his words, Qinya's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and without saying much more, she elegantly nibbled on the chicken wing, a sweetness she could hardly articulate blossoming within her heart. After the four had their fill, they instinctively distanced themselves around the campfire to avoid any semblance of suspicion, except for Qinya and Jiang Ruolan, who chose to sit closely together. The flickering flames obscured their expressions, yet the atmosphere felt subtly charged. The sky had completely darkened, its vast expanse resembling pristine black silk, adorned with twinkling stars. A breathtaking sight. Suddenly, Lin Feng stood up, his exclamation capturing the attention of the three women. "What is it, Xiao Feng? Is something wrong?" Qinya inquired, while Jiang Ruolan and Zhuang Wan turned to look at him. It wasn't anything grave. He reassured them, "Look, it's dark now. If we intend to rest later, we won't have enough space. I was too busy today and forgot to build a shelter." He scratched his head sheepishly. Although it wasn't a significant issue, the fact that Lin Feng showed such concern for their comfort changed the way the three women regarded him. However, given the late hour, Qinya urged, "Perhaps we should just leave it be. You might end up doing something foolish." Zhuang Wan quickly expressed her agreement, having witnessed Lin Feng's earnestness. If they didn't stop him, he might really venture out to construct a shelter in the dark, which could be dangerous. They would feel guilty if something happened to him. "I can sleep outside," Jiang Ruolan added softly, wishing not to burden Lin Feng. "That won't do at all," Lin Feng countered, undeterred by their protests as he looked at Jiang Ruolan and Zhuang Wan. "Sleeping outside is not safe. You won't rest well, and your bodies need to recuperate to heal your injuries faster. But you cannot let me go out this late. We can't be of any assistance. Don't worry about that. I can handle it. I have the strength, and I'll be back before you know it. Just wait for me here." With that, he disregarded Qin Ya's objections, seized a dagger, and vanished into the night. "Xiao Feng," Qin Ya called out anxiously, but his figure had already dissolved into the darkness, and there was no stopping him. "That foolish boy. I hope Lin Feng will be all right," Zhuang Wan and Jiang Ruolan remarked, unable to suppress their concern. The three exchanged glances, then fell into a contemplative silence. "Let us sit and wait for him to return. Xiao Feng will be fine," Qinya reassured the worried pair. MHM, Zhuang Wan and Jiang Ruolan resignedly sat down, their gazes fixed in the same direction. After a brief passage of time, rustling sounds emerged from the thicket. "Is Xiao Feng back?" The three women stood up in unison, their beautiful eyes intently focused on the source of the sound. In the absence of Lin Feng, even with the three of them gathered around the flickering firelight, an overwhelming sense of oppression and fear enveloped them. They had come to a profound realization of Lin Feng's irreplaceable significance in their lives, constantly yearning for his return. Suddenly, a few long logs came into view, followed by Lin Feng, whose resolute expression and steady gait emerged from the thicket, appearing before the three women. With a thud, he dropped the logs intended for constructing their shelter onto the ground and exhaled softly. The endeavor had gone relatively smoothly, thanks to his robust physique, which allowed him to see clearly even in the dark. He swiftly located several suitable trees for the shelter, and although he could only use a dagger to chop them down, his strength enabled him to finish the task expeditiously. As he turned to face the three women, he found himself under their various scrutinizing gazes, a slight blush creeping onto his face, rendering him somewhat awkward. "Why are you all staring at me like that?" he inquired. "Who told you to act recklessly? We were all terribly worried about you," Qinya replied sternly, stepping forward to glare at him, though her tone was harsh and accusatory. Her hands moved gently, brushing away the wood shavings from Lin Feng's clothes. Upon hearing Qinya's words, Jiang Ruolin averted her gaze, while Zhuowan felt a wave of relief wash over her as she saw Lin Feng return safely. Observing that Qinya had already expressed her concern, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she chose to sit down slowly. She understood that Lin Feng would likely try to distance himself from her, preferring to endure some discomfort rather than drawing attention. Hey, there's really no danger. Chinya, you can sit tight. I'll have this up in no time, Lin Feng said, gently turning Chinya around and, with a light touch, guiding her slender waist aside. Chinya felt a jolt as he made contact, ultimately allowing Lin Feng to lead her back to the stone. Beneath the warm glow of the yellow flames, a charming blush spread across her delicate features, rendering her even more enchanting. She quietly settled on the stone, her bright eyes following Lin Feng's busy figure, her lips occasionally curling into a lovely smile. Lin Feng bound 4 logs together in pairs with vines, finally connecting them with a horizontal beam. Thus, the skeletal frame of a triangular shelter was swiftly erected. Chapter 57. Rest. He smiled with satisfaction, then proceeded to gather several long branches, arranging them on either side with a spacing of 2 to 3 fingers between each. After weaving vines through them twice for stability, he sought out broad leaves from an unfamiliar plant, each nearly half a meter long and about the width of 2 palms, to cover the sides of the shelter. Before long, a makeshift sanctuary, its frame crafted from wood, supported by branches and adorned with leaves, was completed. Remarkably, this endeavor took no more than half an hour, demonstrating Lin Feng's impressive efficiency. The 3 women gathered around, examining the shelter Lin Feng had constructed, and it was evident that it was suitable for habitation, their eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Observing their reaction, Lin Feng smiled in return, though he harbored grander aspirations and ideals. Given the current circumstances, he had to make do. However, his expression faltered when he noticed the cramped space within the shelter. Impossible. How could it be so small? Had he known, he would have brought back a few taller trees. Alas, he resolved to cut down a few more trees to create another shelter. Upon hearing Lin Feng's intentions to venture out again, Chinya and the other 2 women were adamant in their refusal to let him go. In an instant, they formed a united front, blocking his path. "You're not going anywhere," Chinya declared sternly, while Zhuang Wan crossed her arms, her eyes wide in protest, and Jiang Ruolin, despite her injured foot, stood up defiantly. All 3 women fixed their gazes on Lin Feng, and seeing their determination, he was momentarily taken aback, ultimately conceding. "All right, fine, I want to go." Even the aloof Jiang Ruolin had joined in, leaving Lin Feng unable to resist their collective will. You should sit down," he suggested. Noticing Jiang Ruolin's pained expression, he instinctively moved to assist her, but halted just before making contact, realizing the inappropriateness of his action. Jiang Ruolin felt a knot in her heart. Although Lin Feng was concerned for her well-being, he hesitated due to her previous obstinacy. In truth, she no longer harbored any aversion toward him and even desired his care, yet such sentiments were difficult for her to voice. Chinya, perceiving the awkwardness between them, promptly stepped forward to support Jiang Ruolin. "Ruolin, you have an injured foot. It would be best not to move around too much. Let me help you back to rest. Actually, my foot has improved somewhat, and standing for a while won't affect me." "You're just being stubborn. You can barely stand," Chinya retorted lightly. "I'm not." Jiang Ruolin winced as she was assisted by Chinya, hobbling along while conversing with her, when suddenly, her expression changed. A movement had inadvertently aggravated her injury, causing her to sway unsteadily. "Ruolan." Chinya had no time to react, but Lin Feng, ever vigilant, swiftly stepped forward and caught Jiang Ruolin before she could fall. As she fell into his embrace, Lin Feng's expression was a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Chinya sighed in relief. Jiang Ruolin felt as if she had collided with an extraordinarily solid chest. The intense scent of masculinity enveloped her, instilling a profound sense of security rather than disdain. Whose fragrance could possess such allure, if not Lin Feng's? A faint blush crept onto Jiang Ruolin's cheeks, her heart racing uncontrollably. The mere thought of Lin Feng sent her emotions into a tumultuous spiral. "Let me carry you back," Lin Feng suggested, concerned that releasing her might result in further injury, as he gazed down at Jiang Ruolin nestled in his embrace. He anticipated her stubborn refusal. However, to his surprise, Jiang Ruolin nodded in agreement, biting her rosy lip before finally speaking. Thank you. Thank you." Lin Feng gazed at her in disbelief, quickly shaking off his astonishment to avoid keeping Jiang Ruolin waiting. With gentlemanly grace, He scooped her up into a princess carry. Jiang Ruolin resembled a docile little kitten. Resting against him, Lin Feng found the experience utterly enchanting. Qinya, witnessing the scene, stifled a soft laugh. Xiao Feng and Ruolin have finally reconciled. It seems Ruolin's heart is thoroughly touched by Lin Feng's kindness and efforts. Upon reaching the makeshift shelter, Jiang Ruolin promptly shifted her position to lie on her side. The weight of her skirt caused it to slip, revealing her long, elegant legs clad in black stockings against the night backdrop, an alluring sight. Mesmerized by Jiang Ruolin's goddess-like silhouette, Lin Feng couldn't help but steal a few more glances before turning to exit. He took a moment to compose his racing heart as he looked at Zhuang Wan and Qinya. "Aunt Wan, please spend the night in this newly constructed shelter." "Very well," Zhuang Wan replied, her heart brimming with joy as she beheld the shelter Lin Feng had built. She never anticipated being the first occupant of Xiao Feng's creation. It felt as if he had crafted it especially for her. Overflowing with affection, Zhuang Wan eagerly entered the shelter, her bright eyes examining every detail. Just lying there with her eyes closed, she could easily imagine Lin Feng's presence beside her, filling her with immense happiness. "Xiao Feng, will you sleep beside me later?" Qinya's cheeks flushed ever so slightly, though she maintained her usual tone. "Of course." Lin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably as he glanced at Qinya's alluring legs beneath her skirt. Earlier that afternoon, he had not yet quenched his desire. Now, the opportunity seemed to be within reach. Upon hearing Qinya's words, Zhuang Wan, whose face had been aglow with happiness, suddenly sensed the impending trouble. She peered out, looking at Lin Feng with hopeful eyes. "I still have space here. They can squeeze two in their spot." "Xiao Feng, you should sleep with Aunt tonight." At her suggestion, Qinya's beautiful eyes narrowed, filled with a protective glare directed at Zhuang Wan. "Absolutely not. I don't." Lin Feng finally processed the situation and hurriedly declined. "Let us forget it, Aunt Wan. There's more room here. If we were to squeeze together, I could sleep outside instead. That would be quite inappropriate." Recalling the exquisite and thrilling sensation of Zhuang Wan nibbling on her earlobe today, he dared not remain in her presence. That nimble tongue could caress his very soul. Moreover, Qinya was still around. How could he possibly agree? Yet, Annie was frightened alone. Zhuang did not believe Lin Feng's excuse. Her tone immediately softened, her voice reminiscent of a siren's, sweetly alluring, rendering the listener utterly enraptured. Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. Xiao Feng, I'm going to sleep now." Qinya, already displeased, huffed before turning away and retreating to the sanctuary, lying down. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng felt compelled to offer one last earnest explanation to Zhuang Wan. "Aunt Wan, we truly are not suited to sleep together. Tonight, you shall have to endure." Finally, he could not bear to meet Zhuang Wan's gaze and hurriedly moved aside to tend to the campfire, planning to keep watch for a while before returning to sleep. Zhuang Wan gazed at Lin Feng with a lingering, melancholic look until her eyelids grew heavy. Seeing that Lin Feng remained indifferent, she felt a profound sense of loss and sorrow, gradually drifting into slumber. With his ears perked, Lin Feng soon discerned the tranquil, rhythmic breaths of the three women. He gently brushed the dust from his hands and rose from the ground. Casting a glance at the enchanting silhouette within the sanctuary, he swallowed hard, stepping forward as though he were a thief. With each step, his heartbeat quickened, culminating in a drum-like cadence that was impossible to control. At last, he found himself behind Qinya, who appeared utterly unguarded. Observing her graceful figure veiled beneath her skirt, he felt his throat constrict and, with a slightly trembling hand, he gently placed it on her soft waist, their curves aligning perfectly. An indescribable softness surged through his palm. Lin Feng's expression shifted as he could not resist gliding his fingers over the delicate fabric of her skirt, applying slight pressure and feeling the supple flesh fill the spaces between his fingers. The sensation was ineffably delightful. Qinya had long since opened her eyes. Upon sensing the movement around her waist, she remained silent, her cheeks flushing as she absorbed the moment, her eyelashes fluttering, and her gaze gradually transforming. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Lin Feng halted his actions. Qinya's eyes flickered with newfound clarity, yet they shimmered with a watery glint. Just as curiosity peaked within her, she abruptly felt a chill. The fabric of her skirt barely shielded her thighs. Her face flushed crimson, and though she said nothing, she was taken aback to discover Lin Feng's penchant for legs. Utilizing the cover of night and his keen night vision, Lin Feng's eyes widened as he noticed her beautiful legs shyly brushing against his hand. His nostrils flared with warmth, as if blood might surge forth. In the stillness of the night, the faint sound of kisses echoed. Lin Feng's heart raced like a drum as he leaned against Qinya from behind, his thigh pressing intimately against her. "Sister Qinya, are you asleep?" Chapter 58. A heartbroken night, Qinya's cheeks were already flushed, and the moment Lin Feng embraced her, his warm body enveloped her entirely. "I miss you." Lin Feng carefully turned Qinya around, and upon seeing her blushing face, he was momentarily taken aback, utterly enchanted by her allure. "I feel the same." Qinya shyly tapped Lin Feng's lips with her delicate finger, feeling bashful under his gaze. With a chuckle, Lin Feng, sensing the mutual affection, suddenly leaned in, his eyes narrowed as he gazed at Qinya. She was caught off guard, her body stiffening slightly, before she let out a soft, alluring sigh, burying her face in embarrassment. After a while, Lin Feng gently removed her soft fingers, and Qinya gazed at him with tender eyes. Their lips grazed lightly before pressing firmly together. Lin Feng's hand stealthily explored upward, her voice dropping an octave. After a lengthy moment, Lin Feng reluctantly turned away, licking his lips. Qinya, breathless and blushing, nestled in the crook of Lin Feng's arm, radiating bliss. During a brief pause, she gazed into his eyes and, lowering her voice, said, "I sense that Zhuang Wan has feelings for you. Regardless of whether it's true or not, be cautious and maintain your distance from her. You might not be able to resist her charms." Lin Feng, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat. The intuition of women was astoundingly formidable. Fortunately, he and Zhuang Wan had not crossed any serious lines, and he had pulled back before it was too late. Otherwise, he would find it unbearable to deceive Qinya now. "Qinya, you must trust me." Qinya shot him a playful glare. "It's not that I don't want to trust you, but who knows who else has their eyes on you." Lin Feng's face flushed crimson as he quickly tightened his embrace, his hands wandering restlessly. "That's different. You are my goddess and I love you." Qinya feigned annoyance with a few playful pushes, her lips curving into a breathtaking smile. "Listen to me. I'm worried someone might steal you away." Her expression turned earnest and sincere as she looked deeply into Lin Feng's eyes, filled with love and tenderness. The idea of Lin Feng leaving her was unbearable. She could hardly fathom a life without him, where the world would lose its vibrancy. Lin Feng's heart stirred, though he felt a twinge of reluctance. He severed the remaining fleeting thoughts of Zhuang Wan. After all, there was no possibility between them. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng promised, "I swear, Qinya." In an instant, a radiant smile blossomed on Qinya's lovely face. She reached out to caress Lin Feng's cheek, and then, leaning in, she gently brushed her lips against his before offering her silky, sweet tongue. Lin Feng was utterly captivated. A moment later, Qinya propped herself up, her beautiful eyes glistening with a tenderness akin to flowing water as she gazed at Lin Feng. Biting her red lips, she seemed to have made a resolute decision, aiming to thoroughly reassure him. With a flirtatious glance cast his way, she then let herself slide down. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated such treatment. In a daze, Zhuang Wan appeared to hear the sounds of someone eating, gradually awakening. It was only when she saw the thatched roof above her that she fully regained her senses. How could she possibly hear the smacking of lips from someone indulging in a midnight snack while stranded on a deserted island? Yet, the next moment, her expression shifted slightly, her eyes widening as she strained to listen intently for a moment, her countenance trembling with suppressed emotions, her body hesitant to move. She subtly shifted, peering out from her hiding place. Beneath the night sky, a mature and alluring visage emerged from the grass shelter, but in the next instant, Zhuang Wan's expression morphed into one of sheer shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld a scene not far away, piercing her heart like needles. It became clear that the excuses of age, marriage, children, being a teacher, or an older sister were merely fabrications meant to deceive her. How naive she had been to think of competing fairly with Qinya. In truth, Lin Feng had already made his choice. She was merely an unwelcome intruder. Reflecting on her previous actions, Zhuangwan felt a wave of ridicule wash over her. Yet, witnessing this painfully glaring scene, she could not help but feel jealousy towards Qinya. Why should someone so clumsy be able to? Lin Feng sensed something amiss but dared not turn to face Zhuangwan. Even so, he could feel the myriad of emotions hidden within her gaze. This cannot continue. Aunt One has a family. I must not allow her to entertain any further notions about me. Otherwise, when help arrives, her discontent with her husband may deepen, potentially leading to a rift and the eventual collapse of her family, subject to scorn. With this thought, Lin Feng glanced at the back of Qinya's head, a flicker of determination and resolve crossing his eyes. I'm sorry, Sister Qinya. For the sake of everyone, I must put you in a difficult position for now. Soon, the night air was filled with murmurs of conversation. Words such as I promise, the one I love most, not love, only love, so beautiful and wonderful echoed in Zhuangwan's ears, causing her heart to ache with profound sorrow. I will never love you again, you little rascal. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she retreated into the shelter, hoping that out of sight would ease her troubled heart. Yet the heart-wrenching sounds continued to resonate in the night, crystal clear. It seemed someone had become addicted to the game. After a long while, the voices finally quieted down. Sister Qinya, you should sleep first. I'll go wash your dress, Lin Feng said. His face flushed with embarrassment as he looked at the blushing and radiant Qinya. He then gently slid his hands along her thigh from below, effortlessly removing her dress. Upon seeing Qinya's exquisite face, his heart skipped a beat. Hastily, he took a corner of the dress and wiped it at her nose. Sorry. Sister Qinya. Qinya, her cheeks aflame, embraced Lin Feng. The memory of their earlier fervor made her face flush even more, yet recalling Lin Feng's words. She lifted her gaze to meet his. Xiaofeng, is everything you said earlier true? Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not expected Qinya to focus on this rather than blame him. His expression shifted, and he embraced Qinya, sincerity radiating from his voice. Yes. After the rescue, will you marry me? Upon receiving a definitive answer, Qinya's expression was profoundly moved, but after a brief moment, as if a thought struck her. Her countenance suddenly dimmed. Clinging tightly to Lin Feng, her voice trembled as she asked, If I cannot marry you, will you resent me? Why? Lin Feng felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. His expression stiffened. Yet, upon seeing the pitiable look on Qinya's face, his heart softened immediately. To elicit such a vulnerable expression from the usually stern and aloof Qin, you spoke volumes of the immense burdens she must bear. Lin Feng was unaware of Qinya's family circumstances, but at that moment, he smiled with a sense of relief, gently caressing her cheek. It is already a great honor for me that you can like me, Sister Qinya. Even if we cannot marry in the future, I will not relinquish the most important place in my heart, which will always belong to you. Qinya was touched, yet guilt overwhelmed her. Thoughts of her engagement and her mother's heart condition flooded her mind. She recalled what Zhuangwan had said. Neither of them could marry Lin Feng, and the jest inadvertently pointed to her most pressing dilemma. A wave of melancholy washed over her. Yet, determination soon replaced her sorrow. Upon returning, she resolved to fight for her desires. If her mother continued to coerce her, she would secretly become Lin Feng's lover. Xiaofeng, no matter what happens, my heart belongs solely to you. Qinya raised her gaze, her expression resolute. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart, then removed his outer garment and draped it over her. Sister Qinya, take a sip of water and rest. I will wash your dress and return shortly. Chapter 59 Farewell, be careful, Qinya said, her cheeks flushed as she hesitated to gaze at the dress in Lin Feng's hand. Although venturing out posed a danger, they had no choice, otherwise their plans would be revealed by dawn. Lin Feng stepped outside, and as he passed the resting place of Zhuangwan, he distinctly felt a complex gaze silently observing him. He paused momentarily, but continued walking, feigning ignorance as he moved further away. Inside the triangular shelter, Zhuangwan curled up, resembling an abandoned woman, tears suddenly welling in her eyes. By the time Lin Feng returned, the overly sorrowful Zhuang Wan had fallen into a deep slumber. With careful movements, Lin Feng hung the dress by the fire, then stealthily crawled back into the shelter. A soft, alluring figure eagerly wrapped around him. Sister Qinya, sleep soundly. Before dawn, I will help you into it. Lin Feng and Qinya exchanged tender whispers, feeling an insatiable yearning. Yet as the night deepened, he reluctantly released her, casting a lingering glance at her elegantly clad legs. Do you like it? Qinya tilted her head, playfully swaying her beautiful leg. Caught off guard by her question, Lin Feng blushed and nodded. How could I not? There will be opportunities ahead, Qinya said, her eyes twinkling with meaning before she nestled against him. Closing her eyes with a blissful smile, Lin Feng's heart raced. Could it be that she was hinting at another surprise like this one on a future night? The next day, as dawn broke, Lin Feng awoke early. Qinya lay in his arms like a devoted wife, clad in a shirt on her upper body, while the lower half was adorned only with delicate lace and alluring black stockings. The sight nearly made Lin Feng's nose bleed. He swallowed hard, steeling himself, and gently shifted Qinya's body before swiftly rising to his feet. He approached the fire, retrieving the dress he had washed clean the night before. Returning to the shelter, he gazed at the peacefully sleeping Qinya, his throat tightening as he reached out with trembling hands, momentarily succumbing to temptation. Yet, it was not inappropriate, for their relationship had shed all secrets except for that final barrier yet to be crossed. After planting a few tender kisses in his favorite spot, Lin Feng, blushing, carefully nudged Qinya closer to Jiang Ruolin, wishing to prevent any suspicion from others. Once done, he realized beads of sweat had formed on his forehead, a testament to the exhilaration he felt. Lin Feng picked up his dagger, tying a bundle of vines and a harpoon around his waist, preparing to venture out without disturbing the three women. However, just as he stepped outside, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Stunned, Lin Feng wondered how he could be noticed so early. He turned to see who it was, his eyes widening in surprise. It was Zhuang Wan. Lin Feng's expression shifted as he grappled with how to confront Zhuang Wan. Instinctively, he took a step back, bracing himself for her advances. However, to his astonishment, today as Zhuang Wan appeared transformed, the elegant and enchanting visage he remembered was replaced by an air of noble seriousness. Noticing Lin Feng's retreat, Zhuang Wan merely flickered her gaze, betraying little else. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Feng, an intuitive feeling that something significant was slipping away from him. In the next moment, Zhuang Wan's lips curled into a cool, delicate smile, her captivating eyes fixed on him as she spoke softly. Xiaofeng, do not be anxious. I have come to terms with my decision. I am here to bid you farewell. What? Farewell? Lin Feng gasped, disbelief etched across his face. The news struck him as utterly unexpected. He scrutinized Zhuang Wan's beautiful features, searching for any hint that she was jesting. Yet after several moments of examination, he found nothing to suggest otherwise. His heart plummeted as he implored, Why, Aunt Wan? If there is something you wish to discuss, we can resolve it together. Please, do not leave. Seeing Lin Feng's childlike urgency, Zhuang Wan couldn't help but smile wryly, though a gentle smile soon graced her lips. Do not misunderstand. I had no intention of troubling you indefinitely. We are not intimately acquainted, and I have more pressing matters to attend to. I shall not intrude upon you any longer. Please, Aunt Wan, Lin Feng protested fervently. Though we share no blood ties, I have come to regard you as family. Your significance in my life is irreplaceable. He shook his head repeatedly, gazing at the familiar yet distant face before him, his heart aching. Enough of this, Zhuang Wan replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I know you are kind-hearted and merely concerned for me. However, hearing your words brings me joy before I depart. Lin Feng rushed forward, grasping her delicate hand, pleading, Aunt Wan, please, His words faltered as he hesitated, ultimately managing to utter a clumsy plea for her to stay. Zhuang Wan sensed the complexity of his emotions. With a wistful sigh, she gently released his hand, her gaze drifting away. Do not insist. I have made my decision. I must seek my daughter, who is also on this island. Should fate allow, we may cross paths again. You can stay here with me. I can assist in the search. The more people, the greater the hope. Why must you leave? Lin Feng's frustration surfaced. Yet he faced a woman of Zhuang Wan's maturity and wisdom. She smiled faintly, deftly sidestepping the crux of his argument, and playfully pinched his nose. Do not underestimate me. I am capable. We cannot linger here. Your beautiful older sister and her friends will awaken soon. Let's part ways here at one. Lin Feng reluctantly grasped Zhuang Wan's hand. Yet Zhuang Wan resolutely withdrew, leaving behind a silhouette of exquisite beauty. In that moment, her departure appeared profoundly tragic. As she turned, tears welled in Zhuang Wan's eyes, ultimately spilling forth and obscuring her vision. She continued along the beach, her figure resembling that of a wandering soul, fading further into the distance. Lin Feng stood in place for what felt like an eternity, yet Zhuang Wan did not glance back even as her presence vanished. A sharp pain pierced Lin Feng's heart. This was the true severance of their bond, and he acutely felt Zhuang Wan's significance in his life, akin to a piece of flesh being painfully excised. Hey, Lin Feng, my friend, what a coincidence. Shall we go fishing together? Jiang Mingho suddenly appeared before Lin Feng, jolting him from his reverie. He was unaware of how long he had been lost in thought, failing to notice Jiang Mingho's approach. What's the matter, Lin Feng? You seem rather downcast today. Did you not sleep well last night? It's understandable, considering 3 stunning beauties were nearby. It must have been quite a challenge. Jiang Mingho remarked with a mischievous grin. Lin Feng rolled his eyes in response. I slept quite soundly, unlike you, who must have had a restless night all alone, filled with trepidation. Jiang Mingho's expression faltered, quickly shifting to one of feigned innocence. You're absolutely right, my friend. Last night, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. How about you let me stay with you? I can pay an exorbitant sum for accommodation. Lin Feng immediately shook his head. There was no way he would allow Jiang Mingho, a man prone to distractions, to share quarters with Qinya and Jiang Rulin. Let us go catch some fish. Dawn has arrived, Lin Feng suggested, glancing at the horizon where a sun resembling a golden yolk began to rise. His heart began to lift from the earlier turmoil. Perhaps this was the best conclusion. He believed they would both find their way forward soon. Yet, an emptiness lingered within him, a nagging doubt of when he might feel whole again. Come on, Lin Feng. Today, I am certain I will catch some fish. Jiang Mingho called out from the shore, eager to showcase his progress. Lin Feng cast aside his worries and stepped toward the water's edge. Life must go on. He still had Qinya and Jiang Rulin to care for. Chapter 60. The unbelievable encounter with 2 women. Jiang Mingho continued to chase fish in the sea, while Lin Feng prepared to return to shore with a fish strung at his waist. Observing this scene, Jiang Mingho couldn't help but call out, Hey Lin Feng, are you leaving already? You've only caught a few fish. Will that be enough for the 4 of us? That will suffice. It's merely breakfast, not lunch. I'll leave one for you, Lin Feng replied, setting down a fish he had caught alongside Jiang Mingho. How generous. I won't catch any more. My hands are nearly cramping. I'll head back to satisfy my hunger, Jiang Mingho said, his face lighting up as he dashed back from the sea. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Feng noticed a figure sitting by the fire, lost in thought. The exposed back of her evening gown revealed a stunningly fair back to the air. Her long, shapely legs were elegantly positioned, displaying smooth, delicate thighs and beautifully rounded calves, exuding an irresistible allure. To Lin Feng's surprise, the first person he encountered was Jiang Rulin, while Qinya remained sound asleep in the shelter. Taken aback, Lin Feng hesitated momentarily, unprepared for interaction with Jiang Rulin before finally stepping inside. Good morning. You're back, Jiang Rulin said, her body tensing as she straightened up to greet Lin Feng. A slight blush crept on her cheeks. The previous night, she had dreamt of having a boyfriend, and to her astonishment, that person was Lin Feng. Recalling the absurdity of her dream, which involved intimate moments that made her blush, Jiang Rulin felt her cheeks heat up. How could she have such a ridiculous dream? Did this mean she truly harbored feelings for Lin Feng? Yet, he was 7 or 8 years younger than her, and she had never considered a relationship with someone younger. Just yesterday, they had quarreled intensely, and now that they had reconciled, how could she entertain such thoughts so swiftly? Moreover, she was uncertain about what liking someone truly felt like or what type of man she preferred. Thus, Jiang Rulin found herself questioning whether her feelings were merely a fleeting whim. Did you come out on your own? Is your foot injury all right? Lin Feng asked, glancing at her bare feet, which peeked out from beneath her gown, exuding a unique allure. It seems to be fine. I can stand and walk a few steps without issue. Thank you for helping me gather herbs yesterday, Jiang Rulin replied, gently moving her ankle before lifting her gaze to Lin Feng, a genuine smile illuminating her face, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming amidst an icy landscape. Lin Feng was momentarily entranced by her smile. Jiang Rulin was smiling at him. Clearing his throat, he regained his composure. There are plenty of herbs left. Once Sister Qinya wakes up, let her help you change your bandages. Jiang Rulin's eyes darted away before she steadied herself. No need. I can change them myself now. Very well. Lin Feng nodded, then went to fetch the herbs, settling down to prepare them for Jiang Rulin. Here, just apply it yourself, Lin Feng said as he placed the crushed herbs beside Jiang Rulin. He then prepared a coconut pot, placing the sea fish within and starting to boil water. Jiang Rulin withdrew her gaze from Lin Feng and focused on the herbs, a ripple of emotion stirring within her heart. Stealing a glance at Lin Feng, she noticed him intently observing the flames. A hint of shyness graced her features as she removed the stockings from her long, elegant legs, revealing two pristine, slender limbs. The herbs applied to her ankles yesterday had now hardened. Jiang Rulin bent down, replacing the herbs Lin Feng had prepared for her, before donning her stockings once more. Feeling the coolness emanating from her ankles, she couldn't help but squint her beautiful eyes, a sense of delight bubbling within her. In a shelter, Qinya slowly opened her eyes and turned her head slightly, gazing at the azure sky. How bright it had become. Suddenly recalling something, she was startled and quickly felt her attire. Upon discovering she had changed into a dress, she sighed in relief, her cheeks flushing slightly. The sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Looking outside, she noticed Jiang Rulin and Lin Feng engaging in a surprisingly harmonious interaction. A smile of comfort graced her lips. Yet in the next moment, she seemed to sense something amiss, her smile faltering as she instinctively crossed her legs. Oh no, he has arrived. Qinya, you're awake, said Lin Feng. Yes. What's wrong? You seem a bit unwell, he observed. And no, it's nothing. Qinya's face turned crimson as she shyly glanced toward Jiang Rulin. Seeing this, Jiang Rulin, being a woman who was also quite familiar with Qinya, immediately understood, her own cheeks warming in response. How could such matters be broached with Lin Feng? Although he was Qinya's sworn younger brother, it still felt inappropriate. Yet even if she did speak up, what could Lin Feng as a man do to alleviate the situation? All right, Qinya, you sit for a moment. Breakfast will be ready shortly, Lin Feng replied, nodding as he added a few more sticks to the fire. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the shelter, bringing with it a hint of dampness and chill. Jiang Rulin instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, shivering. It's so cold. Rulin, your clothing is a bit too scant. You'll have to bear with it, Qinya said as she sat beside Jiang Rulin. Noticing her shivering form, she gently rubbed her hands along Jiang Rulin's smooth back to provide warmth. Who could have anticipated such a peculiar occurrence? Jiang Rulin gave a grateful glance at Qinya, then surveyed the rustling foliage around them, unable to restrain a quip. Why has the wind suddenly picked up? I hope it's not going to rain. Lin Feng, with his keen sense of smell, detected something unusual in the salty sea breeze. This wind carried more moisture than usual, the scent of the sea more pronounced. However, upon glancing at the sky, he found nothing amiss and decided to set aside his suspicions, focusing instead on the coconut pot that was beginning to bubble. The fragrant aroma of fish soup wafted through the air. Lin Feng promptly removed the coconut pot, then arranged 3 bowls in a row, filling them generously with fish soup and tender fish meat. Thank you, Jiang Rulin said as she accepted her bowl, only to realize that conversing with Lin Feng had become increasingly natural for her. Qinya received her bowl, and as Lin Feng subtly brushed against her palm, an electric sensation nearly escaped her lips. Regaining her composure, she cast a reproachful glance at Lin Feng, feeling an exhilarating thrill coursing through her. Lin Feng observed this scene with quiet delight before retreating slightly. At that moment, Qinya sensed something amiss and uttered a soft gasp, glancing around anxiously. She then stood up, her voice trembling as she addressed Lin Feng. "Oh no, where has Zhuang Wan gone?" Jiang Rulin's face mirrored her surprise as she turned towards the triangular shelter, only to discover that Zhuang Wan was indeed missing. She had assumed that Zhuang Wan was merely still asleep, never suspecting that she had already departed. When had this occurred? No one knew. Could it be that she had been taken by a wild beast? Yet, Lin Feng remained remarkably composed. His gaze swept over the triangular shelter where Zhuang Wan had rested, and a flicker of complex emotions crossed his features before he explained with a light-hearted chuckle. "Sister Qinya, there's no need to worry. Aunt Wan mentioned to me this morning that she was going to look for her daughter. So she left early while you were still asleep and did not have the chance to say goodbye." "Ah, so that is the case." Qinya exhaled in relief. However, for reasons unknown, as she regarded Lin Feng's calm demeanor, she felt an unsettling sense that the matter was not so simple. Remembering her earlier jealousy towards Zhuang Wan, a wave of guilt washed over her. Had she inadvertently driven Zhuang Wan away? Could it be that she already had a daughter? Jiang Rulin, not overthinking the situation, displayed a hint of astonishment. Reflecting on Zhuang Wan's stunning beauty and her voluptuous, mature figure, it seemed incredible that she was only a few years older than herself. The realization that Zhuang Wan was indeed a mother was simply unfathomable. Chapter 61. The tempest. Could it be that my prolonged singlehood has led to a disconnection from a normal life with women? Jiang Rulin pondered this. Yet Lin Feng's words left her in a state of astonishment once more. Aunt Wan's daughter seems to be a year older than me. Upon hearing Jiang Rulin's soft murmur, Lin Feng felt compelled to elaborate further. "What? A year older than you? That means she is almost in her sophomore year at 19. Jiang Rulin's mouth fell agape in disbelief, and even Qinya shared in her astonishment. It was utterly inconceivable that someone with a 19-year-old daughter could possess the identity of a mother like Zhuang Wan. How could that be possible? It was completely imperceptible. One could only surmise that Zhuang Wan must have taken exceptional care of herself. Her skin was as pristine and elastic as that of a peeled, boiled egg, showing no signs of the passage of time. Aunt Wan owned a beauty care clinic, which certainly contributed to her admirable upkeep. When the conversation turned to Zhuang Wan, Lin Feng instinctively elaborated further. However, to Jiang Rulin and Qinya, his words ignited a different kind of thought. Women are often preoccupied with the deterioration of their beauty, and learning that Zhuang Wan owned a beauty clinic, coupled with her vibrant example, prompted them to consider visiting her establishment for some rejuvenating treatments. Ideally, they sought long-term services, alleviating any concerns about skin aging. "Xiaofeng, if you have the chance in the future, you should maintain more contact with Zhuang Wan," Qinya suggested. As she took a seat beside Lin Feng, her smile radiant. Lin Feng gazed at Qinya, who seemed to have transformed, feeling somewhat speechless. Just last night, she had urged him to limit his interactions with Zhuang Wan. Qinya's cheeks flushed slightly as she interpreted the meaning in Lin Feng's eyes. Although she had been quite anxious the previous night about Lin Feng being enchanted by Zhuang Wan, today her concerns had dissipated. After all, Zhuang Wan's daughter was older than Lin Feng, rendering any possibility between them non-existent. Thus, her perspective had shifted. Now, the priority was to ascertain the location of Zhuang Wan's beauty clinic. Zhuang Wan was more than willing to let Lin Feng address her as Aunt Wan, which could potentially lead to discounts. After all, her teacher's salary scarcely afforded her the luxury of frequent treatments. Moreover, Xiaofeng was in the bloom of youth. In 10 years, if she were to become an older woman, she might feel embarrassed walking alongside him. Therefore, planning for skincare should commence without delay. "I merely have a friend with questions about skincare, and I might need to consult Zhuang Wan more often," Lin Feng acquiesced with a nod. Yet he felt a lack of confidence. Would he have another opportunity to meet Zhuang Wan? Even if they did meet, could their relationship ever be restored? The thought of encountering her as a stranger sent a pang of discomfort through his heart. After finishing their soup and picking at the fish bones, Qinya was washing the dishes with clear water. Lin Feng, nearby, was sharpening the fish spear for their next use with a knife, while Jiang Rulin, feeling somewhat restless, fidgeted with her legs. Now able to stand and walk without much trouble, she simply wished for her leg injury to heal more swiftly. Occasionally, she would steal glances at Lin Feng's silhouette her beautiful eyes shimmering. Boom! Just as the trio believed they were basking in tranquil times, a thunderous roar, akin to a landslide, approached from the distance, resonating in such a way that it felt as if one's very soul quaked. This thunder startled Lin Feng and his companions, causing them to look up, their expressions shifting simultaneously. The once clear sky, devoid of clouds, now bore the weight of ominous, towering clouds, resembling formidable mountain ranges. The sight of these dark clouds instilled a palpable sense of foreboding, as if a storm were on the verge of unleashing its fury. Lin Feng rose, his countenance grave as he beheld the scene. Xiao Feng, Qinya, somewhat apprehensive, approached Lin Feng and gazed at the heavy clouds above, her beautiful eyes quivering slightly. This spectacle was akin to witnessing the onset of a natural disaster. Previously, she would observe storms from the safety of her home, shielded by sturdy walls. Yet even then, the sight of the darkened sky and the rain droplets, the size of peanuts, hammering against the windows, accompanied by howling winds, evoked a sense of impending doom. Such moments inevitably stirred fear within her. Now, however, they found themselves on an island, the only refuge being a meager canopy formed by a handful of branches and leaves. The scene that awaited them was all too clear. The atmosphere grew tense, and even Jiang Ruolin, who had initially thought it would merely be a light rain, adopted a more somber expression. The increasingly piercing sound of the howling sea wind served as the precursor to the storm, contorting the surrounding flora. The fierce wind swept across Qinya, transforming the once formless sea breeze into a formidable presence that ignited her imagination. Lin Feng, caught off guard, beheld this sight, his eyes widening to the same roundness as the shape of the wind at that moment. "Stop staring," Qinya noticed, and couldn't help but discreetly pinch Lin Feng at the waist, simultaneously casting him a reproachful glance. "What are you doing at such a time?" "Cough, cough." "Qinya, please don't worry. I'll gather some leaves to shield us from the rain." Lin Feng quickly regained his composure and reassured her, grasping her delicate wrist. This makeshift shelter was bound to succumb to the impending tempest, and leaks were inevitable. Therefore, he needed to prepare some means of defense in advance. "Will leaves suffice?" Qinya asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Rest assured, I've seen the leaves on the coconut trees. They are large and resilient. If I gather a few and tie them together, I believe we can find shelter beneath it from the rain," he replied confidently. "All right, do be careful." Qinya felt a surge of reassurance, but just then she was struck by a raindrop, causing her to flinch and look up, only to find more rain cascading down. The storm had arrived with an unexpected swiftness. "I must hurry." Seeing the rain begin to fall in earnest, Lin Feng quickly released Qinya's hand, turning to dash out into the downpour. His silhouette, running against the wind, appeared somewhat fragile in the midst of the rain. "Should we go check on him?" Jiang Ruolin felt a sudden wave of concern wash over her as she looked toward Qinya. Qinya had longed to chase after him, and upon hearing Jiang Ruolin's suggestion, she cast a worried glance at Jiang Ruolin's feet. "Ruolan, perhaps you should refrain from joining. I will accompany her instead." "Do not worry. I shall proceed slowly and will be just fine." Jiang Ruolan shook her head, declining Qinya's suggestion, and stepped out ahead. "Allow me to assist you. Please be cautious and do not overexert yourself." Qinya hurriedly caught up, supporting Jiang Ruolan as they followed Lin Feng's path. At that moment, the rain intensified. Lin Feng had already reached the coconut tree. Its trunk was slightly damp. He leaped up and grasped the trunk. Testing its grip, it was merely slick, not significantly hindering his ascent. He tilted his head back and began to climb vigorously towards the top. During his ascent, rain droplets, the size of peanuts, relentlessly pelted his face, soon leaving it damp and blurred. He could only squint to make out the silhouette of the treetop. However, he climbed swiftly, and thus the indistinct target grew larger with each moment. "Xiao Feng, take care and be mindful of your safety." Beneath the tree, Qinya and Jiang Ruolan hurriedly arrived, and upon looking up, were met with torrents of rain that obscured their vision. Yet, Lin Feng was managing to scale the 20-meter-high coconut tree. This scene filled Qinya and Jiang Ruolan with trepidation. Each of Lin Feng's movements tugged at their anxious nerves. "How high?" This was Jiang Ruolan's first time witnessing Lin Feng ascend a coconut tree, and at that height, his figure appeared significantly diminished. She felt her heart race, experiencing for the first time the difficulties Lin Feng faced, as Qinya had previously described. Her nose tinged with an unexpected bitterness. It was astonishing that someone would risk so much to protect another. In that moment, her emotions swirled chaotically, difficult to articulate. Lin Feng's silhouette was deeply etched in her heart. Reaching the top of the tree, Lin Feng found some respite from the rain under the canopy of leaves. Wiping the rain from his face, he finally had a clear view. Drawing out his dagger, he began to slice through the base of the leaves. With several swift motions, a single, towering coconut leaf was severed, cascading downwards in a free fall. However, one leaf would hardly suffice. With agility, he quickly cut several more. The coconut tree bore few leaves to begin with, and the one Lin Feng had chosen was particularly sparse. After slicing through 5 or 6 leaves, the area before him appeared quite barren. But considering himself, Qinya, and Jiang Ruolan, he knew these few leaves would not suffice. Thus, he set his sights on another set of leaves on the opposite side. Moving his body across the tree, he suddenly lost grip with one hand, slipping and causing his center of gravity to tilt dangerously. His body teetered precariously, nearly detaching from the trunk. Lin Feng intended to use his feet to grip the trunk tightly to regain control, but to his dismay, the slickness of the trunk thwarted his efforts, sending him sliding down considerably. Alarm coursed through him as his face paled. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. He quickly drew his dagger and plunged it into the trunk just in time, a moment of crisis looming. Lin Feng halted his descent just in time, his body suspended with one hand gripping the dagger, clinging to the tree. Looking down, his feet dangled in the air, a sheer drop of several meters to the ground below. Chapter 62. Seeking shelter, what a close call. I nearly became a mere splatter on the ground. Gazing downwards, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Climbing trees in the rain was undeniably perilous. This was, without a doubt, the moment in his life when he had been closest to death. A single miscalculation in his earlier decision could have led to his demise. Xiao Feng, enough. Come down now. It's too dangerous. Qinya's anxious voice called up from below, trembling with concern. Lin Feng glanced down to see 2 figures drenched in the downpour, supporting each other while looking up at him with worried expressions. Qinya's heart raced at the sight of Lin Feng precariously hanging from the tree. Her fingers clenched so tightly that they turned pale. The earlier scene had terrified her to the core. Although Lin Feng had managed to escape danger, the fear lingered, and all she wanted was for him to descend safely and cease his reckless endeavors. It's fine, Sister Qinya. I'll just gather a few more leaves before I come down, Lin Feng replied, disregarding her warning. With a determined grip, he resumed his ascent, ensuring that he wouldn't slip this time. He swiftly drew his dagger and cut through the last few remaining leaves. You are utterly disobedient. The moment Lin Feng touched the ground, Qinya stepped forward and pinched his ear. Ouch, Sister Qinya, that hurts. Please be gentle. A familiar sensation of pain surged through Lin Feng's ear, causing him to grimace, and he quickly forced a smile in her direction. It was merely an accident. I made it down safely now, he argued. What if something had happened again? What if I had fallen? Qinya's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she shot Lin Feng an exasperated glare. Seeing his remorseful expression softened her anger somewhat, and she finally released her grip. Understood. I will definitely listen to you next time. Qinya's concern enveloped Lin Feng with warmth. He observed her and Jiang Ruolan, who had both braved the rain to wait for him, their clothes now thoroughly drenched. Jiang Ruolan's dress clung to her form, accentuating her exquisite curves, while Qinya was equally alluring in her own right. Both women possessed unique and captivating figures that were undeniably enticing. Lin Feng stole only a few glances before averting his gaze, hastily bending down to collect the scattered leaves nearby. In total, there were 11 leaves. Lin Feng distributed one to each of the women for temporary shelter from the rain. You really didn't need to come out to wait for me. You both are soaked now. It would be good if you catch a cold later. As he held 9 large leaves, his figure was obscured, rendering his face invisible. How could we possibly hide in a safe place while watching you take such risks? Qinya stepped closer to Lin Feng, reaching out to wipe away the rainwater streaming from the leaves atop his head. Feeling her soft touch, Lin Feng chuckled softly. If it weren't for Jiang Ruolin's presence, he would have relished the moment even more. Upon their return to the shelter, the sky rumbled ominously. Moments later, the storm unleashed its fury in earnest. The rain poured down as if it were being poured from the heavens, rendering the view a blinding expanse of white. Gazing into the distance, even a mere 10 meters was obscured. Sister Qinya, you both should hurry inside to take shelter. The refuge remained dry for the moment, but under the relentless onslaught of the tempest, it would not hold for long. Thus, Lin Feng urged the two to enter, cherishing this fleeting moment of tranquility. Ruolan, are you able to walk? Upon entering the shelter, Qinya noticed that Jiang Ruolan had not followed. Turning back, she saw Jiang Ruolan slowly making her way behind, her delicate face marked with pain, her brows furrowed, appearing utterly helpless in the rain. She had moved too quickly earlier, inadvertently aggravating her injury. Do not worry, I will carry you. Lin Feng tossed the leaves aside and swiftly turned back, bending down without hesitation to scoop Jiang Ruolan into his arms. Due to the dampness of her skirt, it clung perfectly to her graceful form, accentuating a stunning curve. Regrettably, Lin Feng could not behold this beautiful sight. Yet, through the wet fabric, he could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from Jiang Ruolan's skin beneath her clothing. The rain blurred the sensation, making him feel as though he were cradling a fiery, bare figure. Jiang Ruolan clung tightly to Lin Feng as the cold rain dripped down, her damp hair plastered against her striking face, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lin Feng's profile, enveloped in an overwhelming warmth. Breaking through the curtain of rain, Lin Feng swiftly returned to the shelter, gently setting Jiang Ruolan down. At that moment, water began to drip inside the refuge as well. With no time to lose, he immediately turned and dashed back out, observing Lin Feng's busyness. The two women felt a mix of emotions. Fetch some vines. Lin Feng meticulously layered the cut leaves, binding them together with the vines, ultimately crafting an arched canopy to divert the rain. The space was limited, yet it fit snugly within the shelter. The storm raged on, intensifying without a hint of abating. Make way, I'm coming in. With a resounding crash, Lin Feng burst into the shelter, holding aloft the makeshift rain shield he had just crafted. Qinya and Jiang Ruolan quickly lowered their heads. Lin Feng carefully positioned the leaf canopy beneath the refuge, instantly halting the rain from falling within, redirecting it to either side. Seeing this, a smile of joy spread across his face. Peering outside, the world was shrouded in a tempest, while their refuge felt like a serene harbor under fair skies. All credit for this moment belonged to Lin Feng. At that instant, admiration sparkled in the eyes of both women as they gazed upon him. The cramped shelter now housed the three of them, their damp bodies causing the air to grow thick with warmth and the mingling sense of their exertion. Yet at this moment, no one seemed to mind. Qinya urged Lin Feng to sit down. Take a moment to rest. Look at your clothes. They've turned into a waterfall. Lin Feng chuckled heartily. At this moment, he found himself seated between Qinya and Jiang Ruolan. The three of them sat side by side, but the confined space forced Lin Feng to press against both women. The slightest movement brought forth two distinct yet exquisite sensations, leaving him in a state of acute discomfort. Qinya, unfazed, gently reached out to wring the water from Lin Feng's shirt. Jiang Ruolan's cheeks flushed slightly, as she could feel Lin Feng's body heat radiating like a furnace beside her. Their bodies brushed against each other, sending electric sensations coursing through her thoughts. That's enough. Sister Qinya, you can let it dry on its own, Lin Feng said, placing his hand over hers. Qinya's face reddened. Lin Feng did not release her hand, instead continuing to knead it, which was exceedingly stimulating. The unusual sensations left her gaze somewhat dazed. Stealing a glance at Jiang Ruolan, Qinya curled her beautiful legs, her dainty foot positioned to the left. Her rounded knees, enveloped in black stockings, revealed a delightful flesh tone due to the stretch, displayed right before Lin Feng's eyes. As Lin Feng beheld this scene, his eyelids flickered and he swallowed hard. In the next moment, he suddenly felt his left arm enveloped by something incredibly soft. He then sensed Qin yet gently resting her head upon his arm, while her hands tightly embraced his left arm, resembling a couple deeply in love, her exquisite face adorned with a charming smile. The sensation was simply sublime. Chapter 63. Have I developed affections for him? Lin Feng gazed intently at the torrential rain outside, feigning admiration, while his thoughts were solely occupied by the presence of Qinya beside him. Suddenly, a bold idea crossed his mind as he discreetly glanced at Jiang Rulan, who was merely sitting quietly with her knees hugged to her chest. Resolute, he decided to act. His hand stealthily reached towards the fabric of Qinya's skirt. Upon feeling its soft texture, his heart raced, and he began to gradually pull it closer. The skirt, which had initially draped over her knees, began to inch upward, revealing her exquisitely smooth thighs. Lin Feng's breath quickened, a flush of exhilaration washing over him as his gaze became more intense. A chill breeze brushed against Qinya, stirring her awareness. She turned her head, and upon noticing Lin Feng's subtle maneuver, her face flushed crimson. Her delicate hand instinctively sought to halt his advances. In moments alone, she had willingly allowed Lin Feng to touch her, but the current circumstances were entirely different. What would she say to Jiang Rulan if they were discovered? Yet, her attempt to restrain him only fueled Lin Feng's determination. In her effort to press his hand down, she inadvertently guided it to rest upon her beautiful leg. The exquisite sensation heightened Lin Feng's excitement. Though Qinya attempted to push Lin Feng's hand away, he remained undeterred, which only served to exacerbate her discomfort. Finally, with a soft sigh, she nestled closer to Lin Feng, entwining her arm around his, her eyes gently closing, occasionally furrowing her brow and biting her lip, an utterly enticing sight. The cold, Jiang Rulan sat with her knees drawn up, having been soaked by the rain. The chilling wind from the storm continued to sap her warmth, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Stealing a glance at Qinya, she was taken aback to see her leaning against Lin Feng for warmth, their situations starkly contrasting. However, given Lin Feng's status as Qinya's sworn brother, her actions seemed unobjectionable. Achoo! Jiang Rulan could no longer contain herself and let out a sneeze, her body trembling slightly. Although the sound was soft, it did not escape Lin Feng's keen ears. He paused, turning to look at Jiang Rulan. In an attempt to conceal her predicament, she inadvertently met his gaze, her cheeks reddening. After a brief moment of surprise, she pouted slightly, as if acknowledging her situation, and then turned her head away. Lin Feng observed this with a twinge of sympathy. Casting a glance at the flushed and enchanting Qinya, he refrained from speaking, knowing that with Jiang Rulan's prideful nature, any offer of assistance would likely be met with resistance. Resolutely, he inhaled deeply, then daringly lifted his right hand, inching it toward Jiang Rulan's waist. Soon, he could feel her warmth radiating from his palm, and he hesitated for a moment, contemplating the next move. Yet, he quickly steeled himself once more. Hope Jiang Rulan does not misunderstand. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened in shock as an unexpected sensation at her waist nearly made her scream, an overwhelming sense of shame washing over her. She glared at Lin Feng, but before she could voice her anger, she was momentarily taken aback by the expression on his face. Lin Feng looked at Jiang Rulan with a pleading gaze, hoping she would allow him to explain, and then cautiously glanced at Qinya beside him. What do you intend to do? Jiang Rulan's enchanting eyes flickered as her red lips formed silent words of inquiry. Her icy gaze fixated on Lin Feng. Cold. Lin Feng refrained from elaborating too much, fearing that his explanation would be inadequate, so he simply mouthed the word cold. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Rulan's expression faltered. She then discreetly glanced at Qinya, who was resting with her eyes closed, a serene expression on her face. The astute Jiang Rulan quickly deduced Lin Feng's intentions. She was surprised by how much he cared for her and recognized her nurturing nature. A silent warmth enveloped Jiang Rulan's heart, a feeling she had never experienced before. As the icy demeanor faded from Jiang Rulan's face, it transformed into one of vulnerability. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had indeed taken the right gamble. Jiang Ruolin had evidently dispelled any previous misconceptions. Otherwise, given the sudden contact earlier, she would have likely scolded him as a lecher. Seeing that Jiang Ruolin seemed to offer no resistance, Lin Feng summoned his courage once more, applying a gentle pressure with his palm. In the next moment, Jiang Ruolin found herself leaning against his right shoulder. Lin Feng's heart raced, pounding faster than before. He had not anticipated such smooth progress. Could he consider himself to be embraced on both sides? Casting a glance to the left and right, he swallowed hard. Both women possessed unparalleled beauty, and at that moment, they were nestled against him. The sense of accomplishment and pride uplifted Lin Feng's spirit. He had never imagined that a mere youth could find himself in such an enchanting situation. Although Jiang Ruolin was not closely related to him, his relationship with Qinya was undeniably genuine, and their mutual affection made Lin Feng immensely grateful. With these thoughts, Lin Feng's left hand began to gently caress again. The stimulating sensations and delightful experiences caused him to squint his eyes. As Jiang Ruolin leaned against Lin Feng's shoulder for a while, she felt the coldness dissipate, replaced by the warmth of his body. The robust scent of masculinity made her cheeks flush. She couldn't comprehend why she had not resisted and had instead leaned into him so willingly. Yet in that moment of warmth, she felt no regret. After a while, Jiang Ruolin found her position somewhat uncomfortable and inconvenient, so she carefully turned her knees to the side, her delicate feet facing outward, perfectly contrasting Qinya's posture. The two were symmetrically aligned, one to the left and one to the right. Seizing the opportunity to adjust her position, Jiang Ruolin inadvertently found her head resting on Lin Feng's shoulder. She was taken aback, her cheeks instantly flushing with embarrassment, fearing that it would lead to a misunderstanding for Lin Feng. Just as she contemplated lifting her head, the sensation of comfort and relaxation made her reluctant to part from it. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Ruolin, her face still flushed, nestled her head against Lin Feng's arm like a delicate bird. The warmth emanating from him enveloped her, providing an endless source of solace. Soon, a serene expression of enjoyment graced Jiang Ruolin's face. How comforting! She felt as though she was becoming lost in this moment. Why did Lin Feng make her feel so at ease? Her gaze turned complicated. Suddenly, she realized that Lin Feng's warm hand rested on her waist. The intimacy of the gesture striking her as she had only now become aware of it. Yet, instead of feeling anger or disgust, she found a certain contentment in the situation. Oh no, could it be that I have developed feelings for him? Jiang Ruolin jolted back to reality, recognizing that this very state was indicative of her growing affection for Lin Feng. When did this happen? She dared not voice her thoughts, instead secretly delving into memories of her moments with Lin Feng. Ultimately, she discovered that, unbeknownst to her, his presence had taken root in her heart. Jiang Ruolin's face flushed anew. This was utterly absurd. After all, she was several years his senior, and moreover, Lin Feng was the younger brother of her close friend. How could she entertain such notions? What would she say to Qinya if she found out? Despite the tumult of thoughts within, one truth remained unchanged. She had accepted her feelings for Lin Feng and refused to evade them due to external circumstances. This was simply her nature. Upon coming to terms with this, Jiang Ruolin's mindset transformed, akin to emerging from a cocoon. She closed her beautiful eyes, savoring the solidness of Lin Feng's shoulder and the heat of his hand, which brought forth a novel experience, igniting a warmth that coursed through her body. Chapter 64. Zhuangwan in danger, she immediately opened her eyes, suppressing any errant thoughts. Yet, her gaze was already filled with sweetness. At this moment, no one was privy to her secret. Jiang Ruolin's cheeks flushed slightly, tinged with nervousness, as she pondered how to create an opportunity for Lin Feng to accept her. Lin Feng's left hand stiffened, bewildered by Jiang Ruolin suddenly leaning on his shoulder. Now, both of his shoulders bore the weight of another, rendering him hesitant to move. However, in the next moment, he felt an unexpected pressure emanating from his left palm. Subsequently, Qinya opened her eyes, her expression blooming with springtime warmth, having chosen to no longer conceal her feelings. Catching a glimpse of Lin Feng's ear from the corner of her eye, her heart skipped a beat. Yet she could not restrain herself from leaning in closer. Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock, feeling as if half his body had succumbed to an uncontrollable numbness, his mind blanking out completely. This sudden advance caught him completely off guard. Yet, Jiang Rulin remained nearby, observing Qin Ye's earnest actions. And Lin Feng's face betrayed a mix of enjoyment and torment. He realized that he had crossed an invisible line. Now, it was his turn to silently bear the consequences of this ambiguous situation. Gritting his teeth, he lost track of time. When Qin Ye regained her composure, she caught sight of Lin Feng's disheveled profile, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. What had come over her? Surely, little Feng wouldn't think she harbored any peculiar inclinations. Just as Qin Ye was engulfed in her shyness, Lin Feng unexpectedly grasped her hand firmly in his. Startled, she looked up, their eyes meeting. Lin Feng offered her a gentle smile. Qin Ye's gaze softened, and she immediately succumbed to her feelings, enveloping Lin Feng in a tender embrace. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Lin Feng glanced up at the torrential rain outside, exhaling a sigh of relief as he savored the warmth of Qin Ye nestled against him. His spirits lifted. Yet, it wasn't long before his mood soured, a wave of concern washing over him. It was naturally due to Zhuang Wan. In such heavy rain, he worried about how Aunt Wan was faring alone. The image of Zhuang Wan filled his mind, and his heart stirred with a tumult of emotions, leaving him disheartened. At that moment, on a stretch of beach, Zhuang Wan, feeling fragile and helpless, curled up beneath a low bush, her beautiful peach blossom eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she gazed out at the downpour. After impulsively parting from Lin Feng, she now felt an overwhelming sense of confusion and grievance. Crouched down, her voluptuous form was thoroughly drenched by the rain, her alluring curves exuding an irresistible sensuality. She resembled a ripe, fragrant peach hanging from a tree, inviting temptation with an allure that was hard to resist. Pouting her full, red lips, she hugged her knees, burying her head in her proud bosom. Little rascal, I shall no longer think of you. Talp, talp, talp. Zhuang Wan continued to vent her pent-up emotions. A sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed in the air. Two men, one stout and the other slender, drenched to the skin, struggled to keep their eyes open against the relentless downpour. They sprinted towards a thicket that appeared to offer refuge from the rain. The gaunt man with an elongated face abruptly changed direction, calling out to his companion ahead. Li Hui, over here. We can take cover from the rain. No need to look any further. Damn this storm, I can barely see, replied the slightly plump Li Hui, turning back to wipe the rain from his face. Water cascading from his hands like a wrung-out towel. It was then that he noticed the low, bushy foliage where his companion stood, seemingly hollow inside and perfect for shelter from the torrential downpour. Feeling a surge of relief, Li Hui chuckled. Damn, I was so focused on running that I almost missed this. Lucky you spotted it, Lu Ming. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket, jolting Zhuang Wan awake. The voices of the two men outside, discussing their shelter, made her heart race, and a sense of unease washed over her. In the next moment, with a violent rustle, branches were forcefully pushed aside. Zhuang Wan, startled, looked up to find herself locking eyes with the two men who sought to enter. For a brief instant, the atmosphere was enveloped in a suffocating silence. Gulping nervously, Lu Ming and Li Hui gazed at the drenched Zhuang Wan, their throats tightening in unison. They could hardly fathom that amidst such a tempest, they had encountered a woman of such exquisite allure. Her skin, glistening with moisture, appeared almost ethereal, while her stunningly beautiful face radiated a sultry charm, embodying an irresistible allure. Her exaggerated curves were extraordinary. They had only ever seen such perfection in short videos. But never in real life had they encountered a woman whose figure was both striking and flawlessly proportioned like Zhuang Wan's. Exchanging furtive glances, Lu Ming and Li Hui recognized the fiery desire igniting within each other's eyes. It seems we have struck gold, Lu Ming, caught in a storm on a deserted island. And we stumble upon such a divine woman. What do you say, shall we act? Li Hui unabashedly expressed his greedy lust in front of Zhuangwan, his gaze fixated on her form, first on her ample bosom that seemed to beckon, then on her voluptuous, peach-like curves that left him yearning for more. His eyes radiated a predatory intensity, as if he wished to devour her whole. The mere thought of possessing such a stunning beauty beneath him ignited an overwhelming heat within Li Hui, compelling him to crave the immediate fulfillment of his desires. After all, who would ever know? Let us go for it. Lu Ming hesitated for but a moment, but Li Hui's fervent words ignited the wicked thoughts within him completely. His gaze was as predatory as that of a famished wolf, fixated on Zhuangwan, almost as if he wished to devour her whole to assuage the fury raging within him. Thunder rumbled ominously from outside, a deafening roar that matched the chaos of the moment. Li Hui and Lu Ming exchanged frenzied glances, their expressions wild with madness. "You dare!" Zhuangwan seethed, her beautiful eyes glaring at the two men, her body instinctively retreating a step. Yet, rather than instilling fear in Li Hui and Lu Ming, her movement only ignited their interest further, their expressions exaggerated as they leaned in, eager to drown their eyes in the curves of her form. "Dear beauty, you must be quite lonely here by yourself. Why not allow us to keep you company and help you release some pent-up feelings?" Li Hui suggested with a sinister chuckle, while Lu Ming followed suit, laughing lewdly. The sight of Zhuangwan's fearful retreat thrilled them immensely, driving them to advance closer with unsettling intent. The cacophony of the approaching storm could not drown out their mocking laughter. "You will regret this." Zhuangwan suddenly halted her retreat, feeling a branch press against her waist, leaving her with no option to back away. She raised her striking gaze, delivering a stern warning to the two men, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. "Ah, there's spirit in you. It seems you hold some standing after all. But this only heightens our thrill." Lu Ming gulped, utterly captivated by the allure of the striking woman before them. With a wicked grin, Li Hui could no longer contain himself, lunging forward with predatory intent, convinced that Zhuangwan was a prize easily within his grasp. Yet in the next moment, Chapter 65, Self-Defense Against Wolves. Zhuangwan swiftly reached for a nearby branch. With a resounding crack, Li Hui was struck across the face by the tree limb, letting out a piercing scream as he stumbled back, desperately shielding his face. Upon inspecting his countenance, one would see it marred by angry red scratches, with one eye particularly unfortunate, streaming tears uncontrollably. "You vile woman, your fate is sealed. Now that I have you, I shall make you wish for both life and death." Li Hui grimaced, his expression a grotesque mask of rage as he glared at Zhuangwan. His mind was already conjuring a multitude of cruel ways to torment her. Lu Ming, observing this, felt a flicker of relief, grateful that Li Hui had ventured forth first. Who could have anticipated that this alluring woman would dare to retaliate against their advances? Yet, this only heightened Lu Ming's sense of challenge. As Li Hui rubbed his eye, Lu Ming stepped forward with a sinister grin, his gaze warily fixed on Zhuangwan's hands. He had come to understand her methods all too well. "Now, let's see how you resist. Your first experience on this island shall be mine." He leered, reaching out to seize her. However, Zhuangwan, her eyes blazing with fury, once again grasped a nearby branch to harass Lu Ming. With a swift motion, Lu Ming was prepared, effortlessly swatting the branch aside. Just as he was about to unleash a triumphant sneer, an unexpected, dull thud resonated. Suddenly, his expression froze in shock, contorting into one of excruciating agony as a pained scream erupted from his lips. He gasped, collapsing to his knees directly in front of Zhuangwan, clutching his groin, his face twisted in resentment as he glared at her. He could only sense numbness in his lower body now. "You wicked woman, your methods are lethal." Li Hui, witnessing this shocking turn of events, was taken aback, his face pale with disbelief as he glared at the composed Zhuangwan. He had not anticipated her resilience. Yet, he believed that even if he were not at his peak, with a bit of caution and learned lessons, he could still handle Zhuangwan with ease. With one eye wide open, he approached her cautiously, hands poised and ready. "You scum, you're not worth mourning in death." Zhuangwan's face flushed with anger, her voice a fierce rebuke, causing her chest to rise and fall tumultuously. Li Hui's eyes widened in astonishment. This woman was simply extraordinary. Even her anger was captivating. But in his moment of distraction, the unexpected occurred. Zhuangwan suddenly took a step forward, closing the distance to Li Hui in an instant. What? His expression shifted dramatically, unable to comprehend her swift and decisive action. But it was too late. Zhuangwan, with remarkable speed, seized Li Hui's arm, positioning her leg across his foot, and with a steely resolve, she summoned her strength from her waist. In that moment, Li Hui felt himself lifted into the air, and as his vision spun wildly, a sharp pain struck his head, plunging him into unconsciousness. The last thought before his blackout was one of astonishment. This woman actually knew self-defense. Seeing Zhuangwan effortlessly take down the strongest, Li Hui left him in shock. Lu Ming, already pale from being kicked in the groin, was now a portrait of mixed emotions, his expressions shifting like a slideshow, utterly captivating. He realized that the seemingly delicate beauty before him was far from easy to confront. After incapacitating Li Hui, Zhuangwan cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, her icy stare sending a shiver down his spine. Soda, we were blinded by our desires. Please spare me. I understand my mistake. If you strike again, I fear I may shatter. Lu Ming pleaded repeatedly, never having imagined he would find himself utterly defenseless against a woman. Zhuangwan shot him a disdainful look, observing his struggle to rise, and then abandoned her intention to further reprimand this scoundrel. Surveying the wreckage of the shelter, Zhuangwan felt no lingering attachment and turned to leave. As she walked away, her alluring and voluptuous silhouette sparked a mix of greed and longing in Lu Ming's eyes. Zhuangwan's allure needed no elaboration. She was the epitome of an exquisite, mature woman. Regrettably, this was a woman he was destined never to enjoy. Alone, he trudged through the torrential rain. Zhuangwan, too, felt the loss of her earlier fierce demeanor. As she gazed at the vast, boundless sea, the long coastline was battered by the storm, blurring the boundaries until even her shadow was lost. She wrapped her damp arms around herself, her beautiful eyes slightly reddened. Pouting as uncertainty gripped her, she pondered turning back to find Lin Feng, but the memory of last night's painful encounter flooded her heart with fresh anguish. Wiping away her tears, Zhuangwan resolutely stepped toward the distance once more. Not long after, a group of 5 or 6 individuals emerged from the side, blocking her path. Zhuangwan's expression shifted. Facing the encirclement, she felt powerless. A wave of complex, bittersweet emotions surged within her as the thought struck. Was she truly destined for misfortune? Her daughter had yet to be found. What would Xiaoyao think if she learned her mother had been violated? And what if Lin Feng discovered she was no longer pure? Would he forget her entirely? Regret began to seep in. Yet at that moment, a voice she knew all too well rang out from behind the crowd. Mom, is that really you? Zhuangwan's heart trembled, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she peered into the throng. Instantly, she spotted a tall, vibrant figure pushing through the crowd, a youthful girl with a high ponytail, dressed in a white top and cool denim jeans. With a strikingly beautiful oval face, the girl exuded an exquisite charm that bore a resemblance to Zhuangwan, albeit with a youthful vibrancy and a porcelain complexion. Upon seeing her beloved daughter Lin Yao, whom she had yearned for daily, Zhuangwan's emotions surged like a torrent, overwhelming her senses. Xiaoyao, she called, opening her arms wide. In an instant, Lin Yao leapt into her embrace, and the two women enveloped each other in a heartfelt, tearful hug. Both renowned for their stunning beauty, they wept together in the rain, their breathtaking visages drawing the attention of onlookers who were moved by the poignant sight. Yet, beyond mere joy for the reunion, the spectators were struck by awe and astonishment at the sheer beauty of the mother-daughter duo. Their enchanting appearances were a feast for the eyes. Despite their best efforts to remain composed, the men could not help but admire the flawless figures of both women. Lin Yao's alluring hourglass figure was already captivating, but upon witnessing Zhuangwan, they realized the source of such allure. Compared to Lin Yao, her mother possessed an unparalleled elegance. Even Lin Yao had inherited merely 60 to 70% of her mother's remarkable physique. Xiaoyao, I have finally found you, Zhuangwan said, regaining her composure as she wiped her tears and looked closely at her daughter. Noticing that Lin Yao appeared unharmed, though slightly weary, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. With the discovery of her daughter, Zhuangwan no longer felt alone, and the weight of her past regrets was significantly lightened. Chapter 66. The Curiosity of the Crowd. Mom, I miss you so much. Lin Yao gazed at Zhuangwan with her bright, sparkling eyes, filled with tears as she beheld her mother's familiar, beautiful visage. Overcome with joy, she buried her head in Zhuangwan's embrace. Zhuangwan felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks, aware of the presence of others nearby. Soon, she turned her attention to the 5 individuals before her and inquired, Little Yao, have you been with them these past few days? Yes, Mama. After I woke up, I encountered everyone not far away. We have been walking out of the forest together these days, and we have also established a survivors camp. This is our camp leader, Su Lin, Captain Su. He previously served in the Special Forces and is a man of integrity, earning everyone's trust. Lin Yao, her fair legs dancing with excitement, took Zhuangwan's hand and introduced her mother to Su Lin. Su Lin, with a resolute countenance and sharp eyes, felt his ironclad heart waver slightly upon seeing the enchanting Zhuangwan approach. However, being a mature adult, he quickly regained his composure from the surprise, offering a polite smile. Hello, I am Su Lin. Welcome to our survivors camp. With you joining us, we now have 28 members. Together, we shall endure and overcome this crisis. And I believe rescue will come soon. Thank you, Captain Su. I possess some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. If there are any ailments such as colds, fevers, or injuries within the camp, I will be glad to assist. Zhuangwan replied with a gentle smile. As an adult, she understood that conflict arises wherever there are people. Even though Su Lin held a good reputation in her daughter's eyes, she knew that the camp was not solely under his leadership. To ensure the safety of herself and Lin Yao, she needed to demonstrate her own strengths rather than relying on her appearance to earn respect. Such dependence could easily lead to dire consequences for both her and Lin Yao. Really? That would be splendid. We are currently facing several issues in the camp. Many are suffering from adverse reactions to the environment, experiencing severe vomiting and diarrhea, and some have had high fevers for an entire night. With today's heavy rain, the situation has worsened. If you, Mrs. Zhuang, have a solution, it would truly be a blessing for our camp. Su Lin and the others were taken aback by Zhuangwan's words, and Su Lin's tone grew fervent. The reason they braved the downpour was that some individuals in the camp were too weak and in dire need of nourishment to regain their strength. They had hoped to find seafood along the shore to bring back. However, even if they gathered food, it would only serve to restore energy. The ailments themselves required more than mere sustenance to combat. Given the severity of the symptoms observed, the situation was quite precarious. Thus, encountering Zhuangwan during this critical moment was no exaggeration. For the ailing patients, she was nothing short of a savior. Yes, Mama, your arrival is truly fortuitous. Uncle Mo and Aunt Gui can barely speak at all now. Lin Yao blinked her eyes eagerly, gazing at her mother, a glimmer of hope illuminating her gaze. Her mother was a formidable woman, endowed with remarkable abilities. Now, only she could resolve these pressing difficulties. I am acquainted with certain herbs. When brewed into a soup, they can alleviate symptoms of acclimatization issues. I also possess knowledge of traditional remedies for colds and fevers. Perhaps we could give them a try, Zhuangwan thoughtfully articulated. Su Lin and the others looked at Zhuangwan with admiration, astonished by the sudden turn of events. We are profoundly grateful to you. With your presence in the camp, we can all rest assured regarding minor ailments and injuries. Su Lin earnestly welcomed Zhuangwan and pledged, once the rain subsides, I will organize the camp's manpower to construct a medical cabin for you. At that time, you and your children will be able to reside there, and we will prioritize your food needs daily. That sounds wonderful, Lin Yao exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. The camp had only recently been established, and the accommodations were rudimentary shelters made from sticks and branches. Yet now, due to her mother's influence, Su Lin had personally promised to build them a wooden house, which will be the finest living arrangement in the entire camp, not to mention the preferential food supply. Currently, the camp's collection of wild fruits, vegetables, seafood, and shells barely sufficed for everyone to maintain basic mobility. Only Su Lin, as the camp's mainstay, was assured of ample sustenance. The fact that Su Lin had extended privileges and allocated resources for them was astonishing. Overcome with excitement, Lin Yao clung tightly to Zhuangwan's arm, reveling in her mother's exceptional capabilities. These are merely my duties, as long as I can have the same accommodations and sustenance as everyone else, and reside in the camp's core with Xiao Yao. That is sufficient for me, Zhuangwan humbly replied, which only heightened Su Lin's regard for her. He thumped the table decisively. Absolutely not. Rest assured, Mrs. Zhuang. The wooden house you will inhabit will be situated not only at the heart of the camp, but will also be the safest place. Upon hearing Su Lin's declaration, the others behind him expressed no dissent. After all, if Zhuangwan indeed possessed medical expertise, who could guarantee they would never fall ill or sustain injuries? On this island, without access to medical treatment, even a common cold could potentially escalate into a life-threatening illness if left unchecked. Thank you, Captain Su, for your kindness. I will dedicate myself to ensuring the health of everyone in the camp. Zhuangwan beamed with joy, her objective achieved. Let us return now. The rain is quite heavy, and we wouldn't want you to catch a cold, Su Lin said with concern, casting a brief glance at Zhuangwan before averting his gaze. However, the others behind him struggled to maintain Su Lin's composure, their eyes nearly fixated on Zhuangwan's alluring figure. Observing this, Lin Yao couldn't help but frown, but ultimately chose to remain silent, merely pursing her lips. In the entire camp, only Su Lin and a couple of other uncles and aunts were individuals Lin Yao could trust. This explains why she chose not to remain at the campsite during the heavy rain, but instead followed Su Lin outside. She feared that if Su Lin departed, unforeseen misfortunes might befall her while she stayed behind. Xiao Yao, let us be on our way, Zhuangwan gently reassured, affectionately stroking her daughter's head. She was acutely aware of the sentiments held by others towards the two of them. Yet she understood that feigning ignorance in such a situation was their most advantageous course of action. Yes, Mom, your body feels so warm, and you appear to be in excellent spirits. How have you fared over the past 3 days? Your vitality seems to surpass ours by a considerable margin. Along the way, the chilly Lin Yao could not resist wrapping her arms around Zhuangwan's ample waist, her expression radiating warmth as curiosity compelled her to gaze at her mother. When had her mother acquired such wilderness survival skills? As her daughter, how was she unaware of this? Upon hearing this, Su Lin too cast a glance back at Zhuangwan, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Zhuangwan's poised and beautiful demeanor bore no resemblance to that of someone who had endured hardship. In their campsite, there were numerous affluent individuals of high status. Yet after 3 days of calamity, with inadequate food and insufficient warmth, they appeared utterly dejected. By contrast, Zhuangwan seemed to embody a celestial being, radiant and untroubled. Even Su Lin, who had previously undergone grueling survival training, found himself in a less favorable condition, as he was burdened with concerns for the well-being of his fellow campers. Faced with the curiosity of others, Zhuangwan felt a slight flush of embarrassment, but she was grateful for the rain's cover, which concealed her discomfort. She was well aware that it was the precious chicken soup from the previous day that had contributed to her improved appearance, so she slowly began to explain. I have not always been alone. Yesterday, I received assistance from others in the forest, allowing me to rest well and enjoy some chicken soup, which is why I appear somewhat better. Chapter 67 Interlude. What? Chicken soup? Upon hearing this, those present swallowed hard, utterly incredulous that Zhuangwan could still indulge in chicken soup at this moment. They had nearly forgotten the taste of chicken. The mere thought of a steaming bowl of chicken soup left them salivating uncontrollably. However, Su Lin's thoughts diverged from theirs. His expression reflected surprise. I once encountered a wild chicken, yet the ones on this island exhibited swifter reactions and speed than any I had previously encountered. I couldn't even approach it before it fled. Mrs. Zhuang, your fortune in feasting on wild chicken is truly enviable, whether by luck or skill. Indeed, that wild chicken was captured after considerable effort on his part. Zhuang Wan recalled the scene of Lin Feng engaging in a battle of wits with a wild chicken amidst the thicket. A slight smile gracing her lips before a cloud of somber realization swept over her. Her countenance darkened, and her mood plummeted. The onlookers noticed her change in demeanor, their expressions a mix of empathy and surprise, yet recognizing it as her personal affair, they refrained from prying further. Only Lin Yao, curious, shook Zhuang Wan's hand. "Mom, what's wrong? You look quite unhappy. Speaking of which, how come you're the only one here after encountering such a formidable person? Has something happened to him?" Observing Zhuang Wan's sorrowful expression, Lin Yao couldn't help but entertain grim possibilities, for in all the years, even when Zhuang Wan faced setbacks in business, she had never witnessed her mother so disheartened. "Nonsense. He is resilient. How could he possibly perish? It's merely that my views differ from his, which is why we parted ways." Zhuang Wan shot Lin Yao an angry glare. Lin Yao recoiled, having never before seen her mother so fierce. She found her mother's demeanor today rather peculiar. "In any case, what is done is done. I shall work together with everyone to manage the camp. Little Yao, I want to be separated from you any longer. As long as I'm here, you will endure less hardship." Zhuang Wan realized she shouldn't unleash her frustrations on Lin Yao, softening her tone as she patted the back of Lin Yao's hand. She was knowledgeable about many plants, so even in the absence of food, she could lead others to forage for wild vegetables. "Mom," Lin Yao exclaimed, touched. Ever since she could remember, her mother had always cared for her, providing her with the best of everything. The image of her being all-capable was deeply ingrained in her mind. Lin Yao had always regarded Zhuang Wan as her idol. Despite her current affection for her mother, she was not merely a student. She was also the president of the student council and the captain of the girls' sports team. In her own circle, she was the most resplendent one, unmatched by anyone. "Mrs. Zhuang, you're a wonderful mother." Su Lin observed Zhuang Wan's affection for Lin Yao, his face momentarily illuminated by tender admiration. Zhuang Wan, being of similar age to him, possessed a charm that surpassed even that of women in their 20s. Do not speak of him. Zhuang Wan's beauty can effortlessly captivate men of all ages. However, recalling Zhuang Wan's earlier display of anger, Su Lin felt an overwhelming sense of crisis wash over him, sensing the presence of a rival. Fortunately, Zhuang Wan had already parted ways with that individual, seemingly having had a falling out, which secretly delighted Su Lin. Yet, the fact that this person could attract attention indicates considerable strength. It is likely that Zhuang Wan relishes the feeling of being conquered by someone formidable. Thus Su Lin knew he must perform admirably during this period. He must summon the fervor he once had to withstand the rigors of devilish training. As Su Lin observed Zhuang Wan, he unexpectedly rediscovered the passion of his youth. The rain had diminished. "Let us hasten our return," he urged. "If the rain subsides further, I shall call upon others to construct a wooden shelter for you." With an invigorated stride, Su Lin advanced, exuding a newfound vigor. Those familiar with him exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom the transformation. Zhuang Wan sensed something amiss, but chose not to dwell on it. Her heart had long since hardened, or rather, had been irrevocably closed off by a certain individual. The storm on the island arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. By afternoon, before the sun had set, the island basked once again in sunlight, with a long rainbow arching across the horizon, seemingly reaching into the celestial realm. At that moment, within the sanctuary, Lin Feng's heart surged with excitement, for he was now enveloped by the warmth of both Qinya and Jiang Ruolin, who, while waiting for the rain to cease, had dozed off against him, lulled by fatigue. Their slumber was restless, forcing Lin Feng to half-hold both women in his embrace. With their soft, delicate forms nestled beside him, a mere glance revealed their uniquely captivating physiques. Suddenly, Qinya emitted a soft, melodic sound in her sleep, her serene visage breaking into a blissful smile, prompting her to tug at Lin Feng's arm, as if fearing he might slip away. This tender gesture stirred Lin Feng's emotions. Qinya's figure was exquisitely soft. Gazing upon her peaceful, beautiful face filled him with profound satisfaction. Abruptly, Lin Feng felt a jolt as Jiang Ruolin, who had been sleeping soundly, shifted positions. Her upper body now resting entirely upon him, clutching him as if he were a pillow, her form conforming against his. It was a wholly novel experience. Lin Feng's expression fluctuated like a slideshow. Were it Qinya in such a position, he might have felt at ease, but with Jiang Ruolin, he felt a sense of trepidation, akin to cradling a ticking bomb, leaving him hesitant to move. Yet, this unexpected proximity provided him with a more direct appreciation of Jiang Ruolin's physique. Quickly regaining his composure, Lin Feng adopted a meditative posture, serving as a human pillow for the two women. As time passed, the sun's presence faded from view beyond the trees, and Lin Feng stifled a yawn, noticing the two women remained undisturbed in slumber. With nothing to occupy his time, he idly admired their distinctively alluring legs adorned in black stockings. Just then, suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed outside the shelter. Lin Feng immediately composed his expression, gazing seriously towards the entrance. In rushed Jiang Mingho, his clothes still damp. "Lin Feng, my brother," he began, visibly excited, but upon noticing Lin Feng's current demeanor, he quickly covered his mouth. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously inquired, "Am I interrupting something?" With that, Jiang Mingho began to exchange knowing glances with Lin Feng. This was simply remarkable. Two stunning beauties were unguardedly nestled against Lin Feng, sharing such intimate proximity. Jiang Mingho felt a pang of jealousy. If only he could seize the moment for an unexpected brush, it would be nothing short of delightful. Observing Lin Feng's comfortable situation compelled Jiang Mingho to reassess him, pondering why Lin Feng had achieved such fortune. Did beautiful women truly prefer those younger than themselves? Otherwise, why would they gravitate towards Lin Feng? Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Jiang Mingho. "Don't get the wrong idea. We are merely seeking refuge from the rain." Yes, just sheltering from the rain," Jiang Mingho replied, unwilling to accept Lin Feng's explanation, his tone laced with envy. Lin Feng was too disinterested to elaborate further. The biases in people's hearts are like insurmountable mountains. At that moment, Qinya and Jiang Ruolin were awakened by the exchange. "The rain has ceased. How long have I been asleep?" Qinya blinked her beautiful eyes at the sunny scene outside. Jiang Ruolin, still dazed, opened her eyes only to realize she was in an exceedingly intimate position, sprawled across Lin Feng. Her charming face flushed immediately, and she hastily sat up. Then, her peripheral vision caught sight of her exposed thigh, prompting her to quickly tug her skirt down to cover her leg. Her face turned even redder. What would Lin Feng think if he saw? Suddenly, Jiang Ruolin noticed Jiang Mingho stealing glances at her. Instantly, her expression turned icy, her piercing gaze locking onto him. Chapter 68. Picking up by the seaside. No, do not misunderstand. I have seen nothing. Jiang Mingho's face turned pale with fright. Completely daunted by the formidable presence of Jiang Ruolin, he vowed that he had witnessed nothing, merely momentarily distracted by her actions. "Calm down," Lin Feng interjected. "Oomph." Only then did Jiang Ruolin relent, and upon reflection, she realized that she had unconsciously heeded Lin Feng's suggestion. This was in stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Could it be that within her lay another persona? Jiang Ruolin felt a blush creep upon her cheeks. In truth, her self-assessment was accurate. Her proud disposition was a fade, crafted to garner attention from others. However, once someone showed her concern and fulfilled her fundamental needs, her sense of independence would wane. "Thank you for your efforts, Xiaofeng." Qinya, not involved in the trio's affairs, was more attuned to Lin Feng's needs. After all, he had quietly cared for them for so long and certainly deserved attention in return. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart. Qinya understood him best. This was a stark contrast to the cold, stern teacher he had been in school. Was this the essence of contrast? Lin Feng reveled in this sensation, filled with a sense of accomplishment and conquest, a mark of masculinity. Jiang Mingho, roused from his thoughts, remembered the purpose of his visit and quickly regained composure. "Lin Feng, I urgently need you. The beach has been scattered with debris from cruise ships. We must go out quickly. We might find something valuable." Such a phenomenon was indeed surprising to Lin Feng. Could it be that they had arrived on this island due to a maritime disaster? Before Lin Feng could ponder further, Jiang Mingho was practically bouncing with urgency, urging him on. Let's hurry, Lin Feng. After the storm, many more people have gathered on the beach. If we delay, we may find nothing at all. Very well. I shall go immediately. Lin Feng found Jiang Mingho's reasoning compelling and promptly rose to his feet. As he prepared to exit the shelter, he turned to Qinya and Jiang Ruolin. Sister Qinya, perhaps you should wait here. Qinya nodded gently, as she had come to visit relatives and found it inconvenient to move about. She had been too engrossed in her playful banter with Lin Feng to mention this to him earlier. No, I want to go too. Jiang Ruolin stood up, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Feng. She despised remaining in one place for too long, and since accepting her feelings for him, she yearned to spend more time together. She wished to confirm whether her affection for Lin Feng was indeed genuine. Then, very well. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. He had been reluctant to spend time with Jiang Ruolin, yet her unwavering gaze compelled him to acquiesce. Fortunately, he was aware that Jiang Ruolin no longer harbored anger towards him, which would render their interactions more relaxed. Ruolin, please don't wander too far, otherwise your foot might suffer again, Qinya advised, observing Jiang Ruolin's retreating figure. I will, Jiang Ruolin nodded, her foot injury having improved significantly after an afternoon of rest. Her condition was considerably better than it had been at noon. Sister Qinya, you should rest well. Call me if you need anything. Lin Feng waved at Qinya before the trio proceeded towards the seaside. Throughout the journey, Jiang Mingho remained closely by Lin Feng's side, seeking to shield himself from Jiang Ruolin's captivating beauty and maintain a safe distance. He feared he might lose control over his gaze and provoke her ire once more. Lin Feng, aware of Jiang Mingho's trauma for being scolded by Jiang Ruolin, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Upon reflection, Jiang Ruolin wasn't as unbearable as he had initially thought. She was merely a bit proud. With a little more respect, their interactions could be quite harmonious. As they walked further, the sound of crashing waves reached their ears. Stepping out from the small grove, they were greeted by the breathtaking sight where the azure sky blended seamlessly with the deep blue sea. Lin Feng gazed into the distance, noting the traces of modern artifacts scattered along the lengthy coastline. Additionally, a few figures could be seen on the beach, though they were few and far between, dispersed along the visible stretch of shore. Not far from Lin Feng and the others, two groups were also scouring the coastline. We're too late. Jiang Mingho's expression turned sour as he observed the footprints left in the sand. It's fine. They didn't find anything worthwhile either. This area has yet to be thoroughly searched, and perhaps treasures await us. Lin Feng maintained a positive outlook, for he was not lacking in anything at present. He then turned his attention to the quietly contemplative Jiang Ruolin. Since you still have medicine on your foot, you shouldn't go down to the water. Just enjoy the scenery and breathe in the fresh air. Call me if you need anything. All right, Jiang Ruolin replied with a gentle nod, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings. Although she could not experience the sensation of the waves brushing against her ankles, walking in such a beautiful place lifted her spirits considerably. In the past, under different circumstances, she would have wished to play a few piano pieces here. After conveying his instructions, Lin Feng gazed at the remaining stretch of coastline before him, measuring around 200 meters. He stepped forward, thinking to himself, indeed, I have always had good fortune. Perhaps I will truly discover something valuable. Jiang Mingho, encouraged by his words, quickly followed in Lin Feng's footsteps and began to search the beach. An old stool. Useless. A kettle? Not bad. I can use it to carry water. A desk lamp? Even less useful. A speaker, a life jacket, a plastic bottle, a rope, a designer bag, a jewelry box. Wait, there's a necklace inside the box with a beautiful green gem. Is this jade or emerald? No matter, I'll take it for now. A mat, I'll keep that too. Shampoo is acceptable. Perhaps I might find some body wash later. What is this? Soft and squishy. Goodness, it's a mushroom. As Lin Feng walked along, picking up various items, he felt he had gathered quite a few useful things. However, upon discovering the mushroom, he hastily tossed it far into the sea. While a new one would have been fine, this was evidently used, and it revolted him. After discarding it, he promptly washed his hands repeatedly in the ocean. He then gazed around at his surroundings. The only worthwhile item that Jiang Mingho had found was a bucket, which he now wore at his waist, still joyfully frolicking along the beach. It seemed that only small trinkets had washed ashore. Lin Feng set aside the items he deemed useful, amassing quite a collection. Jiang Mingho was completely absorbed in his treasure-hunting adventure, carrying the bucket and running off in the distance, where he encountered several unfamiliar survivors. Before long, Lin Feng noticed that Jiang Mingho had struck up a conversation with a few of them. However, he couldn't spot Jiang Rulin anywhere. Suddenly, it struck Lin Feng that he seemed to have forgotten about Jiang Rulin. He was jolted into action and quickly scanned the area, his expression shifting dramatically. In the distance, he saw several figures surrounding Jiang Rulin, seemingly embroiled in some conflict. Oh no! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng dashed over. It was careless of him to have overlooked Jiang Rulin. If anything were to happen to her right under his nose, he would find it difficult to explain to Sister Qinya, and it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Just moments earlier, Jiang Rulin had been leisurely strolling along the shoreline, captivated by the ocean view, unknowingly drifting farther away. She relished the sight of the waves crashing against the sand, only to recede slowly, which brought her great tranquility. At one moment, when a large wave surged onto the beach, sweeping sand along with it, her gaze was drawn to a glimmering object. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a basin-sized item, made of a material reminiscent of stainless steel. Realizing that this object might prove useful, Jiang Rulin disregarded Lin Feng's earlier warnings, lifted her high heels, and gracefully approached. She bent down to sift through the sand, revealing the bottom of a half-buried stainless steel pot. Chapter 69. Jiang Rulin faces bullying. Jiang Rulin's countenance brightened with joy. She had not anticipated such fortuitous luck. Just as she was about to extract the pot from the sand, an abrupt shout startled her. Wait! This area was explored by us first. That pot is our property. Kindly relinquish it. Indeed, what you have discovered belongs to us. As Jiang Rulin rose to her feet, she beheld a group of survivors rushing toward her, clamoring loudly. Upon discerning their words, her expression immediately soured. Her brows knitted together, and she assumed an aloof demeanor, exuding an air of superiority. This is my find. By what right do you claim it as yours? The group finally reached her, and upon catching sight of her extraordinary beauty, their expressions shifted in surprise. Captivated by her allure, they thought to themselves that she was indeed a striking woman. Perhaps it would be best to let this go. Yet one woman among them refused to relent, her eyes filled with jealousy as she glared at Jiang Rulin. Just because you assert it is yours, does that make it so? All 5 of us witnessed this pot. You merely happen to be closer. We have already searched this area, and for this pot to be exposed, it must have been disturbed by us first. Hence, it rightfully belongs to us. Ha, what ludicrous excuse. Do not presume that sheer numbers grant you any superiority. Jiang Rulin scoffed at the woman's words, positioning herself firmly before the group, refusing to yield an inch. The woman, now agitated, noticed her companions seemed utterly entranced, and she shouted in exasperation, You lot speak up? Pathetic fools. No matter how beautiful a vixen may be, she does not own this pot. Without it, we shall surely starve. Her words struck a chord. However, the men, confronted by Jiang Rulin's fierce demeanor, appeared momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to proceed. Eventually, one stepped forward, pointing at the half-exposed stainless steel pot beneath her feet, his tone demanding, Miss, we have been quite civil in our discourse. Please lift your foot. That pot belongs to us, and if you refuse to comply, it shall be considered theft. Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 men also stepped forward, their expressions darkening as they glared at Jiang Rulin, their eyes fixated on the pot at her feet. It was evident they were unwilling to relinquish their claim to it, even if it meant resorting to force. You are the ones attempting to steal from me. Should you wish to take it, you must first step over my body, Jiang Rulin declared resolutely, not budging an inch. With a defiant stance, she pressed the pot firmly beneath her foot, radiating an imposing aura. The men stood dumbfounded at the sight before them, having never encountered such a resolute woman. The atmosphere became tense, as they found themselves at a loss in the face of her unwavering stance. They were not savages. Their earlier bravado stemmed from their numbers. But now confronted with a formidable opponent, They were unsure of their next move. The woman, frustrated, pointed at the pot beneath Jiang Rulin's foot, her voice rising in a desperate shriek. What are you still dawdling for? The pot lies at her feet, and she is all alone, merely putting on a show. You, as several strong men, could easily seize the pot from her. Weren't you all staring intently at others before? Now that the opportunity arises to take advantage of her, none of you dare to act. Upon hearing this, the men instinctively glanced at the exquisite, slender legs adorned in stockings, resting upon the pot, with perfectly defined toes. Further up, an exceptionally straight and elegant leg caught their attention. If only they could take advantage of the chaos to touch it. With a gulp, they cast aside their embarrassment of being exposed, and one man mustered the courage to shout, "Let us retrieve the pot." Yet his gaze remained fixated on Jiang Rulin's beautiful foot. "Yes, the pot belongs to us," the other three echoed, their eyes gleaming with a predatory light. Soon, they surrounded Jiang Rulin, leaning slightly forward, their eyes glued to the delicate feet beneath her gown. Jiang Rulin cast a fearful and angry glance at them, but soon, realizing her helplessness, her expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. She pressed down harder on the pot, resolute to hold her ground until the very end. "Go!" The woman was deeply stimulated by this scene and yelled at the men. They had been unable to contain their urges, held back only by their pride. But with the woman's command, they disregarded everything and aimed straight for Jiang Rulin's delicate foot. "You!" Jiang Rulin's face turned pale with panic as she saw the filthy hands of the men reaching for her thighs, calves, and feet. She was filled with shame and fear. Meanwhile, the woman watched with delight, reveling in Jiang Rulin's humiliation. Just as things seemed dire, a figure suddenly burst in, accompanied by a furious roar. "You scoundrels!" In the next moment, the men screamed in agony as their hands sank deep into the sand, the excruciating pain forcing tears from their eyes. The woman's expression shifted as she realized what was happening, only to see an unfamiliar youth coldly standing before Jiang Rulin. Around him, her companions had already been dealt with by Lin Feng in a swift manner. The woman's face darkened, perplexed by Lin Feng's sudden appearance. "Are you all right? I apologize for arriving late." Lin Feng turned to Jiang Rulin, his face filled with genuine remorse. Jiang Rulin, who had prepared herself for humiliation, now felt a rush of exhilaration as Lin Feng intervened, resolving her crisis. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, experiencing a heart-pounding sensation she had never felt before in the presence of a man. After a moment of astonishment, a faint blush crept onto her cold, elegant face, and she shook her head. Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him and then cast a fierce glare at the regrouped men. It is truly shameful for a group of men to bully a solitary woman. Now that I have arrived, if you still dare to act, feel free to try. However, this time, I shall not show any mercy. Lin Feng cast a cold glance at the swollen arms of the men, the unspoken meaning clear. The group of men gazed at the suddenly appearing young man with a hint of fear. Moments ago, they had been swiftly subdued by Lin Feng before they could react. Realizing that they had underestimated him, they now recognized their folly and dared not make any sudden moves. Only the woman's expression grew more agitated and spiteful. How could someone still play the hero to rescue a damsel in distress at such a moment? Yet, having witnessed Lin Feng's prowess firsthand, she understood that her incompetent companions would no longer dare to act. Thus, her eyes darted as she exclaimed with fervor, "Is it reasonable to use brute strength? That pot clearly belongs to us. It is rather unreasonable for you to forcibly seize it from a woman." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He had merely rushed over upon seeing Jiang Rulin in distress, unaware of the specifics of the situation. Nevertheless, he remained reticent, trusting that Jiang Rulin was not the type of woman to quarrel over trivial matters. "Nonsense. You all have already scoured this area. I was the first to lay eyes on that pot. Whoever lies is a dog." Jiang Rulin, witnessing the woman's obstinacy, shot a cold glance. With Lin Feng by her side, her confidence surged, and she glared at her adversaries, causing them to avert their gazes. Chapter 70. Relapse of the foot injury. It was evident that you were merely quibbling. Such a large pot was right beside us, and all 5 of us witnessed it. We intended to leave it for the moment, yet you insisted on being unreasonable and attempted to seize our belongings. The woman across from us, sensing the shift in momentum, momentarily weakened in resolve. However, after a fleeting change in her expression, she stubbornly clung to her falsehood. She perceived that Lin Feng was a novice, fresh to the world. As long as she remained shameless, Lin Feng would undoubtedly hesitate and yield. Upon finishing her words, the woman cast a glance at her companions, prompting a few men to eagerly chime in. Indeed, we were the first to spot this pot. Yes, who will judge fairly? We merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully ours, and yet we are in the wrong. Youth, do you truly intend to disregard the fact for this woman? Yes. Once help arrives, we shall certainly expose your wrongdoing. In an instant, the opposing voices overwhelmed Jiang Rulin's presence. Initially in the right, Jiang Rulin felt her composure falter upon witnessing the scene, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Alone in her struggle, a wave of grievance surged within her, causing her eyes to sting with unshed tears. Suddenly, Lin Feng could no longer contain his anger and unleashed a commanding shout that silenced everyone. Enough! I will discern who is right and who is wrong. This pot does not belong to you, and should you persist in this quarrel, do not blame me for expelling you. He had steadfastly chosen to believe in Jiang Rulin. However, he was taken aback by the audacity of this crowd, so shamelessly fabricating their tale. It made him even more averse to their presence. You think I am biased simply because that woman is attractive, completely disregarding the truth? We have numerous witnesses. Lin Feng, irritated by the incessant droning, swiftly sidestepped and delivered a resounding slap to the woman. Ah, you dare strike me. If you continue to speak recklessly, I shall strike you again. Do not assume my restraint towards women is a sign of leniency. Not having struck you earlier has clearly emboldened your behavior. Faced with the astonished and shrieking woman, Lin Feng's imposing presence surged forth, as if a great mountain had suddenly descended upon the crowd. Let us depart, lest we provoke him further. If this young man loses his temper, none of us will be able to save you. A few men hastily pulled the woman away, retreating to a safer distance. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Rulin was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a profound sense of gratitude. No one had ever trusted her or cared for her expression as Lin Feng did. You're welcome. Are you all right? Lin Feng turned in astonishment upon hearing Jiang Rulin's words of thanks. He was taken aback, but before he could revel in the moment, he noticed a flicker of pain etched across her face. Instinctively, he reached out to support her. His thoughts immediately turned to Jiang Rulin's foot injury. As he lowered his gaze to inspect her injury, he awkwardly realized that his view was obstructed by 2 ample contours. Lin Feng's face flushed, and he dared not linger in his gaze. Hasten and take a seat. Allow me to examine your foot to ascertain if it has sustained any injury. Lin Feng gazed at Jiang Rulin with a look of concern, having witnessed her exerting considerable effort on one foot to secure the pot. Well, I'm fine, Jiang Rulin replied, observing Lin Feng's flustered demeanor as he worried over her, a wave of emotion stirring within her heart. That feeling became increasingly palpable. One must ascertain the situation through examination. Very well. Lin Feng assisted Jiang Rulin to a spot shielded from the crashing waves, squatting before her. His gaze fell upon her elegant legs extending from beneath her skirt, and his voice faltered momentarily, embarrassment washing over him as he turned his eyes away. Perhaps you should check for yourself. Never mind, I'm fine. Witnessing Lin Feng's hesitance, Jiang Rulin shifted her gaze, lost in her thoughts. That simply won't do. We must conduct an examination. Lin Feng, still anxious, regarded the proud Jiang Rulin. Then let us proceed with the examination, she replied coolly, meeting his gaze once more. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy at having convinced Jiang Rulin so swiftly, but his expression faltered as he noted her indifference. Are you not going to remove your stockings to inspect her condition? Are we to rely solely on intuition? Lin Feng felt exasperated by Jiang Rulin's apparent nonchalance. If her foot injury were to worsen, how would he explain it to Sister Qinya? And should any lasting issues arise, it would be his oversight, which filled him with distress. Jiang Rulin blinked, then stated, Then I shall not check. I assure you I am fine. You. Lin Feng nearly faltered in his breath, perplexed by her reasoning. However, he dared not raise his voice, instead pleading softly, "Please. It is merely a matter of moving your hand. Failing to detect issues promptly may lead to future complications." "Then let us proceed with the examination," Jiang Rulin conceded, nodding. Yet her demeanor remained apathetic. Lin Feng felt as though he might lose his sanity, and gazing at her exquisite legs, he resolved to be bold, though his tone still lacked conviction. "If you are too reluctant to move, I shall assist you with the examination. Just promise you one tea, label me a rogue afterward." To his surprise, upon hearing this, Jiang Rulin nodded in agreement, her expression seemingly tranquil as she softly uttered, "Ah." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting his stunned realization as he looked at Jiang Rulin. "In that case, I shall truly remove them." "Very well, but do not scold me afterward, nor go and complain to Sister Chinya. I want to speak. Just proceed with the removal." Jiang Rulin's tone grew slightly impatient. Prompted by her response, Lin Feng swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on her perfectly straight and supple legs. "Then, I shall begin. Do not hold it against me." With trembling hands, Lin Feng slowly ventured beneath Jiang Rulin's skirt, inadvertently brushing against something exceedingly smooth and soft. Jiang Rulin's body tensed, her hands clenching a handful of sand. "Forgive me, I did not intend to." Seeing Jiang Rulin startled, Lin Feng hurriedly apologized repeatedly. However, reflecting on the earlier sensation, it seemed he had merely brushed against her stockings. "Please continue. Hurry up and check," Jiang Rulin said, her beautiful eyes glancing aside, as if to alleviate Lin Feng's tension. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng felt considerably more at ease, contemplating that it was merely a brief touch on her thigh. What was there to fret about? During the process of removing the stockings, he would inevitably make more contact. Since Jiang Rulin had consented, she would surely not be perturbed by such trivial matters. Fortuitously, Lin Feng steeled his heart but chose to remain respectful, avoiding any offense towards Jiang Rulin. He positioned his fingers upon the fabric of her stocking-clad thigh, gradually advancing until he reached the edge of the material, at which point he exhaled a sigh of relief. With deft fingers, he rolled down the stockings, and they slipped off entirely. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Although he had previously discerned that Jiang Rulin's legs were exquisitely long and perfectly shaped, witnessing them up close still made his heart skip a beat. The first impression was one of alabaster in length. Upon closer inspection, he observed her flawless skin, smooth as porcelain after being fired in a kiln, even reflecting light. Ultimately, the overall details revealed her legs to be straight and toned, with distinct lines that exhibited an alluring skeletal elegance, complemented by a subtle softness. Chapter 71. I have developed feelings for you gulps. Lin Feng, unable to contain himself, swallowed nervously. The next moment, realizing his predicament, his face flushed crimson as he raised his gaze towards Jiang Rulin. To his surprise, he found her blushing and averting her eyes. He believed he had been caught in an embarrassing moment and immediately offered an apology. "I'm sorry, it was unintentional." However, Jiang Rulin's response sent a shockwave through Lin Feng's heart. "Was it beautiful? You must have liked it, right? When I woke up earlier, I saw you lost in thought." "Ah," Lin Feng gasped, the stockings slipping from his hands and falling to the ground. He never anticipated Jiang Rulin would pose such a question. Could it be that she had deliberately shown herself to him? But that seemed implausible. What could her motive be? Perhaps to find an excuse to scold him? That was absurd, as he had just rescued her from embarrassment. Was she attempting to threaten him? Even less likely. What could she possibly threaten him with? He was already taking good care of her and another woman. Would she threaten to withhold his provisions? Lin Feng's mind raced. Yet he could not fathom Jiang Rulin's true intentions behind her actions. "Stop overthinking. I was merely asking out of curiosity." Noticing the cold sweat trickling down Lin Feng's forehead and realizing how tense he was, Jiang Rulin quickly interjected. Her cheeks flushed. She hesitated, finally turning her head away awkwardly. "You may continue." "All right, let me first examine the condition of your ankle." Lin Feng promptly agreed. Since pondering had led him nowhere, he focused entirely on Jiang Rulin's ankle. He noticed a faint redness and swelling had emerged. It seemed the earlier standoff had indeed affected her injury. Otherwise, her ankle would have retained its delicate and charming appearance. Is it serious? As Lin Feng leaned in for a closer look, Jiang Rulin's heart raced. After all, she had only just returned to a state where she could walk. She hoped it hadn't swelled again. Oh, it appears to be merely swollen a bit. It shouldn't be too serious. Let me check the condition of the other foot. Lin Feng blushed as he abruptly withdrew his hands from her pristine foot. Jiang Rulin, responding with an "oh," lifted her other foot in a manner that fortuitously placed it at the tip of Lin Feng's nose. He gazed up to find her beautiful foot so near, the exquisite details clear to him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of pressure. He shivered, casting aside any inappropriate thoughts. With newfound experience, he reached towards Jiang Rulin's thigh, slowly exploring upwards, deftly removing the stockings. A transformation unfolded before him. Her foot appeared as white and smooth as jade. Lin Feng's breathing quickened, and he diligently examined her ankle. The left foot, having previously stepped on a hot pot, showcased a more pronounced redness that marred its otherwise flawless appearance. Does it hurt? Lin Feng asked cautiously, gently squeezing. He then looked up at Jiang Rulin. No, it doesn't hurt, she replied, her body trembling slightly as she shook her head, a blush adorning her cheeks. The sensation felt remarkably enchanting. Lin Feng exhaled with relief and said, well, if it doesn't hurt, it shouldn't be serious. Let me reapply the medicine for you. With that, Lin Feng retrieved the herbal remedy he had gathered the previous day from the coconut flask at his waist. Jiang Rulin, initially puzzled about the origin of the herbs, was taken aback upon witnessing this scene. She had assumed Lin Feng carried water with him, only to discover it was medicine intended for her. In that moment, she felt as though she were enveloped in the warmth of a hot spring. An overwhelming sense of comfort washed over her. Soon after, a gesture that further touched her heart unfolded. I'll just chew it directly. Please don't mind, Lin Feng remarked. Glancing around at the surrounding sand, finding no suitable tools, he decided to place the herbs in his mouth and began to chew. Instantly, the intense flavor of the herbs surged to his head, causing him to squint in response to the overwhelming sensation. He had anticipated the taste of the herbs might be unpleasant, but he never imagined it would be so pungent. Tears streamed down his face. Why you? Before Jiang Rulin could intervene, she witnessed Lin Feng's face contort in discomfort, tears cascading down his cheeks. She found herself at a loss for words, a lump forming in her throat. Her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears. It's fine. I need to apply the medicine now. Lin Feng hurriedly spat out the herbs, his face contorting as he realized how unpalatable they were. He gently held Jiang Rulin's foot and applied the herb mixture, which was now mixed with his saliva. During the process, Lin Feng couldn't help but cautiously glance up at Jiang Rulin. To his relief, she displayed no signs of disdain. Instead, her expression was one of slight guilt as her lips formed a delicate pout. Lin Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. After treating one foot, he carefully slipped the stockings back on, relishing in a unique experience as he observed her fair legs gradually becoming alluring. However, the herbal remedy was depleted, and Lin Feng had no choice but to chew again. This time, recalling his previous experience, he hesitated momentarily before resolutely placing the herbs in his mouth, striving to maintain a stoic demeanor as he transformed into a human herb processing machine. Yet, he could only maintain his composure for a fleeting 3 seconds. And after 10 seconds of chewing, his expression changed dramatically. He quickly expelled the herbs, his face flushing. Despite his embarrassment, he continued to adeptly apply the crushed herbs evenly before picking up the stockings from the ground, ready to assist Jiang Rulin. Suddenly, Jiang Rulin's voice broke the silence, her words landing like a depth charge, leaving Lin Feng utterly stunned. I think I've fallen for you. What? What did you just say? Lin Feng exclaimed, dropping the stockings in shock. The revelation left him utterly flabbergasted as he looked up at Jiang Rulin, who was now blushing profusely. In the face of Lin Feng's astonished gaze, she chose to confront the moment with unwavering courage. Her once cool eyes now shimmered with a hint of shyness as she met his gaze. You heard correctly. I said I've fallen for you, Jiang Rulin declared, taking a deep breath, her tone resolute. She had come out this time to confirm her feelings for Lin Feng. Previously, when Lin Feng came to his rescue, she felt that palpable emotion Yet at that moment, she could not muster the courage to speak to him. Until now, Lin Feng showed immense concern for her injuries and diligently applied the medicine, prompting her to resolve to clarify everything with him. How could you possibly like me? I don't know. I just realized I had already developed feelings. Jiang Rulin's cheeks flushed, and she shyly murmured an explanation. Lin Feng was taken aback, so she had suddenly confessed her feelings for him. It was quite unexpected and a stark contrast to his assumptions. He never imagined that Jiang Rulin would be the one to take the initiative in matters of the heart. Moreover, this was the first time he had ever received a confession from a woman, rendering him utterly inexperienced. Not to mention, the one confessing was Jiang Rulin, a goddess-like figure in any context, who had taken a liking to him. While excitement swirled within him, he was also astounded. However, the thought of Qinya dampened his exhilaration. He quickly spoke up, "This is too sudden. We might not be suitable for each other. I am quite young, still a younger brother to Qinya. Aren't you worried about how others might perceive this impulsiveness?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's excuse, Jiang Rulin's beautiful eyes grew serious, and she fixed her gaze intently on him. Chapter 72. A twist of fate. I have now reached a point where I can determine the course of my own life, and I shall not alter my decisions based on the opinions of others. What about you, Lin Feng? Do you truly harbor no affection for me? Upon uttering these words, Jiang Rulin's expression instantly darkened. How could she not perceive Lin Feng's earlier reluctance? This was her first experience of affection, and to her dismay, it seemed that Lin Feng found her unappealing. Do not be disheartened. I never claimed to dislike you. It's just that I have ties with Sister Qinya. As Jiang Rulin's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, Lin Feng's demeanor shifted, though he was ill-equipped to comfort her. Countless excuses traversed his mind, yet all felt inadequate. He nearly divulged the secret regarding his relationship with Qinya, but fortunately refrained, averting any suspicion from Jiang Rulin. However, this led her to mistakenly believe that Lin Feng was concerned about Qinya's opinion. I will speak with Qinya. You need not worry. As long as you truly care for me, I can shield you from any repercussions. A surge of resolve emanated from Jiang Rulin as she gazed tenderly at Lin Feng, understanding that he was still youthful and vulnerable to societal pressures. She pledged to bear all burdens for him, given her age and responsibility. Is this agreeable? Jiang Rulin looked at Lin Feng with earnest expectation, her feelings intensifying, unwilling to release her grip on him. This is serious, Lin Feng thought, his heart racing as he beheld the enchanting Jiang Rulin. Having another woman express her affection was undoubtedly a boon, yet he could not shake the overwhelming guilt that consumed him. He understood that such indulgence was beyond his means. Should he acquiesce, and if Qinya were to discover this, it would spell disaster. Nevertheless, the allure was irresistible. Who could refuse Jiang Rulin's heartfelt confession? Ultimately, Lin Feng bowed his head in contemplation. However, upon reflection, he resolved that preserving one relationship was the wisest choice. Having Qinya in his life was already a stroke of fortune. Just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, Jiang Rulin's unwavering voice rang out. If you remain silent, I shall assume you have acquiesced. What? I never stated my agreement. Lin Feng exclaimed, startled. How could he return and explain to Qinya that he had inadvertently entered a romantic relationship with Jiang Rulin? Yet, Jiang Rulin's expression was resolute. She had discerned Lin Feng's feelings for her, and thus, she took the initiative to make a decision on his behalf, not perceiving it as coercion. What to do now? Lin Feng felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Returning home, he feared he would lose both women. If you do not accept, I shall inform Qinya that you are a lecher taking advantage of me, Jiang Rulin declared, her beautiful eyes narrowing in frustration as she confronted Lin Feng's hesitation. She had mustered such immense courage, yet Lin Feng remained indecisive. This left her feeling exceedingly wronged. After all, she was a somewhat renowned pianist, older than Lin Feng. Willing to lower her pride to seize love, she never anticipated being repeatedly disheartened by him. Wait, I can agree. But I have one condition. Our affair must remain entirely concealed from Sister Qinya. Lin Feng could only acquiesce, intending to placate Jiang Rulin for the time being. Upon hearing this, Jiang Rulin furrowed her brows. She couldn't comprehend why Lin Feng was so fearful of Qinya discovering their relationship. Even if she were to find out, Jiang Rulin believed that Qinya would merely be surprised and would ultimately respect their affair. Pondering this, as she gazed at Lin Feng's face, she felt an invisible bond and entanglement forming between them, filling her heart with a sweet and satisfying sensation. Very well, I shall agree, Jiang Rulin said, her lips curving into a charming arc, a breathtaking smile that seemed to captivate the heavens. It was the first time Lin Feng had witnessed such a genuine smile from Jiang Rulin, and he found himself deeply moved, almost falling under her spell. However, he quickly shook himself from this reverie, reminding himself that this was merely a temporary tactic. He must not let it become reality, or it would lead to complications later on. Suddenly, Jiang Rulin lifted the hem of her dress, revealing a significant portion of her beautiful legs to the air, exuding an undeniable allure. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Lin Feng with a radiant smile and eyes filled with expectation. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he couldn't help but inquire, "What are you doing?" "Of course, it's a reward. If you hadn't agreed earlier, there would have been a punishment. Now that you have, I must treat you well," Jiang Rulin teased, playfully curling her toes before him. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Rulin laughed joyfully, finding Lin Feng's reaction endearing, and she felt a sweetness that replaced her previous discomfort. "You like it, don't you? Now that our relationship has changed, I will no longer interfere with you. You may handle things as you wish." Lin Feng gasped, taken aback by Jiang Rulin's transformation. He swallowed hard, hesitant to act. Jiang Rulin pouted, responding, "If you're not satisfied, then forget it." Just as Lin Feng noticed Jiang Rulin preparing to lower her dress and withdraw her foot, he could no longer contain himself. At that moment, all his reservations paled compared to the allure of her exquisite feet. In the end, he succumbed to temptation, kneeling before her. The sensation was indescribable, as if he were cherishing a rare treasure. Jiang Rulin's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, feeling a delightful itch that was unlike any other, penetrating to her very heart. "Lin Feng, what are you two doing?" Suddenly, the voice of Jiang Mingho echoed from a distance, startling Lin Feng, who instinctively released his grip. Jiang Rulin furrowed her brow, relieved that the ground beneath her was sandy. Consequently, she directed her ire towards Jiang Mingho. From afar, Jiang Mingho sensed a piercing gaze fixated upon him, prompting him to instinctively glance at Jiang Rulin, who was glaring at him with a frosty expression. "Goodness, I haven't done anything wrong, have I?" Jiang Mingho, filled with trepidation, dared not approach any closer. "My apologies, I hope you haven't hurt yourself," Lin Feng exclaimed, awakening from his reverie, his concern for Jiang Rulin evident as he blushed slightly. To his surprise, he had lost track of time. "It's nothing, but do you intend to call me that indefinitely?" Jiang Rulin pouted playfully, her beautiful eyes reflecting her dissatisfaction as she looked at Lin Feng. Chapter 73. "Union, then, I shall henceforth call you Rulin," Lin Feng declared, gazing at Jiang Rulin's ethereal beauty, his heart racing with an exhilarating yet surreal sensation. He questioned whether he had perished in the shipwreck, trapped in a dream. For how could reality be so exquisitely enchanting? He quickly dismissed such morose thoughts. How could he curse his own fate? Were all the events of the past few days nothing but illusions? Gaining composure, Lin Feng reprimanded himself for wavering resolve. Uncertain of the future with Qinya and Jiang Rulin, he resolved to savor the present moment. Jiang Rulin's face brightened with a smile, her captivating eyes casually glancing at Jiang Mingho in the distance before gracefully smoothing her skirt. Lin Feng reluctantly withdrew his gaze, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, their previous interactions had been shielded from Jiang Mingho's view. Otherwise, explanations would be arduous. He then took Jiang Rulin's hand, rising to his feet. "Have you made any discoveries?" Lin Feng inquired, turning to Jiang Mingho. "Aside from finding an intact barrel, the rest are merely scraps of little use. However, I have something to discuss with you. Could you come over?" Jiang Mingho cast a wary glance at Jiang Rulin before cautiously beckoning Lin Feng. "What is it?" Lin Feng exchanged a glance with Jiang Rulin before striding towards Jiang Mingho. "I encountered a few individuals earlier, conversing with them for a while. I found their character commendable, and I wish to band together for survival. Jiang Mingho recounted his experience with the survivors by the shore, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, deeming the idea feasible. After all, Jiang Mingho had previously expressed feelings of insecurity living alone, making this an opportune moment for solidarity. However, observing Jiang Mingho's expression, Lin Feng sensed that the matter was more complex than it appeared. He thus inquired, "So, do you face any difficulties now? If it's not a significant issue, I can lend a hand." Lin Feng no longer viewed Jiang Mingho as a stranger. Should he require assistance, he would gladly oblige. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Jiang Mingho's face lit up with gratitude. "We lack survival skills, so we were hoping to relocate our new dwelling closer to you. But I assure you it will not intrude upon your space." Jiang Mingho looked at Lin Feng with hopeful anticipation. The recent storm had extinguished his fire, and he would soon need Lin Feng's aid again. He pondered that such minor issues would likely arise frequently, making it prudent for them to live in proximity for mutual support. Of course, this support would come from Lin Feng, and Jiang Mingho felt a touch of embarrassment for the request. To survive on this island, one cannot do without Lin Feng. "Well, I have already decided to relocate. Please gather your people and await my message." Lin Feng nodded decisively. The island harbors wild boars, and one wonders what other beasts may lurk nearby. If Jiang Mingho resides in proximity, it would provide an added layer of security. In the future, should I find it inconvenient to take Qinya and Jiang Rulan along, having others around will offer peace of mind. "Absolutely, Lin Feng, your presence is truly a blessing," Jiang Mingho exclaimed with excitement. "Upon my return, I shall not forget you. Whatever endeavors you pursue in the future, I will be the first to invest." He patted his chest confidently, assuring Lin Feng that, given his wealth, investing several million poses no burden at all. "There's no need for that," Lin Feng replied with a smile, brushing off the matter. "Wait a moment. I'll bring some people over to introduce them to you." Jiang Mingho called after Lin Feng and then dashed off in another direction. 100 meters away, 7 individuals stood together, awaiting the good news Jiang Mingho would bring back. Jiang Rulan, barefoot and holding her high heels, stealthily approached Lin Feng from behind, biting her red lips. "What does he want with you?" she inquired softly. "Nothing of consequence. Just a discussion about living nearby and looking out for one another." I agreed. Lin Feng turned to face Jiang Rulan, chuckling lightly, then noticed her bare feet sinking into the sand. "Rulan, how are your feet? Would you like me to carry you? Is that all right?" Jiang Rulan's beautiful eyes flickered with hesitance. "Of course, as long as you don't mind." Lin Feng nodded eagerly, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Jiang Rulan's alluring figure, causing a blush to creep across his face. "Well then," Jiang Rulan acquiesced, her charming eyes appraising Lin Feng as she prepared herself, arms slightly outstretched. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement and promptly turned, presenting his back to her. In an instant, a soft warmth pressed against him. Lin Feng's heart raced as his hands reached back, his palms encountering the familiar, exquisite sensation of her silky stockings. With a gentle lift, he hoisted Jiang Rulan onto his back. "Are you comfortable?" Lin Feng stuttered, the sensation markedly different from the voluptuous embrace of Zhuang Wan. This was a wholly unique experience. "Thank you. You are so kind," Jiang Rulan murmured, nestled against Lin Feng, enveloped in a profound sense of safety. Her cheeks brushing against his ear, a soft blush overtaking her face as she whispered sweetly. "No need for thanks." Lin Feng felt a delightful shiver run through him, as he became acutely aware of her closeness. "Here we are, Lin Feng. These are the people I just met," Jiang Mingho called out, approaching with his companions. Upon seeing Lin Feng carry Jiang Rulan, his expression shifted to one of surprise, quickly overshadowed by envy, though he dared not reveal his feelings overtly. He felt as though Jiang Rulan was perpetually glaring at him with her eyes. "Greetings to you all." Lin Feng cast a glance at the 7 new faces before greeting them with a radiant smile. Among the 7, there were 5 men and 2 women. The most conspicuous were a couple huddled together and a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, yet possessing a profound and resolute gaze. Jiang Mingho stepped forward to introduce Lin Feng. "This is Uncle Limo, who used to be a captain but has since retired. These 2 are Gao Yuan and Qingqing, a couple on their graduation trip, planning to tie the knot. And this is Antli and Haige. This is Lin Feng, as I mentioned to you. Don't let his youth fool you. He is remarkably skilled. Not only can he create fire by friction, but he can also dive into the sea to catch fish and effortlessly scale a 20-meter-high coconut tree. Jiang Mingho passionately recounted Lin Feng's feats. Although he had previously mentioned them briefly, his admiration for Lin Feng remained palpable. Unfortunately, mere words could not convey the extent of Lin Feng's abilities. Only time would reveal them to everyone. Uncle Mo and the others listened quietly to Jiang Mingho's introduction, yet upon meeting Lin Feng, it was difficult to reconcile the notion of someone as formidable as a special forces soldier with the youthful individual before them, who appeared barely in his 20s. However, Uncle Mo and the others did not dwell on this discrepancy. They were all survivors of a maritime disaster and merely sought companionship in numbers, hoping to find warmth in each other's presence, without expecting a young man to support them. Thus, after the introductions, everyone nodded amicably at Lin Feng. Chapter 74. Should we live together, it is a pleasure to meet you. Uncle Mo, who is not particularly loquacious, merely nodded at Lin Feng. Given his age, he is more than qualified to be considered a senior to Lin Feng, and it does not come across as impolite. Hello there, handsome. Gao Yuan and Qing Qing, being relatively youthful, naturally adopted a more amicable demeanor towards Lin Feng, smiling and greeting him while linking arms. Greetings, young man. Carrying such a stunning beauty and still managing so effortlessly, Annie can see you are quite capable. Aunt Li, appearing to be in her 40s, donned a classic elderly ladies' ensemble, adorned with a string of pearls around her neck, beamed at Lin Feng with delight. The others, including Brother Hai, also acknowledged Lin Feng with nods. This is my sister's close friend, and thus can be considered my sister as well. Her name is Jiang Rulin. She has injured her foot, so I'm carrying her. Lin Feng explained with a hint of embarrassment. I'm not very convenient. I hope everyone will take care of me in the future. Jiang Rulin maintained her customary cool demeanor, her tone calm, yet not disrespectful, merely conveying an air of aloofness that did not provoke further speculation about her character. It was a habit she had cultivated through years of stage performance. Oh, what an aura you possess. Young lady, are you studying the arts? You are truly a beautiful maiden. Do you have someone special in your life? If not, Annie has a rather unremarkable son who recently started a company with decent profits, earning around 10 to 18 million a year. Would you like me to introduce you? Aunt Li had immediately taken a liking to Jiang Rulin, finding no flaw in her striking appearance, grace, or figure. The thought of her son marrying such a captivating daughter-in-law filled her with joy, making her feel that her life would be complete. No, thank you, Aunt Li Rulin. Sister Rulin is rather reserved and currently has no interest in men, so it would be best not to trouble you. Lin Feng, in a rush to speak, preemptively declined on Jiang Rulin's behalf before she could utter a word. Why is Aunt Li resorting to matchmaking right away? Isn't that rather blatant? How could she not like men? It would be good to at least get acquainted. Aunt Li seemed skeptical upon hearing this. Jiang Rulin observed Lin Feng's anxious expression, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Then, glancing at Aunt Li, she stated, I do not have an affinity for men. You should seek someone else. Well, all right then. Aunt Li, noting Jiang Rulin's expressionless demeanor, felt a chill, pondering that perhaps Jiang Rulin truly did not fancy men, given her frosty disposition. Despite her son's success in managing several companies, it seemed unlikely he would possess the charm to win over such an enigmatic woman. Perhaps it was best to let this go. Lin Feng finally exhaled in relief, only to feel Jiang Rulin subtly tighten her embrace around him. A peculiar sense of unspoken understanding welled up within him, a feeling both strange and delightful. I should be heading back now. We shall meet again shortly. Lin Feng glanced at the sky, deciding it was time to return for his fishing spear, preparing to venture into the sea for some fishing as noon approached. The three of them needed nourishment to replenish their energy. Well, Lin Feng, you may head back first. There are still some areas that remain unexplored. We will rendezvous with you shortly after we finish our search, Jiang Mingho assured. Noticing some items that Lin Feng had collected on the ground, he promptly offered, Shall I assist you in carrying these belongings back? No need. There is nothing of great value here. I'll retrieve them later. Lin Feng declined Jiang Mingho's kind offer and departed, carrying Jiang Rulin on his back. On the way, Jiang Rulin rested her chin on Lin Feng's shoulder. Her curiosity piqued. You mentioned that we should change our living arrangements. Why is that? She inquired, feeling quite content with their current shelter, which was naturally fortified and conveniently located near the seaside. Lin Feng shook his head. This place is manageable as long as it doesn't rain. However, should a storm arise, being drenched would not be good for you, and it's rather inconvenient for the three of us to be crammed together. Therefore, I believe it would be prudent to find a new location and construct a dwelling that would better accommodate us. The recent storm had illuminated the deficiencies of their current refuge, prompting his desire for change. The idea of building a house had not arisen today. The water source they discovered yesterday was rather distant from their current shelter, making it cumbersome for bathing. To improve their living conditions, a relocation was essential. Jiang Rulin felt her heart warm at Lin Feng's efforts, realizing that all he was doing was to ensure they would not have to make do. Where shall we move? She asked. There's a flat area of woodland behind the shelter. We could settle there, Lin Feng replied, his mind immediately drawn to that grove. According to his recollection, the location was approximately equidistant between the water source and their current refuge. It was surprising how intertwined their fates had become with that grove. He had rescued Sister Chin there and held hand with Aunt One while catching wild chickens. Now, the most suitable site for their shelter also lay within that grove. Shall we live together then? Jiang Rulin suddenly asked, her beautiful eyes blinking expectantly as she awaited Lin Feng's response. Of course we should live together. It would be safer for the three of us. Lin Feng stammered, startled, and quickly added, Are you so afraid of being with me? Do you think I would eat you? Jiang Rulin sensed Lin Feng's unease. She tightened her grip with her legs, exerting pressure at her waist, leaning toward him and gazing intently into his eyes. Of course not. Lin Feng forced a smile, knowing full well that he wouldn't dare share a dwelling with Jiang Rulin in front of Sister Chin. He then continued, Building 2 wooden houses would be too complicated. Let us share one for the time being and gradually work on the rest later. Besides, didn't we agree not to let Sister Chin know about our relationship for now? Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Jiang Rulin softened somewhat, though her beautiful eyes still bore a hint of reproach as they gazed at him. Other couples would eagerly wish to be together every day. You truly are an oddity. Hef. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, offering an awkward smile in response. A smile from her only deepened Jiang Rulin's sense of frustration. Did the man truly harbor no affection for women? Was her allure insufficient? Or was Lin Feng simply too young to comprehend such matters? Yet how could that be? Just moments ago, he had been rather audacious in his touch upon her leg. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Rulin extended her finger to gently prod Lin Feng's forehead. Curiously, he turned to her, only to catch a glimpse of Jiang Rulin casting an eye of disdain upon him, as if regarding a foolish well. Unable to contain herself, she playfully chastised him, calling him a simpleton. Lin Feng's lips twitched in response, yet he could only manage a sheepish grin, fully acknowledging the truth in Jiang Rulin's words. After all, turning down the advances of a beauty was undeniably foolish. However, he bore a silent burden. He had not anticipated that Jiang Rulin would so relish their interactions, even expressing a willingness to cohabit. The implications were unmistakable, suggesting she had tacitly accepted that Lin Feng could engage in some rather audacious behavior with her. Yet, he had managed to refuse even that, causing Jiang Rulin to spiral into self-doubt. Little did Lin Feng realize the depths of Jiang Rulin's yearning for romance. Though she retained the physicality of youth, her wisdom, gleaned from years of experience, allowed her to see beyond the trivial complexities of relationships. She maintained a pragmatic outlook on matters of the heart, but only concerning the man she truly favored. If Lin Feng desired her, he could easily indulge in playful flirtation. After all, she had been single for many years, suppressing those emotions within. Now, in Lin Feng's company, she felt herself teetering on the brink of an emotional eruption. Yet, she found herself too shy to broach such intimate topics with him. Her graceful leg inadvertently brushed against Lin Feng's thigh, Chapter 75. Appreciation. The ambiguous gesture nearly caused Lin Feng to lose control, prompting him to halt abruptly and set Jiang Rulin down. What's wrong? Jiang Rulin, bewildered, stood barefoot on the sand, her evening gown accentuating her graceful figure. We are almost there, Lin Feng explained, his face slightly flushed. Oh, Jiang Rulin turned her head and, upon spotting the distant silhouette of the shelter, began to realize the situation. With her hands behind her back, she lifted her high heels, casting a reluctant glance at Lin Feng. Pouting slightly, she playfully suggested, "Why not just tell Chinya?" "Don't," Lin Feng instinctively interjected, but the next moment, he noticed Jiang Rulin biting her red lip in disappointment, her beautiful eyes looking at him with a hint of grievance. She appeared so endearing that Lin Feng found himself momentarily lost in thought. This was such a stark contrast to Jiang Rulin's usual demeanor. Were divine beings truly so multifaceted? "Don't be upset. I'll think about it." Lin Feng's tone softened, though internally he was in a state of panic, drenched in sweat. What happened to him? Had he become a heartthrob? "I want to put you in a difficult position." Jiang Rulin observed Lin Feng's demeanor and calmed down somewhat, refraining from insisting on a public acknowledgement of their relationship. "Let us head back." Lin Feng, feeling somewhat guilty, diverted the conversation. Noticing Jiang Rulin was still barefoot, he promptly stepped closer to her. "Allow me to help you with your shoes." As Lin Feng extended his hand, a sudden waft of fragrance enveloped him, and he distinctly felt the soft touch of Jiang Rulin's delicate form. Startled yet instinctively drawn, he embraced her. His palm brushed against her smooth back, akin to the texture of silk, sending a shiver through him. Tentatively, he inquired, "May I touch?" Jiang Rulin nestled affectionately against Lin Feng, feeling an undeniable attachment to this younger man, who was 6 or 7 years her junior. Lin Feng swallowed hard, his hand trembling as he caressed her back. Although he had held her before, he had never dared to explore so freely. Now, he savored every inch of her touch. Such beauty like jade. Jiang Rulin's cheeks gradually flushed, and she quietly closed her eyes, relishing this intimate moment. Suddenly, she jolted awake, her body trembling in surprise. Lin Feng's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he hastily released Jiang Rulin and slightly bowed. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Rulin let out a soft laugh, her expression radiating a delightful sense of vindication, as if Lin Feng was being punished for his earlier evasions. Lin Feng chuckled foolishly for a moment. Nonetheless, this experience was undeniably enchanting. Jiang Rulin's laughter signified a deepening of their relationship, although for Lin Feng, this development may not entirely be positive. "Hand me the shoes." Lin Feng extended his hand towards Jiang Rulin, who then regained a semblance of seriousness, lightly hooking her fingers to pass the high heels to him. Taking the heels, Lin Feng, for the first time, held a pair of women's high heels, his curiosity prompting him to examine them closely. He found the design of the heels inexplicably compelling, evoking a certain impulse in men. The luxurious black patent leather, the slender and regal stiletto heels, the exquisitely sensual arch of the foot. It was as if they had been crafted entirely to suit masculine preferences. Lin Feng couldn't help but anticipate the allure that Jiang Rulin would exude when she donned them again. Noticing Lin Feng's fascination with her high heels, Jiang Rulin felt a slight flush creeping up her cheeks, unsure if it was due to shyness or delight. She lifted her foot slightly. Lin Feng stepped closer and knelt before her. When Jiang Rulin cooperatively raised her foot, he excitedly slid her perfect foot into the high heel. It was neither too tight nor too loose. The foot and shoe fit together as if they were made for each other, achieving a flawless harmony. The partially concealed, elegant foot left Lin Feng utterly captivated. However, concerned about Jiang Rulin's stability, he suppressed his impure thoughts and quickly helped her into the other shoe. Rising to his feet, he instinctively wiped his forehead, only to discover a sheen of perspiration. Lin Feng found himself bemused. Was his resistance waning, or was the temptation simply too great? "All right," Jiang Rulin said, tentatively testing the fit, shifting her posture and lifting her foot to find the shoes fitted perfectly, a satisfied smile blooming on her face. Lin Feng's eyes nearly popped out as he watched the hem of her evening gown sway with her long, graceful legs. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Rulin stifled a giggle and playfully arched her brows at him. I said, "Feel free to do as you wish," her tone a blend of provocation, encouragement, and allure. Lin Feng felt a rush of blood to his head and immediately turned to Jiang Rulin. "You said it." Jiang Rulin, slightly startled by the fervor in Lin Feng's gaze, felt an overwhelming wave of joy surge within her. Her eyes sparkled as she playfully blinked at him. Lin Feng, disregarding any semblance of modesty, impulsively crouched down. The hem of her dress was pushed aside, and a warm sensation coursed through her. Jiang Rulin shivered, her beautiful eyes shimmering with moisture as she gazed softly at Lin Feng. He stood up, his face flushed yet adorned with a satisfied smile. "Little brat, I truly did not misjudge you," Jiang Rulin teased, her eyes brimming with affection as she delicately brushed her slender finger across Lin Feng's lips. This nearly sent her into a whirl of emotions. Lin Feng chuckled, refraining from offering any explanations. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Qinya sat idly on a stone, lost in thought, when Lin Feng's voice broke the silence. "Sister Qinya, we are back." Jiang Rulin followed closely behind Lin Feng, her enchanting smile reflecting her good spirits. Seeing them return, Qinya rose with a smile, eager to spend some time with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng showed no signs of lingering, bending to pick up a sharpened harpoon, slinging it over his shoulder and addressing Qinya. "Sister Qinya, you seem to be feeling unwell today. Perhaps you should rest for a while. I shall take my leave now." "All right, very well." Qinya watched Lin Feng's retreating figure with a bittersweet smile, reminiscent of a woman overlooked. "Qinya, you ought to heed his advice. Do not fidget unnecessarily," Jiang Ruolan urged, pulling Qinya back down. Coming back to her senses from her despondency, Qinya gazed at Jiang Ruolan in astonishment. "Ruolan, why do I feel that you have changed?" Qinya's beautiful eyes curiously scanned Jiang Ruolan's face, as if she had stumbled upon a new realm. The former Jiang Ruolan would never have been so empathetic or receptive to other suggestions. Moreover, it was Lin Feng she was accommodating now. Jiang Ruolan's cheeks flushed, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. It was not that she feared Qinya would speak of her relationship with Lin Feng, but rather that she had promised Lin Feng to keep their secret from Qinya. Chapter 76. Mutual concealment and testing in the ensuing moment. Jiang Ruolan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she explained, "No, it's just that I feel it must be quite challenging for him to take care of us. We should try not to trouble him too much, otherwise I wouldn't know how to repay this favor in the future." Upon hearing Jiang Ruolan's explanation, Qinya's expression finally regained some semblance of normalcy. This was indeed consistent with Jiang Ruolan's character. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, Jiang Rulin was fundamentally kind-hearted, particularly given that she had rarely experienced the warmth and understanding of others throughout her life. Consequently, her passive and bewildered response to the goodwill of others often led to misunderstandings, making her appear unapproachable. "Well, it's good that you understand. Although Xiao Feng is young, he possesses a maturity and reliability that surpasses many adults. He knows how to care for others, so try not to hold too much against him." Mentioning Lin Feng caused a flicker of tenderness to cross Qinya's face. Jiang Rulin observed this and felt a twinge of envy for Qinya's ability to express her affection for Lin Feng so freely. Thus she spoke up, "Lin Feng is now your godbrother. With such a dependable godbrother, Qinya, this trip has certainly been worthwhile for you. After returning, I hope the sense of regret will be somewhat alleviated." However, Jiang Rulin's well-meaning words immediately caused Qinya's expression to darken. The thought of her engagement pierced her heart, leaving her breathless. Had she never encountered Lin Feng, she might have resigned herself to her fate. Yet now, with a man she cherished deeply in her heart, the binding engagement felt all the more painful. The inescapable commitment weighed heavily upon her. If given a choice, she would prefer to have never embarked on this journey. A brief pain is better than a prolonged suffering. Contemplating her future as a wife while harboring guilt and affection for Lin Feng was a burden she would have to bear for a lifetime. With a wave of sorrow, Qinya lamented, "Though I recognize Xiao Feng as my god-brother, My mother will undoubtedly prevent me from developing a deeper relationship with him, as he is, after all, an outsider to my family. Given Chun Bin's possessiveness, he would not allow me to associate with other men. Fearing I might take the opportunity to retaliate against him since I do not love him at all. Jiang Rulin gazed at the anguished Qinya, her lips parting slightly, at a loss for words. All she could do was wipe away Qinya's tears. If you still wish to see Lin Feng and reminisce, you can come to my house. Surely, your family would not have any objections. Come and find you? Qinya paused, looking at Jiang Rulin in surprise. Nevertheless, Jiang Rulin's suggestion was indeed a viable one. Yet, as Qinya contemplated her relationship with Lin Feng, she realized that she would inevitably become his lover. If they met under those circumstances, something would undoubtedly transpire. This would mean that everything would be exposed if she went to Jiang Rulin's home. Consequently, Qinya quickly dismissed the idea. The repercussions for you would be too detrimental. If Lin Feng frequently visits your home and your family inquires, how would you respond? You do not have a boyfriend. And what if your family misinterprets the situation? Let them misunderstand. I am no longer the person I once was. I do not need to live to please anyone. Even if Lin Feng were to stay at my home, it matters not, for I have already separated from my parents. With him residing here, no one would cast disapproving glances. Jiang Rulin spoke with a serious demeanor, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of blush upon her cheeks. She then turned her gaze to Qinya, her eyes sparkling with mirth. What is it? Are you worried that I might not take good care of your godbrother, and that he would suffer? You are quite concerned about him. Besides, I am not such a petty person. I have long since quelled my previous anger. If Lin Feng were to stay at my home, I would certainly treat him as my own. Don't say such things. All right, I'll just contact you when I want to see Xiao Feng, Qinya replied, slightly flustered, casting a mock glare at Jiang Rulin. As for the matters that lay ahead, she could only wait for another opportunity to be honest with Jiang Rulin. She believed that Jiang would understand her. Jiang Rulin had also achieved her purpose of probing. Her previously anxious heart had eased a little. Fortunately, Qinya did not seem particularly opposed to the idea of her living with Lin Feng. Thus, when the time came to disclose her relationship with Lin Feng to Qinya, she hoped that Qinya would comprehend her. By the seaside, Jiang Mingho and the others had gathered, gazing out at the vast ocean. Oh dear, where exactly are we? Just look at how immense this sea is. If it were a rescue operation, how long would it take to find us? Aunt Lee's expression was one of deep concern as she stared into the endless waters. Aunt Lee, the rescuers are not foolish. They're using satellites to monitor from above. There is no need for aimless searching. A middle-aged man, sporting a slight paunch, conversed with Aunt Lee. But if they rely on satellites, why is the efficiency so low? It's already the third day, and we haven't seen any sign of rescue. Aunt Lee's expression grew even graver. She was at an age meant for enjoying life, with a successful son at home. And such an incident was understandably distressing. Do not worry, trust in the nation. Rescue preparations require time. It's only a matter of a few more days. With so many of us here, nothing too serious can occur. Brother Hai chuckled, persistently comforting the lady. His outlook was rather carefree. Having spent over a decade in a monotonous job as a supervisor at an IT company, he had long since lost the enthusiasm for life. Merely going through the motions of daily work. Being suddenly cast onto this untroubled island had allowed him to experience a novel existence, even finding a semblance of enjoyment in the thrill of it all. Indeed, Aunt Lee, given the magnitude of this incident, there will surely be a rescue. With so many of us gathered, and even the forest has been traversed, what could possibly go wrong? Gao Yuan and Qing Qing chimed in cheerfully. As recent university graduates, they possessed a clearer understanding of the advancements in technology and information in today's society. Thus, they were not daunted by the prospect of rescue being delayed. Even in the event of an incident in the Antarctic, there would inevitably be rescuers journeying from afar to search for them. Aunt Lee glanced at the others and noticed their faces were calm, as if they were not at all anxious. With a hint of frustration, she remarked, I truly cannot comprehend the youth of today. They seem so willing to endure hardships. In my era, one meal would often lead to hunger for 3, coupled with endless chores like gathering firewood and cutting grass. Alas, after finally managing to embark on a journey, we find ourselves entangled in this predicament. She sighed heavily, patting her exquisite attire, her lamentations echoing in the air. Those around her exchanged covert smiles, having grown accustomed to Aunt Li's incessant chatter and grievances. Jiang Mingho offered some words of consolation. "Do not worry, Aunt Li. With Lin Feng around, at least our lives will improve. We will have fire at night, and during the day, we can enjoy fresh fish from Shanghai and seafood. Plus, we can ask Lin Feng for help in picking coconuts." It certainly beats the struggles of living in the forest. Upon hearing Jiang Mingho's words, everyone began to envision a brighter future. Could that young man truly be as remarkable as he seemed? If such a life were to materialize, it would hardly differ from a holiday, save for the less favorable living conditions. Aun Musha. Recalling the discomforts of their 4 days in the forest, sleepless nights plagued by mosquitoes and days fraught with fear of wild beasts, it was certainly an unpleasant experience. Thankfully, with the seasoned Captain Mo by their side, they managed to sustain themselves on wild fruits and vegetables, albeit barely. Yet, the thought of continuing this existence was unbearable for her. Of that, she was certain. Lin Feng has gone back to fetch a spear. Soon, you will witness his prowess, Jiang Mingho assured them, igniting a sense of anticipation among the group. Chapter 77. The Three Fishermen Before Long. Lin Feng emerged, his spear slung over his shoulder. Noticing the changed gazes of those around him, he felt a twinge of confusion. Suddenly, Jiang Mingho jogged up and whispered, "Lin Feng, I've told everyone that you will catch plenty of fish. You must give it your all. Make sure to catch at least 10, and I will buy them from you at the usual price." Although Jiang Mingho had boasted about ensuring everyone enjoyed fish, he had no intention of letting Lin Feng play the fool and sell them to him. It's just a small matter. No need to buy them. It's merely a few fish. We will all be comrades from now on. Lin Feng responded with a dismissive wave and a faint smile, glancing at the others. Since they had decided to support one another in the future, he felt no need to be stingy. Offering a few fish as a gesture of goodwill would undoubtedly strengthen their bond. "Impressive, Lin Feng. Your loyalty is commendable," Jiang Mingho exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, almost wishing to pledge brotherhood with Lin Feng on the spot. As the saying goes, adversity reveals true character. Lin Feng's generosity was a testament to his trustworthiness